In the year 1515 of the Oceanic calendar, in the village of Windmill in the East Sea. What? You wish to join the Navy? Kapu gazed incredulously at the young man before him, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. One son had defected to the Revolutionary Army. His godson aspired to become the Pirate King, and another grandson sought to usurp the title of Pirate King. Amidst this familial legacy, his nephew, Monkey D Doo-hwan, surprisingly intended to join the Navy. Yes, I aspire to join the Navy and become the son of the world. The young man, tall and handsome, bore a resolute expression, embodying an ambition that sought to gaze down upon the world. At merely 18 years of age, he was a transmigrator. Besides possessing the innate monstrous talents of the D family, he had awakened a remarkable ability 2 years prior, one that promised infinite progress through diligence. Alas, despite his efforts being 200 times greater than those of the fugitive King KB, he had only mastered the 3 types of hockey, ranking merely as an elite among the elite. Having just turned 18, he had also been bestowed upon by his home planet the adult game rights and loyalty system. By enhancing the loyalty of his subordinates, he could obtain various rewards. The past was but a fleeting shadow, and the future beckoned with vibrant life. Arriving in this world rife with pirates and bureaucratic corruption, where even his home planet hinted at stirring trouble, what more was there to deliberate? He was determined to become the singular son of the pirate world, showering the universe with unfathomable grace. Oh my heavens! He claims he wants to join the Navy! Kapu was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face in a torrent of joy. Could it be that someone from the Monkey family would finally inherit his legacy within the Navy? No, that couldn't be right. His son, Dragon, had initially aspired to join the Navy, only to defect after witnessing its darkness, becoming the world government's foremost adversary. Kapu's expression turned serious as he cautioned Doo-hwan, "Nephew, some aspects of the Navy may not be as righteous as you envision." "I hope you are prepared out of course," Doo-hwan replied with a radiant smile, exuding youthful vigor. "I have long understood that this world is not merely black and white. If the Navy does not align with my desires, I shall become a sun that illuminates them." In return, he asked for nothing more than absolute loyalty. Was that too much to ask? Excellent. Good lad. Kapu saw glimmers of hope for the future as he firmly patted Doo-hwan on the shoulder. At such a young age, he had already attained the status of an elite among the elite, his physique resembling that of a beasts true candidate for a vice admiral. Though his words may not have sounded like those typical of the monkey lineage, this spirit he wholeheartedly endorsed. With a nephew like him joining the Navy, he finally had a worthy successor. "Come, my child, let us set forth to Marineford." Kapu grasped Doo-hwan's arm and strode purposefully towards the dog-headed warship, not daring to look back, fearful of delaying the dawn of this child's illustrious naval career. As for the other 2 aspiring pirate kings, he would impart some tough love upon his return. With Doo-hwan, a veritable monster, joining the Navy, it was likely that those 2 little pirate kings would never see the light of day again. This was no idle boast. He believed Doo-hwan possessed even greater potential than he had at that age. Roger would not be the pinnacle for Doo-hwan, for he was destined to surpass even the admirals. At Marine headquarters, Marineford, a dog-headed warship arrived in a flurry, barely managing to dock. Kapu, with Doo-hwan in tow, made a beeline for the admiral's office. Today, he would turn raw intentions into reality. Along the way, numerous Navy personnel cast curious glances, but upon recognizing Kapu, they responded with smiles before returning to their duties. This was not merely due to Kapu's status as a naval hero, but also because his boisterous antics had become a norm. Doo-hwan followed Kapu with unwavering composure, taking in the pristine and orderly environment of Marine headquarters. The architecture was pleasing to the eye, and the disciplined demeanor of the Navy personnel signaled their elite prowess. If he could command such a force, the day of his ascension to the sun would be near. In that moment, Doo-hwan solidified his aspirations. Soon enough, they arrived at the threshold of the admiral's office. Even before they reached the door, Kapu's voice boomed, "Sengoku, behold the treasure I bring." Inside, Admiral Sengoku and Chief of Staff Tsuru paused their conversation. Sengoku, stroking his lengthy goatee, looked toward the entrance with a mixture of resignation and anticipation. A treasure. He hoped it was not merely a request for a snack. As Kapu pushed open the door, he proudly presented the youthful figure before him, exclaiming, "Sengoku, this is my nephew, Monkey D. Doo-hwan. He wishes to join the Navy, so prepare the highest privileges for him." This was the hope that would inherit his naval legacy, deserving of the finest treatment. If there was any shortcoming, Sengoku would have to reckon with Kapu's ire. "This is Monkey D. Doo-hwan." Sengoku's eyes sparkled as he scrutinized the young man. Tall and strikingly handsome, though still somewhat youthful, he exuded an undeniable charm. More importantly, he had already heard tales of this young man's feats vanquishing the dragon pirate crew that plagued the East Sea, his prowess already qualifying him for the Grand Line. "Greetings, Admiral Sengoku," Doo-hwan said, extending his left hand confidently. "I have long admired your strategic brilliance. You are my idol. I aspire to learn from you and become a pillar of the Navy." Had anyone else uttered such words, they might have forfeited their chance at advancement. Yet, Doo-hwan was no ordinary individual. As a true descendant of Kapu, he was poised to inherit the Navy's mantle. "Ah," Sengoku inhaled sharply, a broad smile spreading across his face. "A fine lad with great ambition, truly a young prodigy." This endorsement from Kapu's nephew brought Sengoku immense pride. After all, it suggested he was superior to Kapu himself. To aspire to be admiral, what a splendid ambition. Should he prove capable, Sengoku would gladly support him. "Come now, Sengoku, do not delay in presenting the privileges. Let us not shortchange my nephew." Kapu interjected, a hint of displeasure in his tone. "Start as a lieutenant," Sengoku suggested, glancing at Doo-hwan cautiously. This rank was already quite significant, one that many sailors would never achieve in their lifetimes. Beginning as a lieutenant, one could ascend to the rank of captain in 2 years with proper training, and if performance merited, could reach the rank of commander. With further practical experience, one could easily attain the rank of rear admiral within 3 years. If the talent was sufficient, a promotion to admiral could be envisioned by age 35, with the possibility of becoming a fleet admiral by 45. "Lieutenant?" Kapu exhaled derisively. "My nephew is well versed in hockey and possesses exceptional physical prowess. Merely a lieutenant? That rank is already substantial." Sengoku endeavored to reason with Kapu. Though hockey and martial arts were indeed rare, mastering both at 18 was not entirely unprecedented. Such skills did not warrant a higher position. Just as he was about to elaborate, Sengoku's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Doo-hwan's hands were enveloped in a thick layer of pitch-black hockey, flowing and shimmering with an almost ethereal quality. "Major, grant him the rank of major," Sengoku declared decisively, slamming his hand on the desk. At 18, the proficient use of advanced hockey techniques was akin to possessing 30 years of experience. The Navy needed talent like Doo-hwan. He would secure the rank of major for him. No elder stars could stop it. Chapter 2. Taking office in the North Sea. The sight of Admiral Sengoku brought an increasing sense of warmth and fondness to Doo-hwan as he observed him. At the tender age of 18, Doo-hwan demonstrated an impressive mastery of the flowing cherry blossom, and his prowess in the art of armed hockey was evidently of a remarkable caliber, suggesting a physique that could only be described as monstrous. Such a prodigy within the Navy was undeniably a stroke of fortune. With proper guidance, he was destined to become a formidable admiral in the future. Kapu beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Ha ha, Sengoku, I told you my nephew is exceptional." He relished in the sight of Sengoku, who appeared rather unaccustomed to such admiration, reminiscent of his own humble beginnings. Sengoku, unperturbed, stroked his beard and responded to Doo-hwan with a cheerful demeanor. "Good lad. Spend the next 2 years diligently studying at Navy headquarters, occasionally training with your uncles and mentors. Your future holds boundless potential." The path remained the same, albeit with a more expedited progression. By associating with seasoned veterans like Kapu, Akiji, and Kizaru for a couple of years, Doo-hwan could swiftly ascend to the rank of rear admiral. However, Doo-hwan furrowed his brow and firmly declined. "There is no need for that, Admiral Sengoku. Please assign me to the field. I am eager to eradicate the wicked pirates and earn my honor as a naval officer." While remaining at headquarters might be the most advantageous choice for an ordinary officer's son, Doo-hwan was no ordinary individual. He was a scion endowed with a loyalty value system. The prospect of gathering subordinates at headquarters paled in comparison to the freedom of being deployed. With his strength, dismantling pirates and accruing achievements would be a straightforward endeavor, allowing him to cultivate a more loyal following. Do-hwan, your enthusiasm is commendable, but we must remain practical, Sengoku replied, feeling a slight headache as he attempted to persuade him. You are still young and need to accumulate more experience. Would it not be better to wait until you attain a higher rank before venturing out? No need, Admiral Sengoku. Do-hwan asserted, raising his hand to refuse. I wish to earn my promotions through tangible accomplishments. Those arrogant pirates are awaiting my reckoning. He employed a strategy of feigned concession. Declaring loudly, I joined the Navy to combat pirates. If that cannot be fulfilled, I would rather become a bounty hunter. Impressed by Do-hwan's ambition, Sengoku conceded, very well. Familiarize yourself with headquarters for a week, and then I shall assign you to the East Blue Division to showcase your capabilities. It was a rare opportunity to nurture a talent with a genuine desire to serve in the Navy. He would not allow such a prospect to slip away. Do-hwan was adamant. Admiral Sengoku, please assign me to a more formidable location. He insisted, raising his voice. The East Blue is home to weak pirates. And with Uncle Kapu frequently returning to cleanse the seas, I yearn to confront more vicious foes. For the first time, Sengoku felt a tinge of annoyance at the ambition of his junior. If Akiji possessed even half of Do-hwan's zeal, the situation would be vastly improved. With Do-hwan and Appo's mastery of armed hockey, he could well navigate the Grand Line. Yet, a newly enlisted sailor could not be dispatched to such perilous waters without sufficient experience. The dangers of the sea extend beyond pirates. The treacherous environment poses an even greater threat. A minimum of 2 years of sailing experience was requisite before deployment. To meet Do-hwan's request, only the North Sea remained viable among the four seas. Its complex dynamics and numerous pirates would present a challenge even for a rear admiral, let alone for a newcomer like Do-hwan. Do not fret about this or that, Sengoku. I am well aware of Do-hwan's capabilities. Let us proceed as he desires. Kapu said with a hearty slap on Sengoku and Appo's shoulder, laughing heartily. Though his visits to the village were infrequent, he had imparted several training methods to Do-hwan. The young man's progress was remarkable, evolving significantly with each visit. All right, I shall heed your request, Sengoku sighed deeply, ultimately making a decision. Do-hwan, with your strength, you could even manage to serve at a branch in the Grand Line. However, you must understand that dangers at sea extend beyond mere pirates. You are still somewhat inexperienced. Spend 2 or 3 days familiarizing yourself at headquarters, and then I will assign you as Deputy Base Commander at the North Sea's 141st Division. While the North Sea is less perilous than the Grand Line, it still presents a significant challenge, especially for a newcomer. Very well, if Do-hwan seeks a daunting task, let us grant him one, Sengoku concluded. The role of Deputy Base Commander in the North Sea would afford Do-hwan a degree of autonomy without drawing excessive attention. Should he encounter insurmountable challenges, they could provide assistance. Your arrangements are acceptable. I harbor no objections. Do-hwan replied solemnly, offering a precise salute. Thank you, Admiral Sengoku, for this appointment. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Excellent, Sengoku said, relieved to witness Do-hwan and Appo's earnest demeanor. Finally, he had managed to retain this promising talent. Regardless of his innate abilities, the sheer determination exhibited by Do-hwan assured Sengoku that he would achieve great things. In a moment of camaraderie, Kapu set aside his snack and savored the flavors of his treats, feeling a renewed sense of delight. With his nephew now inducted into the Navy, any potential troubles that arose could be resolved by invoking Sengoku's name. Nearby, Tsuru wore a smile, pleased for her 2 comrades. Kapu finally had a successor who would not tread the path of piracy, while Sengoku had acquired a budding talent destined for greatness. 3 days later, a brand new small warship departed from headquarters at Marineford, charting a course towards the North Sea. On the deck stood a young man, leisurely poised. His height of 6 feet 3 inches accentuating a striking physique, exuding vigor and vitality. He gazed at the newspaper in his hand, World Economic News, North Sea Special Edition. Narrowing his eyes slightly. The North Sea is besieged by rampant piracy, with organized crime flourishing, leaving the populace oppressed and the Navy stretched thin. Where will justice prevail? The Vinsmoke family has occupied the kingdom of Tidus in just 3 days, resurrecting the glory of Germa 66. Their ambitions rival those of the world government and may soon be realized. Large quantities of arms are flowing out of the North Sea. Yet the crucial 141st Division has failed to detect anything. Base Commander Donald Wilson professes ignorance, claiming the Vinsmoke family has alternate channels. Such a sharply critical and satirical article aimed at the Navy could only be published by the audacious World Economic News, helmed by Morgans. It was evident that the turmoil in the North Sea had escalated to an intolerable level. Conversely, for those capable, this presented an excellent opportunity to achieve significant accomplishments. With a casual flick, the young man discarded the newspaper, allowing it to flutter into the sea, a smile of defiance gracing his lips. Deputy Base Commander of the 141st Division, Rear Admiral Monkey D. Doo-hwan, reporting for duty in the North Sea. Chapter 3. When the humanoid stars shine 2 days later. At the North Sea, Base 141. Under the leadership of Base Commander Donald Wilson, all naval personnel gathered at the port to welcome the arrival of the new Deputy Base Commander. Clad in a white officer's uniform, Donald stood tall, his authoritative cloak billowing in the wind, exuding an air of nobility. He frequently checked his pocket watch with an air of arrogance, while a shadow of gloom lingered in his heart. What was the purpose of sending a Deputy Base Commander from headquarters? Had he inadvertently revealed a flaw? Or had someone reported him to the higher-ups? Curse it, just 2 days ago, that insufferable reporter had cornered him with questions, nearly causing a scandal. Colonel, the ship from headquarters has arrived, a keen-eyed aide whispered as a small warship approached and docked at the port. A row of young sailors marched forward, led by a tall, commanding figure. Donald snapped back to attention, adjusting his collar and issuing a serious command. Attention. Let us warmly welcome Major Do-hwan, the new Deputy Base Commander of Base 141. He gazed at the imposing young man, feeling a sense of relief. So youthful. He did not seem like someone who would investigate his past. Thus, he felt compelled to establish his authority, ensuring this young man did not become too acquainted with the base and Oppos' affairs just yet. In an instant, the gathered sailors saluted in unison, shouting, "Welcome, Major Do-hwan, our new Deputy Base Commander." Donald chuckled heartily, stepping forward to greet him. "Welcome, Major Do-hwan. We have long awaited your arrival, esteemed elite from headquarters. With your strength as Deputy Base Commander, Base 141 can rest easy. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Donald Wilson, Base Commander of North Sea Base 141. He spoke while attempting to pat Do-hwan and Oppos' shoulder, asserting his dominance in his territory. Do-hwan maintained a calm demeanor, subtly sidestepping the gesture, and humbly replied, "Commander, you flatter me. I am but here for learning and training." What status did he hold to allow such familiarity? If they were to consider seniority, one must first weigh the ranks they bore. The base commander was merely equivalent to a major from headquarters. What audacity! Moreover, in this moment of camaraderie, should this man prove untrustworthy, his future ascension would be jeopardized. A flicker of displeasure crossed Donald's eyes, but he feigned nonchalance. Major Do-hwan, truly modest. Yet internally, he classified this individual as a headstrong youth, difficult to engage, but easily managed. As Donald gestured toward the assembled sailors, he declared, "This is your new Deputy Base Commander, an elite from headquarters. You are to heed his words." He cast a meaningful glance at the sailors and boomed, "Come, applaud for our welcome." While words were to be heeded, actions required careful deliberation. "Yes, Commander." The sailors felt a chill run down their spines, immediately erupting into applause, shouting, "We heed the Commander's orders, warmly welcoming our Deputy Base Commander." The applause thundered, nearly drowning out the sounds of the sea. Donald gazed proudly at Do-hwan. Speaking in a seemingly modest tone, "Major Do-hwan, forgive them. They are usually exhausted from work at this time." Now they understood who held authority in this area. A mere major from headquarters could not rival the base commander. Not at all. The applause is quite resounding. Do-hwan smiled slightly, genuinely complimenting. Donald assumed the youth had capitulated and was about to speak when Do-hwan turned to his contingent of sailors, declaring, "Everyone, let us applaud as well. We thank the base's Navy for their warm welcome." One team was comprised of sailors he had brought from the ship of Captain Carp, while the other consisted of promising new recruits. Together with the small warship that brought him, they formed his foundation. Apologies, but with an uncle like Carp, leveraging connections was not excessive, was it? He had anticipated the inadequacy of the base's Navy and prepared accordingly, laying the groundwork for his future endeavors. Looking back, his foresight proved valuable. With a resounding clap, the 50 soldiers stood in uniformity, their applause eclipsing that of the base's personnel. The soldiers who had come from Carp's ship, aware of their connection to the vice admiral, were particularly cooperative. The new recruits from headquarters did not ponder deeply. They simply felt compelled to uphold the honor of their unit. "Excellent!" Do-hwan exclaimed. "Stop!" The applause ceased abruptly, perfectly synchronized. Donald's expression soured. Did this man not understand decorum? There were unspoken rules regarding the hierarchy of meals. One simply did not overstep such bounds. Why sacrifice one's own interests? Winning hearts did not necessitate such extremes. A mere bone would suffice. Was this man truly lacking in common sense? Since this is a welcome feast prepared for me, we shall proceed as I say, Do-hwan stated casually, offering no further explanation. Reluctantly, Donald nodded. Addressing the base's soldiers, we shall do as the deputy base commander suggests. Move the welcome feast to the dining hall so he may share it with his subordinates. With that, he turned abruptly, leaving the scene behind. What should have been a grand welcome had devolved into a display of humiliation. What dreadful luck! Brothers, let us eat, Do-hwan called out, disregarding all else as he followed a soldier toward the dining hall. Let us eat. The collective response echoed as the sailors trailed behind Do-hwan. For reasons unknown, the sailors felt a renewed sense of camaraderie as they beheld the youthful figure. Their spirits ignited. They experienced an unprecedented respect. Do-hwan maintained his stride, his mood considerably uplifted. Loyalty points 1, 30 loyalty points 2, 20 as he opened the loyalty system interface. Rows of enticing rewards awaited him. Devil Fruit Optimization Liquid, Supreme Great Blade, Longevity Surgery, Flame Talent. Do-hwan could not help but hum in delight. At that moment, several soldiers from the base gazed at Do-hwan's retreating figure, their eyes shimmering with intrigue. In comparison, this commander seems more like a genuine individual. Chapter 4. Let's get to work. The following day, Donald Wilson sat in his office, contemplating arrangements for Do-hwan. Due to his underworld dealings, he earnestly hoped that Do-hwan could remain grounded here, ideally spending his days confined to the base. Unfortunately, judging by the previous day's performance of this Major Do-hwan, while he might be capable of staying put, it seemed unlikely he would do so. Despite his youth, Do-hwan was a man with lion-like ambitions. This passionate, idealistic individual who had come from headquarters was precisely the type Donald wished to avoid. Feeling a twinge of headache, Donald turned to his aide, Captain William, and asked, "What do you think we should do to maintain our previous stability?" William, a trusted subordinate and intermediary in Donald's underworld affairs, pondered for a moment before responding. Given Major Do-hwan's demeanor yesterday, it is clearly impractical to simply have him stay idle. Perhaps it would be better to assign him the task of managing the villagers' disturbances and mediating conflicts, thereby keeping him occupied under the pretext of honing his skills. This is a common tactic for dealing with the youth. When they believe they are valued, they often expend their energies on trivial matters. Major Do-hwan appears to be quite ambitious. This approach might yield results. Not quite, Wilson shook his head. Recalling Do-hwan and Appo's insistence on moving the welcome banquet to the naval mess hall, he was not one to adhere to convention. This strategy would be ineffective. However, your idea does have merit. What do you mean? William inquired cautiously. Define a scope for him, allowing him to exert his energies in inconsequential maritime regions. This way, he will have an outlet for his excess vigor, and our payroll will remain unaffected. Donald lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, his eyes sparkling with clarity. Yes, that is precisely it. We could even send Do-hwan to certain locations to intimidate some ill-mannered gangs or to eliminate rivals. As a major from headquarters, his capabilities in this regard are undoubtedly substantial. I knew it, William smirked, murmuring under his breath. He had harbored the same idea. But subordinates must often throw out a suggestion to flatter their superiors. What did you just say? Donald queried, slightly puzzled. I said, the base commander has great insight. William replied, raising his thumb in admiration. Indeed, Donald nodded with satisfaction. Please invite Major Do-hwan to my office. I wish to discuss the responsibilities of his designated area with him. Understood, Commander, William replied with a knowing smile, exiting the office. Donald then donned a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and began to meticulously study a nautical chart of the North Sea. The shipping route from Rolling Island to the Doldrums was vital for the Vinsmoke family business, constituting a significant portion of the annual payroll and must not be disrupted. The route from Suspended Wind Island to Elephant Island was plagued by a band of pirates who were not associated with business. That task could be entrusted to Do-hwan. Meanwhile, at the 141 SD Branch's training ground, known for its tumultuous intersection of gang and pirate influences, the branch was equipped with a full complement of 1,000 personnel, making it one of the top-tier configurations among the 4 Seas branches. The training facility was also highly professional and expansive. At that moment, 50 elite naval soldiers stood at attention, forming a precise formation. In front of them stood a tall and commanding young man who slightly nodded. Good morning, everyone. Monkey D. Do-hwan boomed. Good morning, Major. The 50 soldiers responded in unison, their voices resonant. They were accustomed to military training, having received assignments from headquarters. Excellent, full of spirit, Do-hwan acknowledged. Did you all eat well yesterday? It was delicious. The soldiers replied with vigor. Indeed, enjoying the exquisite dishes prepared by Donald for Do-hwan, a culinary delight that felt extravagant to them, especially given the envious glances from soldiers of neighboring branches during their meal. Since we are well fed, it is time to attend to serious matters. Do-hwan nodded approvingly, his expression turning serious. There are only 3 things I care about while I am here. Do you know what they are? No, please enlighten us, Major. The crowd responded, shaking their heads in unison. Merit, merit, and more damn merit, Do-hwan declared with commanding authority, startling a flock of doves into flight. He was determined to earn accolades and promotions, 3 years to Rear Admiral, 5 years to Admiral. That was his ambition. Understood. The 50 elite naval soldiers visibly jolted, their eyes wide with astonishment at the young officer's forthrightness. They too desired to achieve merit, aspiring for promotions and pay raises. A soldier, somewhat perplexed, asked, "Excuse me, Major? We just reported in yesterday. Where are we supposed to earn merit today?" According to protocol, they should have been familiarizing themselves with the local waters, adapting to the established patrol routes for several days. This period was typically meant for acclimatization. Good question, Do-hwan replied, nodding. I have heard tales of chaos in the North Sea, with rampant piracy. Today, we shall set out to patrol the seas without prior preparation, conducting random inspections to showcase the headquarters' might to the pirates of the North Sea. At the same time, let us make a strong start in terms of our accomplishments at the 141st branch. He had done his homework before arriving, familiarizing himself with the various pirate factions. In summary, the North Sea was dominated by the Vinsmoke family, a colossal entity, along with a multitude of large, medium, and small pirate crews, creating a situation where one powerful force overshadowed many weaker ones. This meant that aside from the Vinsmoke family, which was formidable due to a lack of manpower, the rest of the pirates were fair game. With such a plethora of pirates, a simple patrol would surely yield results. Major, should we report this to the base commander? 2 seasoned veterans from the Carp ship inquired. In Carp's crew, the rules were lax, but they were now in a branch. No need. I am the deputy base commander. A simple notification for this minor patrol task suffices. It does not require his approval. Do-hwan pointed out several officers from the training ground, speaking plainly. The officers nodded vigorously, fully aware of the deputy base commander and Appo's decisive nature. At that moment, the 50 naval soldiers hesitated. However, seeing Do-hwan striding purposefully toward the port, they hurriedly followed suit. This commander was indeed brimming with vitality, but such a young major from headquarters was still worthy of their trust. Meanwhile, Captain William hurriedly searched for Do-hwan's whereabouts. Before he reached the training ground, several branch officers rushed over to deliver news. Are you telling me he took his men out to confront pirates already? William exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. It was only Do-hwan and Appo's second day, and barely 24 hours had passed since his arrival. Surely, he should have spent more time interacting with his colleagues and familiarizing himself with the situation. Observing the nodding heads of the officers, sweat trickled down William's forehead as he quickly reported the situation back to the office. This upheaval had derailed their plans entirely. Not only had they not defined Do-hwan's maritime territory, but they were now uncertain of his whereabouts. This individual was not one to play by the rules. Chapter 5, The Tiger Shark Pirate Crew, Base of the North Sea Branch 141. A brand new small warship, laden with 50 personnel, surged forth from the harbor. An experienced veteran, descending from Captain Carp and Appo's ship, was tasked with navigating, steering, and keeping watch, while the elite new recruits of the headquarters learned and grew under his guidance. Amidst the chaos of thoughts, Do-hwan commanded, maintain a straight course for now. Await my orders to change direction. Yes, Major. Lieutenant Carl respectfully replied. The small warship sliced through the waves, half of the seasoned veterans from Carp and Appo's ship at ease, accustomed to the sea, while the other new recruits gazed around in eager excitement. This was their first independent mission at sea, apart from training. Yet, they harbored a lingering doubt. Would the Major truly rely on luck to encounter pirates in the vast ocean? Although the North Sea was merely one of the 4 seas, its waters indeed felt boundless. Even with numerous pirates, the likelihood of an encounter was slim. They looked at the poised figure on deck, hoping the outcome would not disappoint their spirited commander. Monkey D Doo-hwan, however, remained unfazed. A powerful observation hockey radiated from him, enveloping a radius of 10,000 meters. While he lacked the energy to scrutinize every detail, Any pirate ship within that range would certainly fall under his discerning gaze. This was the pinnacle of Vice Admiral-level observation hockey, a potential candidate for Admiral, ready to make his mark amidst the pirate-infested North Sea. Although it was physically taxing, it was within his limits. Suddenly, Do-hwan opened his eyes and decisively ordered, "Set a course at 35 degrees northwest, full speed ahead." "Understood, Major." The helmsman deftly maneuvered the ship, propelling the small warship towards the designated bearing. Do-hwan calculated silently. Their speed was 10 knots, approximately 18 kilometers per hour. Meanwhile, the pirate ship, 10,000 meters away, was heading towards an island at 4 knots, resulting in a race to the shore. With their speed advantage, they would reach the island ahead of the pirates, allowing for a brief respite. Meanwhile, in the distant waters, a massive pirate ship barreled towards Logi Island. 4,000 meters away, home to a village of over 300 individuals, it was rich in resources. The Tiger Shark pirate crew, 100 strong, brandished various weapons, their bloodthirsty smiles betraying their intentions. "This is our target. I wonder how much those peasants have saved up. If it and amp, oppos, s too little, I and amp, oppos, ll have to resort to violence." One pirate sneered. "Hey, I'm more interested in any newlyweds. The thrill of it, especially in front of their husbands, is simply exquisite." Another chimed in. "Don't be foolish. You barely escaped last time. If you kill them all, where will we find more to rob?" "Right, killing them all won't do," they collectively agreed, their enthusiasm mounting as they yearned to leap into the water. "Silence!" bellowed the towering figure of the robust giant, Bollyweld. "Have you lost your minds before even landing? Will you forget about me, your captain, once ashore?" "Captain, no one could forget you, not even our own fathers," the pirates replied hastily, fear and flattery mingling in their voices. They revered him not only as their leader, but also as a notorious pirate with a bounty of 27 million berries, whose ruthless reputation loomed large over the North Sea. "Remember this. When we reach the island, you may do as you please, but you are only permitted to kill 100. Exceed that, and you shall pay with your lives. Is that clear?" Bali's voice was steady, his experience telling him that killing every villager would only diminish their resources. Yes, oh wise captain. Kill fewer this time, and we can return for more later. Captain's mercy knows no bounds. I shall only claim 2 women this time, perhaps even just 1 man." They all nodded eagerly, their laughter echoing. Satisfied, Bali relaxed his mountainous muscles, commanding, "Increase speed. Let us finish this island swiftly before moving on to the next." The ship surged forward, achieving maximum speed. They would arrive in 10 minutes. "Rest assured, Captain, this time we'll seize the treasure quickly and efficiently." The pirates clamored, each vowing loyalty as Bali grinned, his fierce visage softening momentarily. However, just as he reveled in his anticipation, a lookout shouted, "Captain, a naval ship has docked on the island ahead. It seems to have 40 to 50 personnel aboard, and they appear to have arrived before us." Bali rose from his chair, squinting into the distance, a disdainful smile forming on his lips. "A small warship, just a tad newer. Nothing to worry about. Set sail towards them. We'll rob the navy this time. Let us see which branch has struck it rich with such a shiny vessel." The prospect of seizing a naval ship far outweighed the potential spoils from the island's villagers. Given the newness of the warship, it surely contained a wealth of naval funds. Bali feared no navy in the North Sea. "Captain is formidable. Let those navy fools witness your might. They Haven team moved yet? Perhaps they still Haven team noticed us? They must be a bunch of rookies." "Indeed. If they saw our Jolly Roger, they would have fled by now. How unfortunate for them to encounter us today." As the distance closed to under 300 meters, the pirates' expressions grew increasingly ferocious. Suddenly, a series of thunderous cannon blasts erupted. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen cannonballs struck the pirate ship with precision, exploding on impact. In an instant, splintered wood flew through the air, and dozens of pirates were obliterated, the ship disintegrating around them. "Well done," Do-hwan applauded, patting the shoulder of the artilleryman beside him. He had waited 10 minutes for this moment and was relieved to finally confront the pirate crew. They seemed foolish, unaware of the impending attack even at such close range. Clearly, they were mere minnows. "Excellent command, Major." Several artillerymen expressed their admiration, recognizing the foresight that had led to their ambush. "Report, Major. A small group of enemy personnel is approaching. Should we fire?" The lookout inquired accurately. "No need. Let them come closer and practice your aim. Each shot counts towards your achievements," Do-hwan replied calmly, dismissing the threat. "The pirates of the North Sea are merely fodder, useful only for racking up accomplishments. Die, you Tiger Shark Bali." Bali leaped from the water, his eyes blazing with rage as he stared at Do-hwan. His clothes tattered, revealing his muscular form. He emerged unscathed from the cannon fire. Chapter 6. What caliber do you think you are to enter impelled down? Navy, you have ignited my wrath. I am Tiger Shark Bali, with a bounty of 27 million. Make me feel the agony. Bali glared at the composed Do-hwan, his voice thunderous, filled with unrestrained fury. The sight of the clean military uniform and the major's insignia only fueled his rage further. How dare a mere naval major not only stand his ground but also have the audacity to bombard his ship? Did he not realize that his formidable physique had been honed to withstand any weapon? Observing his subordinates still struggling in the sea behind him, he yearned to obliterate the humiliation inflicted by the Navy. Hiss. The naval officers beside Do-hwan gasped in awe, admiring his prowess. Could it be that his first venture at sea bore such fruitful results? To casually point in a direction and actually locate a notorious pirate was a testament to his exceptional intuition. Huh, are you afraid now? Bali revealed a cruel smile, relishing the astonished expressions of the Navy. In an instant, Do-hwan leaped 10 meters forward, executing a high kick that sliced through the air with a resounding sonic boom. Before Bali could comprehend the situation, he felt a ringing in his head. Boom. Bali's skull was embedded in the sand, his mouth filled with grit, while a size 42 military boot pressed firmly against the back of his head. Hiss. 50 elite naval soldiers transformed into a silver mirror serpent, their hissing echoing incessantly. Was this truly possible? A pirate with a bounty of 27 million could not withstand even a single move. The Navy looked on in astonishment at Do-hwan, as if they were meeting this young officer for the first time. Whether veterans from Captain Garp's squad or fresh recruits from headquarters, they all recognized that this officer was extraordinary. After all, who else could command a warship upon arrival, consistently displaying such brilliance without possessing considerable strength? Yet, none had anticipated his might to such an extent, dispatching a notorious pirate with a single blow. Surely, he was destined for higher ranks. All hands, capture the remaining pirate scum. Allow not a single one to escape, and let them wreak havoc once more. Do-hwan commanded with an authoritative tone. Yes, we heed your orders, Major. 50 elite naval soldiers responded in unison. They boarded small boats, rushing towards the struggling pirates in the sea like wolves pouncing on sheep. With their commander showcasing such power, they could not afford to lag behind. They must not allow this young officer to look down upon them. Meanwhile, the pirates, who had initially approached the shore with malicious intent, were now dumbfounded. They had come to teach the Navy a lesson, following in Bali's footsteps. But now Bali had been defeated in a single strike. He was a pirate with a bounty of 27 million. The pirates realized something was amiss. They had unwittingly encountered a ghost in the North Sea. In an instant, they scrambled to escape towards the depths of the ocean, cursing their parents for not giving them 2 extra arms to paddle faster. 10 minutes later, each naval soldier returned to the beach, each holding at least one captured pirate, standing in neat rows before Do-hwan. All pirates had been apprehended. Some attempted to resist, but were no match for these elite troops. Report, Major. Apart from the corpses in the sea, we have captured a total of 57 pirates alive. Please advise. Lieutenant Carl saluted Do-hwan, delivering the report. Excellent work. Do-hwan acknowledged, sensing through observation that the sea was indeed devoid of any remaining pirate presence. The manner in which his men executed the capture demonstrated the caliber expected of the elite forces, exceptional indeed. Thank you for the praise, Major. 50 naval soldiers replied solemnly. Being recognized by someone of Do-hwan's caliber was a privilege for them. Loyalty points 3, loyalty points 4, loyalty points 2. The scattered points amounted to 189 in loyalty. A modest yet gratifying gain. The acquisition of 50 loyalty points left Do-hwan quite satisfied, as this was an essential aspect of leadership. When strength is displayed, it fosters a sense of ambition among subordinates, coupled with a respect for the strong, thereby enhancing loyalty. At this moment, Bali, still crushed beneath Do-hwan's foot, gradually regained his senses from the concussion. The reality of his situation overwhelmed him with shock and humiliation. He had been defeated by a mere boy and now lay trampled underfoot. The honor of a pirate could not be sullied. With all his might, Bali struggled to rise, attempting to dislodge the naval boot from his head. Yet, despite summoning all his strength, he could only leave for impressions in the sand, achieving no other effect. The naval officers watched this comical scene, barely containing their amusement at the sight of the infamous pirate floundering like a dog paddling in the sand. Meanwhile, the captured pirates turned pale, for the naval major's foot rested upon their merciless leader. Given their captain's formidable presence, how outrageous must the Navy's strength be? Not bad physique. Do-hwan disdainfully glanced at the flailing Bali and casually lifted his foot. Bali suddenly looked up, sand still in his mouth, and shouted angrily, "Boy, send me to impel down. When I get out, I will slaughter your entire North Sea." He understood the Navy's nature. Captured pirates were typically sent to prison. Although Impel Down was rumored to be the most fearsome prison in the world, he believed he would be among those capable of escape. Once free, he would ensure this boy faced dire consequences. "Stand by for execution. Bring the head back for the bounty," Do-hwan commanded without sparing Bali a glance. His earlier restraint had merely been a matter of positioning. Did this fool truly think he could remain arrogant? Huh? Both Bali and the other pirates were taken aback. Wasn't it Apos? The usual protocol to collect the bounty first and then send them to prison? Decapitating was the work of bounty hunters, not the Navy. Understood. The Navy soldiers were also somewhat surprised, as this deviated from their usual procedures. However, a soldier's duty is to obey orders, and Do-hwan's commands were to be followed. Very well. Do-hwan nodded in approval. Raising his right leg once more, he swiftly brought it down. Swish. A small crescent-shaped slash emanated from his toe, directly landing on Bali's neck as he attempted to resist. The crescent cut smoothly through, creating a deep crater in the sand. A stunned head rolled onto the ground, blood gushing from the severed neck. Do-hwan glanced at the severed head with disdain. "What caliber did you think you were to enter Impel Down? Have you tasted the devil fruit? Even if you had, I would show no mercy. The world government fears the chaos that would ensue from the resurrection of those who consumed the devil fruit, but I hold no such fear. If those who have consumed it are reborn and fall into the hands of my allies, that is a boon. Should they fall into the hands of pirates, death is the only outcome. What a trivial matter." On the other side, the 50 naval soldiers, witnessing the swift execution of Bali, felt an inexplicable sense of delight. Why bother imprisoning this scum? Moreover, the major had just employed the 6 styles of the Navy, specifically the Gale Kick. His proficiency was remarkable, and his demeanor was simply elegant. Gulp. The 57 pirates felt a chill run down their spines at the sight of their leader's swift demise. Then, crack, crack, crack. While the Navy marveled at their commander and Apos' strength, they did not forget their orders. Swiftly, they executed Do-hwan and Apos' commands, and soon, 57 heads rolled onto the sand, echoing the sound of plopping. In less than half an hour, the notorious tiger shark pirates, who once roamed the North Sea, were utterly annihilated. Chapter 7. The hexagonal warrior on the shores of Rogi Island. The originally golden sands were marred by splashes of crimson, the sin of iron mingling unpleasantly with the briny sea breeze. Nearly 100 headless corpses lay heaped together, their blood staining the tattered garments of the pirates in a chaotic display. Among the fallen were not only those who had been slain, but also those who had met their end by cannon fire. Every identifiable head had been severed, as there was a pressing need for trophies. While typically one would require a head for each bag, the sheer quantity today necessitated a more expedient solution, as the brothers would later toil to identify them. Such accomplishments were too valuable to squander, as the soldiers under Do-hwan busily cleared the battlefield. A few heads peered cautiously from the coconut groves lining the beach. "Villagers, come forth." Do-hwan beckoned toward the cops, his voice carrying over the carnage. Startled, the villagers recoiled momentarily, but the sight of the impeccably white military uniforms and the unmistakable righteousness of the Navy personnel emboldened them. 2 burly men shielded a frail, white-haired elder, who, after a moment's hesitation, stepped forward with trepidation. As they drew closer and witnessed the horrific demise of the pirates, a chill crept down their spines. Yet they felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The Navy had vanquished the scourge that threatened their village, a fate that would have surely spelled disaster had they not intervened. "Sir, do you require anything of us?" the elder inquired, his voice trembling with gratitude. While the malevolence of the pirates was undeniable, the Navy's propensity for extortion posed its own set of challenges for the village. The elder understood that while the commander had saved their community, asking for recompense was only natural. However, extracting anything of value from their impoverished existence was no small feat here. "You shall take care of the pirates' corpses and weaponry," Do-hwan instructed. "You may incinerate the bodies for fertilizer or hang them at the dock as a deterrent. Feel free to keep the weapons for defense or to sell for the village's benefit. If you're inclined, delve into the sea. Treasure may await you." He gestured toward the pile of pirate bodies and the location where their ship had sunk. Originally, he intended to burn them all with gasoline, but upon seeing the villagers, he decided to leave them with the remnants for their use. As for treasures, they had already reaped the significant rewards. The smaller trinkets were hardly worth the effort. "Are you serious, sir?" The elder and the two sturdy men stared in disbelief. They had prepared to negotiate with vegetables and meat, only to find this commander offering them assistance without expectation of return. Such kindness was truly remarkable. Though the notion of using the corpses for fertilizer and deterrence was somewhat macabre, these were indeed the very pirates who had sought to pillage them. Had they succeeded, the villagers might have been driven to cannibalism themselves. Thus, this method of disposal seemed rather mild in comparison. "Do take care in handling them," Do-hwan said, patting the elder's shoulder in reassurance. With a wave of his hand, the sailors still present on the beach promptly returned to their ship, and he followed suit. Boom, boom, boom. It was not until the warship sliced through the waves, disappearing into the horizon, that the elder and the two men regained their senses. "Chief, what do you think?" The two burly men were puzzled. This was their first encounter with the Navy, and they were astonished that after the battle, the officers did not demand tribute, but instead left behind a wealth of bounty, departing without ceremony. "He is truly a benevolent soul," the elder exclaimed, his voice quivering with emotion. Although his memory may have faltered with age, he would never forget this naval officer. The men nodded in agreement, and then they hastened to the pile of pirate corpses, eager to discern which nefarious crew had dared to threaten them. However, upon spotting the skull insignia emblazoned on the garments of a few pirates, their legs turned to jelly. The tiger shark pirates? They sought to raid us? The realization struck them like a thunderclap. The notorious gang that had plagued their village had been entirely vanquished. In that moment, their respect for the young officer soared to new heights. They hurried back to the village to spread the news, fully aware that they could not take the gifts left behind, but must instead honor Do-hwan and Appo's directives. On the return journey of the warship, the deck was laden with 4 large chests filled with damp treasures, glimmering gold and silver adornments. Before the treasures lay a grand mahogany chair, upon which Do-hwan sat. Lost in thought, he was not preoccupied with the treasure at hand, but rather with something far more precious, the loyalty he had garnered. Loyalty points 47, loyalty points 59, loyalty points 67, loyalty points 79, loyalty points 73, loyalty points 89. A continuous stream of loyalty points flickered across a panel visible only to Do-hwan. Approximately 300 entries amassed a staggering total of 27,987 points, a significant windfall. It is worth noting that the maximum loyalty points one could garner from an individual was capped at 100. Even the most devoted must have their limits. Consequently, he had accrued an average of 70 loyalty points from his 50 elite naval subordinates, a testament to their profound trust in him. From these soldiers alone, he had garnered 567 loyalty points, and today Appo's bounty was nearly equal to the fruits of his labors over the past days. Clearly, these loyalty points stemmed from the villagers' gratitude towards him. It appeared that loyalty points were not solely the province of subordinates. Reflecting on his past, he recalled a kingdom with 3 sons, each bestowing immeasurable kindness, resulting in universal loyalty. Do-hwan had opened the door to a new world, and a wave of elation washed over him. The loyalty points were immensely valuable. Eligible for exchange within the adult game of power and authority, loyalty points system, for various treasures. With the contributions from both his naval forces and the villagers, alongside some miscellaneous gains, he now possessed over 30,000 loyalty points. Do-hwan accessed the panel and began to peruse its offerings. Welcome to the adult game of power and authority, loyalty points system at your service. Host, Monkey D. Do-hwan. Traits, hard work is rewarded. 100-fold experience, strength, S-physique, S-speed, S-skills, Navy 6 styles, advanced, armament hockey, advanced, observation hockey, advanced, conqueror's hockey, advanced, swordsmanship, advanced, great swordsman, fist series, advanced, hunting, advanced, culinary arts, advanced, loyalty points, 34, 396. The rankings of D, C, B, A, and S correspond to the classifications of normal officers, school officers, rear admirals, vice admirals, and admirals respectively. The symbols signify the distinctions within the same level. For instance, S indicates the caliber of a candidate admiral, considerably weaker than a full admiral yet stronger than elite vice admirals. Conversely, S highlights the exceptional attributes of a top-tier admiral, akin to the likes of Kaido, Big Mom, and Kizaru. Do-hwan's current panel reflected the substantial enhancement bestowed by the 2 years of diligent effort and the 100-fold experience buff. 2 years prior, he had merely been a slightly robust school officer. Now, by honing his physique to the level of a monster-grade admiral, his strength and speed had also reached the caliber of a candidate admiral. The array of skills he had meticulously developed to advanced levels represented the third tier of proficiency, essential for aspiring vice admirals and candidate admirals. Do-hwan once more admired his hexagonal panel before opening the monthly marketplace of the loyalty points system. Chapter 8. This glory shall not be mine alone. A sleek and refined interface materialized before Do-hwan's eyes. The first line that greeted him read, Monthly mall refresh time, 21 days, 12 hours, 53 minutes. From the information he gleaned, the mall refreshed 100 items each month, with a fixed item available for permanent residency. Below that were 100 neatly listed product descriptions. At the top was the permanent item. Demon Fruit Side Effect Elimination Potion, 1 million points. Eliminates the side effects of consuming a demon fruit. Natural System Union Fruit 700,000 points. Grants the ability to become a natural system user, allowing mastery over clouds and elemental manipulation. Weaknesses: Seawater, Sea Stone. Supreme Great Sword GUA 20,000 points. A masterpiece from the renowned swordsmith Dao Dao Zhai, hailed as the finest sword in the world. Its cold gleam resembles the moon, with an unparalleled sharpness. Life Restoration Potion 10,000 points. Restores a significant amount of vitality to its maximum, swiftly healing wounds with no side effects. Animal System Nyo Nyo Fruit 170,000 points. Animal System Yi Fruit 10 points. Box of Instant Noodles 1. Glock 1740 points. Among the array of 100 items, those that captured Do-hwan's attention were the Demon Fruit Side Effect Elimination Potion priced at 1,000,000 loyalty points, and the Supreme Great Sword at 20,000 points. The Demon Fruit is a hallmark of the pirate world, and he felt compelled to sample it. However, given his extraordinary physical prowess, enhanced by the reward of 100-fold experience, he had no desire to acquire a fruit that would render him vulnerable. Yet, if the side effects could be nullified, he would gladly consume a top-tier fruit to bolster his strength. The Natural System Union Fruit, priced at 700,000 points, did not particularly appeal to him. His aspirations lay with fruits like the Shining Fruit, Thunder Fruit, and Azure Dragon Fruit, superior fruits capable of forging the foundations of an admiral or a yonko. With his inherently high base stats and a plethora of advanced skills, Do-hwan had already elevated his strength to the level of a vice admiral, a candidate for admiralty. According to the principle of minimizing unnecessary entities, he had no need for a lesser demon fruit that would only embellish his capabilities. Perhaps, once his loyalty points swelled beyond measure, he might consider exchanging for items like the Nyo Nyo fruit to stockpile or enhance his subordinates' powers. But for now, in this initial stage, he intended to purchase items solely beneficial to himself. The Demon Fruit Side Effect Elimination Potion, with a price tag of 1,000,000 loyalty points, was beyond his reach for the month. Thus, without hesitation, Do-hwan utilized the opportunity for permanent residency to pin this item for future acquisition once his loyalty points permitted. With over 30,000 loyalty points at his disposal, he decided not to carry them over to the next month. Supreme Greatsword GUA confirmed for purchase, loyalty points -20,000. Life Restoration Potion, confirmed for purchase, loyalty points -10,000. As a swordsman of great renown, he was in desperate need of a fine blade. His days of training with a mere iron slab were finally over. The Life Restoration Potion was a precautionary measure, ensuring he was prepared for any unforeseen circumstances, whether it be Uncle Carp facing an accident or an ambush leaving him gravely injured. Having this potion on hand would be an excellent choice. At this moment, Do-hwan had 396 loyalty points remaining. Regrettably, he found no further enticing items to warrant additional spending, leaving him with this auspicious figure. The two items were temporarily stored within the system space, and Do-hwan promptly exited the system mall. He likely would not revisit this interface until the system refreshed next month, unless he miraculously accrued 1,000,000 loyalty points within the month. On the deck, seated upon a mahogany chair, Do-hwan emerged from his reverie. Before him stretched a blue sky adorned with white clouds, alongside a vast expanse of tranquil sea. In addition, there were 4 large chests brimming with treasures. The gleaming gold, pearls, silver, and jewelry sparkled vibrantly, some even stained with a hint of crimson. He rose to his feet and called out, "All hands on deck. Halt the ship and gather around to hear me speak." Swiftly, the entire small warship ceased its operations, drifting gently upon the calm waters. 50 elite naval officers rapidly assembled on the deck, forming a neat line within half a minute, all eyes on Do-hwan, who stood before them. Their keen eyes immediately noticed the 4 chests of treasure, the golden gleam momentarily captivating their attention. They quickly regained their composure, turning their gazes towards Do-hwan, awaiting his command. Standing tall and serious, Do-hwan addressed them. From this day forth, my ship shall implement a double salary bonus each month. Should you perform well, additional rewards will be distributed. The term double salary implied receiving 2 paychecks in a single month, one from the Navy and the other from Do-hwan himself, the proposer of this initiative. Hiss. Huh. Both new recruits and seasoned veterans were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. Despite their astonishment, they maintained their military decorum, refraining from murmurs. Do-hwan nodded slightly and gestured towards the lieutenant at the forefront. Lieutenant Carl, step forward. He was Do-hwan's finest soldier, a talent plucked from Uncle Karp's ranks, now serving as his right-hand man. Under Karp's guidance, he had reached an officer level of proficiency in martial arts. While his ability to handle affairs was exceptional, had he not repeatedly insisted, even threatening to resign from the Navy, Karp would not have relinquished such talent. Yes, Major. The tall lieutenant stepped forward, appearing to be in his late 20s with a calm and resolute demeanor, embodying the essence of a hardened official. Do-hwan pointed to the 4 chests of treasure on the deck, instructing, "You are responsible for processing and liquidating these spoils, storing them as a reserve for the double salary fund." Carl hesitated, voicing his concerns. "Major, according to Article 28 of military regulations, these treasures should be." Previously, Do-hwan had commanded them to eliminate pirates without leaving survivors, and he had executed that order with precision. However, the spoils of war were typically to be surrendered to higher-ups for centralized management. Such a violation was far more severe than the norm. "You need not worry. I will directly report to Admiral Sengoku, ensuring no issues arise." Do-hwan maintained a calm demeanor, speaking with an air of assurance. Surrendering the spoils of vanquished pirates? Who knew where they would end up? Rather than handing them over to the world government, the celestial dragons, or certain unscrupulous figures, he preferred to retain them to curry favor with his subordinates. He had not joined the Navy to serve as a dog for the world government. He aspired to be the sun himself. "I shall follow your command, Major." Carl saluted sternly. He merely sought to remind Do-hwan of the necessary decorum, understanding that the newly appointed major might not be fully acquainted with all the regulations. Unlike the fresh recruits from headquarters, he and the other seasoned veterans from Karp's command were aware of the major's limited time in the Navy, and many rules could have escaped his notice. But Do-hwan was well aware. He simply needed to execute his orders. "Excellent. Have someone retrieve these treasures, then disperse and continue your duties." Do-hwan waved his hand, casually stating, "Remember, the double salary includes my share, and I will bear all responsibilities." In truth, he held little interest in currency, as long as he had enough. It sufficed. Given his position as a major, most of his living expenses were covered by the headquarters. As long as he refrained from excessive indulgence, his salary would be more than sufficient to live comfortably. By taking a small portion for himself, he aimed to reassure his sailors. "Yes, sir." The naval personnel saluted in unison, their eyes shining with excitement. They joined the Navy for various reasons, some to fulfill their youthful and noble ideals, others to seek vengeance against pirates, and still others in pursuit of a respectable job that offers financial stability. Regardless of their motivations, the allure of a double salary each month is undeniably enticing. It not only enhances their quality of life, but also reflects Major Do-hwan's care and consideration for them. Compared to other sailors of the same rank, there exists a sense of superiority stemming from being meticulously trained and nurtured. With his arms crossed, Do-hwan gazed at the rolling waves, a slight smile gracing his lips. Another 500 loyalty points had been accrued, causing the loyalty meter to rise, a most gratifying sight. The average loyalty of the 50 elite sailors has reached 80 points, a level where they could potentially join him in rebellion after a moment of contemplation. Oh, no, rather, it is a testament to their unwavering loyalty. These are indeed the CRME de la CRME of the headquarters, promising talents with at least the potential of junior officers. Chapter 9. Listened. Yet unheeded in the blink of an eye, evening descended. The sky darkened gradually as the crimson sunset cast an orange hue upon the sea, its waves rising and falling in a mesmerizing display. A warship cut through the waves, returning to the port of the 141st Division. After a day filled with anxiety, Colonel Donald finally received news of Do-hwan's return. He hurriedly accompanied his aide, William, to greet him. There, he saw Do-hwan walking ahead, followed by soldiers dragging several bloodstained bags. Deputy Base Commander Do-hwan, you have truly caused me great distress today, Donald exclaimed with feigned concern as he approached Do-hwan. How could you be so reckless on your first day in an unfamiliar place? You should have brought a division officer to guide you. His worry was sincere. He feared that Do-hwan might inadvertently cross paths with the Vinsmoke family and come to a disastrous end. If he were to perish within 2 days, the headquarters would undoubtedly demand a thorough investigation. There's no need for concern, Base Commander. I would not venture out without assurance, Do-hwan reassured him, patting Donald on the shoulder. Today, I have annihilated the Tiger Shark pirate crew, and I kindly request your assistance in exchanging the bounty. Indeed, the Navy could redeem bounties, albeit at a mere 30%. After all, they utilized naval equipment, and it was a collective operation, which still required salary disbursement. The 30% was merely a concession granted by the warlord to the world government amidst the chaos of the Great Pirate Era. The Tiger Shark pirate crew? Donald, initially displeased by Do-hwan and Appo's shoulder pat, could hardly believe his ears. You mean the crew with a bounty of 27 million berries? The strongest pirate crew in the East Blue, led by Captain Click with a bounty of only 15 million? Even in the North Sea, where chaos reigns and pirate strength is formidable, a bounty of 27 million signifies a top-tier pirate. Indeed, I have eliminated that formidable crew, Do-hwan replied, gesturing to a tattered pirate flag behind him with calm assurance. You may examine it for yourself. Indeed, it is them. Donald's heart raced as he recognized the flag. The annihilation of a 27 million berry pirate crew in a single day signified that this junior officer was no ordinary talent. He was well aware that none of the other officers possessed such prowess. Verification can occur at any time, but first, please prepare a sumptuous feast for my soldiers in the mess hall. They must not be neglected, Do-hwan said with a slight smile, his tone earnest. Of course, I shall arrange it immediately. Donald nodded repeatedly, heightening his vigilance. This individual possessed both strength and an inclination to wander aimlessly. His collaboration with the Vinsmoke family and other factions posed a significant threat. No longer did he fear Do-hwan being casually eliminated. Rather, he worried that Do-hwan might disrupt his operations or, worse, land him in prison. William, you accompany Major Do-hwan to inventory the spoils. Donald instructed his aide with a meaningful glance, signaling for a thorough investigation. Once William set off, he trailed behind Do-hwan, earnestly advising, Major Do-hwan, I recognize your elite status within the division, your formidable strength, and your lofty aspirations. Please, do continue. I am all ears, Do-hwan replied, narrowing his eyes slightly and nodding. Donald gritted his teeth in frustration. Did this not make him appear subservient? He suppressed his irritation and continued, Major Do-hwan, in the future, it would be prudent to adhere to the division's assignments. You are aware that maintaining public order is of utmost importance, and your impulsive actions could adversely affect other deployments. By following the division and Appo's directives, you can maximize your potential and achieve commendation swiftly. He spoke as if imploring an elder, wishing only for Do-hwan to refrain from treading dangerous ground. Whether discovering his corruption or jeopardizing the Vinsmoke family's business, both scenarios would spell disaster. Indeed, you present a valid point. I shall give it due consideration, Do-hwan acknowledged, nodding. It seemed he would prioritize inspecting the patrol areas of the 141st Division the following day, ensuring that their jurisdiction was properly managed before venturing out to encounter fortunate pirates. That is splendid news. Donald felt a wave of relief wash over him, his posture straightening. It appeared that this junior officer responded better to gentle persuasion than to forceful admonitions. He would thus deploy more honeyed words in the future. The next day, within the base commander's office, following a night of meticulous inventory, Donald confirmed that Do-hwan had indeed eradicated the entire Tiger Shark pirate crew, thereby eliminating a notorious pirate presence in the North Sea. Given Do-hwan's willingness to heed counsel, he promptly allocated the 30% bounty reward. The bounty of 1 million berries from the Tiger Shark crew, combined with other miscellaneous rewards, totaled 77 million berries. Just as Donald was savoring a cigar in his office, exhaling clouds of smoke, William rushed in, visibly flustered. What is the matter? Can you not maintain a semblance of composure like myself? Donald flicked the ash from his cigar, frowning. He was merely awaiting the delineation of patrol boundaries for Do-hwan, after which he could slowly undermine or deal with him. With matters settled, there was no need for alarm. Gasping for breath, William finally managed to articulate, Deputy Base Commander, he has once again set sail with his subordinates. What? Donald sat up abruptly, his eyes widening in disbelief. Did he not say yesterday that he would consult with me about the route? How can he suddenly change his plans this morning? He looked at William, urgently inquiring whether Do-hwan had disclosed his destination or if he intended to venture into the open sea in search of fortune like the day before. It is not a mere search for luck. He has taken a map from us, stating that he intends to clear our territorial waters before pursuing other pirates. William explained. The urgency palpable. Donald felt a wave of despair wash over him. This is even worse than a random search for fortune. To ensure the smooth execution of the Vinsmoke family and Oppos as transactions, they have arranged the trading location within our jurisdiction. Although the Vinsmoke family may not have an immediate transaction today, should fortune lead them to an unfortunate encounter, it would spell disaster. Quick, contact the Vinsmoke family and cancel all transactions. Donald regained his composure, instructing William. Inform them that our headquarters has dispatched an envoy to investigate our cooperation. He gritted his teeth, his voice sharp. Tell them that once I have dealt with the envoy, we shall resume transactions. It will not take long. He knew full well that Do-hwan was no envoy, yet the actions he took were akin to those of one, posing an enormous threat to Donald. Understood. I will make contact immediately. William nodded vigorously before exiting the office to initiate secret communications. Soon, the message was conveyed. While the Vinsmoke family expressed dissatisfaction, they ultimately decided to change to a more complicated trading location or postpone non-urgent transactions, considering their past pleasant collaborations with the 141st Division. Some of the incurred losses would be borne by Donald. Damn it. Donald slammed his fist on the desk, fury consuming him. Since you, Do-hwan, refused to show respect, do not blame me for the consequences. Chapter 10. The incompetence of the base commander in the waters of Beihai, within the jurisdiction of the 141st Division. Gentle ripples danced across the deep blue sea as a flock of newsbirds soared through the sky. The Beihai branch of the World Economic Journal diligently reported the news of the Tiger Shark pirate crew's annihilation by the Navy, and the papers were promptly distributed throughout Beihai. Indeed, the newspapers flew off the shelves, creating quite a stir in the region. Many new recruits on the Do-hwan warship purchased copies to commemorate their initial accomplishments, fostering a growing sense of belonging and honor. Meanwhile, aboard the warship, several sailors peered through telescopes, scanning the horizon for any signs that might indicate the presence of pirates. Their eyes, sharp as eagles, refused to overlook any potential clues, setting aside the honor of appearing in the newspapers. The sailors were motivated by the memory of Major Do-hwan's generous gesture yesterday when he paid their double monthly salaries and pirate bounties right on the spot. They were eager to hunt down more pirates, especially considering that only 10 days had passed this month. An entire month's additional salary received 20 days early. As they gazed at the tall figure standing at the ship's bow, admiration and emotion welled up within them. Do-hwan raised his hand slightly, prompting a keen-eyed sailor to rush forward. With a slight frown, Do-hwan commanded, change course to 30 degrees northwest and proceed at full speed. Aye, sir. The sailor responded promptly, relaying the order. Following yesterday's precise prediction of the Tiger Shark pirate crew's maneuvers, their faith in Do-hwan's abilities was unwavering. Although today's course change was somewhat unusual, they still placed their trust in the Major. However, Do-hwan found himself puzzled. Why would a seemingly stable pirate crew suddenly veer off course? He had initially identified a formidable gang only to witness them unexpectedly change direction, their vessel moving faster than his warship, leaving him unable to pursue. Yet, he noted that there were smaller pirate crews in other directions, and he was determined not to return empty-handed. It was rather absurd. Were the Navy of the 141st Division truly inept? In such a short time within their jurisdiction, he had discovered more pirates than in the entire previous day. Although their quality paled in comparison to the Tiger Shark pirate crew, their sheer numbers were staggering. Donald had claimed the jurisdiction was under pressure, yet the situation had clearly escalated, indicating internal issues, either incompetence or malice. Do-hwan squinted, contemplating the position of base commander. Donald's ineptitude had allowed the jurisdiction to deteriorate. It was imperative that he take charge. Should he ascend to the role of base commander? He would ensure that no one dared to infringe upon his territory. Major, we've spotted a small group of pirates. An alert lookout called out. All units, engage. Let us see your performance today. Do-hwan returned to his senses, addressing his troops. Yes, sir. They responded enthusiastically, eager to prove themselves and not disappoint the Major. Standing on the deck, Do-hwan observed his men clashing with the pirates, with the Navy overwhelmingly gaining the upper hand. Among them, some distinguished themselves remarkably, warranting further development in the future. As he noticed pirates attempting to flee by diving into the sea, Do-hwan silently shaped his fingers into the form of a gun. Rapid fire, he commanded, as air bullets rained down, striking the pirates and extinguishing their already tenuous hopes of survival. Before long, the battlefield was cleared, and the warships set sail once more, heading towards the next location where pirates might be found. In the evening, Do-hwan returned to the base, laden with spoils. However, this time, he did not see Donald waiting to greet him. Only his aide, William, stood at the port, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Deputy Commander, you've certainly angered the base commander today, William exclaimed, jogging to Do-hwan's side with a sigh. You agreed yesterday to discuss actions, yet you acted so impulsively today. You must apologize to the base commander later. Otherwise, he may lodge a complaint with the headquarters or restrict your actions, and that would be quite embarrassing. He had come to convey the final message, clarifying the displeasing sentiments of Donald. Should Do-hwan ignore him completely, the consequences outlined by the higher-ups would inevitably come to pass. Are you instructing me on how to act? Do-hwan narrowed his eyes and swiftly struck William. The sound of the slap echoed as William spun 720 degrees in the air before landing, bewildered and sprawled on the ground. His mind buzzing as if a swarm of flies had invaded his ears. Pathetic, Do-hwan remarked disdainfully, glancing at the feeble aide. Tell Donald he can file a complaint if he wishes. Let him try to restrict me as well. You incompetent fools cannot even manage your own jurisdiction. Do not flaunt your authority in front of me. After a day of patrolling the area, he had eliminated 8 pirate crews, bringing back over 300 heads. Among them, he had timely rescued 4 small villages, garnering over 30,000 points of loyalty, totaling an impressive 43,279 points. Such achievements in a single day only underscored the profound incompetence of this division. Major Do-hwan, remember your words. William snapped back to reality, clutching his mouth in extreme resentment. You have assaulted a colleague. Your crimes are egregious. Say what you will, Do-hwan retorted coldly. Now, have the mess hall prepare a lavish meal for my men and ensure the bounties are accounted for. Then, kindly remove yourself from my sight. I am afflicted by a severe case of irritation. Without a glance back at the still reeling William, he strode toward the inner resting area, accompanied by his somewhat dazed and astonished sailors. William shot a venomous glance at Do-hwan before laboriously rising from the ground, staggering as he sought out Donald. However, as a consequence of Do-hwan's arrogance, the mess hall that day served only a meager broth, devoid of any richness. The finance department's processing of bounties was excruciatingly slow, lacking the efficiency of the previous day's swift settlement, leaving Lieutenant Carl, responsible for the disbursement, waiting for over an hour without progress. Even the supply clerk responsible for oil requisitions was met with news of a shortage and promptly dismissed. An hour later, Do-hwan received word of the various obstructions. Scoffing to himself, how amusing. They cannot defeat pirates, cannot maintain control of their jurisdiction, yet they excel at internal sabotage. It had only been a brief while since he struck William, and already the entire operation was under lockdown. He couldn't believe that they could mobilize such an immediate response. It was evident they had long prepared for this assault. Major, what should we do now? Should we file a complaint with the headquarters? Lieutenant Carl inquired, furrowing his brow as he turned to Do-hwan. This was his first encounter with such a situation. He had always enjoyed smooth sailing under Captain Karp's command. Given the circumstances, filing a report may yield no results, a seasoned officer observed, shaking his head. Indeed, we have violated certain protocols, and the base commander's actions, while targeted, do not contravene any rules, merely lacking in human compassion. If we escalate this, it may devolve into a chaotic tug-of-war without resolution. Despite being a new recruit, he possessed a profound understanding of the Navy's structure. As an arm of the world government, the Navy was deeply influenced by its authority, often mired in cliches and bureaucratic inefficiencies. Chapter 11. The General's Ineptitude. You must strive. Roman, do you have any military relatives? Do-hwan inquired with keen interest. With only 50 soldiers under his command, it was not difficult to remember their names. Roman had exhibited remarkable prowess during the day while combating pirates, and now his demeanor did not resemble that of an ordinary soldier. Major, do you remember my name? Roman asked, somewhat astonished. They had only known each other for 4 or 5 days. Prior to that, they were mere strangers. He didn't even know the names of his roommates. Yet the major remembered his. I have but a few subordinates, all of whom are elite. Thus, it is only fitting to remember their names. Do-hwan nodded slightly, then returned to his earlier question. After hesitating for a moment, Roman gritted his teeth and replied, "My father is General Hua Xiaoshan. Please do not treat me differently." Major. Ah, so he comes from a military lineage. No wonder he sees things so clearly, Do-hwan realized, patting Roman on the shoulder. Rest assured, here we speak only of merit. Do not think that because you are the son of a general, I would afford you any special treatment. If you were the father of a marshal, perhaps I might assign you a leisurely position at the gate. Laughter erupted among the other sailors surrounding Do-hwan. However, their gazes towards Do-hwan reflected a deeper admiration. Such words could only come from a leader who was a breath of fresh air within the Navy. Major. I was overthinking it, Roman said, his head bowed in embarrassment. Although the sentiment was not without some truth, it came across rather crudely. Observing the atmosphere lighten, Do-hwan raised his arm and proclaimed, "Everyone has worked hard today. Since the cafeteria has not provided us with decent meals, let us venture out for a proper feast. The expenses will be deducted from our previous bounty." After everyone had eaten their fill and rested well, he added, "As for those who are being targeted, I possess both the strength and means to deal with them. If we are to engage, let us see who outplays whom. A mere branch colonel dares to stir trouble in my presence. Major, splendid. After we have dined, we shall deal with them." With 50 sailors rallying around Do-hwan, they strode confidently towards the tavern outside the base. Meanwhile, several observant branch sailors hastily reported back to Donald. In the office of the base commander, chaos ensued once more. That night, Do-hwan returned with his sailors, having dined well, to the dormitory of the branch. Thankfully, Donald showed some restraint and did not create any disturbances in the dormitory. Had he done so, it would have been a matter of swords drawn and bloodshed. After 2 hours of swordsmanship practice, Do-hwan felt a slight improvement in his skills. He calculated precisely that he required approximately 2 more months of dedicated training to advance from a high-level swordsman to a supreme swordsman. Just as he was about to wash up and retire for the night in his 4-room dormitory, the phone bug rang incessantly. He possessed only 2 phone bugs, one for contacting Carp and the other directly linked to Sengoku. The one ringing now was Sengoku-S. Do-hwan picked up the phone bug and sincerely said, "Marshal Sengoku, why are you still awake at this late hour? You must take care of your health. You are the pillar of the Navy. Should you overexert yourself, it would be a loss for the entire Navy. If you have any special tasks, please do not hesitate to assign them. I shall endeavor to eliminate all evildoers for you." He thought to himself, which of the 4 emperors has been misbehaving? I shall pay them a visit. He was quite certain of the reason for Sengoku and Appo's call, but he hoped that by flattering him, no issues would arise. Sengoku's ears perked up, as if enchanted by celestial music, feeling an inexplicable comfort wash over him. This young man possesses a remarkable way with words. His eloquence had previously swayed Sengoku into granting him a fleet of elite soldiers. Now, hearing such fresh expressions provided a different kind of delight. Sengoku's tone shifted from one of reproach to a gentler demeanor. Do-hwan, I have heard that your interactions with your colleagues at Branch 141 have not been particularly pleasant. It was not merely a matter of being unpleasant. Base Commander Donald had lodged a complaint with the headquarters, listing several grievances against Do-hwan, practically calling for a tribunal. Accusations of insubordination, disruptive behavior, and even allegations of excessive force against fellow soldiers were leveled against him. While it was indeed true that there had been some discord, Do-hwan readily acknowledged this, but then pivoted the conversation, stating, however, "Marshal, this is not my fault. I have been here for only 2 days and have already eliminated the Tiger Shark pirate group with a bounty of 27 million, as well as dealt with over 300 pirates in our jurisdiction. While I understand that this may seem trivial in comparison to your achievements, in the context of Branch 141, it is indeed significant. I consider myself diligent in my duties." He laid out his accomplishments as a foundation for his defense. "Indeed. You have performed commendably," Sengoku responded, unabashedly praising him. He had been monitoring Do-hwan's progress, having a newspaper from the North Sea on his desk. Though he had once dealt with pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million, Do-hwan's achievements in just 2 days were already comparable to the results of many branches over the course of 2 to 3 years. "While you have earned recognition for your efforts, Donald seems less inclined to acknowledge it," Do-hwan continued, feigning grievance. "I eradicated the Tiger Shark pirate group, and he insisted on prioritizing jurisdiction. After I eliminated 8 pirate groups within our area, he accused me of disregarding orders. Just today, upon returning from dispatching pirates, he cut off my fuel supplies, prepared meals devoid of any sustenance, and withheld my bounty. How could I possibly maintain a good relationship with him? He presented himself as a loyal subordinate, devoid of the arrogance he had displayed when confronting William. You make a valid point, Sengoku conceded with a slight nod, sighing. However, Colonel Donald has served at Branch 141 for many years, and his annual performance has always been commendable. Perhaps he is somewhat rigid and stern, but he is also a capable officer. A heart-to-heart conversation with him may resolve your differences. Sengoku, concerned that Do-hwan might feel slighted, quickly added, "Do not think I am not assisting you. You are destined to become a marshal, and resolving conflicts is an essential skill. One cannot solely possess a righteous heart." Marshal Sengoku, have you already determined me as your successor? Do-hwan seized upon the key point, feigning excitement. Ah, yes, Sengoku chuckled, continuing. Akainu is too impulsive. Akiji is too lenient, and Kizaru is too indifferent. The position of general is in need of someone like you. You must strive to excel. In truth, he had his sights set on Akiji, yet Do-hwan's age made him a suitable candidate for the next marshal. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint your expectations. When the time comes, I will ensure harmony among the three admirals. Do-hwan declared earnestly, a smile gracing his face. Cough, it is getting late. Do take care of yourself. Sengoku coughed a couple of times before abruptly ending the call. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing he had nearly fallen into Do-hwan and Appo's trap today. This young man was far more articulate than his Uncle Carp. Sengoku rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache brewing. He had not resolved any of Donald and Appo's complaints and had instead painted a rosy picture for Do-hwan regarding his future as a marshal. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 1 in the morning. He took out a piece of paper to jot down some notes, placing it at the top of his to-do list. Kizaru happened to be free these days, so he decided to send him to the North Sea to assess the situation. After communicating with Do-hwan and Donald, the warring states suspect that the situation at the North Sea Branch 141 base may be more complex than it initially appears. The eradication of 300 pirates within a single day in their jurisdiction not only showcases Do-hwan's capabilities but also indicates that the circumstances of Branch 141 are far from the flattering portrayal presented in Donald's report. It also provides Kizaru with insight into the origins of Do-hwan's 3 major sins. Chapter 12. A successful coup is called reform. In the early morning, Do-hwan was training on the grounds alongside his soldiers. Some were performing weighted push-ups, others were running laps with burdens, while pairs engaged in combat drills, all with fervor. Do-hwan, however, was in a clear space practicing swordsmanship. The blade he wielded was the supreme Great Blade, Kagetsu, retrieved from the system space that very morning. The sword measured 170 centimeters in total length, with a 30-centimeter handle and a 140-centimeter blade. The handle was intricately etched for both grip and aesthetic appeal, while the blade gleamed with a silvery brightness, as cool and serene as the moonlight, capable of slicing through hair with ease. As a supreme great blade, it possessed no extravagant attributes, only unparalleled sharpness and exceptional durability, perfectly suiting Do-hwan's preferences. He practiced basic movements such as slashes, chops, and thrusts, accumulating substantial experience through diligent effort. Having reached the realm of a great swordsman, he no longer required elaborate training. Instead, he focused on honing his fundamentals, cultivating his momentum, and comprehending the essence of his art. In the midst of this, 3 hours swiftly passed. With the conclusion of his sword training, his subordinate sailors ceased their exercises as well. Lieutenant Carl approached Do-hwan, whispering, "Major, the fuel management remains in control. It will be difficult for us to return once we venture out. The soldiers at the base only heed the orders of the base commander. My authority as deputy base commander seems to hold no weight." Do-hwan frowned slightly, casting a glance at Carl. The 141st Unit was a fully staffed combat unit of 1,000, accompanied by a logistics team of 300. Was it true that all these men were merely Donald's lackeys? The soldiers claimed that the keys were held by Donald's men, rendering their obedience futile. Carl shook his head, his expression grim. Direct control? Keeping the pirates locked in their homes? He must be feeling quite pleased with himself. Do-hwan turned to the observing junior officers and rebuked them sharply. Several junior officers hastily averted their gazes, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. They were aware of Do-hwan's prowess. Having vanquished the Tiger Shark pirate crew, they knew they stood no chance against him. "Humph, mere vermin," Do-hwan scoffed disdainfully. "Major, shall we engage in additional training today?" Carl stood erect, advising, "We can enhance our strength without letting ourselves be provoked by such individuals. If he refuses to relent today, shall we simply train harder? If he persists in his refusal, shall we train every day? We came here to combat pirates, to achieve greatness. We can train anywhere. Do-hwan retorted sharply. His expression fierce. I told you yesterday, I possess ample strength and means to deal with such filth. Carl and Roman stepped forward earnestly, stating, Major, please instruct us on how to proceed. We will follow your lead. All hands assemble. Do-hwan and Appos' expression remained serene. At ease. 50 elite sailors instantly lined up. The incompetence of the base commander had led to the fall of their jurisdiction, villages were plundered, and the populace was filled with grievances. Reports surfaced of corruption. And it was time for him to reflect and step down gracefully. Do-hwan and Appos' countenance was unyielding as he spoke solemnly. Hiss. The 50 sailors were taken aback, shocked. What was he planning? The euphemistic call for a resignation sounded more like intimidation. A few sailors exchanged glances and surrounded Do-hwan, ensuring no one else could see within. Carl whispered beside him, Major, threatening the commander with force seems akin to a coup. If the higher-ups catch wind of this, the consequences for you as the commanding officer could be severe. Roman concurred. Why not quietly bind him and give him a good thrashing? As long as he withholds our permissions, we'll keep beating him until he submits. The other sailors nodded in agreement. This plan seemed quite sensible. Though the repercussions of being discovered could be grave, they paled in comparison to Do-hwan and Appos' initial suggestion. They now realized the extent of Do-hwan's audacity and were genuinely fearful of his potential retribution. Despite their brief acquaintance, they felt a unique bond with their commander. It was unlikely they would ever encounter another leader like him in the Navy. I appreciate your goodwill, Do-hwan said with sincerity, but your approach merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. He is a calamity in his current position. My method may not carry as much risk. A failed coup merely paves the way for reform. We shall shoot the arrow before drawing the target. Once Donald is toppled, we will surely uncover evidence of his misdeeds. And if none exists, he is more than capable of fabricating it. Do-hwan parted the soldiers surrounding him, speaking calmly. I understand your sense of justice and your reluctance to breach military discipline. Remain here and await my return. If you still wish to follow me then, I shall treat you all as before. He grasped the blade kagetsu and strode purposefully toward Donald's office. Ironically, his first visit to the commander's office after arriving at the base was to instigate trouble. Donald? You fool, I hope you Haven and Appos' done anything too nefarious. Let us proceed. Upon receiving reports from the populace, the base commander was revealed to be corrupt and incompetent. Embezzling funds, Do-hwan and his troops would investigate thoroughly, ensuring no innocent souls were wronged. Carl, Roman, and all the elite sailors followed Do-hwan's lead. A few clever sailors even began to chant slogans. What were they up to? They were targeting the base commander. Madness, sheer madness. The junior officers who had been monitoring Do-hwan were momentarily stunned. Wasn't Appos' it merely a matter of applying pressure? Wasn't Appos' it just a bit of targeting? Wasn't it sufficient to rest at the base rather than engage pirates? Now, these newcomers were intent on confronting the base commander. They were all lunatics. Several of Donald and Appos' staunch loyalists rushed to his office to relay the news. Meanwhile, within Donald and Appos' office, William and Appos' left cheek was swollen, his teeth protruding, but they're here. We can end Appos' get out. Donald, hearing the peculiar accent, felt exasperated. Please, keep your comments concise. I can hardly understand you. Yesterday, I lodged a complaint with the headquarters, and I heard it has been taken up directly by the Marshal of the Warring States. I suspect Do-hwan and Appos' have many peaceful days ahead. Yet, considering his name, Monkey D Doo-hwan, he might have ties to Vice Admiral Garp. William covered his mouth, struggling to maintain composure. My report is not baseless, it is substantiated. Is your face not still swollen? Donald sipped his tea leisurely. I don't expect the headquarters to handle this with due seriousness. Transferring him elsewhere should suffice, no? The base commander is wise, William praised, giving a thumbs up. Donald spun in his chair. Seething, he has caused me considerable loss. If he were to leave simply, I would indeed feel a sense of regret. He contemplated whether to find someone to bag him and teach him a lesson. However, given Do-hwan and Appos' capabilities, it seemed no one besides the formidable Vinsmoke judge could stand against this young man. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed through the room. Donald and Appos' expression soured. And he bellowed, "What is the commotion? Keep it down." Bang. The office door flew open, crashing into William and pinning him against the wall. Do-hwan smiled at Donald, saying, "There has been a report. Base Commander, your misdeeds have surfaced. Regardless of the truth, your presence alone suggests there is an issue. Chapter 13, FBI, open up. As the door was kicked open by Do-hwan, Donald, and Amp, Appo's mind went blank. Had the incident been exposed? Did Do-hwan know? How could he possibly know anything? After all, without concrete evidence, who could touch him? Who would dare? Donald and Appo's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted at Do-hwan. Major Do, what do you intend to do? Bursting into my office and making baseless accusations, are you attempting a rebellion? Do-hwan nodded honestly. Seeing Donald and Appo's drastic change in demeanor, he felt reassured. Clearly, this old man was not clean. Donald was taken aback. What are you nodding for? Are you truly rebelling? With that, Do-hwan charged forward, suppressing the black devil of the American sheriff. Donald fell to the ground, gasping for air as a knee pressed down on him, his face turning red as he gasped. Let go. I can end Appo's. Breathe. At that moment, the naval officers following Do-hwan witnessed the scene and collectively gasped. My goodness, that was fast. They were astonished. Yet their bodies immediately blocked the entrance, preventing the branch officers from seeing what was unfolding. The base commander is guilty of heinous crimes. I have subdued him on the spot. Do-hwan stood up, placing a foot on Donald and Appo's head, and called out to the doorway. Two of you. Come in and search thoroughly. Leave no evidence behind. Yes, Major. Carl and Roman dashed into the office like wolves, rummaging through everything. Do-hwan pulled open a drawer from the desk, finding nothing but some branch documents. He casually picked one up and discovered it was a document concerning Donald and Appo's orders to control fuel supplies. Do-hwan remained calm, applying slight pressure with his foot. Donald and Appo's face turned a shade of purple, feeling increasingly suffocated. Major, the evidence of Donald and Appo's crimes is rather obscure, Carl and Roman remarked cautiously after searching the office. Cold sweat trickled down their backs as they wondered if they had made a mistake. Do-hwan looked down at Donald and sneered. Well, you're not entirely foolish. At least you know how to hide things. I have committed no crime. Your actions will be judged by the headquarters. Donald's face contorted as he endured the pain. Speaking fiercely, Do-hwan leisurely pulled a paper from the desk and declared loudly, Stop denying it. I have found your correspondence with the Tiger Shark Pirate Group, you beast. What are you saying? Donald was initially shocked, then furiously retorted, You're talking nonsense. Although he had collaborated with various factions, he had absolutely no ties with the Tiger Shark Pirate Group. Whether it was true or false would be revealed upon investigation. He would clear his name. Do-hwan let out a cold laugh and addressed Carl and Roman. Carl, take half the men and announce that the base commander has been arrested. We have uncovered numerous grievous charges of embezzlement, dereliction of duty, and bribery, but there are still additional crimes unexamined. A bounty of 1 million berries for any informants. Those who confess related crimes will have their sentences halved. Roman, you take the other half and go to Donald's quarters and Lieutenant Williams' quarters to gather evidence. Detain anyone who obstructs you. He was not worried about being exposed. In this day and age, officials in trouble commonly face charges of embezzlement, dereliction of duty, and bribery. Shouting it out would surely garner belief. You dare. I am the appointed commander by the headquarters. You have no right to investigate me. Donald shouted from the ground. Panic etched on his face. If Do-hwan carried out his threats, his secrets would surely not remain hidden. His dealings with the Vince Mock family and other criminal organizations were not something he and his aide could manage alone. He could not guarantee that all his subordinates would keep their mouths shut. In this space, many knew of his corrupt dealings, although most lacked evidence. Do-hwan only needed to catch a whiff of suspicion to secure his downfall. Do you think I wouldn't dare? Do-hwan sneered, calling out to the hesitant duo. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up. When you initiate the investigation, act decisively. Understood, Major. Carl and Roman gritted their teeth and rushed out. Roman bellowed. Half to the left with me, we'll seize the ill-gotten gains. Carl shouted, half to the right with me, we'll announce the charges. In an instant, the two groups split and charged into action. Officers arriving to assess the situation were thrown into disarray. Non-combatants, stand back. Non-combatants, stand back. Former base commander Donald is guilty of corruption, accepting bribes, and numerous other serious crimes. Today, those who come forward with accusations will have their past crimes halved. Anyone who harbors fugitives will face increased penalties. The two waves of Navy officers shouted with righteous indignation as they encountered anyone in their path. Many with ulterior motives turned and fled, only to be apprehended on the spot. Some officers stood frozen, uncertain of what to do. While a few die-hard loyalists attempted to storm the office to rescue Donald, each met with a kick from Do-hwan. Carl and Roman found it increasingly easy to search. The behavior of these individuals only confirmed that significant crimes were indeed afoot within the base. When a ledger was discovered in Lieutenant William and Appo's room, and several junior officers stepped forward to provide testimony, everything fell into place. Carl and Roman returned to the office with their findings, their eyelids twitching in surprise. The once empty office, now a chaotic scene filled with numerous individuals. Major, this was found in Lieutenant William and Appo's possession. It records their dealings with the underworld, including the financial flows from their collaboration with the Vince-Mock family. We've also located 1 billion berries within the base, likely part of their illicit earnings. Roman handed over a thick stack of documents, his gaze toward Donald filled with disdain. Major, these are the testimonies provided by several officers, along with some evidence. More and more informants continue to come forward. Carl presented a box containing documents and valuable items as evidence. Excellent work. You all have done remarkably well. This month, you'll receive a 5-fold bonus on your salaries. Do-hwan smiled at the Navy officers before him. Addressing Carl and Roman, I will submit promotion reports for both of you. He was aware of Donald and Appo's misdeeds, but had not anticipated the magnitude of his wrongdoings. Collaborating with the Vince-Mock family to smuggle arms while collecting protection fees from various criminal factions, Donald truly wielded unparalleled power within the branch. Thank you for your guidance. Major, Carl and Roman saluted in unison. The other elite Navy officers behind them were equally excited. Not only had they captured a significant criminal, but they were also rewarded by Major Do-hwan. Truly a double blessing. Meanwhile, Donald felt as if the world around him had grown deafening. His face drained of color. He realized his fate was sealed. He reminisced about his past, recalling when he too was an idealistic youth, never imagining he would sink to such depths alongside pirates. It was only after a cunning pirate presented him with a gift that he trampled on the red line of naval discipline, becoming increasingly entangled in corruption. This was the result of loosening his ideological restraints, distorting his psyche, and indulging in reckless behavior. With a hollow gaze, Donald was consumed by infinite regret. Chapter 14. The Navy will not disappoint you. Clang, clang. Donald and his subordinates were temporarily imprisoned in the branch jail. Sunlight streamed through the iron bars, illuminating their pale, despondent faces. They had never anticipated this turn of events. Do-hwan had arrived at the branch 3 days ago, swiftly eliminating pirates in merely 2 days. And on the 3rd day, he had apprehended them. The speed of these developments was astonishing, leaving them utterly unprepared. Carl, take a squad to ensure their security. It is imperative that they remain safe, Do-hwan instructed, standing at the jail and Appo's entrance. They are serious offenders and must be handed over to headquarters for trial before execution. If they perish here, it could lead to complications. I understand, Major, Carl replied, nodding earnestly. I assure you, I will guarantee their safety. Not a single one shall die in this branch. Very well. Do-hwan patted Carl on the shoulder and turned to leave. For he had many pressing matters to attend to. With Donald and Appo's downfall, the entire branch, including over 1,300 personnel, was engulfed in trepidation. Many had participated in Donald's dealings and needed to be identified and dealt with harshly, while others would require ideological education before they could be effectively utilized. The atmosphere within the 141st branch was decaying, making it difficult to maintain an upright environment. Therefore, it was high time to arrange a team for rectification and ideological reform. However, before proceeding with that, he needed to call Admiral Sengoku to report his achievements and avert any misunderstandings. In the base commander's office, Do-hwan sat comfortably in Donald's former leather chair. He took out a din-din mushi and dialed the distant headquarters. Blurp, blurp. Sengoku had just finished processing a batch of documents and was resting in his office, occasionally recalling the phone call from the previous night. The Navy and Appo's towering white pillars and golden beams were truly a reflection of himself. Do-hwan understood him too well. A mysterious smile graced Sengoku and Appo's face, lifting his spirits immensely. At that moment, he heard the din-din mushi ringing. Relaxed, he picked it up without a glance and gently asked, "Who is this? What is your business?" "This is Major Deputy Commander of the 141st Branch, Monkey D. Doo-hwan, with an important report." Do-hwan and Appo's voice was serious and formal. "Oh, it and Appo's Do-hwan." Sengoku's expression softened, as gentle as a spring breeze. Is this regarding the conflict with the base commander? I have already dispatched Admiral Kazara to assist you. If you have any opinions, please direct them to him. Admiral Sengoku. Former base commander Donald has been apprehended by me, awaiting transport for trial. He has committed acts of corruption, colluding with the Vinsmoke family and other criminal organizations, accepting substantial bribes. The evidence is irrefutable, and I request headquarters and Oppo's intervention. Do-hwan declared resolutely. What? Sengoku's jaw dropped in disbelief, and he quickly sat up straight. You say he colluded with the Vinsmoke family, and you have already captured him? Just yesterday. Donald had reported Do-hwan, disparaging him as a grave threat to the branch, portraying himself as a guardian of its integrity. Now, he was imprisoned. Such a rapid reversal was astonishing. Indeed, I received the report in the morning, and by noon, I had already clarified several major offenses. He is currently incarcerated in the branch jail along with several of his subordinates, Do-hwan asserted, nodding in affirmation. Understood. I grasp the situation now. Sengoku rubbed his temples, speaking in a low voice. You must ensure his safety. I have dispatched Admiral Kazara to handle the paperwork. This situation is delicate. It is troubling that he was reported yesterday and captured today. I fear that Do-hwan may have acted impulsively. Rest assured, Admiral, I have exercised utmost caution, and no harm has come to him. The primary evidence is prepared, including a billion-berry bribe and detailed records of Donald and Oppo's dealings with the Vinsmoke family and other factions. Do-hwan sensed Sengoku and Oppo's skepticism and passionately declared, Admiral Sengoku, when I first received this intelligence, I too was incredulous, but the facts are undeniable. If you believe I am settling personal scores, then punish me as you see fit. I shall not utter a word of protest. If you wish, revoke my position, and I shall return home to fish. My brother dragon can certainly console me. He seemed to feel an immense grievance, as if he were the one imprisoned. He was the son of Garp and Oppo's elder brother, and his parents had perished due to the vengeance of pirates seeking retribution against Garp. Although those pirates were later dealt with by Garp, the dead could not be resurrected, with guilt weighing heavily on him. Garp had taken in the 30-year-old dragon as a baby, vowing to take care of Do-hwan. Though somewhat eccentric, it seemed reasonable under Garp's influence. Stop, stop, stop! Do-hwan, don't speak in anger. Sengoku quickly reassured him, speaking softly. I personally trust you. However, this matter is significant, and headquarters must verify the details. Do not utter any thoughts of returning home to fish. Our vast Navy headquarters still needs you to uphold the banner. Returning home to fish, and requiring consolation from Dragon? That would surely lead to some revolutionary antics. He believed Do-hwan would not turn to piracy, for the young man was imbued with righteousness. However, should he be swayed by Monkey D, Dragon, fueled by fervor to overthrow the corrupt world government and navy, it would be a considerable risk. Admiral Sengoku, I heed your words. Do-hwan replied obediently, feigning confusion as he inquired, Admiral, considering the vastness of the 141st branch, how could the base commander engage in collusion with criminal elements? Does he not harbor any sense of justice? How many others in the Navy share his disposition? Can we truly protect the lives of civilians as Navy officers? He sighed, engulfed in agonizing turmoil. I once believed that joining the Navy would allow me to eradicate all pirates and realize a vision of world peace, yet it seems that is not the case. Perhaps I should take a leave of absence to contemplate the true meaning of serving in the Navy. A profound sense of disillusionment emanated from him, as if he had sustained a grievous blow, shattering his admiration for the Navy. Sengoku gasped, nearly losing his breath. He envisioned a genuinely righteous youth joining the Navy with ideals, only to be wounded by corruption, spiraling into self-doubt. What a remarkable young man. He could not allow this promising talent to become another dragon. Do-hwan was an even greater prodigy, a master of armament hockey at the tender age of 18. A sure elite rear admiral in the making. Such a talent had already joined the Navy. Should he flee due to its darkness, Sengoku would be left regretting it profoundly. Sengoku and Oppo's mind raced, and he promptly declared, Do-hwan, once Admiral Kazara returns with Donald to headquarters, I will appoint you as the base commander of the 141st branch. You shall cleanse the atmosphere and restore the Navy's justice. Do-hwan, the Navy does have its share of corrupt elements, and I apologize for that. However, the majority of the Navy comprises idealistic and ambitious individuals of integrity. Being with them will allow you to experience true justice. In a few days, I will dispatch a few exceptional talents to your branch to reignite your confidence. Sengoku earnestly persuaded him, offering various conditions. Indeed, It was unwise to send a young man to independently manage a branch. It was not that Do-hwan lacked capability. He had demonstrated his competence within 3 days, executing tasks impeccably. Yet, the beliefs of young individuals were easily shattered. It would be beneficial to have more like-minded individuals around him to inspire and safeguard his resolve. Very well. Do-hwan seemed to regain some composure, affirmatively stating, "Admiral Sengoku, I believe in you." Sengoku inhaled deeply, feeling the weight of that trust. He spoke solemnly. "Do-hwan, work diligently. The Navy will not let you down." After offering further words of comfort, he reluctantly ended the call. This child is truly wonderful. Chapter 15, Kizaru. I prefer not to speak at the entrance of Branch 141. Kizaru stood in silence, having just terminated a call with Sengoku. His mission had shifted from investigating the conflict between Donald and Do-hwan to confirming Donald's transgressions. As he understood it, Do-hwan, the Admiral's esteemed nephew, had only been at the branch for 3 days. In just 3 days, the young man had managed to usurp the position of branch commander, truly formidable. According to the latest directives from Admiral Sengoku, Kizaru was merely to ascertain the evidence of wrongdoing and subsequently escort the former commander, Donald Wilson, back to headquarters for trial. Additionally, he was to offer some encouragement to Major Do-hwan, urging him to excel in his responsibilities. How bothersome, Kizaru mused with a sigh, his gaze clouded with melancholy. A supposed holiday was squandered on such errands, leaving him feeling as though he might retire prematurely. Meanwhile, several naval officers stationed at the base's entrance recognized Kizaru. "It's Admiral Kizaru. Quickly, notify Major Do-hwan." They immediately identified him as one of the world's most renowned powerhouses, the pinnacle of strength for the world government. Yet, they pondered why such a formidable figure would visit their humble branch. Was it concerning Major Do-hwan or the vice commander? Rushing forward with a mix of caution and reverence, they greeted him. "Admiral Kizaru, welcome to Branch 141 for your inspection. Please, follow us." Kizaru nodded slightly, lazily trailing behind the officers. 2 of them hastened ahead to inform Do-hwan of Kizaru's presence. Inside the base, sailors also recognized Kizaru's arrival, immediately identifying the iconic visage. A few junior officers exchanged glances, gritting their teeth before rushing toward Kizaru, exclaiming, "Admiral Kizaru, please intervene on our behalf." "Oh?" Kizaru narrowed his eyes slightly. The situation was becoming more complicated. "Unbeknownst to you, a few days ago, our branch commander had a dispute with the newly arrived major from headquarters, who has since used force to detain him. Many of our officers have also been imprisoned alongside him. He claims the commander has committed grave offenses, but this is undoubtedly slander. He has only been here for 3 days and spent 2 of them battling pirates without conducting any investigations. You must help us." They spoke earnestly, their faces a mixture of desperation and sincerity. These officers had been elevated by Donald, enjoying a life of ease and security, often granted paid leave by their commander. With Donald's arrest, their comfortable existence was jeopardized. Having previously evaded Do-hwan's clutches due to fear, they now felt emboldened. After all, how could Do-hwan's strength compare to that of an admiral? With Kizaru's arrival, they felt a renewed sense of hope. Surely, once Kizaru unraveled the truth, Donald would be reinstated, and they would receive promotions and raises. Kizaru listened attentively, his expression tranquil. "I have understood your concerns and shall address them with Major Do-hwan shortly." His tone remained nonchalant. His primary mission was to engage with Do-hwan. He could not simply accept the claims of these officers. Admiral Sengoku held significant expectations for Do-hwan, perceiving him as a budding force of justice that required gentle handling. If he were to be swayed by these officers, Kizaru would bear the brunt of the consequences. How things unfold will be best left for Do-hwan to elucidate. What? Just like that? The officers were taken aback, disillusioned that Kizaru did not intend to take immediate action. At that moment, Do-hwan strode confidently toward Kizaru, beaming with enthusiasm. "Admiral Kizaru, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I have heard from Uncle Carp that you are the most charismatic of the 3 admirals, and I see it is no exaggeration. Standing 3 meters tall, exuding a languid aura, clad in a golden suit with a cape emblazoned with the word justice, he bore an appearance akin to a weathered orange peel, somewhat disheveled yet undeniably exuding an air of strength. How flattering. I had no idea I held such esteem in Vice Admiral Carp and Appo's eyes. I have also heard from Admiral Sengoku of your brilliance. Meeting you today is indeed an eye-opener." Kizaru and Appo's demeanor softened as he smiled. This young man possessed a remarkable gift for conversation, certainly the most charming among the 3 admirals. "Admiral Kizaru, I have been informed by Admiral Sengoku that all evidence against Donald has been meticulously prepared, awaiting your review. Do-hwan, without a glance at the three junior officers, continued to smile. Indeed, I shall review it shortly. Kizaru nodded amiably, pointing at the three officers. They have just reported to me that you have detained individuals without sufficient evidence. Shouldn't this be addressed first? Admiral Kizaru, I assure you that all procedures for detaining individuals were duly followed. Doo-hwan cast a glance at the three officers, his tone indifferent. Their suspicions may stem from the short duration of my tenure here. Once they understand the situation better, these misunderstandings will dissipate. Kizaru, feigning enlightenment, addressed the three officers. Now that you are aware of the circumstances, I suggest you ensure clarity before lodging further complaints. What? Is that all? Their hearts sank. After all this time, it became evident that Kizaru and Doo-hwan were allies. The three junior officers stood dumbfounded, their expressions resembling those of mourning. Ignoring them, Doo-hwan turned to Kizaru. Admiral, please accompany me. Given your arduous journey, let us first enjoy a meal before discussing matters further. Kizaru, taken aback for a moment, smiled. Then I shall graciously accept your invitation. This did not align with the image of the youthful officer painted by Admiral Sengoku. Such composure suggested a seasoned strategist. Kizaru was amused by this realization and followed Doo-hwan to the dining hall. The meal, though not gourmet, was carefully prepared and delightful. Kizaru savored the food, elevating his regard for Doo-hwan further. After dining, Doo-hwan invited Kizaru for tea to cleanse the palate. The two hit it off remarkably, engaging in lively conversation. Eventually, they proceeded to the office, where evidence against Donald was meticulously organized. Kizaru casually picked up the file, perusing its contents. The charges were clearly delineated, accompanied by indexed physical evidence. With his years of experience, he could ascertain from the index alone that Donald was indeed guilty and not a victim of slander. Having finished his review, Kizaru addressed Doo-hwan. I have examined the evidence. Donald is guilty of embezzlement and collusion with nefarious elements. You have performed exceptionally well, eliminating numerous pirates in just 3 days while exposing a significant internal threat to the Navy. Admiral Sengoku expressed to me before his departure that you are a promising talent. I believe you have surpassed that claim. You are a pillar of strength. Kizaru's words flowed seamlessly, finally fulfilling Sengoku's expectations. Thank you, Admiral Kizaru, for your praise. I merely did what was expected of me. Doo-hwan waved his hand humbly. Do not disappoint Admiral Sengoku. Kizaru encouraged, patting Doo-hwan's shoulder. Indeed. Doo-hwan nodded before inquiring. Might I request that Admiral Kizaru deliver a speech at the branch to publicly disclose the findings of the investigation against Donald? He sought to bolster his authority. Having an admiral publicly endorse him would carry far greater weight than merely being Karp's nephew. Let us refrain from that. Kizaru was about to decline this troublesome proposition. Doo-hwan smiled and remarked, the Donald case is intricate and far-reaching. Admiral Kizaru can remain for a few more days to ascertain the situation. All right. I agree to the speech. Kizaru's eyes sparkled, revealing a knowing smile. A few more days of investigation essentially translates to a few more days of leave for him. What a clever lad, he understands. Chapter 16. Infinite Loyalty. The following morning, the golden sun rose as usual. At the 141st Branch Base, on the training grounds, 1,000 combat personnel, along with over 300 logistics staff, assembled for training, forming a disciplined formation. Except for those who had fallen with Donald, everyone was present. Among them, 50 elite naval officers under Doo-hwan were overseeing Donald and others, while some blended into the branch's ranks, replacing the original officers to command the troops. Standing on the military flag platform, Doo-hwan addressed everyone below with solemnity. Today, I regretfully announce the downfall of Base Chief Donald. He is to be sent to headquarters for trial, where a death sentence will be executed immediately. During his tenure, he colluded with pirates to sell arms and was corrupt and ineffectual within. His fate should serve as a warning to us all. His eloquent speech resounded with righteousness as he denounced Donald's despicable actions. Applause erupted from the naval personnel below, fervently supporting Major Doo-hwan's address. Donald had been imprisoned for 3 days, and with irrefutable evidence against him, he was soon to be executed at headquarters. Moreover, Doo-hwan had strong backing from a general and possessed formidable strength. It was rumored that 3 unfortunate souls had sought the Yellow Ape General's intervention yesterday and had now joined Donald in confinement. Additionally, Doo-hwan had dozens of subordinates mingling among them, constantly observing the situation. In such an atmosphere, any delay in applause was tantamount to disrespecting one's future in life. Flashes from cameras illuminated the scene, capturing this significant speech from multiple angles. Meanwhile, Carl and Roman served as clerks, diligently recording Major Doo-hwan's directives. The yellow ape, leaning against a training bar, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Do-hwan's conference seemed to overshadow even the marshal's speeches at headquarters in terms of prestige. At that moment, he noticed a flash of light directed at him. The yellow ape raised his hands, turning his gaze towards Do-hwan's platform, and applauded earnestly. Carl promptly noted, Headquarters Yellow Ape General highly recognizes Major Do-hwan's military philosophy, continuously applauding during the conference. Roman quickly added, the Yellow Ape General profoundly agrees with Major Do-hwan and Appo's approach and wishes to promote its implementation among his subordinates. After an extensive discourse, Do-hwan cleared his throat and announced, now, I invite General Yellow Ape from headquarters to deliver a speech and provide guidance on the future work arrangements of the 141st Branch. Following a thunderous round of applause, the Yellow Ape took the stage while Do-hwan stepped aside. The meeting records state, General Yellow Ape provided several directives concerning the work of the 141st Branch, frequently mentioning and affirming Major Do-hwan's capabilities. He expressed hope that the 141st Branch, under Major Do-hwan's leadership, would establish a new ethos and redeem its past failures. At the conclusion of the meeting, General Yellow Ape warmly shook hands with Major Do-hwan, capturing a harmonious photograph symbolizing the unity of headquarters and the branch. With the endorsement of the Yellow Ape and the undeniable evidence against Donald, Do-hwan immediately garnered significant loyalty points upon assuming command. Loyalty 38, Loyalty 41, Loyalty 56. The entire branch, comprising over 1,300 personnel, contributed a total of 65,346 loyalty points to Do-hwan, bringing his total to 108,625 points. Subsequently, he established an educational team, easily extracting an additional 30 to 40 points from each member. After dealing with Donald, no one could obstruct Do-hwan and Appo's path to eradicate pirates. By eliminating more pirates, he would not only earn accolades but also gain the loyalty of the villagers under his command. With a population of 100,000 under the 141st Branch, each person could contribute a maximum of 100 loyalty points. Thus, accumulating 1,000,000 loyalty points was merely a matter of time. Time swiftly passed, and as the saying goes, to conquer external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. Do-hwan, having completed preliminary internal reorganization, could not yet venture out to combat pirates. Instead, he assumed a stabilizing role within the base, while his subordinates managed specific tasks. To occupy himself, he intensified his training, aspiring to elevate his swordsmanship to the pinnacle. On the training grounds, Do-hwan wielded his famed sword, All Moon, executing each slash with meticulous precision. The blade's path was governed by strict discipline, radiating an air of mastery. The wind and air flowed along the blade, producing a subtle and melodious dragon's roar. The Yellow Ape leaned against a training bar, basking in the sun while observing Do-hwan's training with keen interest. Since reaching an accord with Do-hwan to extend his leave in exchange for a speech, he had been enjoying a leisurely life under the guise of investigation at the 141st Branch. As he watched Do-hwan and Appo's swordsmanship, his eyes narrowed slightly. Each move was executed with exquisite grace, capable of unleashing maximum power. If he were to attempt to strike, it would likely fall short, as he had not wielded a sword in quite some time. Although his swordsmanship was not the strongest, he could easily be considered an elite vice-admiral. It was said that Do-hwan had caught the attention of the warlord by showcasing his armed color during their encounter. The sword he wielded appeared to be of considerable quality, not an ordinary piece. Remarkable. This young man is truly extraordinary, with such strength. Becoming a candidate for a general at headquarters should pose no challenge. Just then, a wave of sword energy sliced past the Yellow Ape, soaring into the sky. Dense clouds were torn apart, revealing a vast void through which sunlight streamed down. General Yellow Ape, would you care to offer me some guidance? Do-hwan raised his sword and smiled at the Yellow Ape. He had long sought a worthy opponent for a proper spar, and now that the Yellow Ape was present, a figure excelling in martial arts, domineering presence, swordsmanship, and fruit abilities, his enthusiasm was piqued. Not a chance. The Yellow Ape waved his hands repeatedly, declining. I have only a few years left until retirement, and this old body cannot withstand your trials. I shall not interfere with your sword practice. I will find another spot to soak up the sun. Before he could finish his sentence, he transformed into a beam of golden light and vanished. Sparring? What a troublesome affair. He slipped away, leaving Do-hwan to continue practicing alone. If only it were Akaina here, that fellow would probably never refuse a fight. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After several phone calls from Sengoku urging him, the Yellow Ape reluctantly concluded his leisurely days and escorted Donald and a few principal offenders back to headquarters for trial. As it turned out, Donald and his accomplices were fortunate, receiving treatment akin to that of notorious pirates with bounties exceeding $1 billion. 3 days later, Do-hwan had completed a foundational framework for internal organization at the 141st branch. The educational team was taking shape, with Carl and Roman each leading 24 elite naval officers to form 2 squads. One squad remained at the branch, providing ideological education to the branch's navy, while the other accompanied Do-hwan on maritime missions to eliminate pirates. This squad would include the branch and Oppo's 50 naval officers, fostering a mentorship dynamic to enhance proficiency. Both squads would alternate functions rather than being assigned to one specific task, ensuring the elite naval officers maintained their combat effectiveness while providing opportunities for them to achieve merits in the field. As for the original 1,000 fully staffed combat personnel, they were evenly divided into 20 groups, rotating through daily combat missions to adapt to the higher intensity of real combat aboard Do-hwan's ship. Now, it was once again time to embark on a hunt. Chapter 17, The Arrangement of the Warring States. Meanwhile, at the naval headquarters, in the marshal's office, a tall man clad in a golden suit languidly stood before a desk, facing a rather irate and imposing figure. Clap, clap. Admiral Kizaru, you have lingered in the North Sea for 3 days. What remarkable achievements have you accomplished? Sengoku slammed his hand on the table, his countenance dark as he glared at Kizaru. This fellow had dawdled in the North Sea for 3 days, nearly leading Sengoku to believe there was an issue with Do-hwan. He had sent Kizaru there merely to ascertain the veracity of the overall situation and to comfort Do-hwan's emotions. The intricate details of the case were to be handled by the inspection office, and it was unnecessary for a distinguished admiral to investigate such matters. Moreover, the delay of 3 days had left the seas devoid of a formidable admiral, emboldening the pirates who were once again stirring restlessly. Those foolish pirates needed vigilant oversight. Having suffered the Navy's wrath for a mere 2 or 3 days, they promptly forgot their lessons, a band of desperate rogues. Since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, this phenomenon had become increasingly rampant, stretching the Navy's resources thin. Do-hwan, the young major, was simply too conscientious. He insisted that the case concerning Donald was complex and multifaceted, compelling Sengoku to review the documents for 3 days. To honor the young man's quest for justice, he felt obliged to comply. Kizaru yawned, seemingly exhausted from his own diligent efforts. 3 days spent basking in the sun. Had Sengoku not summoned him, he would have been disinclined to return. Fighting pirates was akin to leisure, especially since the supernovas were both fearsome, yet easily defeated. Nevertheless, his assignments invariably included 1 or 2 tasks related to the celestial dragons, who appeared to have a penchant for enlisting his services. Yet, he held no interest in those celestial dragons whatsoever. Understanding dawned upon Sengoku, his expression softening. This young man indeed possessed a strong sense of responsibility. His heart for justice was still in its nascent stages and required careful nurturing. Marshal Sengoku, my own sense of justice also requires a holiday to be well cared for, Kizaru remarked, observing Sengoku's suddenly transformed demeanor. Are you in a lucid state, Marshal Sengoku? In his interactions with Do-hwan, Kizaru found it quite comfortable. Although the latter was merely 18 years old, he displayed resolute determination and unwavering conviction, conducting himself with commendable poise. Sengoku's impression of Do-hwan as a fragile, delicate flower was entirely perplexing. Sengoku's expression grew grave as he stated, Kizaru, I acknowledge your efforts, but the rampant piracy leaves no room for respite. Kizaru nodded in agreement, having anticipated this outcome even before it was articulated. By the way, what are your thoughts on Do-hwan? Does he possess the capability to manage the entire branch's affairs? Sengoku inquired without a hint of awkwardness. He is quite competent. On one hand, he strictly enforces regulations and places great emphasis on military discipline. The corruption within Branch 141 due to Donald and Oppo's misconduct has been swiftly rectified under his guidance. On the other hand, he shares the hardships of the soldiers. He trains and dines alongside them and has established a fund from the spoils and bounties allocated by headquarters, providing the soldiers with additional monthly allowances. Not only do the elite troops who initially followed him hold him in high regard, but the soldiers at the branch are also gravitating towards him at an astonishing pace. Kizaru and Oppo's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Having witnessed too much, he had grown complacent, yet he had no intention of allowing others to share in his lethargy. Doo-hwan, as a youthful officer, was a rarity in the Navy. He was not swayed by the allure of an extra 3 days of leave. These words were genuine sentiments from the heart. Kizaru paused momentarily, reflecting. In his presence, I have felt a sense of shame, as though I have merely been a figurehead as an admiral. While I am indeed engaged in work, it pales in comparison to Doo-hwan's diligence. His fervor reminds me of Sakazuki, though Sakazuki only shares in the spirit. Excellent, excellent. Sengoku stroked his goatee, a broad smile gracing his face. To evoke such feelings of shame in you makes me yearn to meet him in person. It seems that summoning you back was a mistake. If Doo-hwan were to inspire you, I would have far less to worry about. Then, Marshal, shall I remain for a few more days to allow him to influence me further? Kizaru stood straight, tentatively proposing. While feeling guilty was one thing, indulging in leisure was quite enjoyable. Let him feel guilty while at ease. That will not be necessary. Sengoku, fully aware of Kizaru's disposition, continued. By the way, has Doo-hwan neglected his training? He trains daily. Kizaru shook his head. During the days I was present, he was diligently practicing swordsmanship, already reaching the level of a great swordsman, and continues to progress. He found himself questioning his own eyes. Doo-hwan's daily practice was merely foundational. Although it was indeed the most effective training for someone at the great swordsman stage, the speed of Doo-hwan's advancement left Kizaru bewildered. The young man practiced fundamentals with a focus and intent that propelled him forward. Achieving the realm of a great swordsman in swordsmanship? Sengoku's eyes widened, deeply moved. He trusted Kizaru's judgment, yet Doo-hwan's accomplishments were astonishing. With the prior mastery of armament hockey, coupled with great swordsman-level skills, he was already well-equipped for an elite vice-admiral position. This child is merely 18 years old. His future is limitless. Sengoku inhaled deeply and declared, very well. I have grasped the situation. You have rested for 3 days in the North Sea. You may proceed to your next assignment. He no longer paid heed to Kizaru, but instead withdrew a piece of paper to jot down notes. He still recalled his previous conversation with Doo-hwan. As the young man's uncertainty regarding the Navy and Oppo's justice needed resolution, Doo-hwan firmly believed in justice. Yet he understood that naval justice was not entirely pure, especially with Garb having a son, Dragon, who could very well mislead Doo-hwan towards the Revolutionary Army. Before Doo-hwan made his choice, he needed to cultivate a stronger sense of belonging within the Navy. Sengoku's pen flowed swiftly, 2 names emerging on the page. Smoker and Hinata, both once disciples of the former Admiral Zephyr, now elite naval officers at the rank of major, possessing the potential to ascend to higher ranks. Smoker was somewhat unruly, yet his character was upright and steadfast. His unwavering beliefs would surely resonate with Doo-hwan. Hinata, on the other hand, was a confident and beautiful female officer, equally resolute yet more amicable than Smoker. If she could win Doo-hwan's heart, it would be even better. A balance of strength and grace, hopefully, would subtly influence Doo-hwan. Both originated from different regions, one from East Blue's Logetown and the other from the first half of the Grand Line, positions that could be easily transferred. The situation in the North Sea was presently far more volatile than either of these locations. This was not enough. He also needed to select some commendable soldiers to work under Doo-hwan. However, given Doo-hwan's current rank was somewhat low, it was fitting for him to be promoted to lieutenant commander due to his recent achievements. Sengoku paused his writing, finally assembling the configuration for Doo-hwan. Chapter 18, The Pirate Slaughtering Machine Base 141. In the office of the base commander, Major Doo-hwan addressed his subordinates. According to your directives, our management and integration of the branch's navy have proceeded remarkably smoothly. The lower-ranking sailors were not heavily involved in Donald's affairs. Thus, the overall situation remains relatively untainted. After several days of reorganization, we are now ready to set sail and eliminate the pirates. Carl and Roman stood before Doo-hwan, each holding stacks of documents to report. Excellent. Our next step will focus on the eradication of the pirates within our jurisdiction. Those who once transacted with Donald, and those who brazenly acted under his protection must be eliminated, Doo-hwan stated flatly, his fingers lightly tapping a thick dossier. The capture of Donald not only vacated the position of base commander for Doo-hwan, granting him complete dominion over Branch 141, but also provided him with vital intelligence regarding numerous underworld organizations' dealings. This included the distribution of these criminal forces, hidden operatives in strategic locations, and their transportation routes. Such intelligence fully exposed the Northern Sea factions associated with Donald to Doo-hwan. These were the primary targets to be eradicated. His jurisdiction would not permit the rampant existence of any pirates. Major Do-hwan, should we request support from headquarters? Carl stepped forward, his brow furrowed with concern. According to our investigation into Donald, his most significant partner is the Northern Sea overlord, the Vinsmoke family. It seems our branch's strength is somewhat lacking. Roman added. Referencing the documents, the Vinsmoke family is formidable, ruling the German kingdom in the Northern Sea. Their leader, Vinsmoke Judge, is exceptionally powerful, having beheaded kings from 4 Northern Sea nations, a deed that sent shockwaves through the world government. While the Vinsmoke family operates in the Northern Sea, they are also a significant force in the Grand Line. The two men wore grave expressions, harboring immense wariness toward Germa 66. The recently defeated tiger shark, Bali, had a bounty of 27 million. Should a bounty be placed on Vinsmoke Judge, it would undoubtedly be several times more fearsome, potentially reaching over 100 million, even into the hundreds of millions of berries. They are a dominant force in the early part of the Grand Line and maintain a presence in the later New World as well. Do not worry, Do-hwan replied calmly, shaking his head. Our current objective is merely to clear out the pirates within our jurisdiction. At most, we will disrupt a few of their businesses. They are our next target, but we are not yet at the stage of engaging in full-scale warfare with Germa 66. If they dare to strike first. Do-hwan's eyes narrowed, revealing a glint of menace. I would not mind eliminating them early. It would merely complicate the aftermath. Having traversed time, Do-hwan possessed a deeper understanding of the Vinsmoke family's might than Carl and Roman. Their leader, Vinsmoke Judge, is an exceptional scientist who collaborated with the genius Vegapunk, acquiring vast technological advancements. Therefore, his combat prowess is concentrated on self-modification and formidable battle equipment. To Do-hwan, they are but insignificant nuisances. However, the enemy's mastery over artificial soldiers and their vast power base poses a significant threat. Without adequate manpower to counter them, the losses could be substantial. Yet, if they were to recklessly approach him, he would not shy away from the battlefield. We understand, Major Do-hwan, Carl and Roman affirmed with resolute nods. The naval charts and ships are prepared, ready for your command. They had followed Do-hwan for merely a few short days. Yet the experiences they had undergone eclipsed their previous lives. They had developed an extraordinary trust in Do-hwan, who was decisive and consistently achieved victories. If Major Do-hwan declared they could fight, then they would indeed fight. Very well, Carl, take 50 branch sailors and proceed with me. Roman, your team will remain at the branch to continue training the sailors. You two will alternate your teams to ensure everyone remains engaged. Do-hwan rose from his seat and made his way toward the port. Carl and Roman exchanged glances before carrying out Do-hwan's orders. 10 days swiftly passed. In the dead of night, the moon shrouded by dark clouds cast the sky into utter blackness. The sound of the sails was drowned beneath the tumultuous waves, as a dim searchlight gradually approached the shore. First, a dozen men disembarked, cautiously surveying the dimly lit dock. Once they confirmed the area was safe, the bulk of the crew began unloading medium-sized wooden crates from the ship. The crates were not large, measuring 100 by 50 by 40 centimeters. Yet the muscular men carrying them were visibly strained and labored under their weight. Additionally, several armed guards remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Faster! The buyers will be arriving soon, Lorad urged impatiently, observing the slow pace of the unloading. The seas had been tumultuous lately. The former base commander, Donald, had fallen, and the new base commander had become a relentless force. In just 10 days, he had dispatched more pirates than had been eliminated in the previous years combined. Even as a cadre of the Vinsmoke family, Lorad found himself troubled by this new leader. Boss, I heard dozens of pirates were killed yesterday. The Red Snake pirates were wiped out on Gill Island, all at the hands of the 141 branch's navy. Cowron shuddered, instinctively feeling fear. That new base commander, Monkey D Doo-hwan, is growing increasingly unhinged. In just 10 days, he has slain over 1,000 pirates and underworld figures. Many of my old friends have lost their lives. Why speak of this? Cowron, anxiety coursing through him, attempted to maintain his composure. We are subordinates of the Vinsmoke family. Yuwuden and Apos, dare turn against us. But boss, just the day before yesterday, just the day before, Cowron whispered urgently into Lorad's ear. Another of the family's transport teams went missing within the jurisdiction of 141. I fear the worst. That man, Do-hwan, is too deranged, too terrifying. Do you not know? He is referred to as the pirate slaughtering machine. Encountering him only leads to death. His face paled further, trembling as he spoke. Boss, once this job is done, I wish to withdraw. I am not yet married. I do not wish to die. Lorad patted Cowron's shoulder, offering comfort. I will report to the family, claiming you have gone missing. He regarded Kauron as his trusted subordinate and closest ally. They had shared countless experiences, their bond forged through blood. Given the circumstances, he would lend him a hand. Thank you, boss, Kauron expressed with deep gratitude. At that moment, a powerful searchlight illuminated their position. Is that our buyer arriving? Lorad squinted toward the light. No, it's the Navy. Kauron, with sharper eyes, shouted in horror as the warship approached. Do-hwan stood resolutely at the bow of the ship, his face cold and impassive under the glare of the searchlight. He raised his right hand and commanded, "Everyone, leave no one alive." Roman led the sailors in a volley of gunfire, swiftly diminishing the enemy and Oppo's combat efficacy before launching into an aggressive assault. Do-hwan observed the battle from the deck. Such skirmishes did not require his direct intervention. This marked the capture of their 27th criminal faction, with the previous 26 already eliminated. Within 10 days, following the clues left by Donald, he had purged all pirates within his domain. Local criminal forces exterminated. Pirates extorting taxes in villages exterminated. Various factions involved in arms transportation within the jurisdiction exterminated. In a mere span of 10 days, countless heads rolled, and not a single prisoner was taken. The bounty on heads alone allowed Do-hwan to extract a staggering 100 million berries from the headquarters. It is noteworthy that none of these were notorious figures like the great pirate with a bounty of 27 million berries, nor were there many with bounties in the millions. Most were mere trifle criminals with rewards in the hundreds of thousands. Furthermore, many pirates had not even reached the threshold for a bounty at all. One can only imagine the sheer number of pirates who perished within those 10 days. Had it not been for Sengoku's awareness of Do-hwan's capabilities, he might have suspected this was a case of unjustified glory. Under the jurisdiction of the 141st Division, the 100,000 villagers experienced an increasingly stable and peaceful living environment, and they began to express their gratitude towards Do-hwan. Although there were always a few ingrates among them, the number of grateful and honest individuals far outweighed them. In this brief period, Do-hwan amassed an astonishing loyalty score exceeding 3 million points, reflecting an immense gain. Chapter 19. Redemption of rewards soon. Roman led a contingent of Navy personnel to annihilate the opposing forces. Leaving his subordinates to clear the battlefield, he approached Lieutenant Do-hwan. His Navy uniform still bore stains of blood, and he saluted, reporting, "Lieutenant Do-hwan, the enemy has been entirely vanquished, none escaped." "Excellent," Do-hwan replied, patting Roman on the shoulder in commendation. "You have performed admirably. You are now capable of standing on your own." Roman, the son of the Rear Admiral from Burning Mountain, had shown considerable prowess. Focusing on the techniques of shave and moonwalk from the Six Powers, he had attained the strength of a standard lieutenant. After more than 10 days of fierce combat, he had shed his naivety and could fully unleash his abilities. His meticulous approach to tasks had evolved. Initially, he required assistance to deal with fleeing pirates, but now he efficiently managed everything himself. "Thanks to your guidance, Lieutenant, as you led us in battle, I have become who I am today." Roman stood tall, pride swelling within him as he expressed heartfelt gratitude. Despite having followed Do-hwan for a short time, he had learned immensely. The decisiveness in handling affairs had greatly benefited him, and the martial instruction he received was on par with that of specialized instructors, allowing him to advance rapidly through practical engagement. Over the past several days, he felt reborn, no longer merely the offspring of an official. Do-hwan nodded in satisfaction, though internally he was astonished. His loyalty points had increased by 1. If he recalled correctly, Roman had contributed a total of 91 loyalty points. Just one shy of the highest contributor, Carl. A few more contributions, and his loyalty would reach a perfect 100. Such loyalty points were trivial. What he truly cherished was the unwavering allegiance of his subordinates. "Lieutenant Do-hwan, we have cleared our territory. Shall we proceed to expand outward?" Roman eagerly inquired, his enthusiasm palpable. He had grown fond of this sensation. Each time he beheld a cleaner area within his jurisdiction, a profound sense of satisfaction filled him. He yearned to extend this feeling throughout the North Sea. "Do not be reckless," Do-hwan cautioned, shaking his head. "Our rapid progress has been primarily due to the intelligence left by Donald. Advancing without information is merely gambling. It holds little significance. Unlike when he first arrived, when the 141st Division was ineffectual and surrounded by rampant pirates, his growing reputation had visibly diminished the presence of adversaries. After all, the North Sea was vast. It was not solely the domain of the 141st Division that could be contested. "I understand, Lieutenant. I shall focus on internal training to prepare for the next battle." Roman nodded, undeterred. He had faith in Lieutenant Do-hwan. knowing him to be a man who would not settle for mediocrity. 3 days to remove the division's base commander. 3 days to consolidate the base's morale, and then 10 days to reorganize the territorial defenses. Such a decisive individual, he believed, could ascend to the rank of admiral within 3 years. Not being reckless does not equate to inaction. Always be prepared when the time comes to engage in battle. You must be the sharpest blade. I admire your mindset, Do-hwan remarked, his expression softening as he praised Roman once more. Indeed, you are an elite among elites. A second-generation vice admiral. In these times, possessing the strength to be an elite vice admiral while combating pirates is exceedingly glamorous. Those who remain in the Navy embody a certain conviction. This enduring spirit is remarkably resilient and undeniably formidable. I appreciate it greatly. Thank you for your commendation, Lieutenant. Roman saluted again and returned to directing the cleanup efforts. The arms from the Vinsmoke family were a rare commodity for the Navy of the 141st Division and must be collected without exception. Meanwhile, Do-hwan stood on the deck, once again accessing the system's marketplace. Monthly marketplace refresh time, 8 days 0 hours 53 minutes, pin permanent. Devil Fruit Side Effect Elimination Potion 1, 000. 000 points, eliminates side effects of consuming devil fruits. Natural Cloud Fruit 700, 000 points, grants the ability to manipulate clouds and elementalization upon consumption. Weakness, Seawater. Sea Prism Stone. Animal Type Bull Fruit 170, 000 points. Animal Type Duck Fruit 100, 000 points. Box of Instant Noodles 1 point. Glock 1740 points. Loyalty points. 3, 176, 753 points. Previously, Do-hwan had resolved not to open this interface until he amassed 1 million loyalty points or the marketplace refreshed. However, within a mere 10 days, Donald had presented him with a generous gift, allowing him to accumulate over 3 million loyalty points. Without hesitation, Do-hwan confirmed the purchase of the Devil Fruit Side Effect Elimination Potion. With a deduction of 1,000,000 points, the vial was temporarily stored in the system's space. He did not yet possess a devil fruit that captured his interest, so this item would remain in storage for the time being. Do-hwan surveyed the remaining items and glanced at his balance of 176, 753 points. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to purchase the Natural Cloud Fruit. With a deduction of 700,000 points, a uniquely patterned devil fruit was temporarily stored in the system marketplace. Thus, his loyalty points now remained at 476, 753. Although he lacked a devil fruit encyclopedia, he had connections. With a request to Admiral Sengoku, he learned of the fruit's capabilities. It was exceptionally rare, offering potential for thunder clouds, rain clouds, and flying clouds, among other developments. While it may not rival the top-tier natural fruits such as the Pika Pika no Mi or Hai Hai no Mi, it belonged to the upper echelon of natural types. It surpassed the smoke fruit by a significant margin and was even slightly stronger than the flame fruit. For an astute elite vice admiral to consume, it would provide the potential for an ascent to the admiral level. Of course, it still fell short of Do-hwan's aspirations. He merely intended to hold on to it for now. In less than 20 days, he had amassed 3 million loyalty points within the small confines of the 141st Division. As his rank increased, the acquisition would only become easier. With a population of several hundred million in the North Sea alone, the potential contribution of loyalty points could reach billions. When his brilliance illuminated the world, it would encompass over 1 billion souls, potentially yielding thousands of billions in loyalty points. Should that prove insufficient, he would encourage higher birth rates, 2, 3, or even 6 children per family. If 1 million children were born each year, that could still grant him billions in loyalty points. By enhancing living standards, child numbers would swell, and so too would loyalty points. Generations would flourish, providing an endless supply. Do-hwan shook his head, casting aside the visions of a bright future. To reach such heights, he would need to overcome numerous challenges. Those despicable celestial dragons and the corrupt world government still loomed above him, not to mention the troublesome pirates and the decaying aristocracy in various kingdoms. These obstacles hindered the sunlight from spreading across the world and must be eradicated. Do-hwan's gaze sharpened. What has been done will be done again. What has been achieved will be achieved once more. He intended to replicate Donald's actions before the 5 elders. In this world, there could only be one sun. The game of power is such that once a man has played it, he becomes addicted. Chapter 20. Headquarters Support Naval Headquarters, Marine Fort. A medium-sized warship departed from the harbor. poised to traverse the doldrums directly to the North Sea. Compared to the small vessel with a 100-man capacity that Doo-hwan had requested from the warlord, this warship was more than 10 times larger. With a capacity for 1,000 personnel, it boasted advanced coastal defense artillery and a comprehensive array of weaponry. This was among the Navy's elite ships, second only to the Demon Slayer fleet in terms of configuration. On board, several temporarily reassigned naval officers and a selection of elite sailors harbored a mix of anticipation, confusion, and disdain in their hearts. They were to be transferred to the North Sea Branch, under the command of Branch 141. A bearded rear admiral stood at the bow, his heart fluttering with expectation. His son was stationed there, and he wondered about his current circumstances. A Navy major, his mouth occupied with 2 cigars, leaned against the ship's railing, exhaling clouds of smoke. His hair was slicked back, white as snow, and a long scar marred his face. His upper body revealed hardened muscles, and combined with his fearsome visage, he exuded an intimidating presence. He was Smoker, the former major of the Roguetown Naval Branch, a user of the smoke fruit. Beside him stood a tall and striking female officer, also leaning against the railing. Clad in a fitted red suit, her pink hair fell just over her shoulders, framing her delicate, clean features. With long, straight legs and a curvaceous figure, she held a lit cigarette between her fingers, the mini aroma curling around her. She was Hanai, a former major from the first half of the Grand Line, a user of the barrier fruit. They had once been classmates, trained under the former Admiral Zephyr. Though both held the rank of major, they had been assigned to branch duties. However, the decision to send them to the North Sea Branch as subordinates was perplexing. A transfer to the New World would have seemed more reasonable. Hanai was displeased. She casually regarded Smoker. "What are your thoughts on our transfer to the North Sea and Oppo's S-141 branch?" She had been performing admirably in the first half of the Grand Line, where pirates were plentiful and apprehending them was a challenge. Yet now, she was being sent to the tranquil North Sea, a place ill-suited for her skills. Following Zephyr and Oppo's current directive, she aimed to bring pirates to justice, not to languish in the North Sea. Obeying orders, no thoughts, Smoker responded, releasing a thick plume of smoke without raising his gaze. A mad dog of the Navy, without thoughts? And I scoffed, unconvinced. This man, known for his reckless actions, had earned such a reputation. If he truly had no thoughts, she mused, he might as well strip down and swim. With a cold smile, she pressed further. "So, you intend to obediently follow orders like me?" Despite her dissatisfaction, she was prepared to comply. If the branch's major proved incompetent, she would simply dismiss him as a fool, as she had always done. Following orders? That depends on Major Doo-hwan's capabilities. Smoker took a deep drag from his cigar, stating, "If he's incapable, then let him stay out of my way while I make my own contributions." He was Smoker, the major who instilled fear in pirates throughout the East Blue. To expect him to serve as a mere second-in-command without merit was preposterous. If he found the other lacking, he would carve out his own reputation in the North Sea. The North Sea was indeed chaotic, no less so than Roguetown, presenting ample opportunity for him to showcase his prowess. "But I've heard that he is favored by the warlord. You ought to exercise caution," and I warned, her expression turning serious. "Understood. An 18-year-old child. We uncles and aunts should certainly be careful not to harm him," Smoker replied, nonchalantly. At 18, he had been under Zephyr's tutelage, excelling in the naval training camp. Now at 29, he found the notion of bullying an 18-year-old absurd. Hanai was incensed. Her expression darkened as she turned away. "Auntie, I and Oppo's am merely a girl of 18 years and 9 months. Meanwhile, among the elite sailors, a genuine 18-year-old girl clutched a longsword tightly, her glasses perched on her nose, feeling somewhat lost. What would her next commanding officer be like? At that moment, in the North Sea, within the Germa Kingdom, the Vinsmoke family residence, Butler Bill hurried to the master's study. Upon receiving permission, he entered. A colossal man sat in the main chair, his flourishing golden hair cascading down his back, wearing a brass-horned helmet, exuding an aura as fierce as a lion. Vinsmoke, Judge, the ruler of the Germa Kingdom, and the actual king of the North Sea. "Master, yet another transport ship within the jurisdiction of Branch 141 has gone missing. The buyers are calling to inquire. Their crew has perished," Bill said, sweat beading on his forehead, panic evident in his voice. This was the 5th incident within Branch 141's domain. His subordinates were not averse to avoiding trouble, but the route was almost essential for smuggling arms. Avoiding it would have their profits. What? Another transport ship has met with misfortune? These incidents exceed those of the previous year combined. Judge roared, rising from his chair. casting a vast shadow due to his nearly 3-meter stature. "Master, it's likely that this is the handiwork of that Navy major." Bill, trembling before the giant, stammered. "Colonel Donald has only recently stepped down, yet he is already hunting down pirates. Not just us. Other factions are suffering tremendous losses as well." He feared that Judge might take his anger out on him. The previous 3 butlers had all met their end by Judge's blade. If he were to perish, he would become the 4th to die by Judge's hand. "Very well. How dare he?" Judge's anger morphed into a twisted smile. "A mere naval branch presumes to meddle in my affairs. Does he not know I am the king of the North Sea?" His eyes bulged with rage as he glared at the butler. "Do you understand? Do you even know?" "Yes, yes." Bill nodded fervently, his legs trembling. "The transport ship carried our operatives. He must surely be aware. Knowing that, he dares to kill my people and seize my goods." Judge's gaze hardened, radiating a murderous intent. "Ah." He unsheathed his sword, plunging it into the side of a nearby subordinate. Bill coughed blood, staring in horror at the blade protruding from his abdomen. Mutely cursing his fate, taking a deep breath, Judge composed himself, casting a cold glance at the lifeless body. With the advent of biological cloning technology, human life had lost much of its former value. Branch 141, Monkey D Doo-hwan. Judge muttered the name through gritted teeth. "Does he have ties to Garp? To provoke me is to invite death." He slammed his fist onto the sturdy wooden desk, splintering it as it collapsed. Chapter 21. Commendation from Headquarters. A medium-sized warship from the Navy headquarters docked at the port. The elite Vice Admiral Fire Mountain disembarked first and made his way toward the port. Smoker, Genai, and the other Navy personnel who had been reassigned followed closely behind. Observing Fire Mountain with a mix of curiosity and respect, the port was devoid of any unnecessary clutter, exuding a sense of cleanliness and order. Several battered ships lay anchored, appearing to be the spoils of a successful pirate eradication. The stationed Navy soldiers stood tall, emanating an air of proud righteousness. Fire Mountain, Genai. And the reassigned Navy personnel breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the branch here had performed admirably. Smoker felt a mixture of annoyance and admiration, recalling his subordinates back in the East Blue, who lacked such spirit and vigor. However, he was resolute. Mere demeanor would not earn his compliance unless backed by genuine strength. He puffed on his cigar, stubbornly contemplating. At that moment, the lookout spotted the newcomers and promptly reported to their superiors. Shortly thereafter, Doo-hwan approached with Roman, Carl, and a small contingent of Navy officers to welcome them. Roman gazed at Vice Admiral Fire Mountain, his eyes flickering momentarily before he lifted his chin with newfound pride. Having achieved results alongside Major Doo-hwan, he felt empowered to speak confidently. "Vice Admiral Fire Mountain, I did not anticipate your presence here," Doo-hwan said, striding forward with a hearty smile. "I've heard from Uncle Carp that you are an elite among vice admirals with formidable strength." It was a statement he could make with confidence, as no one would verify it with Carp, who had a notoriously poor memory. "Nonsense," Fire Mountain responded, flustered. "It is you who is truly deserving of the accolades, a young talent esteemed by Admiral Sengoku." The fact that Vice Admiral Carp had mentioned his name and held him in such high regard only deepened Fire Mountain and Appo's appreciation for the courteous young man before him. Looking at Roman, who stood beside Doo-hwan, his admiration grew. The boy exhibited newfound confidence, no longer shying away from him, clearly thriving in this environment. "Vice Admiral Fire Mountain, you must be weary from your journey. Please rest at the base," Doo-hwan suggested with a sweeping glance, noticing Smoker, Genai, and the 50 elite Navy officers nearby. 2 devil fruit users among them had the potential to ascend to flag officer status in 7 to 8 years, a promising prospect indeed. The remaining elite Navy personnel were equally impressive, their eyes gleaming with vigor, comparable to the 50 officers he had initially brought to the branch. "Admiral Sengoku has truly bestowed upon me a remarkable gift. Thank you, but I must decline," Fire Mountain replied with a shake of his head, regretfully. "I have pressing duties elsewhere." Following the completion of matters here, he was to proceed to the North Sea to accept prisoners and consolidate them at Impel Down. "Then I shall not keep you, Vice Admiral," Doo-hwan said with a smile. Fire Mountain nodded solemnly, announcing, "By order of Admiral Sengoku." Former Navy Major and Deputy Base Commander of Branch 141, Monkey D Doo-hwan, is to investigate the case of the former Base Commander Donald and eliminate the naval pests. Additionally, he is to cleanse the North Sea of the Tiger Shark pirate group and other nefarious factions, disrupting various illegal arms trades. Though his tenure has been brief, his contributions have been outstanding. He is hereby specially promoted to Navy Lieutenant Commander and appointed as Base Commander of Branch 141. The admiral commended him, stating, "A rising star in the Navy, may you remain steadfast and uphold the ideals of justice." He cast a thoughtful glance at the young man before him. Taken aback by Do-hwan's swift achievements, in less than 20 days at Branch 141 and less than 30 days in the Navy, he had already dismantled significant cases, vanquished pirates, and made remarkable accomplishments, all executed with excellence. It was no wonder Admiral Sengoku held Do-hwan in such high regard. Not only did his relation to Karp enhance his reputation, but his decisive and efficient methods, along with his unwavering commitment to justice, made him a paragon within the Navy. At that moment, Roman, Carl, and the other officers following Do-hwan felt a swell of pride. This was their commander, whose remarkable achievements had garnered the attention and commendation of the admiral. The future ahead was bright, a beacon of hope for the entire Navy. Following such a leader, they felt empowered to pursue their own ideals. The Navy personnel behind Fire Mountain regarded Do-hwan with eager eyes, recognizing the potential in their future commander. "Thank you for your support, Admiral," Do-hwan proclaimed, standing tall. "I shall uphold the Navy's will for justice and eradicate all pirates from the seas, ensuring I do not disappoint the Admiral." He felt a surge of elation. From this day forth, he was the official base commander of Branch 141 and a Navy lieutenant commander. Though he anticipated the commander's position, the elevation in rank was a delightful surprise. Rising from major to lieutenant commander in less than a month was a testament to both his exceptional abilities and Admiral Sengoku and Amp Appo's special consideration. He would not forget this favor. "I will convey Lieutenant Commander Do-hwan's resolve to Admiral Sengoku," Fire Mountain replied with a smile, handing Do-hwan a new uniform. "This is the lieutenant commander's attire. It is similar to the major and Appo's, only with a change in rank." "Thank you, Vice Admiral Fire Mountain." Do-hwan accepted the uniform with gratitude. Fire Mountain chuckled, gesturing toward Smoker, Jinai, and the others. "Admiral Sengoku is aware of your significant actions in the North Sea, which have provoked the Vinsmoke family. He has personally selected 2 elite Navy majors and ordered the transfer of 50 elite officers to support you. I hope you can lead them well and not disappoint Admiral Sengoku and Appo's goodwill." While the officers under him were commendable, leading them would require skill. However, given Do-hwan and Appo's previous performance, this merely presented a minor challenge. "Understood," Do-hwan nodded calmly, smiling. "There will be no troublemakers in my command. Your task here is complete. I must proceed to accept prisoners." Fire Mountain remarked, looking at Do-hwan. "Are there any offenders requiring transport to impel down?" "No, we have handled everything thoroughly," Do-hwan replied with a radiant smile. Fire Mountain paused, incredulous. "But I heard you had eradicated dozens of pirate crews and executed thousands?" "Indeed, those executed were numerous. The remaining petty criminals do not warrant imprisonment at Impel Down. They can simply be rehabilitated here," Do-hwan asserted confidently. "If you require heads for verification of identity, I can arrange that." "That will not be necessary." Fire Mountain shook his head repeatedly, bewildered by Do-hwan. This young man truly held a fierce disdain for evil. While he served under Admiral Akainu, he found Do-hwan's methods somewhat extreme. At that moment, Smoker and Jinai exchanged surprised glances, realizing that Do-hwan was far more formidable than they had initially perceived. Chapter 22. Smoker's challenge upon the port. Do-hwan smiled and asked, "Shall we stay for a drink before departing?" He noticed the gaze of Fire Mountain, fixated either on him or Roman. If there were words to exchange, they might as well do so now. However, with official duties at hand, lingering was not an option. Fire Mountain cast a final glance at Roman and saluted Do-hwan. Then, "Farewell, Major Do-hwan." Though he had many things he wished to express to Roman, he found himself at a loss for words and decided to forego it altogether. "Do well here, Roman." "Farewell." Do-hwan returned the salute, watching as Fire Mountain boarded the warship and departed. Roman's resolve was steadfast. He would not disappoint his father. The warship swiftly sailed away, prompting Do-hwan to retract his gaze, his smile fading. He turned his attention to the elite Navy personnel remaining at the port, including Smoker and Jinai. Do-hwan approached and extended his hand to the 2 majors, Monkey D. "Do-hwan, I hope we can collaborate harmoniously in the future." "Jinai, I share that sentiment," she replied, squinting slightly and smiling as she shook his hand. Their first encounter left her with a favorable impression of Do-hwan. He appeared to be an honorable Navy officer. After releasing her hand, he reached out to Smoker. "I am Smoker." Smoker grasped Do-hwan's hand, responding stiffly. He regarded Do-hwan with a mix of appreciation and skepticism. Outward appearances alone would not win his admiration. Doo-hwan nodded slightly and addressed the 50 newly assigned Navy personnel. It is a pleasure to welcome all of you elite members to the 141st Division. I assure you that here, the treatment is exceptional and opportunities for merit are abundant. From this day forward, let us strive together to uphold justice. Together, we shall uphold justice. The 50 Navy members raised their hands in salute, responding in unison. Excellent. Doo-hwan commanded, Carl, please assist these new brothers with registration and accommodation. Ensure everything is in order. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel. Carl stepped forward to guide the Navy personnel. Doo-hwan stood aside, observing the elite Navy members as they marched towards the gates of the 141st Division, feeling immensely satisfied. Another batch of capable soldiers had joined, and his influence was swiftly taking shape. Suddenly, a pair of glasses clattered to the ground. A female Navy officer hurriedly crouched down, searching frantically. Unfortunately, her poor eyesight hindered her from locating them, as the glasses lay just out of reach. Doo-hwan picked them up and handed them to her. Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel, Dasky said nervously as she adjusted her glasses, feeling anxious in front of her superior. Oh no, I and Appos, VE made such a blunder right upon arrival. This will leave a bad impression. No worries, just be more careful next time, Doo-hwan reassured her, giving her shoulder a gentle pat before entering the base. This unexpected encounter yielded an additional benefit. While her potential may not reach the ranks of higher officers, she was certainly an officer in the making and possessed an appealing appearance. With a secretary by his side, he truly began to embody a semblance of authority. Dasky's expression hardened with determination. Next time, I must not behave in such a manner. I will strive to improve my reputation. The following day dawned. At 7 in the morning, the training grounds of the 141st Division buzzed with activity. Due to the recent defeat of numerous pirates, the region enjoyed an unprecedented peace, allowing all Navy personnel, except for those on routine patrol, to engage in training. After all, under Donald and Appos' leadership, the combat readiness of the division had been less than commendable. At this time, Doo-hwan was diligently practicing swordsmanship on the training field, wielding the supreme blade, Kajituki. Following the completion of a set of techniques, he would pause briefly to provide guidance to his trusted subordinates, Carl and Roman. As for the other Navy members, it was left to the experienced veterans like Carl and Roman to mentor the newcomers. The Navy personnel who had arrived from headquarters had also gathered at the training grounds, curious about the state of the 141st Division. Typically, the discipline within such divisions was rather lax, with training intensity contingent upon the commanding officer and Appos' approach. It was well known that the previous base commander was a traitor. The new base commander had only recently assumed command, with the appointment order issued just yesterday. Under these circumstances, the exemplary training conditions of the 141st Division astonished the newcomers. It appeared that he was indeed skilled in swordsmanship and effectively trained his subordinates. Jinai, while lifting a 100-kilogram dumbbell, remarked to Smoker, he certainly lives up to his reputation. He is far better than I had anticipated. Smoker grunted reluctantly. All right. I concede that he excels in fostering a positive environment. However, he remained resolute. His own training methods at the Logtown base were equally rigorous, and his subordinates were vocal in their struggles. What do you think? Jinai, understanding her old classmate, smiled and inquired, are you thinking of challenging him? Transitioning from base commander to deputy was a bitter pill for anyone to swallow. Jinai was compliant because of her accommodating nature, while Smoker's fiery temperament often led him to trouble, necessitating Jinai's intervention to clean up his messes. Such a stubborn individual would not easily acquiesce. Indeed, I have that intention, Smoker admitted, his expression softening as he watched Doo-hwan practice his swordsmanship. He is practicing fundamental techniques. His foundation is remarkably solid. The blade he wields is no ordinary weapon. He is a formidable swordsman. A frown creased his face as he expressed his dissatisfaction. I wish to spar with him to discern where I fall short. Where could he possibly be lacking? He felt unjustly demoted to the role of deputy, taking orders from a mere 18-year-old. As a user of a natural-type devil fruit, he was an invincible entity. Engaging Doo-hwan in a contest was necessary to establish dominance. It was not an internal conflict he sought. Rather, it was to validate his capabilities against others. Even if his temperament was a bit abrasive, he felt he should not be subjected to such indignities. Being demoted time and again, from headquarters to division, and now relegated to serving as a deputy for newcomers, was unacceptable. Then go, Jinai nudged her chin. He has just finished another set. If you don't go now, you'll have to wait for the next round. She refrained from deterring Smoker, knowing it would be futile. His stubbornness was legendary. Had it not been for their shared history, she would have long since distanced herself from him. Moreover, she was curious to see what prowess Doo-hwan possessed. I shall, Smoker nodded, picking up his weapon, the 10 hands, and made his way toward Doo-hwan. Many on the training field noticed Smoker's movement and turned their attention toward him. Doo-hwan, wielding the katana Kajituki, looked at Smoker with mild surprise. What brings you here? Is there something you need? He recalled that he had not provoked Smoker in any way, even if there were grievances regarding his new role as deputy. He would not have expected an outburst from someone of Smoker's character. Nothing much, Smoker replied, somewhat awkwardly. I merely wish to inquire about your swordsmanship, Major Doo-hwan. As I seek your guidance. After hesitating for a moment, he refrained from mentioning a duel or a challenge. After all, Doo-hwan's demeanor was that of a genuinely righteous Navy officer, which appealed to Smoker. When the time came for victory, he would pretend to concede, ensuring he spared the young man's pride and did not diminish his confidence. Very well, Doo-hwan responded with a smile, acquiescing to the request. Chapter 23. The might of Smoker in the training ground. The soldiers instinctively cleared a large area, though they remained engaged in the rigorous training mandated by Doo-hwan. Their attention was entirely focused on the duel between Doo-hwan and Smoker. The newly assigned major was set to spar with Lieutenant Colonel Doo-hwan, a piece of news that stirred excitement among the ranks. Doo-hwan surveyed the curious faces of the Navy personnel surrounding him and cheerfully announced, "Everyone, take a 10-minute break. We will resume shortly." According to his training regimen, they collectively trained for 3 hours each day without any assigned tasks, aimed at enhancing their strength. This was not a matter of individual, haphazard training. Rather, it was a coordinated effort that fostered team cohesion. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel. Thank you, Commander. Carl and Roman led a chorus of cheers from their fellow sailors. The scene resembled a well-organized spectacle. Smoker felt a slight twinge of defeat. During his command in Rogue Town, while he emphasized training, it typically involved individual practice. He had never encountered a leader like Doo-hwan, who strictly enforced collective training. Such organization was typically reserved for boot camps or officer training sessions. Soon, a throng of sailors encircled a designated area, leaving only a spacious spot for Jinai, who stood apart. The sailors, brimming with curiosity, even engaged in stacking one another for fun. What kind of fierce contest lay ahead? And who would emerge victorious in this friendly match? Major Jinai, who do you think will win? Asked Dasky, who had just been reassigned yesterday. A few sailors turned their attention to Jinai, eager for her insight. Generally, officers from headquarters were believed to have superior strength compared to those from the 4 Seas, suggesting that a major from headquarters would typically best a colonel from the branches. However, Doo-hwan had only recently been promoted to lieutenant colonel after transferring from headquarters. Jinai, arms crossed, replied nonchalantly, I cannot discern the outcome, so do not ask me. This statement was a facade. She simply wished to avoid causing any negative repercussions. In truth, she believed Smoker would triumph, as a user of a Logia-type devil fruit was nearly invincible in the 4 Seas. Devil fruits were the ocean's treasures, granting their consumers extraordinary abilities at the cost of a vulnerability to seawater. A typical Zoan-type devil fruit could endow its user with formidable power, capable of producing a pirate with a bounty in the tens of millions or an officer in the Navy. Logia fruits were even rarer, with their pinnacle represented by the Navy admirals, the highest combatants of the world government. The elemental transformation intrinsic to Logia fruits rendered Smoker virtually untouchable, immune to most physical assaults. In most cases, those lacking the ability to wield Haki could not inflict even a scratch on a Logia user. Moreover, Haki was exceedingly rare in the first half of the Grand Line, and only capable pirates in the New World, dominated by the 4 emperors, would utilize it. Even setting aside his devil fruit abilities, Smoker and Appo's combat prowess was exceptional among officers. Oh, I see, Dasky said, somewhat disappointed, shifting her gaze back to Doo-hwan. She had hoped to hear Jinai predict Doo-hwan's victory. She wished that the officer who had helped her retrieve her glasses and wielded a renowned sword would be a force to be reckoned with, at least of Rear Admiral caliber, worthy of his commendable character. I believe Major Smoker will win. He is the legendary White Hunter, the Smoke Man, and is quite renowned in East Blue. The newly assigned sailors expressed unwavering confidence in Smoker, having been collectively reassigned. They had spent a few days with him and were familiar with his exploits. Nearby, a branch sailor, skeptical, approached and said, Is that true? I think Colonel Doo-hwan will prevail. You may not know this, but Colonel Doo-hwan eliminated a notorious pirate with a bounty of 27 million berry just the day after he arrived. In their eyes, Doo-hwan was almost godlike. In less than 20 days, he had transformed the branch into a formidable force, seemingly invincible in North Blue. Huh, you just don't understand, do you? A few new sailors boasted. Major Smoker is a user of the Logia smoke fruit, possessing the powers of smoke. They were aware of devil fruits. Having heard of the notorious pirates featured in the news and the 3 admirals at headquarters, all of whom were devil fruit users. They didn't fully grasp the significance but understood that it was impressive. It sounds quite formidable, the branch sailors nodded, somewhat clueless. Yet, they noted that Colonel Do-hwan seemed to lack a devil fruit, which could potentially put him at a disadvantage. That is indeed impressive. The newly assigned sailors continued. And did you know? Major Smoker has a notorious temper. He often clashed with his superiors, and it is said he has bested several rear admirals. Observing the astonished expressions of those around him, he continued to boast, if he had made such mistakes, Major Smoker would likely be at least a rear admiral by now. The branch sailors were taken aback. The thought was simply terrifying. Wow, that is incredible. Rear admiral, that is a significant figure. Someone they could hardly hope to meet. Jinai interjected, unable to remain silent, and corrected them with a frown. Don't be foolish. He only defeated a colonel. Hitting a rear admiral would be excessive. If he had done that, Smoker would be imprisoned and impelled down by now. We must have misremembered. The new sailors admitted sheepishly, realizing their exaggeration had backfired. Oh, defeating a colonel is still quite impressive. The branch sailors nodded, finding such an achievement more believable. So now you see who is truly formidable, right? The new sailor asserted. The branch sailors nodded in agreement. It seems Major Smoker is indeed a bit more formidable. They acknowledged Do-hwan's prowess, recognizing him as a renowned pirate who had dispatched the infamous Tiger Shark Bailey in less than a day, earning their admiration. However, what if the major from headquarters was equally impressive? After all, headquarters was the Navy's core, home to admirals and rear admirals, while they lacked even a single officer in North Blue. Furthermore, from what they had heard, Major Smoker truly appeared fearsome. Carl, Roman, and their trusted companions shook their heads, nearly bursting into laughter. They had unwavering confidence in Do-hwan, focused solely on learning his techniques. Those who had accompanied Do-hwan from headquarters knew that it was Do-hwan's strength, not merely the title of major. That was truly impressive. Carl understood well that not every sailor entered the Navy with the rank of major. Chapter 24. Brothers must train. At this moment, Do-hwan patiently awaited the naval onlookers to assemble before stepping into the clearing. He courteously addressed Smoker, Major Smoker. You may not be aware that I hail from the East Blue, where I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. The Smoke Man, Smoker, instills terror in the hearts of East Blue pirates, a formidable paragon of justice within the Navy. He discerned Smoker's underlying discontent, likely stemming from his demotion from captain to vice captain, yearning for a semblance of dignity. However, such sentiments were intolerable in Do-hwan's realm. Moreover, the recently transferred naval officers prattled boastfully, a behavior that incited his ire. They needed to be subdued. In his territory, only a singular voice was permitted. The base commander has overpraised me during my time in the East Blue. My achievements were but modest, Do-hwan continued, eliciting a stiff smile from Smoker. He was taken aback by Do-hwan's keen insight, recognizing his reputation in the North Blue, which he greatly admired. Instantly, he felt a surge of goodwill toward Do-hwan. Should he emerge victorious, he would concede defeat. Unwilling to tarnish Do-hwan's prestige, or perhaps a draw would suffice, ensuring they both upheld the integrity of the 141st Division. Unaware of Smoker's thoughts, Do-hwan casually twirled his blade and remarked, then, please. Smoker grasped his weapon, the 10 hands, which resembled a pair of pointed steel forks, one prong elongated while the other was merely a third of its length, adorned with sea prism stone. It could pierce or sweep with ease, and in retreat, it could ensnare or sever blades, specifically designed to counter sword-type weaponry. Do-hwan needed to be cautious not to break his weapon. Other aspects could be gauged as the battle progressed. However, Do-hwan's recognition by Admiral Sengoku suggested he was no ordinary lieutenant and could certainly hold his own in combat. With his legs slightly bent and muscles taut, Smoker vanished with a thunderous crack, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind. In the blink of an eye, he closed the 20-meter gap, the gleaming tip of the 10 hands lunging toward Do-hwan's chest. Do-hwan stood firm, his blade raised defensively. Clang! The tip struck the katana, failing to advance an inch, not even shaking Do-hwan's stance. Smoker's pupils constricted as he realized the challenge before him was formidable. With one hand wielding his sword horizontally, he deftly blocked the thrust with the slender edge of his blade. Speed, precision, and an overwhelming force were essential. Major Smoker, we are both elite members of the Navy. Do not hold back. Do-hwan countered, executing a powerful swing that sent Smoker soaring through the air, igniting his fighting spirit. He recognized that Do-hwan was not merely a fledgling in need of protection but a worthy adversary. Undoubtedly, this promising talent, favored by Admiral Sengoku, could contend with him. A seasoned veteran at 29, even at the tender age of 18, Smoker charged at Do-hwan once more, this time exerting all his strength. His arm muscles bulged, veins prominent, showcasing his mastery. The tin hands blurred into a series of afterimages, its trajectory indiscernible, only the dazzling silver glint piercing the air with a howling sound. Each strike targeted vital points, the silver shimmer nearly enveloping Do-hwan's form. Each successful hit would deliver devastating damage. Impressive skill, Do-hwan replied, maintaining his composure, standing resolutely as he effortlessly parried with his blade. The long katana, designed for slashes and thrusts, danced fluidly in his grip. Each swing precisely intercepted the tin hands, perfectly predicting Smoker and Appo's attacks. Every time the weapon seemed destined to land a blow, Do-hwan flawlessly deflected it. They appeared perilously close. Yet the tin hands remained forever unable to breach the chasm between them. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing echoed incessantly, sparks erupting in the air. Smoker bit down on a cigar, the remaining stub falling to the ground. He finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Despite the tin hands being designed to counter blades, he had to even manage to clamp down on Do-hwan and Appo's edge. His opponent and Appo's speed and adaptability were overwhelming. Elementalization. Smoker and Appo's body partially transformed into smoke, leaving only the portion wielding the tin hands. While it may seem underhanded, he had no choice but to resort to elementalization for the match to continue. He was utterly outmatched in strength and technique. Swish. Do-hwan observed the swirling mist, his expression serene as he sheathed his sword. What? Smoker thought, perplexed. Was Do-hwan surrendering? Yet, in an instant, a layer of dark haki enveloped Do-hwan's sheath. He then swung it downward with a piercing howl. Smoker, now in his elemental form, stood as if frozen, the immense wind pressure rendering him immobile, the smoky essence of his being whisked away. Smoker's heart raced in alarm, blankness overtaking him. His nerves felt as if they were being seared, incessantly transmitting signals of impending doom. Yet, his body remained unyielding, firmly anchored by the force of the wind. He felt as though he had glimpsed the smile of death. That dark aura was undoubtedly the manifestation of armament haki. Combined with the terrifying power, he would surely perish if struck. Boom. The sheathed sword passed Smoker, the tremendous sword pressure crashing into the ground with a thunderous roar. The earth trembled, debris swirling chaotically. As the dust began to settle, a massive fissure appeared beside Smoker. It was barely a meter wide but plunged so deep that its bottom was obscured. The crack extended from Smoker's side, continuing forward until it abruptly halted at the feet of the gathered Navy officers, conveniently adjacent to those who had just boasted about Smoker. Drip. Drip. Several beads of cold sweat splattered onto the ground, soaking a small patch. Smoker gazed at the fissure beside him, then at Do-hwan, confusion etched across his face. What kind of power was this? What sort of swordsmanship could cleave such an unfathomable chasm without spreading further? His swordsmanship, strength, and control had reached a level bordering on monstrous, rendering him unable to even catch a glimpse of Do-hwan's form. Major Smoker, your prowess is commendable. Yet I urge you to devote more attention to haki training. Do-hwan approached, patting Smoker's shoulder, speaking with measured calmness. If I may be frank, the smoke fruit is not akin to the light or azure dragon fruits. One cannot rely solely on fruit abilities to ascend to global dominance. Even the three admirals, who wield top-tier elemental fruits, have never underestimated the potency of haki. As the great Kaido once said, relying solely on fruit abilities is insufficient for world domination. Only haki can transcend all. I understand now, Smoker replied, looking at Do-hwan, words caught in his throat. It was not that he questioned Do-hwan's wisdom. The advice rang true. Yet, he couldn't help but ponder, brother, are you truly only 18? He had come to the North Blue as a vice captain, not to challenge the four emperors of the New World. He was awestruck, truly awestruck. No wonder Admiral Sengoku held Do-hwan in such high regard, not merely for his integrity, but for his monstrous strength at such a tender age. Chapter 25, A Revelation. The training ground. Do-hwan's Navy uniform remained immaculate, as if nothing had transpired. Smoker, with a newfound humility, nodded at Do-hwan before sheathing his sword and stepping aside. He was utterly subdued, devoid of any lingering resentment. Do-hwan merely smiled blandly and casually settled onto a patch of grass, not in a hurry to urge the soldiers. As their 10-minute break had yet to conclude, Hanai cast a deep glance at Do-hwan before walking over to the somewhat disheartened smoker. To be honest, Do-hwan and Appo's nonchalant defeat of Smoker had intrigued her, and she felt an urge to bridge the gap in their camaraderie. At 26, while her peers had already borne several children, she had yet to experience even a single romantic encounter, which left her feeling quite regretful. However, Smoker's swift defeat raised concerns. She felt compelled to intervene. Meanwhile, the onlooking Navy personnel were astounded. The battle between the naval officers had concluded in a mere minute. The final strike that vanquished Major Smoker left them in utter shock. Major Smoker had lost. The fight ended so swiftly. Was this the prowess of Colonel Do-hwan? Smoker's attacks had been entirely anticipated by Colonel Do-hwan. Every strike was deftly parried. Not a single blow landing on Do-hwan. It was astonishing. They could hardly catch a glimpse of Smoker's shadow, while Do-hwan remained firmly in place. And that final strike, its force was akin to an earthquake. The surrounding navy erupted into fervent discussions, profoundly shaken. Although the combat was brief, the exchanges were nothing short of spectacular. The clashes of blades were intricate and captivating, each assault and block executed with textbook precision. Yet, it was evident that Colonel Do-hwan was on an entirely different level. They were still haunted by the memory of that last strike, which seemed capable of cleaving mountains in two. Colonel Do-hwan was truly a monstrous powerhouse. Hey, what did you just say? One Navy officer nudged a colleague who had just transferred from another division. I said Major Smoker is impressive. The newly transferred officer swallowed hard and added. But Colonel Do-hwan is even more formidable. He glanced at the cracks in the ground nearby, his heart racing. He couldn't discern whether this was merely coincidental or a deliberate display, yet either way, it meant he had to be obedient. I told you Colonel Do-hwan would win. He is the most fearsome officer we've encountered. Others chimed in, relieved. Indeed, while Major Smoker is formidable, he isn't a match for Colonel Do-hwan. Several officers shared a knowing smile. They recognized that Colonel Do-hwan was exceptional. Not every major in the Navy possessed his level of skill. Their previous assumptions had been naive. If every major were as strong as Do-hwan, this world would not be an era of great pirates, but rather an age of formidable navies. After all, Do-hwan had led their division to eradicate thousands of pirates in just over 10 days. If there were hundreds like him in the Navy, peace would surely reign. We concede. We concede. The newly transferred officer wore a bitter expression. That final strike was anything but accidental. No wonder Admiral Sengoku held Do-hwan in such high regard, even sending Vice Admiral Fireburn to offer his commendations. Such a monstrous officer surely surpassed the strength of a rear admiral by now. It seemed he needed to recalibrate his mindset and abandon any arrogance associated with being a Navy officer. In the crowd, Dasky observed Do-hwan and his blade. Silently reflecting, the base commander is indeed powerful. That sword only realizes its potential in the hands of someone like him. Her father was a blacksmith who once forged a renowned blade, only to be slain by pirates wielding it. She vowed to reclaim all such weapons from evildoers. For such precious artifacts should not be used for wicked purposes. Yet, if a renowned blade were held by a paragon of justice, she would rejoice. At the edge of the training ground, Smoker gazed up at the sky, his fierce visage betraying hints of melancholy and confusion. What is the matter, Smoker? Hanai approached and casually inquired, did he make you feel defeated? There are many stronger than you in this world. It's unnecessary to dwell on it. If you can't comfort someone, then don't, Smoker replied, a hint of irritation in his voice. I'm not troubled by such things. Yet, he felt a sudden stab of vulnerability as he continued. Hanai, did you know? I intended to let him have a chance, thinking I could ease up a bit before ultimately winning to save face for him. Hanai paused, her face gradually reddening with suppressed laughter, unable to contain herself. Ha ha ha. You thought to let him win, and instead, he annihilated you. My goodness, how amusing. Do you feel like a clown now? Hanai's laughter intensified as she discerned Smoker's thoughts. Yeah, Smoker nodded, feeling increasingly disheartened. But more importantly, I think he saw right through me. The crux of the matter was that Do-hwan had perceived his intention to go easy, ultimately defeating him with just a few moves. Smoker could sense Do-hwan's awareness. How Do-hwan must have thought, wow, this opponent is so weak, and yet he is trying to hold back. It's quite comical. Out of courtesy, he had wanted to let Do-hwan lose too embarrassingly. Even before their match, he had begun to acknowledge Do-hwan, contemplating how they could stand on equal footing and achieve greatness together. Now, however, he felt that his image had been thoroughly tarnished in Do-hwan's eyes due to his own actions. How interesting, Hanai noted, recognizing Smoker's sentiments as he wrestled with shame. She had never witnessed such emotions in him before. He had always been brash and irritable, maintaining a defensive demeanor towards peers and superiors alike. Is it enough already? How long will you continue to laugh? Smoker shot a disgruntled glance at his old classmate. We're of an age where we should have some decorum. Hanai, indignant, retorted. I'm young. Her laughter abruptly ceased. At 26, she was in the prime of her beauty. Humph, Smoker scoffed, unconcerned. And shifted the topic. Do-hwan just advised me to focus more on honing my hockey instead of becoming too reliant on my devil fruit powers. I think that's quite reasonable. Would you like to join me in seeking his guidance? Having been decisively defeated by Do-hwan, he recognized the necessity of adhering to his advice. After all, this was a prodigy at merely 18. No one understood the significance of strength better than him. If Do-hwan emphasized the cultivation of hockey, Smoker would certainly take it to heart. He knew the methods to train hockey but lacked mastery. Approaching Do-hwan alone felt daunting. Training hockey, you say? And I mused, her eyes glimmering. Joining you to learn from Do-hwan wouldn't be a bad idea. Consider it my assistance to you once more. Hockey requires practice. With Do-hwan as a brilliant instructor, I'm sure I'd learn swiftly. Huh? Smoker cast a puzzled glance at Hanai, sensing that she was not entirely focused on the matter of hockey. Chapter 26 The irresistible glory of Germa. In the blink of an eye, the following day arrived. The sun hung high in the sky, bathing the world in the gentle warmth of spring. Upon the training grounds, a newly constructed trench, 50 meters in length, made its debut. This trench, remodeled from the sword scars left by Do-hwan the previous day, now served as a fresh training site. It was meticulously shaped by the newly assigned naval forces to aid their adaptation to the environment and deepen their understanding of the larger and smaller kings. At that moment, in addition to the hundreds of naval officers engaged in their daily training, a neatly arranged formation stood at attention. This formation consisted of the elite naval recruits, with Major Smoker and Hanai at the forefront. Listen closely, Do-hwan declared, his expression grave as he addressed the assembly. You are all elite soldiers, resolute and formidable. After 2 days of initial acclimatization, I trust you have become accustomed to this environment. Today, I shall lead you in familiarizing yourselves further with our surroundings. The soldiers before him were gifts bestowed by the warlord of the warring states, all promising non-commissioned officers whom he could not afford to squander. He intended to lead them on a campaign against pirates, swiftly enhancing their loyalty and integrating them into his ranks for further development. The naval personnel raised their hands in salute, responding in unison, understood. We will obey the orders of the base commander. Major Smoker and Hanai listened intently, demonstrating their compliance. The sparring session from the previous day had made it clear to them that Do-hwan was a force to be reckoned with. Within the 141st Division, Do-hwan was the unequivocal commander. Very well, let us depart. Do-hwan nodded slightly and set forth toward the warship. Due to the recent purges in their jurisdiction, they would need to venture farther to locate pirates. It had been a while since he had claimed any pirate bounties, and his record had gathered dust. 3 days later, in the North Sea, at the residence of the Germa kingdom, within a lavish study, a grand oil painting adorned the wall, depicting a robust man wielding a knight's sword, with 4 crowned heads at his feet. The painting, titled Slaying the 4 Kings of the North Sea, immortalized the glorious moment of Vinsmoke Katakuri's triumph over the monarchs of the North Sea. Below the painting stood an imposing mahogany desk. The newly appointed butler of the Vinsmoke family, Bill, was reporting to Vinsmoke Katakuri, who sat behind the desk. Lord Katakuri, our transportation costs have significantly increased since we traversed the jurisdiction of the 141st Division. Although our recent shipments of arms have successfully reached their destinations, our profits have dwindled to a mere 70% of what they used to be. His face reflected distress, and his demeanor was exceedingly humble. He was the 5th Bill. The previous 4 had met their demise at the hands of Vinsmoke Katakuri. How infuriating. Katakuri slammed his fist onto the desk, his expression fierce. 70%. Only 70% profit on arms. 3% lost on the journey. What am I supposed to do with that? He had previously considered eliminating Do-hwan but decided against it after a moment of reflection. Even the legendary Marine, Monkey D. Garb, who had once pursued Pirate King Roger, deserved a measure of respect. As Do-hwan was Garb's nephew, Katakuri resolved to spare him for the time being, opting for a more circuitous approach. Lord Katakuri, that's not all. I have heard that the 141st Division is expanding its patrol range and requires even greater caution to avoid detection. Bill observed Katakuri's expression, speaking cautiously. Recently, the well-organized 141st Division had begun to probe outward, conducting random patrols that had already resulted in a few unfortunate pirate crews confirming their demise. Should this expansion continue at such a pace, it would inevitably impact the new routes of the Vinsmoke family. Must they demand even more? Katakuri could scarcely contain his frustration. As long as he manages his 141st Division, why can he not be satisfied? Losing 30% of profits is already painful enough. Without that 30%, my dream of uniting the North Sea and restoring the glory of the German kingdom is diminished by a third. And Do-hwan dares to expand further? This cannot stand. Is he to think that as he continues his outward expansion, my business will merely adapt until it can no longer sustain itself? Bill sensed Katakuri's growing ire and fell silent. Huh. Katakuri exhaled sharply, his expression darkening with malice. I declare war on the navy of the 141st Division. I shall drive them from the North Sea. He recognized Do-hwan as a young man brimming with ambition, whose mere presence in the North Sea had stirred a tempest. Far from the ineffectual leader of a division, if Do-hwan intended to establish a permanent presence in the North Sea, he would undoubtedly become an obstacle that could not be circumvented. For the sake of Germa's resurgence, this impediment must be removed. He must be driven away. Bill respectfully praised. Lord Katakuri, your wisdom is unparalleled. Germa once reigned over the North Sea for 66 days, the true sovereign of these waters. Its glory is destined to resurface, and before it does, all who stand in its way shall face retribution. Katakuri's ambition ignited, further solidifying the necessity of conflict. He had mastered the technology of creating clones, capable of producing utterly loyal and robust soldiers within 5 years. The foundation of this endeavor, however, lay in ample funding. As long as sufficient resources were available, he could amass an unending elite army. Dominating the North Sea, even ruling the world, was no mere fantasy. Now, with Do-hwan having deprived him of 30% of his profits, it was tantamount to losing an entire division. His previous forbearance had been excessive. War was now an inevitability. As he contemplated this, his countenance settled into a calm resolve. The path to Germa's revival would not be obstructed. Do-hwan must be driven away. He must be driven away. If Do-hwan were to depart voluntarily upon hearing this news, it would be preferable. If not, he would have no choice but to act decisively. Katakuri pondered further before instructing Bill, relay my orders, immediately assemble 10,000 elite troops of the German kingdom. Under the pretense of raiding German kingdom merchant ships, we shall declare war on the 141st Division. Should they agree to return the seized goods and expel Monkey D Doo-hwan from the North Sea, this conflict may be averted. Otherwise, I shall defend the rights of the German kingdom as a member of the world government and personally reclaim the seized merchandise. The so-called seized goods, of course, referred to his substantial stockpile of arms. As the 141st Division belonged to the Navy, he could not openly sever ties. Thus, indirect warfare was necessary. If the Navy buckled under pressure and agreed to withdraw Do-hwan, then all would be well. If not, he would deploy his forces and forcibly expel Do-hwan. An astute plan. Lord Katakuri. Bill raised his thumb in admiration, then remarked, I shall convey your orders at once. Very well. Katakuri nodded, continuing to strategize for the impending conflict. Soon, a series of orders spread throughout the German kingdom. The clone soldiers and technologically advanced ironclad ships began mobilizing. Within 2 days, they would be fully prepared to initiate the war. Simultaneously, news of the German kingdom's declaration of war against the 141st Division echoed across the seas. Not only was it a hot topic in the North Sea, but the Navy headquarters was also aware of the situation. This was precisely the scenario Vinsmoke Katakuri had envisioned, applying pressure on Do-hwan through the Navy headquarters, thereby compelling the troublesome heir to vacate. However, the Vinsmoke family would not forget this affront. When the German kingdom sought to conquer the world, Do-hwan would undoubtedly find himself on the list of those to be reckoned with. A monumental storm was brewing on the horizon. Chapter 27. Seeking Refuge? A sudden strike. The news from the North Sea has stirred considerable commotion. Under the deliberate promotion of the Vinsmoke family, it swiftly reached the Navy headquarters and the world government. A member nation has accused the Navy of plundering merchant ships and declared war on the naval branch. Such an occurrence is unprecedented, truly a marvel of the world. Even the Gorosei have heard of this matter. Given its urgency and severity, the Gorosei issued directives personally. They ordered the North Sea Branch 141 to return all resources and mandated an open apology from the base commander to the German 666 Kingdom, along with the transfer of the base commander to other seas. Furthermore, they held the Navy headquarters accountable, reprimanding them for their lax management and insisting on serious rectifications. The choice between a powerful member nation that contributes riches from the heavens and a minor branch in the North Sea is exceedingly apparent. As the Navy acts as the lapdog of the world government, under Sengoku's leadership, it has begun to exhibit troubling signs, questioning some of the world government's orders. The Navy requires no justice, only obedience. At 9 o'clock in the evening, darkness enveloped the sky, with only the stars and moon illuminating the night. When the Gorosei's orders reached Sengoku, the entire marshal's office was in disarray. Sengoku, Tsuru, and the ever-errant Garp, 3 naval commanders, looked upon the world government's handling with immense fury. How audacious! A kingdom, steeped in blood, the Germa kingdom, dares to act unjustly and turn the tables. The Vinsmoke family has merchant ships clearly engaged in smuggling weapons to pirates, believing their dealings with Doflamingo to be shrouded in secrecy. Sengoku slammed the table. His expression one of furious indignation. The major players in the underworld, while the Navy may not capture them, do not mean they are ignorant. The Vinsmoke family's involvement in arms trafficking is notorious within the underworld, constituting their greatest wealth aside from taxation. Were it not for their status as a member nation of the world government, parallel to the Navy, they would have long since subdued this arrogant family. Such empty words are futile. What performance are you putting on before me? Just tell me how you plan to handle D-hwan. Garp, forsaking even his snacks, stomped a foot heavily onto the desk. I tell you, Sengoku, he is the only successor I have in the Navy. If he encounters trouble, I will upend your office. He was out at sea, commanding a warship against pirates, and upon hearing the news, he rushed back. As the sole heir to his naval legacy, the nephew to whom he has imparted all his skills, he cannot permit D-hwan to face adversity within the Navy. Sengoku paused, momentarily speechless. He feared Garp and Appo's agitation, hence spoke his inner thoughts to calm his old comrade. However, how to handle the matter with D-hwan is not a decision he can make lightly. Garp, calm yourself. This is not Sengoku's fault. Tsuru, sensing the escalating situation, swiftly intervened. You know Sengoku, while he is the fleet admiral, there are many matters beyond his control. Listen to his proposed solution and show him some understanding. All right. Garp's anger slightly abated. He turned his fierce gaze upon Sengoku. What do you propose to do? If it is not handled well, do not blame me if I take matters into my own hands in the North Sea. Sighing, Sengoku expressed his frustration. I will not hold D-hwan accountable. I will transfer him from that treacherous place in the North Sea. Simultaneously, I will issue a warning to the Vinsmoke family, demanding they retract the false accusations against D-hwan and apologize to him. As for the Gorosei, I will provide them with an explanation, ensuring D-hwan remains unaffected. This is the best course of action I can take. The entire Navy is an extension of the world government, firmly bound by military funding and other means. He cannot wholly defy the Gorosei's commands. Such defiance is a boundary he has long been cautious not to cross. He understands that the Gorosei are increasingly dissatisfied with his control over the Navy. Sengoku, is this all you can do? Garp slammed the table again, voice booming. Recall D-hwan to headquarters and commend him for his achievements in the North Sea. Let me go to the Germa kingdom and apologize. Let us see if they dare to retaliate. He has lingered in the Grand Line for far too long. Long enough for these North Sea ruffians to believe he can no longer wield a fist. Garp, do not act foolishly here. Sengoku exclaimed in anger. You, a naval hero. To apologize to the Germa kingdom, what of the Navy's honor? I will take care of the Vinsmoke family. You need not display your might here. The Navy is ultimately subordinate to the world government. If you wish for D-hwan to remain in the Navy, do not push it too far. Remember, the Navy's funding is still issued by the world government, and the legal authority of the Navy is also granted by the world government, which can appoint or dismiss even me, the fleet admiral. How he longs for swift retribution. But as the fleet admiral, he must consider the Navy as a whole. The Navy is a force to protect member nations, not a judge to punish them. That is a matter requiring the utmost caution from the world government. Humph, Garp scoffed. Though still irate, he began to comprehend Sengoku's position. Sengoku softened his tone, gravely stating, I will speak with Vinsmoke judge, urging him to retract all accusations against D-hwan. D-hwan will achieve glory and honor elsewhere, while I will dispatch someone new to the North Sea. You know, the Navy cannot oppose its member nations. He assured that D-hwan's rise would not be hindered. He sees in D-hwan the hope of the Navy's next generation. Those he has sent are promising young naval officers, intended to solidify D-hwan's resolve and build a foundation. Tsuru stepped beside Garp, gently advising, Garp, You should recognize that this is the best response Sengoku can offer. Garp turned away, refusing to regard Sengoku's face. Your words mean little to me. The resolution rests with D-hwan. If he disagrees, all else is moot. He knew, as Sengoku had articulated, the Navy is not governed by a single person. Sengoku has exerted the utmost effort. Sengoku, somewhat beleaguered, dialed the transponder snail, addressing Garp. I shall contact D-hwan now. You may listen in. He recalled how D-hwan had begun to question the Navy's justice due to recent events involving Donald. Now with the Vinsmoke family's influence looming, he was uncertain of D-hwan's thoughts. Bloop bloop. As Sengoku listened to the transponder snail's voice, he inhaled deeply, preparing to employ his eloquence to counsel D-hwan. Perhaps if he brought D-hwan to his side for a time as a secretary, he might help him understand the Navy and Appos' predicament, framing it as a lesson in the duties of a fleet admiral. Soon, the call connected. The first sound to reach Sengoku's ears was the howling of the sea wind. But it was dark now. Was D-hwan still out there? Fleet Admiral Sengoku, why the late-night call? D-hwan stood upon the deck, gazing toward the distant lights of the port. That is the core island of the Vinsmoke family, where military forces are being gathered. It concerns the Vinsmoke family. The world government seeks to hold you accountable. Sengoku inhaled deeply, resolutely stating, but you will be fine. I will compel the Vinsmoke family to retract their accusations. And you will return to learn from me for a time. No need, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. D-hwan smiled faintly, calmly replying, await my good news, I assure you. I shall not cause you trouble. Huh. Sengoku felt an ominous premonition. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I cannot linger. I am about to commence subjugation operations. Pirate Vinsmoke Sanji, having slaughtered the kings of 4 nations and threatened the sanctity of naval justice, cannot be allowed to rampage unchecked. Do-hwan's voice was resolute as he abruptly ended the call. The Vinsmoke family had declared war on the 141st Division, absurdly granting a 3-day grace period. Does Vinsmoke Sanji not comprehend the art of warfare? If he desires battle, let him engage. If he seeks surrender, let him capitulate. His indecisiveness is nothing short of comical. Let us observe as he lands at the base, swiftly attacking Germa. Chapter 28. The concern of the headquarters, naval headquarters, Marshal and Appos' office. Beep. A disconnected telephone bug on the desk emitted a sound, prompting attention. Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru exchanged glances, each struggling to believe their ears. Ha ha ha. Garp's expression shifted from anger to delight as he pounded his thigh and laughed. As expected of my nephew, he possesses true valor. What is the Vinsmoke family? They will pay dearly for their petty schemes. His surprise was palpable. Just moments ago, he had been worrying about Do-hwan's thoughts, fearing that Do-hwan might leave the Navy in anger. Little did he know that Do-hwan and Appos' sense of justice was resolute, already setting forth on a quest against the Vinsmoke family. Truly, he was his nephew, much more decisive than that dragon fellow. Garp, what are you laughing about? Sengoku's face darkened as he scolded loudly. Do you have any idea how much trouble he is inviting? The Germa kingdom of the Vinsmoke family, though notorious for its malevolence, was still a member state of the world government. A Navy officer striking against a member state would have significant repercussions. He could already envision the furious reaction of the 5 elders, intent on targeting Do-hwan. The Navy serves the world government, and even as fleet admiral, he was merely a senior worker. What's to fear? Do-hwan just labeled those fellows as pirates. The world government has no jurisdiction over the slaying of pirates, Garp replied nonchalantly, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. All right, Sengoku said, exasperated. Let us not even discuss the aftermath of his actions. Is the Vinsmoke family so easily dealt with? Vinsmoke Judge, a top scientist who once collaborated with Vegapunk, possessed the cloning project and commanded an army of over 10,000 elite soldiers. He himself was no weakling. In the New World, he was a figure with a bounty in the hundreds of millions. Do-hwan's 141st branch consists of just a handful of individuals, including Smoker and Jinai. The elite members barely amount to the strength of 5 branches from the 4 seas. How could they possibly contend with the Vinsmoke family? Sengoku was acutely aware of the Vinsmoke family's might, closely collaborating with the warlord Doflamingo and engaging in extensive arms trading. They could rampage through the North Sea, representing a perilous entity beneath the warlords. Even a team led by an elite admiral from headquarters might struggle there. If Do-hwan acted impulsively, he would likely face dire consequences. Garp glanced at Sengoku with a mocking smile. Sengoku, look at your cowardice. It's rare to see you so anxious. It's rather entertaining. I am concerned for Do-hwan. While you stand here making light of the situation, Sengoku glared at Garp, his frustration palpable. That is your nephew. Do you have no humanity left? Precisely because he is my nephew, and I have personally trained him, I have confidence in him, Karp replied, cheerfully oblivious. There are few who can threaten him on these seas, and the North Sea is certainly not among them. Karp continued, brimming with confidence. Aside from his swordsmanship, which Dragon arranged for him to learn, Doo-hwan mastered the 3 types of hockey, the Navy's 6 powers, and the fist of the series, all taught by Karp. Of course, the Conqueror's hockey was something Doo-hwan awakened on his own, with Karp merely offering advice on fostering his spirit. Although he had set out to capture pirates while only providing training methods, Doo-hwan, with his extraordinary talent, progressed rapidly on his own. After several evaluations, Doo-hwan consistently surprised him. Today, Doo-hwan could be considered his true successor, which made Karp immensely excited about Doo-hwan joining the Navy. Karp, Doo-hwan is merely an 18-year-old child. Sengoku glared at Karp, expressing his disappointment. No matter how great his talent, he is still too young. His future was originally limitless. Yet you have taught him to be so impulsive that he may very well ruin himself. He had always looked down upon Karp's teaching methods. His 2 grandsons in the East Blue were constantly clamoring to become pirates, having been led astray. After finally having a nephew like Doo-hwan, who harbored a sense of justice, he found it regrettable that Doo-hwan was now being taught recklessly. Sengoku, don't be upset, Tsuru comforted as she patted Sengoku's shoulder. I believe that child Doo-hwan might possess a plan. His choice to launch a surprise attack tonight is a calculated move, aiming to catch the Vinsmoke family off guard amidst their arrogance. Now, halfway through, it seems he chose to strike at dawn. A strategy that values speed and hits the enemy while they are fatigued. He understands the art of warfare. He is not merely acting on impulse. As the chief of staff, she swiftly analyzed the situation. In her view, Doo-hwan had chosen an opportune moment to engage in battle. While the Vinsmoke family was mobilizing soldiers, it appeared they had a large force, yet in reality, they were most disordered. A perfect time for a surprise attack. If Doo-hwan indeed possessed sufficient strength, as Karp claimed, then this battle would exemplify the classic decapitation strategy, rendering the enemy leaderless and inevitably leading to their defeat. Sighing, Sengoku calmed down after hearing Tsuru's analysis. Indeed, Doo-hwan's capabilities were evident. The accomplishments he achieved in the 141st branch could not merely be attributed to recklessness. Should he have the resolve to strike, it must be because he recognized the opportunity, rather than seeking a futile demise. Sengoku shot Karp a look, his voice rising in anger. Karp, you better hope that, as you say, Doo-hwan has already inherited most of your strength. I assure you, he is far more exceptional than you realize. Karp puffed out his chest, filled with pride. Humph. Sengoku scoffed. I will promptly dispatch Kazuru to the North Sea for support. If anything happens to Doo-hwan, do not come crying to me. Ha, rest assured. There is no one in the North Sea who can match him, Karp replied with unwavering confidence, no longer sharing the initial anger he had with Sengoku. He felt certain that Doo-hwan would emerge victorious. However, the matters following the victory would be Sengoku and Appo's concern. That was not his forte. Chapter 29, Trident, Strike with Lightning. Off the coast of the German kingdom, time gradually drifted backward. The ships amassed at the port slowly fell into silence, while the watchtowers began to show signs of fatigue. In the distance, a warship floated silently, its dark hull seamlessly blending with the night and the waves. Doo-hwan stood quietly on the deck, observing the flickering lights of the distant port. They had been waiting here for quite some time, all for the purpose of seizing the best opportunity to deliver a decisive blow and conclude the battle with utmost swiftness. Smog, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, let a few sparks fall from the dark red ember. He gazed at Doo-hwan and Appo's silhouette, still grappling with disbelief. When the declaration of war from the Vinsmoke family reached Branch 141, everyone was incensed by the absurdity of it all. They had merely seized illegal arms, yet were accused of plundering merchant vessels. However, being a member of the world government, they could not afford to oppose it. Consequently, Doo-hwan did not hesitate to label the German kingdom as pirates and promptly devised a battle strategy. Engaging in combat with a member state was sheer madness. Smog retrieved his pocket watch, using the faint glow from his cigar to check the time. The hands pointed to 3 o'clock, inching towards 4. He stepped forward, approaching Doo-hwan, and said, Colonel, it is now 3 in the morning. It is time. Doo-hwan nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. The hours of 3 and 4 in the morning are when people are most weary and lax. They had deliberately reversed their circadian rhythms, and now they were brimming with energy. Doo-hwan turned to those behind him and commanded, Prepare the warship for immediate departure to the port at maximum speed. Get ready for combat. Understood. The sailors replied, their spirits invigorated. Do-hwan nodded and instructed, this time, we must execute the decapitation plan swiftly and accurately. I will lead a team of 20 directly to the Vinsmoke family headquarters, while Smog and Gina will each command 40 men to attack the mid to senior level commanders of the Germa fleet. Within a short span, we must control at least 2/3 of the senior officials to mitigate any substantial impact. His forces were vastly outnumbered by the Germa kingdom, thus, a decapitation operation was essential for achieving victory in one fell swoop. Otherwise, a direct confrontation with the Germa kingdom, while certainly winnable, would bring significant repercussions to the North Sea, hindering his progress. Understood, Colonel. We shall accomplish the mission, Smog and Gina replied, their expressions grave. To this day, they still found it hard to believe Do-hwan's audacity or comprehend why they had joined this reckless plan. The Vinsmoke family of the Germa kingdom was the most formidable power in the North Sea, boasting tens of thousands of elite soldiers and numerous high-ranking officials. In contrast, Branch 141 could muster only 1,000 combat personnel with 3 capable colonels. The disparity was staggering, rendering victory nearly impossible, even with a surprise attack. Colonel Do-hwan, the pressure of combat on your side is greater. You should take more personnel. Gina expressed her concern as she walked closer to him. They were to split into 3 groups. She and Smog only needed to capture mid-level commanders, which posed no significant challenge for them. However, Do-hwan would face the Vinsmoke family's most elite forces, which would be a true test. No need. My operation is a decapitation strike and does not require many personnel. Do-hwan calmly replied, shaking his head slightly. You two will need more manpower to control the majority of the mid to senior level commanders. Unfortunately, I only have 100 elite personnel here, and the soldiers at the branch are not sufficiently seasoned. Smog's expression turned earnest as he said, please take extra care. Gina and I will rush to assist you as soon as we complete our mission. Do-hwan nodded and turned to the assembled sailors on the deck for a final rallying cry. The Germa kingdom, the foremost force in the North Sea and Apos' underworld, has committed heinous crimes by smuggling arms to pirates for profit. Branch 141 has repeatedly intercepted their supply routes, making significant contributions to the stability of the North Sea. Yet, they have inverted the truth, erasing our achievements and slandering us as ruthless brigands. They trample on the justice we uphold. They seek to dishonor the honor of soldiers. His voice resonated powerfully against the sea breeze, stirring fervor within the hearts of the Navy. Justice cannot be trampled. Honor cannot be tarnished. The sailors burned with righteous fury, intent on reducing the Germa kingdom to ashes. Though they were the true heroes in preventing arms smuggling, should those weapons be allowed to flow out of the North Sea, piracy would surely run rampant elsewhere. Yet, their accomplishments had been usurped by an ambitious arms dealer, branding them as brigands. This could not be tolerated. A surge of indignation built up within them, ready to erupt. Today, we shall unveil the true face of the Germa. They are the marauding forces that have plundered 4 nations, the ruthless underworld, the criminals trafficking in arms. The sins of the Germa shall come to an end today, redeeming their transgressions with the remainder of their lives. Do-hwan extended his right arm at a 45-degree angle towards the sky. I declare that justice shall prevail. His voice rang out, resounding with unwavering conviction against the gusts of wind. Justice shall prevail. Justice shall prevail. The sailors echoed, their blood surging with fervor. Even Smog and Gina felt a long-lost excitement rekindled within them. Do-hwan lowered his arm and raised his saber, commanding, all hands, prepare for battle. Let us penetrate the heart of the enemy with utmost speed. Yes, the Navy readied their weapons, their gazes fixed on the approaching port. Smog tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, inhaling deeply from his cigar. Gina flexed her wrist, her eyes alight with the spirit of combat. All soldiers, except for those operating the warship, were now fully prepared for battle. Meanwhile, at the port, dozens of vessels rested upon the water's surface, quiet yet imposing. These ships, developed under the guidance of Vinsmoke Judge, rivaled the Navy and Apos' own vessels. A handful of sleepy sentries fought to keep their eyes open, their vigilance severely lacking. As the most powerful force in the North Sea, no one dared to provoke the Germa kingdom, and the deployment of sentries and patrols was merely a routine formality. Drowsily, a sentry spotted an approaching ship, gradually sharpening his focus. A Navy warship? He quickly glanced again, confirming it was indeed a darkened Navy vessel. Now merely 100 meters from the port, realization struck him with dread, and he hurriedly attempted to sound the alarm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of air bullets erupted from the deck of the warship, striking with precision as if death itself had called their names. Precision Gatling. A single air bullet struck the Sentry's head, obliterating it instantly. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground, and the alarm remained untriggered. Simultaneously, 13 other sentries, along with 5 patrol teams meandering nearby, met the same fate, their heads bursting like watermelons upon detection of the anomaly. Boom! The warship crashed into the dock, splintering the wooden pier. Before the vessel had even fully anchored, Do-hwan surged forward, followed by a 20-man naval team, plunging directly into the heart of the Vinsmoke territory. We're on our way. Gina and Smog followed closely behind, each leading 40 sailors as they leapt from the warship, splitting into 2 teams to rush towards the command center of the fleet. These were elite sailors who had excelled at the headquarters, each one a prospective officer. The 3 teams sliced through the Germa kingdom like a sharp trident, penetrating deep into enemy territory. Chapter 30. The Wrath of Germa. Do-hwan led his team swiftly towards the central palace, with a naval squad of 20 struggling to keep pace behind him. This was, of course, due to his deliberate consideration for their limitations. He had brought these sailors not for their meager firepower, but to oversee the captives he anticipated encountering. After all, despite his formidable strength, he was but one man. Just as he could not single-handedly withstand the chaos wrought by Germa upon the North Sea, he could not possibly manage the potential hundreds of captives alone. Stop right there. A patrol squad caught sight of the rushing Do-hwan, their eyes widening in alarm. You're the Navy. Several subordinates hastily raised their firearms, preparing to attack at once. Die. Do-hwan's palm opened, and 5 beams of white light shot forth from his fingers. Before the patrolmen could react, their heads exploded, blood and brain matter spraying in all directions. Monster! A monster! The patrol captain gazed at the young, cold visage before him as if confronting a demon. Terror gripped him, and a warm stream trickled down his leg. With just a flick of his fingers, he had lost 6 subordinates. Such a terrifying display of power was something he had never witnessed. It was as if he were facing a specter. Gulp! The elite sailors trailing Do-hwan were equally shaken. His finger gun technique had reached an almost supernatural level, far surpassing their Naval Academy instructors. Where does Vinsmoke Judge reside? Do-hwan fixed his icy gaze on the patrol captain. You're the Navy? You shouldn't be here. The patrol captain stammered, sweat beading on his forehead. He could hardly believe he was facing the Navy, especially since they had just declared war on the 141st Division. These sailors should have been trembling in their base. Swish. Clutching his bleeding thigh, he collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Do-hwan spoke calmly. Answer my question. Right in the palace, in the original palace. The patrol captain shouted hurriedly, fear and resentment flickering in his eyes. Just as I suspected. Do-hwan nodded slightly, dispatching another finger gun strike. He led the sailors onward towards the palace. Meanwhile, the air was thick with the sounds of gunfire, explosions, and the agonized cries of the wounded. Looking up, even under the cover of night, he could see thick smoke rising to the left, while to the right, the resounding crash of collapsing buildings echoed. Both sides were upscale residences. Evidently Smoker and Jinbei had understood the layout and had begun their offensive. At this moment, the entire core of Vinsmoke had descended into chaos. Stealthy infiltration was unnecessary. A sudden assault to seize command would suffice. Within the opulent palace, Vinsmoke Judge had just drifted into a peaceful slumber after tirelessly researching lineage factors until dawn, hoping to refine the technology for cloning soldiers to reduce costs. Just as he was basking in restful sleep, a cacophony erupted outside. Judge and Appo's eyes snapped open, bloodshot and furious. At this hour, who dares disturb my peace? He rose from his bed, listening to the commotion and the anguished screams, immediately sensing something was amiss, even if his subordinates were merely horsing around. Such a ruckus was unwarranted. His expression darkened as he donned his specially crafted battle attire. He intended to confront the intruders who dared to cause such a disturbance in his domain. My lord, it's bad. The Navy is attacking outside. The butler, Bill, stumbled into the bedroom in a panic. What did you say? Judge's eyes widened in disbelief. My Germa kingdom is a member state of the world government. Which Navy dares to assault us? The Navy was merely a dog of the world government, as long as member states did not commit treason. The Navy acted as their protectors. Could it be that they recognized his threat and sought to eliminate him, the North Sea overlord, before he could establish dominance? A wave of unease washed over Judge as he inquired, how many of them are there? Are they led by a vice admiral or an admiral? If a vice admiral were present, he could face them head-on. However, if it were an admiral, escape would be nearly impossible. His rank was one worthy of the demon-slaying order's deployment. His heart sank as he realized he could not allow the German kingdom to be destroyed. Only one warship. Probably fewer than 1,000 men, all elite troops. There doesn't seem to be a vice admiral or admiral, most likely the navy of the 141st Division. Bill was uncertain of the exact numbers, but judging by the noise, it seemed to be 1,000-strong force. They are terrifying, by the time we spotted them. We had already lost contact with our army. Only 1,000 men from the 141st Division. Judge was momentarily taken aback, then his anger ignited. He was nearly certain this was the work of the 141st Division. Upon reflection, the world government had not issued a statement expelling Germa from membership. Thus, the Navy headquarters could not mobilize against him. Only the 141st Division, that troublemaker Do-hwan, who had previously ambushed his shipments of arms, had the audacity to act so boldly. Yet, he was merely a lieutenant colonel, a newly promoted one at that. Having been in the North Sea for less than a month, did he think he could eliminate insignificant foes and consider himself exceptional? He was the king of the Germa kingdom, the strongest ruler of the North Sea, with a place of power in the New World. How dare a mere lieutenant colonel attempt to ambush him? It was an affront to his dignity. Judge S. expression twisted into a snarl, almost laughing with rage. Very well. I shall give you the opportunity you so carelessly squander. A mere naval division dares to act with impunity in my territory. You will pay for this with your lives. And I will demand reparations from Sengoku for my losses. With a grim countenance, Judge strode purposefully towards the exit. At this moment, Vinsmoke Reiju, Vinsmoke Niji, Vinsmoke Ichiji, and Vinsmoke Yanji also sensed the disturbance. They followed their father, Judge, preparing to confront the enemy. Judge, accompanied by his modified offspring, stepped outside, his expression malevolent. Determined to make Do-hwan pay dearly. To assault a member state without provocation, regardless of Do-hwan's kinship with Garp, if he killed Do-hwan. The Navy would have no choice but to apologize for his reckless actions. Member states were allies of the world government. The Navy could only protect them. Though he had initially considered sparing Do-hwan for Garp's sake, since that fool had squandered his chance, he should not blame Judge for taking his life. With his combat prowess, defeating a vice admiral would be a trivial matter, let alone a mere base commander from a small division. Chapter 31. The Crushing of Judge in the Grand Palace of the German Kingdom. Vinsmoke Judge strode forward with a grim expression, accompanied by his 4 modified offspring. As he made his way, he observed flames engulfing the core area. The command residential quarters of the Germa 66 unit plunged into chaos. Damn it. That was the power he had painstakingly built. Ordinary soldiers were mere artificial beings. Their loss was not deeply felt. However, those mid-level commanders were carefully nurtured talents, destined to serve him in his quest for dominion over the North Sea. Judge and Appo's anger intensified with each step, his pace quickening to an almost feverish speed. Suddenly, he halted, spotting a detachment of the Navy on the main road of the palace. The young naval officer at the forefront nonchalantly swung his sword, cleaving several armed Germa soldiers in half, both man and weapon alike. Judge and Appo's eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed, "Stop right there." Do-hwan, having dispatched the guards, naturally ceased his assault. He turned to the golden-haired Judge, a smile gracing his lips as he greeted, "Good evening, pirate." Clad in a light gray combat suit emblazoned with the number 66 at the hem and draped in an orange-yellow cloak, he wielded a golden spear, exuding an aura of formidable prowess. "Are you the base commander of the 141st unit, Monkey D Doo-hwan?" Judge's gaze bore into Do-hwan, his breath heavy with suppressed rage. This young man, with his calm demeanor, seemed entirely dismissive of him. Did he believe he had the upper hand? Indeed. Do-hwan nodded casually. Judge ground his teeth in fury. Who ordered you to assault the German kingdom? He suspected that some high-ranking naval officers were conspiring against him. Do-hwan and Appo's expression remained cold as he replied, "You have committed grave offenses by slandering the Navy, engaging in arms smuggling with pirates. There is no command. The Vinsmoke family has long been a scourge. And as a Navy officer, it is my duty to eradicate such threats in the North Sea." He had not intended to confront the Vinsmoke family so soon, as his manpower was limited. Yet, since these fools had provoked him, he did not mind overcoming them with fewer forces. "How audacious of you to be so arrogant before me." Judge's anger twisted into a grimace, his face contorted with rage. "It seems those insignificant little pirates have granted you too much confidence. Today, you shall pay for your recklessness with your life, since there were no orders from higher-ups." This young man was acting on his own volition. The authority of the German kingdom was supreme in the North Sea, and it would not be challenged. Judge planted his feet firmly on the ground, his high-tech boots providing immense propulsion. With explosive power, he left behind but a shadow as he lunged towards Doo-hwan, his spear thrusting downward with ferocity. The strike was as swift as lightning. The heavy spear sliced through the air with a howling sound. Judge grinned wickedly, intent on shattering the young man and Apos' skull, just as he had done to his subordinates. Such formidable strength was on a whole different level compared to previous foes. Carla, leading 20 elite Navy soldiers behind Doo-hwan, felt his pupils constrict. The strength and speed displayed were vastly superior to those of the previous pirates they had encountered. No wonder he was the king of the underground forces in the North Sea. His power was unmatched by other pirates. If they were to engage, a single blow could prove fatal. However, they remained untroubled, for their commander was no pushover. Doo-hwan, with one hand, blocked the spear overhead. Judge's massive figure and the spear, nearly 3 meters long, were effortlessly halted midair. The tremendous force of the strike failed to advance even an inch. The wind generated by the spear stirred the loose strands of hair on Doo-hwan's forehead, marking the only tangible result of the clash. With an expressionless face, Doo-hwan countered by swinging his sword, cleaving through the spear and aiming a downward strike at Judge. Judge crossed his arms, wielding the spear defensively. Boom. In an instant, he was sent flying. Hold your ground. Judge gritted his teeth, bloodshot eyes glaring. His high-tech combat suit unleashed its maximum power, and his high-tech boots exerted all their strength. He skidded back 10 meters, leaving deep furrows in the ground before finally coming to a halt. His grip on the spear trembled slightly, his body feeling as though it had been thoroughly ravaged. What? Judge and Apos' expression turned to one of disbelief as he stared at Doo-hwan. How could this be possible? His high-tech combat suit was designed to significantly enhance his strength, while the advanced boots amplified his speed and increased the power of his strikes. With a single blow, he could sink a warship. Even a vice admiral would have to exert themselves fully to withstand it. Yet, how had this young man effortlessly blocked him? And the force behind Doo-hwan's counterattack was so terrifying that even the enhancements from Judge's suit could not endure. Was this fellow a monster? How could it be that Father's attack had no effect and was easily deflected? Reiju, Niji, Iji, and Yanji gazed at Doo-hwan in astonishment. In their minds, their father should be invincible. Yet, before this young naval officer, why had he been so effortlessly thwarted? So powerful, so incredibly strong. The base commander is indeed formidable. The 20 elite naval soldiers led by Carla were unfazed. They had witnessed Doo-hwan and Apos' strength before and held an extraordinary confidence in him. The enemy was strong, but their commander was even stronger. Impressive strength, Doo-hwan remarked with a slight smile, his gaze toward Judge filled with admiration. It seems your combat suit indeed possesses remarkable capabilities. With a strength rating of S and a physique rated S, he already exhibited the qualities of a rear admiral. For Judge to withstand his strike without injury was commendable, particularly since this man was merely a scientist, not possessing strength much greater than that of the tiger shark, Bari. However, under the enhancement of the combat suit, the 27 million bounty tiger shark Bari was rendered insignificant before Judge. The tremendous improvement in strength afforded by a single combat suit highlighted Judge's prowess as a top-notch scientist. If all his subordinates were equipped with such suits, they would undoubtedly form the strongest army in the world. Are you mocking me? Judge's expression darkened, his skin twitching in indignation. To so effortlessly block his attack and then offer praise was a clear affront. Chapter 32, Complete Suppression. Let this little wretch witness the might of technology. Be astonished. In this world, brute force is not the only power. He charged once more, his spear shimmering with dazzling golden electricity. The spear, akin to the wrath of the thunder god, lunged fiercely at Doo-hwan. Electromagnetic thrust. The high-pressure current crackled ominously as the spear became intensely heated. Doo-hwan remained expressionless, his armed color hockey enveloping his blade, the moonlit katana, like a dark dragon. He raised his hand and swung down with great force. The long-range slash of a master swordsman was fearsome, but their close combat strikes were even more perilous. Boom. The spear tip collided with the blade, erupting in a blinding shower of sparks. The spear's sturdy exterior was instantly breached, splintering into two, with intricate components scattering in all directions. Gaji was shaken to his core, releasing his grip on the spear. Yet, he did not concede defeat. His high-tech combat boots activated, dazzling with golden electricity as he aimed a kick at Doo-hwan and Apos' head. Doo-hwan, unfazed, infused his arm with armed color hockey. With a swift motion, he brought his elbow down with tremendous force. Crack! The chilling sound of bones fracturing echoed. The combat suit's protective capabilities were pushed to their limits, absorbing most of the impact before exploding, sending the powerful thigh crashing backward. Gaji shrieked in agony, losing his balance and collapsing before Do-hwan. Were it not for the suit's formidable protection, he would have perished moments ago. The power of technology is formidable, but your intellect falls short. Do-hwan stepped forward, placing one foot upon Gaji's chest. Even if the world's most brilliant scientist, Vegapunk, were here, wielding intellect surpassing 5 centuries to create tens of eagle-eye seraphim, he too would retreat. Or if he had engineered dozens of artificial users with the powers of the Azure Dragon fruits, he would still tread carefully. Not to mention the virtually limitless energy of the Holy Mother's flame, which far exceeds the combat prowess of a Yamko. Yet, Gaji's technology has not reached such terrifying heights. You wretch. Gaji felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, his eyes ablaze with fury. He struggled on the ground, attempting to escape Do-hwan's grip. But that power was akin to a colossal elephant, nearly crushing him with despair. No matter how he exerted himself, he remained a mere insect. Release my father. A flicker of fear crossed Lechio and Appo's eyes, yet she charged towards Do-hwan without hesitation. Wretched Navy, meet your demise. Iji, Yongji, and Niji were equally furious, their eyes bloodshot, embodying the very essence of wrath. Transformed beyond recognition, they had completely lost their fear. In this moment, only rage remained. Surrender and become prisoners. Do-hwan effortlessly seized Lechio with one hand, while with a swift kick, he unleashed a crescent-shaped energy wave. Boom. Iji, Niji, and Yongji were sent flying, crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. Bind the 3 of them. Do-hwan commanded Carl, leave 2 to guard, and you take the others to search the palace for other high-ranking members of the Vinsmoke family. Capture them all. Now that he had captured Vinsmoke Gaji, the 4 combat-capable transformed offspring were also subdued. The remaining members of the Vinsmoke family were merely at the level of North Sea pirates, posing little threat. At that moment, Smoker and Jinai arrived with 2 naval officers, witnessing Do-hwan standing over Gaji. They were startled, taken aback by how swiftly Do-hwan had apprehended the North Sea's most notorious crime lord. Their support had arrived so quickly that they hadn't even glimpsed the tail end of the conflict. Yet, the evidence of battle suggested that Vinsmoke Gaji was not a mere adversary. They had underestimated Do-hwan. He was a monster of the new generation of the Navy, unmatched, even compared to the 3 admirals in their youth. Jinai, astonished, promptly reported, Colonel Do-hwan, we have detained a portion of the officers from Germa 66. An interrogation revealed that they comprise 4/5 of the officer count. Base commander, my side reflects the same, also 4/5 of the command personnel. Smoker, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, had entirely lost his temper. Well done. Do-hwan nodded slightly in approval. You both have captured 8/10 of the officers from Germa 66, effectively controlling the command structure. Your contributions are substantial. Jinai felt a twinge of shame. This little achievement pales in comparison to yours. She shook her head with a wry smile, knowing she had merely apprehended some low-ranking henchmen, akin to minor pirate leaders. Meanwhile, Do-hwan had already dealt with Vinsmoke Gaji. Smoker remained silent, feeling equally awkward. Do not belittle yourselves. Without your efforts, I would have found it challenging to succeed, Do-hwan said, patting each of their shoulders with a smile. Your accomplishments will not go unrecognized. I shall not claim this glory alone. Had he been alone, he would have unleashed Conqueror's Haki to stun everyone present, ensuring that no remnants would wreak havoc elsewhere. However, such an action would have far-reaching consequences. Slaughtering an allied nation's army would jeopardize his standing in the Navy. Even Sengoku would not safeguard him. You truly are an exemplary commander, Jinai remarked sincerely, her heart warmed by his words. Rarely did someone share the accolades. In the Navy and the world government, many took credit alone for collective efforts. To audaciously confront the Vinsmoke family of the North Sea, displaying both courage and immense power, Do-hwan had undoubtedly captured her admiration. Unbeknownst to her, a golden sheen seemed to envelop him in her eyes. Indeed, Smoker nodded in agreement. No wonder Admiral Sengoku valued Do-hwan so highly. Not only was he immensely powerful, but he also treated his subordinates with unparalleled fairness. Enough with the flattery, Do-hwan chided lightly, then turned serious. The situation is not yet entirely stable. Those lower-tier soldiers are still in a state of chaos. You two must lead your teams to detain those officers and restore order. A great victory is within reach. And we must not falter now. We have captured 8/10 of the officers, along with the highest commander, Vinsmoke Gaji. By all accounts, success is assured. But caution is paramount. Until victory is secured, we must not relax our vigilance. Rest assured, Colonel, we will maintain order, Smoker declared, his chest puffed out, eyes resolute. Witnessing Do-hwan resolve the greatest dilemma, he could not afford to lag behind. If he failed at this, he might as well resign and start over as a private. Colonel, we have no issues on our end, Jinai said, her expression tinged with concern as she gazed at the groaning Vinsmoke Gaji. However, capturing the Germa kingdom may lead to repercussions from headquarters, and you could face significant trouble. After all, this was a member nation of the world government, one that could participate in the World Assembly. Even if this nation engaged in nefarious activities daily, the Navy had no authority to intervene. Such matters required adjudication by the world government. While they felt exhilarated now, she genuinely feared for Do-hwan's position in the Navy afterward. Huh. So you're feeling apprehensive now, are you, Brad? Gaji, lying on the ground, finally found a moment of leverage. Jinai disregarded Gaji's words, addressing Do-hwan instead. I have some connections with Admiral Tsuru. Perhaps I can seek her advice, which should prove beneficial to you. I also consider Admiral Akiji a friend. I could ask him to intercede on your behalf. Smoker, too, spoke earnestly, hoping to assist Do-hwan. Gaji's expression stiffened. One was a relative of Karp. Another had ties to the chief of staff, and the third was a friend of an admiral. Were they all well connected? No need. I will manage everything and will not burden anyone, Do-hwan replied, grinding his foot against Gaji, smiling as he said, you all carry on with your tasks. Swiftly regained control of the situation. Understood. Rina and Smog nodded, subsequently leading their respective groups to subdue the military forces. Only 2 Navy personnel remained at the site, tasked with guarding the captives, alongside Do-hwan and the Gaji family. It was time to employ some effective measures. Chapter 33, You shall become the queen in the grand hall of the Germa Kingdom's palace. Carl swiftly apprehended key figures within the royal residence. Accompanied by a naval squad of 17. One by one, they were brought before Do-hwan, and soon dozens of prominent members of the Vinsmoke family were bound together. Without Vinsmoke Gaji, these individuals were merely ordinary pirates of the North Sea, worth only a few million. Otherwise, Gaji would not have left them without territory upon his return. The palace itself had been seized from other nations following Gaji and Appo's return from Vegapunk, where he had acquired new technologies. The family head lay trampled beneath Do-hwan and Appo's feet, and the members of the Vinsmoke family gazed in disbelief at Gaji, now subjugated. He was the great patriarch who had once led them through the North Sea, vanquishing 4 nations, and had restored hope for the Vinsmoke family to reclaim the glory of the Germa kingdom. Yet now, this illustrious leader was being humiliated by a young naval officer. The once mighty Germa kingdom had been overtaken by this young man and his elite squad in a single audacious night raid. Their eyes grew dim, as if faith had been extinguished. Let go of me, you coward. Release me, and we shall fight again. Vinsmoke Gaji cried, feeling the disdainful gaze of his subordinates. His blood boiled with humiliation, struggling fiercely beneath Do-hwan and Appo's foot. In front of his own family, he was being trampled by a youth. The shouts of Germa's glory, which he once led with pride, now echoed like a cruel jest. Silence, Do-hwan commanded, applying pressure and casually grinding down. Gaji's fury peaked, incited to near madness by Do-hwan's contemptuous demeanor. You insult a king. You insult the great Germa. I am merely humiliating a pirate, a criminal who seeks to tarnish my name. Do-hwan replied calmly, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Isn't it your kind that relishes the notion that the weak ought to be thoroughly humiliated? Why then, can you not endure it yourself? Had he not launched a surprise attack on Germa, Do-hwan could already foresee the outcome. Based on the call he received from Fleet Admiral Sengoku the previous night, he suspected he would soon be reassigned, possibly promoted under Sengoku's protection, and not be stationed in a foreign territory for some time. His record would bear an invisible stain, which, even if obscured by rank, would significantly impact him. It was unheard of for an admiral to be forced to vacate their jurisdiction, and even Sengoku had never faced such indignity. Anger surged within Do-hwan as he raised his foot and stomped down with force. Boom. The marble floor shattered beneath the weight of his strike. Gaji collapsed, his face flushed with blood, gasping for air. He resembled a wounded creature, unable even to curl up in pain, rendered utterly pathetic. The trembling form of Reiju, held by Do-hwan, was filled with terror and sorrow. To the members of the Vinsmoke family, the figure of the Navy officer appeared as a demon, brutal and merciless. Look at these captives. I need to have a proper conversation with His Majesty the King and his eldest princess, Do-hwan said, his expression unperturbed as he turned to his fellow officers. It was time to maneuver and support a puppet state, a strategy that would spare Sengoku from trouble and greatly benefit his future endeavors. Yes, Commander Do-hwan. They saluted in unison, their resolve unwavering. Unlike the Vinsmoke family's fear, they regarded Do-hwan with admiration. To seize the most powerful force in the North Sea, the German kingdom, with a mere 100 men was a feat of staggering proportions. Witnessing such a miraculous event, they hailed Do-hwan as the hope of the Navy. Do-hwan nodded slightly. His veteran's loyalty had surpassed 90. Time flew by swiftly. He bent down, lifting Gaji with one hand while grasping Reiju with the other, his eyes scanning for an unoccupied palace. He dragged them along, indifferent to their plight. Having regained his composure from the earlier humiliation, Gaji flailed in resistance. "You scoundrel! I am the king of the German kingdom. You dare to humiliate me so? Let go of me. I can walk on my own. I will bring you before a military tribunal, you mad naval officer." Once trampled underfoot, he was now being yanked by his collar. This insolent youth was trampling on his dignity. Even in defeat, such treatment was intolerable. Consider it granted, Do-hwan casually tossed Gaji, who soared through the air in a graceful arc, landing within a palace chamber. He dragged Reiju inside, closing the door with a resounding thud, obscuring the events within. "Scoundrel!" Gaji's eyes reddened, heedless of the consequences as he charged forward. "Be quiet. You are not the protagonist here," Do-hwan retorted, delivering a powerful kick. The sharp sound of slicing air accompanied the force of his blow. Thud. Gaji, utterly defenseless, was sent crashing against the wall, blood spilling from his mouth, mingled with fragments of his own teeth. Regardless of the resilience of bodies in the pirate world, Gaji would require ample time to recover from this. "Please, stop hitting him. He is already gravely injured. He cannot resist you any longer," Reiju pleaded, tears streaming as she grasped Do-hwan and Appo's shoulders, her eyes filled with desperation. Though Gaji had never favored her, she still harbored familial affection. She could not bear to see him suffer, sensing the impending threat of death. "Do not beg for him. Germa is a member of the world government. The Navy dares not act against us," Gaji proclaimed defiantly, still embedded in the wall. He was a member of the world government, contributing vast sums annually. He was a man of influence within the Navy. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku would treat him with courtesy. At that moment, this fool did not comprehend the situation, but there would be others who understood. Reiju glanced at Do-hwan, noting his indifferent demeanor, seemingly unaffected by Gaji's words. A chill ran through her heart as she spoke with a trembling voice. "Father, please stop. The world is not just the Navy. He could become a pirate too. What does it matter if you kill them? It is merely a change of profession. With the strength of this young naval officer, you would thrive anywhere. Do-hwan would merely lose his job, while they risk losing their lives. It seems you possess greater clarity than he," Do-hwan remarked, releasing Reiju's collar, intrigued by her intelligence. "Fulfill my demands, and I shall grant you a chance at survival." Reiju was the only rational member of the Vinsmoke family, displaying a sharp intellect and concern for her kin and Appo's safety. Compared to the ruthless and power-hungry Gaji and his emotionless, modified sons, she was the ideal candidate for manipulation. Chapter 34. A toast unaccepted, a punishment imposed within the palace. "Please, articulate your command." Reiju knelt before Do-hwan, her demeanor a blend of reverence and bitterness. "I shall exert every effort within my capability." "Reiju, you wretched fool. Why do you kneel before your adversary?" Gaji glared at his eldest daughter, fury bubbling within him. "Does his obstinate lamentation bolster your resolve?" Do-hwan smirked, his tone gentle yet mocking. "His relentless stubbornness has brought the Vinsmoke family and the Germa kingdom to this current plight. This world is governed by power, and the strength he wields cannot sustain his ambitions. While minor skirmishes in the North Sea may suffice, to aspire to be the king of the North Sea is a path leading only to ruin. His aspirations are laughably trivial, let alone the immense forces concealed by the world government on the Red Line. Even the Navy could dispatch an admiral to wipe out Germa thousands of times over. Gaji, at your elevated status, you ought to perceive this reality. Alas, you are blinded by desire." "You speak true," Reiju murmured, recalling the dire circumstances of Germa. "The restoration of the Germa kingdom is wrought by my father's hand. Yet, such frenzied expansionist zeal could just as easily lead to its obliteration. Germa lacks the invincible strength it presumes." "What do you know?" Gaji spat. "I possess an army of clones, the strongest military force, invincible in their might." His tirade was fueled by indignation, his aspirations sacrosanct. This fiercely loyal and formidable clone army is the foundation of my conquest. Those Royal Guard units are as fragile as paper before my might. The previous naval branch was nothing in comparison to my clone legions. A mere theft of genetic technology from Vegapunk, paired with your limited understanding, has bolstered your confidence. Yet, why does the world government, which possesses complete access to Vegapunk's innovations, inspire such a reverence from you? Do you believe Vegapunk cannot devise superior technologies? Or do you consider yourself greater than Vegapunk? Do-hwan's smile turned sardonic. Your so-called invincible clone army proved utterly useless when I breached your defenses. I led 100 elite Navy personnel, alongside 2 major officers, to triumph over a kingdom boasting a 10,000-strong army. An admiral commanding a mere 100 could easily decimate 100,000. In the absence of formidable opposition, like the derided old white beard, I could annihilate the Navy headquarters, including all ordinary vice admirals. In this world, individual prowess is paramount. Armies exist primarily to maintain stability among the lower echelons. Your foolish brother can rally the revolutionary army. His personal strength is undeniable. Yet the revolutionary ideals he espouses are far from novel. Toppling one tyrant only to install another, without any semblance of control, is a ridiculous endeavor. Gaji yearned to retort, yet words failed him. In a single night, Do-hwan had dismantled his German kingdom. The clone army he had gathered at the port offered no meaningful resistance. His expression dimmed, suddenly drained of vigor. You speak true. Lei Jio looked up at Do-hwan, earnestly inquiring, what would you have me do? Become the new queen of the German kingdom. Issue an apology to the Navy. Retract the slander against me. From this day forth, obediently heed my commands, and I shall ensure the safety of your kin. Do-hwan placed his hand upon Lei Jio's forehead, reminiscent of a priest's blessing. Let me be queen? Lei Jio stared at Do-hwan in astonishment. She had never envisioned such a fate. She was merely a tool for her father, a flawed instrument of emotion. She found herself uncertain if she would even survive before Gaji. Do-hwan smiled gently, correcting her. A queen who obeys my commands. I shall heed your commands. Lei Jio submissively bowed her head, allowing Do-hwan's hand to rest atop her crown, embodying utmost servitude. The choice of compliance or defiance was stripped from her. She was bound by the fate he had selected. Chosen by Do-hwan, her survival hinged upon obedience. She wished to live. She wished for her father and brothers to live. You wish to control the German kingdom? Such a notion is preposterous. Without my consent, Lei Jio cannot ascend as the new ruler of Germa. Gaji's gaze towards Do-hwan was venomous, having struck the most terrifying nerve. The German kingdom was his life's work. How could it fall into another's grasp? Lei Jio, you possess command over Germa 66, do you not? Do-hwan inquired, a playful smile gracing his lips. Indeed. My brothers lack sufficient strength. I am the second authority of Germa 66, holding the highest power next to my father. I am involved in the affairs of the Vinsmoke family. Lei Jio calmly reported her worth. She had acquired formidable strength through genetic modifications and had ingested a devil fruit, displaying a modicum of aptitude in governance. Generally obedient, she executed Gaji's orders without question. Thus, she was the second in command of the Vinsmoke family. Lei Jio, you traitor. I command you to take your own life. I command you to end your existence. Gaji erupted in madness, directing his wrath at Lei Jio, due to her genetic alterations. Even if Lei Jio retained her emotions, she could not resist his commands. Lei Jio's expression twisted in anguish, teetering on the brink of self-destruction. It was an imperative command, conflicting with her emotions, utterly insurmountable. Such an obstinate relic. Do-hwan sighed, restraining Lei Jio with one hand as he approached Gaji with an air of indifference. He seized Gaji by the arm, dragging him down from the wall. With Gaji in tow, he swung his arm violently. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal figure, nearly 3 meters tall, was hurled like a ragged sack, crashing repeatedly against the ground. Each collision with the opulent marble floor of the palace resonated with thunderous echoes, causing the very earth to tremble. With each blow, the grand flooring cracked further. Lei Jio's heart quivered, even the command to end her life momentarily suppressed. 5 minutes later, Do-hwan ceased his assault, regarding Gaji with an expressionless gaze. Living offers hope. A true man must know when to bend and when to stand firm. This is your final opportunity. Should you fail to comprehend, I shall extinguish your entire lineage. Perhaps serving as one of the 4 emperors would afford greater freedom than the position of fleet admiral? His patience waned. If Gaji truly intended to obstruct his progress, he would bid farewell to the Navy with the lives of the entire Vinsmoke clan. This lunatic, Gaji, his vitality ebbing, finally grasped the magnitude of his folly. This was no righteous Navy. he faced an utterly self-serving zealot. The so-called justice was merely Do-hwan's desire for justice, the methods of achieving it posing no burden to him. He was a young emperor hidden within the navy, akin to the monsters of the New World. His vision blurred. He struggled to articulate, cough, Legio, obey all commands from Do-hwan, the base commander. Living offers hope. I must survive. TCH, Do-hwan scoffed, muttering to himself. If a path proves impassable, then one must forge it with sheer force. Commander, please issue your orders. Freed from the command of self-destruction, Legio's demeanor transformed into one of utmost respect. She was awed by Do-hwan's formidable ferocity, equally grateful for his life-saving intervention. Meanwhile, Gaji's command wielded immense influence. A loyalty etched in blood. Do-hwan clasped his hands behind his back, stating matter-of-factly, "Your first task is to simultaneously send correspondence to the world government and the Navy headquarters." Chapter 35, Homogeneous Revenge in the German Kingdom. Vinsmoke Sanji was stripped of his combat attire and shackled with rare sea stone handcuffs and leg irons, temporarily detained within a palace under the watchful guard of the Navy. Naturally, he was not a devil fruit user, thus the properties of sea stone that restrained such abilities were ineffective against him. However, the remarkable hardness of the sea stone ensured that Sanji could not escape. Under the scrutiny of Do-hwan, Reiju issued a formal letter in the name of the German kingdom to the world government and the Navy headquarters, retracting all unfounded accusations against the 141st branch and extending sincere apologies. Meanwhile, the entire German 66 army was under the command of Smoker and Jinai, who controlled those mid to high-ranking officers taken hostage, while the elite cyborg troops were directly subdued by Reiju's authority. She possessed the highest command, second only to Sanji in his absence. She became the supreme leader of the cyborg soldiers. These cyborgs promptly turned their weapons against their former comrades, aiding the Navy in quelling the insurrection without a hint of mercy. This exemplified the inherent flaw of the cyborg soldiers, while they were said to be utterly loyal. There were too many avenues for exploitation. Colonel Do-hwan reported to Smoker and Jinai, who were equally astonished by the outcome of this operation. The strongest allied nation in the North Sea had been subdued overnight without a single Navy casualty, and the formidable German forces had caused minimal chaos. Do-hwan listened intently, Reiju standing respectfully behind him as he calculated the gains and stated, "Now that the situation has stabilized, it is time to reorganize our ranks." Apart from the Vinsmoke family, all remaining members of the Vinsmoke name in the German kingdom and Appos, S forces, excluding the cyborgs, must face legal judgment. Those guilty of severe crimes shall receive the death penalty, while those with lesser offenses will be imprisoned for rehabilitation. With the German kingdom under his control, every ounce of its strength equated to his own. Yet, as a villain, he did not desire his subordinates to be ruthless criminals. If illicit activities were to be undertaken, it should not involve those wretches. Essentially, the German kingdom was no different from a band of pirates, trafficking arms for profit, which did not preclude them from engaging in other nefarious deeds. Murder, arson, looting, these were the norm for such individuals. Reiju trembled at Do-hwan's ruthlessness. Apart from their immediate family, the entire Vinsmoke clan would face judgment. Given the heinous acts committed by these individuals, it was likely that all would be sentenced to death. The Vinsmoke family would hardly remain intact. Although these people were deserving of their fate, she could not shake the feeling of sorrow for the plight of her kin. The sole consolation was that Do-hwan had elevated her to the role of queen of the German kingdom, preserving the lives of her father and brother. Smoker was taken aback by Do-hwan's unwavering sense of justice but frowned as he remarked, "Colonel, we lack the legal framework to judge them." "Oh?" Do-hwan furrowed his brow slightly. Jinai approached him and added, "While the allied nations are subordinate to the world government and pay their dues, each has its own legal system, lacking a unified code of law. Our Navy's decrees do not apply to any allied nation. They are merely for capturing pirates and regulating our own conduct. Allied nations possess significant autonomy, and the laws of the German kingdom are established by the Vinsmoke family, making internal auditing inappropriate. The Navy's regulations and those of other allied nations cannot easily be imposed. To judge the Vinsmoke family, only the judiciary of the world government's judicial island holds the requisite authority." This posed a considerable challenge. Do-hwan murmured to himself, but then had a flash of inspiration. If no laws existed to judge the Vinsmoke family, then they would use the people for judgment. The Germans' treatment of ordinary civilians would be well known to the populace. Those who were particularly heinous would surely be loathed. Do-hwan smiled slightly and decisively declared, "Let it be known as the decree of the new queen to cleanse the German kingdom of its parasites. The power of judgment shall be placed in the hands of the common people, enacting homogeneous revenge. Those who once harmed civilians shall be met with the same methods in return. Homogeneous revenge, a principle rooted in the ancient laws of the Babylonian kingdom on the Mesopotamian plains, can be succinctly understood as a tit-for-tat approach. Insults would be returned in kind, and murder would be met with murder, allowing the populace to retaliate in kind? Smoker was initially taken aback but soon grasped the concept. This way, not only would the perpetrators face consequences for their crimes, but there would be no need for chaotic legal frameworks. He appreciated this method of judgment, gazing at Do-hwan with admiration. This was far more just than imprisoning pirates, who committed grave offenses yet lived on. Jinai, however, expressed her concerns. Might it not be too bloody? After all, civilians can be irrational, and such actions could inadvertently harm the innocent. Having witnessed the darker sides of human nature, she feared that in such circumstances, accusations could easily escalate to murder. Then it will depend on our oversight, Do-hwan replied with a calm smile. Let them first report internally, establishing a general understanding before we proceed with homogeneous revenge. We must disregard the opinions of the affluent and warn the common people that any false accusations will result in enslavement. We will plant a few spies among them to feign being civilians and immediately apprehend anyone caught lying. Furthermore, we will arrange for a few to confirm non-existent crimes, thereby intimidating the populace. This will significantly reduce defamation. Were there good people within the German army? Certainly. There were those who had been conscripted against their will. After all, the cyborg army was not yet sufficient, and they required logistical support. These individuals could be considered innocent soldiers, and Do-hwan had no interest in implicating them. Your insight is commendable, Colonel, Jinai remarked, her eyes shimmering with admiration. This endeavor should be undertaken in the name of my cooperation with the new queen, ensuring effective communication and instilling confidence and support among the civilians. Do-hwan's gaze shifted, and he coldly stated, let us tentatively plan to commence in 5 days, striving to root out all remaining dissidents within the German kingdom. While we have taken control of the most crucial military forces, there are still some unscrupulous ministers at large. We must subdue them all before we can begin to process the fruits of our labor. I am certain that once homogeneous revenge is enacted, I shall garner a considerable amount of loyalty. Chapter 36. The path too wild. At 4 in the afternoon, the sun began its descent, casting a golden-red glow that danced upon the waves like shimmering fish scales. A streak of light flashed through the sky, moving with remarkable speed, yet exuding an oddly languid aura. The yellow ape, dispatched by Sengoku in the early hours of the previous night, finally arrived at the German kingdom 10 hours after the battle's conclusion. The moment he hung up Sengoku's call, he was so startled that he immediately rolled over to steal a few more hours of sleep. Rising at 8 to indulge in a hearty breakfast, he ambled his way to the destination. Had Sengoku indicated that the 4 emperors were clashing with Doflamingo in the North Sea, he would have rushed to the scene without hesitation. However, this time it was Doflamingo launching a surprise attack on the German kingdom. Regrettably, he felt the need to take it easy on the journey. Having previously witnessed Doflamingo's prowess, his grand swordsmanship enhanced by an air of dominance, he knew all too well that he was utterly unmatched in the North Sea. The Vinsmoke family stood no chance. As he stepped onto the port, the yellow ape observed numerous soldiers maintaining order. The populace appeared somewhat astonished, yet largely unfazed. The situation seemed stable, with minimal impact on the civilians. However, most of those enforcing order appeared to be German soldiers, save for a few Navy personnel. The youth of today were indeed formidable. With a yawn, the yellow ape strode confidently towards the palace. It appeared that a collaboration had been established between Doflamingo and Germa, though he was uncertain how such an agreement had been reached. Nonetheless, it might serve to alleviate the negative repercussions of Germa and Appos' previous slander. Before long, a Navy officer spotted the yellow ape's arrival and hurried to inform the others. Upon entering the palace, he encountered Doflamingo, who casually remarked, Captain Yellow Ape, Marshal Sengoku has sent me to aid you. Please, instruct me on what you require. Doflamingo scrutinized the impudent visage before him, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Your arrival is timely, Captain Yellow Ape. I find myself without pressing matters at the moment. With a serious demeanor, the yellow ape acknowledged the situation. Having left the North Sea to return to headquarters, he had patrolled a few areas only to find himself drawn to the celestial dragons. Those despicable celestial dragons required the presence of a general even for their slave-buying excursions in the Sabati archipelago. Was he truly so undervalued? Now that he had the opportunity to be out, he was reluctant to return so easily. Actually, there is nothing pressing. Doflamingo feigned ignorance. Some of his more dubious maneuvers were indeed unsuitable to be conducted in front of the Yellow Ape. In the eyes of Marshal Sengoku, he was a pure and righteous Navy officer, and he intended to maintain that faade. "Allow me to deliver another lecture," the Yellow Ape declared, extending a finger. He had nearly seen through this cunning fox, knowing that Doflamingo would not act until he had gained something. Doflamingo felt a twinge of temptation but opted to decline. "This time, it's truly inconvenient. Captain Yellow Ape, please return another time, and I will surely seek your assistance then." "Oh?" The Yellow Ape's eyes narrowed slightly. "After the lecture, am I not permitted to assist you by clearing out the pirates at the beach?" "I shall observe your actions without interference." Doflamingo grasped the implication immediately, as if struck by a revelation. "I suddenly recall a batch of documents requiring your attention." "Captain Yellow Ape, it seems you should remain a few more days." It appeared the Yellow Ape desired a vacation, and he was quite determined about it. Content with this turn of events, the Yellow Ape turned to the side, addressing Reiju. "By the way, who is this beside you?" "This is Vinsmoke, Judge's eldest daughter." "Vinsmoke Reiju, the new queen of the Germa Kingdom," Doflamingo explained. Dissatisfied with Judge's tyranny, she has risen in rebellion to become the new queen, and now seeks close cooperation with our navy. Doflamingo maintained a composed faade, as if this were indeed the truth. He had led troops to ambush a member state, a complete violation of protocol. Reporting this normally? Only a fool would do so. A little embellishment was necessary for the sake of the branch and headquarters, ensuring everyone's well-being. "Exactly," Reiju managed a strained smile, making every effort to appear composed. "My father is unfit to remain king. He has brought too much suffering upon this nation." Her sincerity was palpable, reflecting her genuine sentiments. The Germa Kingdom, a nation that sought to conquer the world through excessive brutality, perhaps never deserved to exist. As she regained her composure, she calmly fabricated, after much contemplation. "I ultimately made the decision contrary to my father and Appo's wishes. I am immensely grateful for Colonel Doflamingo and Appo's assistance. He is a truly righteous Navy officer. With his and the 141 SD branch's support, I believe the Germa Kingdom will stride toward a brighter future. I have already informed the world government and Navy headquarters, retracting all accusations against my father and extending my apologies to Colonel Doflamingo." While she could not predict what tomorrow would bring, she understood the lives of her family rested upon her shoulders, and she must cooperate fully with Doflamingo. Observing the collusion between Captain Yellow Ape and Doflamingo, she recognized the latter's influence within the Navy was far greater than she had anticipated. Both in personal strength and backing, he surpassed them by leagues. "Ah, so it is." The Yellow Ape marveled internally, though he feigned politeness, stating, "I appreciate the new queen's profound understanding, which spared the Navy's up-and-coming talents from unjust persecution." He glanced at Doflamingo, acknowledging the young man's impressive maneuvering. Initially believing there was an agreement made with Judge, he was astonished to discover a new king had been installed in his stead. This path was exceedingly audacious, reminiscent of a bygone acquaintance. Such tactics bore a striking resemblance to those employed by Dragon of the Revolutionary Army. Both individuals were members of the Monkey family, indeed cousins. Doflamingo noticed the Yellow Ape and Appo's increasingly peculiar expression and curiously inquired, "What troubles you, Captain Yellow Ape?" Shaking his head, the Yellow Ape could not resist asking, "Have you been in contact with your cousin recently?" Dragon, once a classmate and comrade, had defected from the Navy to establish the Revolutionary Army, yet they now regarded each other as friends. He was genuinely curious whether Doflamingo had adopted Dragon's methods within the Navy. "No," Doflamingo recalled briefly, sighing, "it has been 6 years since I last saw him. That guy is still hiding and developing his abilities. He may occasionally pass by Windmill Village, but only from a distance. Who knows how long it will be before he feels ready. Perhaps by the time he confronts the Gorosei, he'll still be in his developmental phase. Then all is well." The Yellow Ape breathed a sigh of relief, fearing Doflamingo might follow in Dragon's footsteps. Should he do so, it would surely break the hearts of both Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp. Chapter 37. The burden of responsibility as the Germa Kingdom sought to rectify its conduct. 2 documents drafted by Vinsmoke Reiju were dispatched to the world government and the Navy headquarters. Misled by treachery, the Germa Kingdom had mistakenly accused the Navy of the 141st Division. However, following mediation, the truth emerged. In the name of the Vinsmoke family, an apology was extended to the Navy of the 141st Division, accompanied by gratitude for the unwavering assistance from the world government. Seated upon a sofa, a tall and slender elder recited the documents, his pristine kimono reflecting an air of haughty superiority. Beside him, a formidable long sword rested against the couch, emanating a subtle yet terrifying aura. This was Izambaron V. Nasharu, the financial warlord, one of the 5 elders of the world government. He squinted slightly, inquiring of his colleagues. What are your thoughts, esteemed colleagues? The North Sea has undergone a transformation. The German kingdom is no benevolent entity, but rather a ferocious wolf. A figure lounged on the sofa, legs crossed, casually leaning on an ornate cane. He was tall and robust, with curly white hair and a beard. A scar marking the left side of his face, and his eyes bore a natural air of disdain. This was Jagarusi Satan, the scientific defense warlord, one of the 5 highest authorities. It is evident that an agreement has been reached in private, facilitating reconciliation between the North Sea Navy and the Vinsmokes. Yet, since the German kingdom has withdrawn its accusations, we cannot exploit this to suppress Sengoku. A man with golden hair and a beard spoke with unwavering confidence, his demeanor remarkably indifferent, as if the matter were trivial. This was Shepherd X, Peter, the agricultural warlord, also one of the elders. Though it is regrettable to lose an opportunity to challenge the Navy, this minor affair does not warrant excessive concern. Given the German kingdom and Appos' significant status as a member state, we shall refrain from punishment for their fickleness, but we must issue a warning against such wasteful use of the world government and Appos' resources. I propose we send a CP organization to investigate the specifics of the matter, stated an elder clad in a black suit, with white hair and a black beard. His tone serious. This was Marcus Mas Saint, the environmental warlord, one of the elders. Member states reporting to the world government at their whim and reversing their positions treat our assistance as leverage in negotiations with enemies. Such behavior is a provocation to the authority of the world government and must not be allowed to recur. The Navy in the North Sea is not to be underestimated. The German kingdom is a prominent member state on the global stage. The speed with which they resolve this matter indicates considerable capability and a flexible approach. We must explore the possibility of winning them over. We need stronger control over the Navy. The legal warlord, Topman Vucheli, cradled his bald head with an air of arrogance and indifference. The Navy is a crucial force under the world government, maintaining global stability. However, enlisting personnel in the name of justice has led to ideologies within the Navy that contradict the world government's principles. Over time, the proportion of so-called just individuals within the Navy has grown, hinting at a troubling trend that may spiral beyond control. We must strengthen our oversight of the Navy, ensuring that this dog remains on a tight leash. Indeed, to have the formidable German kingdom retract its stance in such a short time speaks volumes about the Navy's capabilities. Nasher concurred, nodding thoughtfully. Moreover, it seems he is of considerable importance to Sengoku, having achieved notable successes in the North Sea. He is likely to ascend within the Navy's ranks. Excellent. Let us proceed accordingly. A brief discussion among the 5 elders culminated in a decisive plan regarding the handling of the North Sea affair. They regarded the world as a delectable feast, readily portioning it as they pleased. The German kingdom had annexed territories from 4 nations, boasting a population in the hundreds of millions. Yet, in the mouths of these 5 supreme authorities, decisions were made with a casualness that belied their gravity. For them, the eradication of such a kingdom was merely another task to be executed at their whim. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the atmosphere in the Marshal's office was jubilant. Sengoku's smile had returned, his previous frown now a distant memory. Before him lay a transcript of the German kingdom's apology, alongside a new directive from the world government. Clearly, there had been a shift in perspective regarding the handling of Doflamingo. Sengoku was privy to more information. He had fortuitously made a call during Doflamingo and Appos' surprise attack on Germa. It was evident that Doflamingo had decisively subdued the German kingdom, compelling the fearsome Vinsmoke judge to relent, a remarkable feat indeed. This lad truly alleviates my concerns. Sengoku beamed at the intelligence in his hands. Just last night, I worried for him, fearing he might fall prey to the wolf, Vinsmoke judge. Yet today's news has certainly slapped me in the face. With Doflamingo's strength, even Vinsmoke judge pales in comparison. He may well carve out a place for himself in the New World. Vinsmoke judge, a tyrant of the North Sea, was a figure whose power dwarfed that of other factions in the region, ranking among the top under the 7 warlords of the sea. To have fallen to Doflamingo overnight reshaped Sengoku's perception of him. Now, he need not shuffle Doflamingo around or obscure his history with subterfuge. The current circumstances were far more favorable for Doflamingo's progression within the Navy than Sengoku's prior plans had anticipated. Regarding his past controversies, there had been no significant changes, however. Doflamingo had demonstrated his capacity to manage emergencies. He had proven himself not as a fledgling needing protection, but as an exceptional officer capable of enduring trials and bearing greater responsibilities. Chapter 38. A great harvest in a single night. The Vinsmoke family was subdued. With the immense power of the Vinsmoke clan, the North Sea remained devoid of chaos, a testament to their capabilities. Tsuru nodded slightly, in agreement with Sengoku's observations. The Vinsmoke family, renowned for their vast military might, was infamous as a nefarious force within the Navy headquarters. Their formidable strength and status as a member state posed a significant challenge for the Navy. How did they accomplish this? While Sengoku felt a sense of relief, he could not help but wonder. With the forces of the 141st Division, taking on the Vinsmoke family seemed somewhat daunting. Vinsmoke Judge commanded tens of thousands of troops, a number that dwarfed the 141st Division. Moreover, the quality of the division's personnel was generally lacking. The elite forces under Do-hwan were primarily the Armée de l'Armée of the Navy, including Smoker and Jinbei. She too was astounded. Last night, she had discerned Do-hwan's intentions. However, Do-hwan's success in reaching this point exceeded her expectations. Little Tsuru, you see things quite clearly. Sengoku chuckled, praising her. To defeat a colossal member state like the German kingdom with such forces illustrates Do-hwan's prowess. When did the sagacious Sengoku become merely a brute who relied solely on martial strength? Tsuru teased. Compared to sheer strength, I value Do-hwan's ability to maintain stability more. Last night, his surprise attack on Germa was successful, and it was evident that he had left a sour impression on the Vinsmoke family. Yet as of now, the tens of thousands of soldiers from the German kingdom had not caused an uproar, and the North Sea remained tranquil, with the German kingdom even sending a letter of apology overnight. His ability to maintain stability in the German kingdom with his forces speaks volumes about his leadership and command skills. That nephew of Karp's is more than just a military talent. He is a charismatic leader. Her tone was filled with admiration, and her evaluation of Do-hwan surpassed even Sengoku's long-standing affection for him. A dual threat in both military and strategy. It had been a long time since she had encountered such a promising junior in the Navy. The last individual to earn her such praise was Sengoku himself, whose contributions to the Navy were indisputable. Haha, my mistake, my mistake. Sengoku laughed heartily, pride evident in his voice. But it is I who discovered and nurtured a talent like Do-hwan, allowing him to shine. He recalled his initial encounter with Do-hwan, where he was astonished by his mastery of armament hockey, which had drawn his attention to Do-hwan's remarkable combat abilities at the young age of 18. Inadvertently overlooking his other talents. A failure in recognizing talent, he acknowledged his mistake. Sighing, Tsuru observed Sengoku, whose joy was as difficult to contain as the ocean's waves. By the way, where is Karp? Sengoku, midway through his laughter, inquired curiously. You should be informed of this good news. He left long ago, and before departing, he instructed me to ensure you handle Do-hwan's aftermath well. The thought of Karp's intentions brought a smile to Tsuru's face. That old man, Sengoku chuckled, understanding that Karp had faith in Do-hwan's capabilities but feared that Do-hwan might struggle with subsequent matters. It was as if Karp had entrusted the responsibilities to him, the admiral, while he went off to enjoy himself, unaware that Do-hwan required no assistance in tidying up. In terms of reliability, Karp was no match for Do-hwan. Sengoku shook his head, a cheerful demeanor overtaking him as he began to address other matters. As the admiral of the Navy, the relatively calm four seas did not warrant his attention. Given that the Grand Line and the New World were rife with pirate activity and numerous pressing issues requiring his resolution, it was only due to Do-hwan's unique circumstances that he paid special attention to the North Sea. In the opulent palace of the German kingdom, Do-hwan lay in a guest room, contemplating his future plans. He had decided that this place would serve as his primary operational base, with a temporary headquarters for the 141st Division established here. It was not a yearning for the king's opulent lifestyle that drove him, as he sought to avoid corruption at the outset of his rise. Rather, he aimed to maintain stability and ensure that the formidable German kingdom would not falter. Simultaneously, the German kingdom would serve as the foundation for his grand ambitions. In truth, the early confrontation with the German kingdom had not been his original intention. He risked everything in this endeavor. If mishandled, he would be forced to endure the hardships of piracy or join the Revolutionary Army. While both paths could ultimately lead to prominence, none offered the swift ascent through the Navy that he desired. Karp's resources within the Navy were too valuable to squander. Talents like Smoker, Jinbei, and other elite naval personnel would take years to recruit if he were to turn pirate or join the revolution. Yet he had secured them in just a month within the Navy. To achieve his aspirations, the Navy was the most advantageous launching pad. Losing this opportunity due to the Vinsmoke family would be a profound misfortune. Fortunately, he had successfully extinguished the crisis. In light of the risks associated with this plan, the rewards were equally substantial. The German kingdom had swiftly transformed into a puppet state under his control, boasting vast territories and a population of 300 to 400 million, an invaluable strategic resource. Moreover, Vinsmoke Judge's ambition to dominate the North Sea and extend his influence over the world had inadvertently gifted Doo-hwan a precious asset. The 30,000 artificial soldiers currently under Raju's command could already be considered his subordinates. Furthermore, the extensive military-industrial complex under the Vinsmoke family had significantly enriched Doo-hwan. These industries, while prioritizing the supply of the German kingdom's internal military, also provided Judge with a considerable amount of contraband weaponry. The arms trade was, in fact, a core industry that sustained Judge's ambitions. It was evident how vast these arms industries were. With these resources, coupled with Germa's immense population, he could easily muster a formidable army. If his cousin Dragon were to learn of this, he would surely be envious beyond measure. Just a few years prior, when he met Dragon, the latter had been troubled about where to procure supplies for the revolutionary army. The revolutionaries struggled even to secure food, let alone acquire advanced weaponry for combat. Ultimately, the root of the problem lay in Dragon and Apos' flawed development strategy, wasting decades of potential. Relying solely on reckless bravado was not a recipe for success. No, his cousin Dragon's restraint was truly formidable. It was not mere recklessness, but rather a stubborn persistence. A smile crept across Doo-hwan's face. Beyond the crucial arms industries, the German kingdom's population of over 300 million could also provide him with immense loyalty. Another substantial source of income. From any perspective, his endeavors had flourished since absorbing the Vinsmoke family. Additionally, harnessing Judge's inventive talents could greatly propel his ambitions. As one of the world's foremost scientists, the only individual capable of overshadowing Judge was the extraordinary Vegapunk, a genius who surpassed the world by over 5 centuries. Although Judge's inventions seemed insignificant compared to Vegapunk's groundbreaking creations, such as artificial devil fruits, the flame angel, and infinite energy sources, Judge's advancements in high-tech combat suits, advanced weaponry, and artificial human technology were formidable assets for military enhancement. His exceptional talents, spanning both biological and military domains, rightfully earned him the title of a top-tier scientist. However, Vegapunk's extraordinary intellect was unparalleled. His worth was comparable to that of half the Navy. If Doo-hwan could effectively utilize Judge and the resources left behind, he felt that his goal of becoming a beacon of hope would be substantially closer. Of course, to harness Judge and amp Apos' potential, a concerted effort in ideological education would be imperative. The reformation of the troops' mindset was absolutely essential. Chapter 39. The trial begins, a tremendous harvest days later, in the German kingdom. Notifications from the Vinsmoke family stirred the populace into a fervor. Citizens were granted the opportunity to exact retribution against officials, ministers, and nearly all members of the Vinsmoke clan for their transgressions. Those bereaved could demand retribution in kind, while the injured could inflict similar harm upon their aggressors. All proceedings would be overseen by Colonel Doo-hwan and the 141st Division, with a strict prohibition against false accusations. Only verifiable crimes would face public judgment. What? The former king has abdicated, and the new queen seeks to hold these officials accountable for their misdeeds. A throng of citizens gathered before a newly erected notice board, incredulously absorbing its contents. This notice had stood for several days, yet each day drew a multitude of onlookers, their curiosity and astonishment igniting a fervent fire within. Rumors suggested that naval support had facilitated her rise to power, and now she collaborated with the naval colonel to allow citizens to report offenses, which would be met with equally severe punishment. Those who struck could strike back, and murderers would face execution. One citizen stroked his chin, torn between yearning and skepticism. The German kingdom, as it stood, was not merely the ancestral domain of the Germa but a union of 4 nations it had conquered. The atrocities committed by the invaders within their territories were well known. Should such an opportunity arise, he would eagerly participate, wishing to see certain individuals face a gruesome fate. Yet, there was an air of unreality about it all. Was it genuine? Would reporting yield results? Would the culprits merely be beaten and then released, returning to exact further vengeance upon them? A concerned citizen articulated the sentiments of many. Ultimately, those who had committed these offenses possessed the power and authority to do so. as they were all members or sycophants of the Vinsmoke family. If the reports merely resulted in a beating for these lackeys, it would be utterly meaningless. Once released, their grievances would only multiply. It was possible that the announcement served to test their loyalty. Surely not? Some murmured, their expressions uncertain. This time, the 141st Division is supervising, renowned for having vanquished numerous pirates in the North Sea. In less than a month, tales of the 141st Division's exploits had spread throughout the North Sea, rendering them figures of great renown in contemporary news. Nearly every few days, newspapers featured new accounts of their achievements. Indeed, recent headlines focused on this newly assigned officer in the North Sea, who, within just a few days, had ousted the former base commander collaborating with pirates and had slain over 1,000 pirates in a mere fortnight. Many of these pirates were notorious, with bounties exceeding 3 million, their heads prominently displayed in the press. Such efficiency was unprecedented for the Navy. The crowd nodded in agreement, holding Colonel Do-hwan in high esteem. In the North Sea, a region plagued by rampant piracy, a pirate hunter of such caliber was a rare find. Even within the German kingdom's sphere of influence, pirates frequently ventured into areas where defenses were weak, unless disturbances escalated. The German kingdom rarely intervened and even recruited some pirates into their ranks. In such a context, the ability to eliminate a significant number of pirates was indeed commendable. However, why did I hear that Colonel Do-hwan had grievances with the Vinsmoke family and had just been accused of piracy? How did he suddenly come to oversee the trials? Recently, this matter had garnered considerable attention, with the entire North Sea aware that the German kingdom intended to take action against the 141st Division. Yet, everyone understood the nature of the German kingdom. The accusation of piracy was hardly credible. Can it be so difficult to comprehend? Consider the abrupt replacement of the former queen. It was evident that she had been deposed. I suspect this trial is more the handiwork of this naval colonel. Astute observers recognized the timing of the new queen and Apos' ascension as remarkably strategic. It coincided precisely with the German kingdom and Apos' declaration of war against the 141st Division. Upon her rise, she publicly apologized, while the previous king and Apos' whereabouts remained a mystery. Could it be that a true champion of justice had finally arrived? A glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of some citizens. Within the German kingdom, countless discussions ensued, filled with skepticism and curiosity regarding this unprecedented trial. They had never encountered such a phenomenon. When had those lofty officials ever been subject to judgment by the common folk? Their lives had always been regarded as trivial by those in power, easily extinguished without a second thought. Some, with bloodshot eyes, were determined to seize this opportunity. Regardless of its authenticity, they could not afford to miss it. If genuine, they would lose their sole chance for vengeance. If false, they would merely sacrifice their lives. It appeared that the people's enthusiasm was palpable. Do-hwan stood atop a high tower in the palace, gazing through a telescope towards the notice board. As anticipated, the notion of reciprocal vengeance against those in positions of authority struck a chord with the masses. Even if it seemed implausible, and the future remained uncertain, the overwhelming majority harbored an unwavering zeal. We have faltered in our duties, Lei Jiao reflected, standing behind Do-hwan, her expression a complex tapestry of introspection. Had the German kingdom previously enjoyed peace and prosperity, with its citizens living in contentment, such a trial would not have elicited such fervent participation. Their present plight was a consequence of their own mismanagement. It is indeed foolish, Do-hwan replied with a slight nod, his assessment clear. A vast kingdom unaware of how to govern, relying on arms trade for financial gain, while neglecting the importance of effective governance. How much can one truly gain from arms trade? The German kingdom, possessing lands from 4 nations, could achieve greater prosperity simply through taxation than through arms dealings. Smuggling arms may seem lucrative, but it pales in comparison to the potential wealth of an entire nation. You speak wisely. Lei Jiao approached from behind, attempting to embrace Do-hwan. He allowed her to lean against him, calmly inquiring, "So, what new thoughts have you? I ask that you spare my father and 3 brothers. I am willing to do anything," Lei Jiao stated somberly, tightening her embrace. She had pondered her position and realized she held little leverage. Her status as queen was evidently a mere facade, destined to become increasingly hollow. The artificial soldiers, under her command, had recently transferred authority to Do-hwan. Should her family perish, he would assume command of those soldiers. She felt an overwhelming sense of impending crisis, rather than regretting her inaction later. She chose to express her sincerity in advance. "I accept your proposal." A faint smile curled at the corners of Do-hwan and Apos' mouth, his spirits lifted. He had no reason to refuse. His arduous assent was driven by the desire for genuine enjoyment. This was the intersection of power and strength. His first encounter in this world had granted him a newly appointed queen. Ascend, ascend, and ascend again, to become the singular sun. Such is the nature of a man's ambition. Once ignited, it cannot be stifled. With each elevation, more splendid vistas unfold before the eyes. Chapter 40. The people's judgment on this splendid day. With gentle breezes caressing the shores, a significant event unfolded in the German kingdom. The long-awaited trial assembly commenced, where the populace would exact retribution upon their once unattainable foes. Crowds gathered in droves, so vast that even Smoker and Jinbei, accompanied by their elite navy, struggled to maintain order, necessitating the assistance of artificial soldiers. The scale of this gathering eclipsed even the execution of the legendary pirate king, Joel D. Roger. For Roger was merely a myth, while this act of retributive justice resonated deeply with the people's interests. Many were unable to enter. Else the spectacle would have been even more monumental. At the heart of the largest square in the German kingdom, the Haskett Square, stood a formation of approximately 2,000 individuals, their expressions despondent as they awaited the impending judgment. This was merely the first wave. The assembly would continue for no less than 2 weeks and could potentially expand. Given the vastness of the German kingdom, the number of those requiring judgment was considerable. And this gathering represented but a fraction of the needed reckoning. The entire nation required reform, and this assembly served as a cautionary example. The presence of guillotines nearby made it evident that the proceedings were serious. The citizens gazed at the thorough preparations in the square, eyes widening with anticipation. Soldiers clad in naval uniforms secured the inner circle, while several gleaming guillotines stood at the ready. In the center of the square, a beautifully dressed woman commanded attention. Flanked by a young man in naval officer attire, his prominent justice cloak unmistakable. Based on recent newspaper portrayals, this must be the newly appointed Queen and Rear Admiral Monkey D. Doo-hwan. Behind them, a group of perspiring officials appeared visibly anxious, clearly aware of the gravity of the occasion. The atmosphere intensified as the crowd's emotions surged. Doo-hwan and Reju stood at the forefront, observing the growing fervor among the people. Such events must commence when emotions reach a crescendo to achieve optimal impact. Reju glanced at her watch and then at the animated crowd, whispering to Doo-hwan, "The time is nearly upon us." Compared to her earlier anxiety, she now exuded confidence and maturity. She had forged a closer bond with Doo-hwan and received his assurances. As long as she heeded his guidance, no peril would befall her. If she could assist in adjusting Katakuri's mindset to align with Doo-hwan's objectives, her family's safety would be further secured. Though merely a nebulous promise, it felt significantly safer than before. As for the members of the Vinsmoke family facing judgment, they could only blame their own misdeeds. Doo-hwan nodded slightly, his expression unperturbed. "Let us begin." "Very well," Reju responded, accepting a microphone from an attendant. She addressed the crowd with a steady voice. "The trial will commence shortly. Please quiet yourselves, as Colonel Doo-hwan and I have a few words to share." The sound resonated throughout the square, swiftly silencing the previously raucous assembly. All eyes turned towards the duo standing side by side at the center. Former King Vinsmoke Gaji was led astray by treacherous advisors, committing numerous misdeeds during his reign. His negligence towards his subordinates resulted in significant losses for the citizens, both in lives and property. As the new queen, with guidance from Colonel Doo-hwan of the 141st Division, I will initiate sweeping reforms to restore stability and peace to the German kingdom. My first act in office will be to eradicate the evils of the past, under the vigilant oversight of Colonel Doo-hwan, ensuring that the parasites of the former German kingdom cannot escape justice. They shall face the consequences for the violence inflicted upon the citizens, which will be repaid in kind during this trial. Reju's voice resonated with strength and determination, embodying not only the safety of her family but her own heart's desire. She had long harbored aspirations to transform the German kingdom, yet had been stifled under her father's authority, unable to defy Gaji's orders. Now, as queen, even if merely a puppet, she resolved to lend her efforts to support Doo-hwan's initiatives. Long live the queen! Long live the queen! Purge the corrupt and restore peace to our nation. The throngs of citizens erupted with fervor, united in their excitement. The current situation was clear. The criminals in the square, alongside the queen's declarations, heralded a day of reckoning. Next, I invite Colonel Monkey D. Doo-hwan of the 141st Division to address the assembly. Reju passed the microphone to Doo-hwan, stepping back slightly. Tens of thousands of eyes focused on the young naval officer, eager for his words. Before Doo-hwan's arrival, the German kingdom had languished in darkness, with Vinsmoke family officials ruling with impunity, treating the populace as mere subjects. It was through his presence that the Queen had ascended, and today's trial of the guilty commenced. I am deeply grateful for Queen Reju's trust in me. I shall do all within my power to ensure this nation becomes better and safer. This is not only the duty of a naval officer but also a personal commitment to justice. Doo-hwan's voice rose with fervor as he declared, "Today, I am here to accomplish 3 things: fairness, and absolute fairness. What they have done to you, you may return in kind. A life for a life. A hand for a hand. For every 100,000 berries taken, a pound of flesh shall be forfeit. Fear not retribution, as long as the charges are valid. You may exact your vengeance without hesitation." Doo-hwan extended his right hand forward, resolutely stating, "As long as I stand, justice shall prevail. Fear not retaliation. I am your strongest ally." "Splendid! Long live Colonel Doo-hwan." The multitude erupted into fervent cheers, their gazes ablaze with conviction. They believed in Doo-hwan's words. Recalling his merciless eradication of pirates in the North Sea, he was a figure of righteous valor. He represented their salvation, granting them the opportunity to seek vengeance against injustice and violence. Yet, a lingering thought persisted. Why was this noble officer not their new king? The citizens cast their vengeful gazes towards the assembled criminals. Their eyes glimmered with hatred. Many had lost loved ones to these individuals. Cherished friends had perished at their hands. Property had been plundered, and wives had suffered unspeakable fates. The pain inflicted by these malevolent figures had plunged the populace into despair, leaving them with a profound thirst for retribution. Thanks to Colonel Doo-hwan, they finally had the opportunity for vengeance. Countless messages resonated in Doo-hwan's ears, bursting forth like firecrackers during the New Year celebration. His expression remained serene as he softly lamented, "Why not show a little kindness to these people? A mere token of goodwill would be sufficient to evoke their profound gratitude." The ministers behind him fell into a profound silence, unable to respond to Doo-hwan's inquiry. If they did not regard the common folk as mere cattle, how could they demonstrate their superiority? Chapter 41. The ongoing trial Kingdom of Jerma, Hasket Square. With a commanding order from Doo-hwan, the much-anticipated trial assembly finally commenced. Naturally, an event of such magnitude, with thousands in attendance, could not proceed in a chaotic rush. Otherwise, it would devolve into disorder, potentially resulting in casualties among the crowd. Given the sheer number of participants, it was inevitable that confusion would ensue if they all spoke at once. Instead, 10 individuals would be randomly selected to present their accusations, with immediate judgments and executions following their statements. Once the first 10 had finished, others would be chosen to either supplement their claims or unveil new charges. Doo-hwan, microphone in hand, announced the rules to the assembled citizens. "This is acceptable," they murmured, acknowledging the logic behind the process. The crowd recognized that with so many voices, clarity would be lost, yet everyone would have the opportunity to voice their grievances. They eagerly gazed at the line of accused, their eyes wide with determination as they sought out those who had wronged them. Upon spotting a familiar face, they clenched their fists, eyes ablaze with a fierce desire to be among the first to be chosen. "Excellent. Thank you for your cooperation," Doo-hwan remarked with a slight nod, casting his gaze towards Smoker. "Let us begin." Smoker saluted and, amidst the lively throng, randomly selected 10 individuals, ushering them to the center of the square and handing each a megaphone. In the heart of the square, the 2,000-strong queue of the accused stood in palpable tension. They cried out in protest, their faces etched with fear and regret. Doo-hwan remained indifferent, dismissing their pleas for mercy. Although the Kingdom of Jerma claimed royal status, it bore more resemblance to the nefarious Don Quixote family run by Doflamingo, where it was challenging to find a virtuous soul. Even the relatively benign Reju could be sentenced to death based on her actions rather than her intentions. However, she was of use to him, and thus, her life was spared. In contrast, the others awaiting judgment served merely as instruments to consolidate the loyalty of the populace, with death being their ultimate fate. At that moment, the chosen 10 trembled, megaphones in hand, their minds blank as they faced the line of accused. Although their selection filled them with excitement, the reality of standing before the scrutinizing crowd left them bewildered. Some were daunted by the intimidating presence of the accused, while others feared retribution in the aftermath. They understood that naming the guilty would be met with immediate action, with the possibility of execution looming if trust was established. "Relax, you have Colonel Doo-hwan backing you," Smoker reassured them, striving to soften his demeanor. He was aware of the struggles faced by the common folk. Not everyone possessed the courage to stand up, and those lacking bravery also deserved to live in peace. Smoker then turned to the array of criminals, his expression fierce as he issued a stern warning. "Behave yourselves. Anyone who dares to act out will face immediate execution, as per Colonel Do-hwan's orders. The 10 individuals gazed at Smoker's stern countenance, their anxiety alleviated somewhat. And they nodded gratefully, expressing their understanding. Though he appeared formidable, they could sense the goodwill he tried to convey. With the support of this naval officer, a few bolder souls stepped forward, pointing out those they identified as criminals. It's him, the one in the third row, second column. His name is Ralnus. He robbed my home and killed my 50-year-old mother. I managed to escape while fishing, and my neighbors can attest to this. I am Roman, and I stake my life on it. The 30-year-old man seethed, his gaze fixed on a middle-aged man with a hawkish nose. That's nonsense. I did nothing wrong. Ralnus retorted vehemently, his eyes blazing with malice as he glared at Roman. He was filled with dread, acutely aware that this was no mere performance. He had taken many lives and could not recall if he had indeed killed this man and Apo's mother, but he understood he could not admit to anything. If he were successfully identified, he would surely lose his own life. No, he had yet to enjoy the wealth he had stolen. He could not afford to die now. That's him. It's definitely him. Roman, momentarily intimidated by the murderous glare, found renewed courage and shouted even louder, seeking the support of the nearby naval officers. Ralnus was a squad leader, a figure of terrifying power, undefeated in his territory. Roman despised his own impotence, feeling shame for being cowed by his enemy, lacking even the courage to wield a knife. After thorough verification, Ralnus was found guilty, and the order was given: execution. Carl, holding a roster, appeared to confirm the findings. However, the roster contained only names, nicknames, and the accuser's statements, which sufficed, but verifying each charge would be a Herculean task for the Navy. Thank you, officer. Roman exclaimed, his eyes brimming with emotion as 2 naval officers seized Ralnus and pushed him to the guillotine. No, no, no. Ralnus screamed in frantic terror. Thud. The guillotine fell decisively. A head rolled to the ground. This marked the first life claimed by the trial assembly. Roman, witnessing the head that bore an expression of fear, felt as though his mind had erupted with astonishment. The murderer of his mother lay dead before him, so swift, so clean. The 30-year-old man knelt without hesitation, bowing deeply towards Do-hwan, tears streaming down his face as he choked out, "Thank you, Colonel, for avenging me. Thank you, Colonel Do-hwan, for this retribution." He had believed he would never see this day, yet here it was, a miraculous fulfillment of his vengeance. The light of justice illuminated his life, freeing him from the torment of hatred. Colonel Do-hwan was his savior. Even the sacrifice of his very being could not convey his gratitude. Do you wish to identify anyone else? If your vengeance is fulfilled, kindly pass the opportunity to the next. Carl gently patted Roman's shoulder, feeling sympathy for the man. He was fortunate to have been born in the East Blue, where Vice Admiral Garp's periodic purges maintained familial stability. Yet he also understood the vile nature of pirates. The East Blue was not without its victims, and Garp could not be everywhere at once. I know a few more. There are notorious figures in our area. Roman rose from the ground, his gaze now bright as he looked towards Do-hwan. His most formidable foe had perished, and he perceived the true purpose of this assembly. He must reveal every injustice, ensuring that all those scoundrels face their end. Indeed, Carl stepped back slightly, resuming his review of the roster. Is he truly dead? He is indeed dead. The sight of the first head falling ignited a surge of excitement among the citizens gathered in the square. Their cheers resounded like a tidal wave, filling the air with fervor. The other 9 selected citizens, witnessing Roman and Apo's triumph, eagerly began to point out their own adversaries. Amidst the cacophony of accusations and the jubilant cries of the avengers, heads fell one after another. Soon, the number exceeded 100, creating a small mountain of corpses. The 10 accusers rotated swiftly. Once an individual ceased to name their enemies, they were promptly urged to step down. 34 loyalty, 25 loyalty, 33 loyalty, 31 loyalty, 29 loyalty, 27 loyalty. Do-hwan stood elevated, silently observing the rapid ascent of loyalty points on the panel. Although this was among his objectives, he had not anticipated such a swift surge in loyalty. For now, he could only be regarded as a half-son of the Kingdom of Germa, with such remarkable gains. This immense loyalty value could nearly enable him to indulge in a shopping spree at the marketplace. What resplendence would it be to become the son of the world? Chapter 42. The Great Awakening. An hour had elapsed. The scene was awash in blood, with half of the 2,000 condemned souls dispatched in a mere span of time. Yet, not a single citizen quivered at the sight of the carnage. Rather, they brimmed with fervor and enthusiasm. They were not the vile scum of the seas who found pleasure in bloodshed. Instead, they reveled in the lifting of their oppression. One can only imagine the extent of the tyranny they had endured. As the scales of justice tipped against their oppressors, their excitement was palpable. Each time they witnessed their past sufferings reflected upon the faces of their enemies, an exhilarating sense of satisfaction surged within them, leaving them rejuvenated and uplifted. At some point, Do-hwan found himself standing beside Smoker, closer to the shouting masses. Under his gaze, the citizens grew emboldened in their denunciations, and the proceedings took on an orderly cadence. With each condemned individual facing retribution for their crimes, a harmonious cheer erupted from the crowd, often bringing tears of emotion to the eyes of one or more onlookers. They looked towards Do-hwan, the man who had granted them the chance for vengeance, their eyes filled with gratitude and respect. It was thanks to Colonel Do-hwan that they had this opportunity for retribution. One individual, his eyes reddened, gazed towards Do-hwan with profound appreciation. Just moments ago, he had avenged his deep-seated grievances, and now, swept up in the fervor of the atmosphere, he yearned to witness more wrongdoers receive their due punishment. Who could blame him? The tyrant who had once terrorized his neighborhood had long since gone unchallenged due to his overwhelming power. It was only at this judgment gathering that they had found a chance to retaliate. Several middle-aged citizens shared a similar sentiment, reflecting on their past suffering, which seemed like mere memories now, yet those memories were etched deeply in their hearts, igniting overwhelming hatred with the slightest provocation. Had it not been for this opportunity for catharsis, they would have been burdened with these recollections for a lifetime. The joy of vengeance allowed them to comprehend the pain of helplessness. They owed a great debt to Colonel Do-hwan. Without him, who would have cared about those brutal bandits? They might have continued to reign over them forever, leaving countless more casualties in their wake. These pirates, bandits, and corrupt officers each bore the blood of innocents on their hands, wielding both influence and might. Without the benefaction of Colonel Do-hwan today, the prospect of vengeance would have remained a distant dream. The crowd buzzed with discussions, expressing their fortune at encountering such a noble figure. Individuals like him were unprecedented. The previous navy had barely managed to suppress the pirates, let alone execute justice upon so many vile offenders. They cherished Do-hwan's kindness and hoped for more individuals of his ilk. Smoker observed the grateful and exuberant populace, his demeanor heavy as he puffed on 2 cigars. Do-hwan, standing beside him, inquired, "What troubles you? Do you harbor any particular thoughts?" With a deep sigh, Smoker replied, "Initially, I felt joy in witnessing their vengeance. Those who have inflicted harm upon others are now receiving their due. Is that not commendable?" Do-hwan smiled lightly. "Indeed. However, the number of victims is staggering, and the perpetrators too numerous." Smoker shook his head, his expression clouded with confusion. "It is hard to fathom the depths of suffering these civilians have endured. The crimes they committed are being recounted one by one, and I see very few who are truly innocent. While it is gratifying to see justice served, the sheer volume of offenses is disheartening. Each individual here has blood on their hands. The punishment you propose for extorting a mere 100,000 berries pales in comparison to what these individuals have already faced, beheadings, no less. Their sins are grave, and it is shocking to behold. I knew the world was dark, but I never imagined it was this bleak. Are you nearing 30 and still failing to see?" Do-hwan regarded Smoker with surprise. "The pirates you have slain, pick any one of them, and their crimes would not be less than those on trial here. Given your reputation as a white hunter, you must have dispatched over 2,000 pirates by now. For you, these offenders should be mere trifles." Do-hwan understood that Smoker was the commander of the naval branch in Logtown, a location steeped in the legacy of the Pirate King. A pivotal point marking the dawn of the great pirate era and a pilgrimage site for countless pirates. In such a context, it was reasonable to conclude that Smoker had encountered a vast number of pirates, each notorious in their own right. Smoker shook his head, his discomfort evident. Most of those being judged are not pirates, but members of the German kingdom's military and royal family. Even if they were once pirates, they are now soldiers and officers under the German kingdom's banner. They fall outside my jurisdiction. The Navy lacks the authority to apprehend them. These individuals wielded power in their own land while I hunted pirates. Had it not been for Colonel Do-hwan's judgment today, they might have continued their carefree existence. Even if I happened upon a few, I would only be able to deal with a handful of ruffians. A mass cleansing of these non-pirate scoundrels is beyond my reach. I am a naval officer, and these matters typically fall under the internal affairs of allied nations." "Ah, I see," Do-hwan responded with dawning realization, smiling as he continued. "Do you feel that the significance of your pirate hunting efforts is diminished, that you cannot save this world? Do you perceive your sense of justice is limited, falling short of your ideals?" He grasped Smoker's discontent. After dedicating over a decade to capturing pirates, it must have felt disheartening to see his efforts rendered seemingly trivial. For a justice-minded naval officer, Such thoughts could shake the very foundation of one's ideals, nudging them toward the revolutionary cause. Do-hwan had not anticipated that his well-intentioned judgment gathering would leave Smoker feeling disillusioned. He certainly did not wish to see his loyal subordinate swayed to join Dragon's movement. Indeed. Smoker nodded, acknowledging Do-hwan and Appo's insight. He was lost, uncertain of his purpose as a naval officer. The number of pirates he had slain over the years might pale in comparison to those who would perish in a single day here. Do not dwell on it. The world is indeed harsh, yet we are in the process of changing it, Do-hwan encouraged, patting Smoker on the shoulder with a smile. Are we not altering the fate of the German kingdom today? This is the largest kingdom in the North Sea. I have been at Branch 141 for less than a month, and our collaboration has spanned less than half that time. Looking ahead, this world will transform because of you and me. Though the present world is grim, with rampant piracy and corrupt kingdoms, once he arrives, illuminating the world like the sun, it will reshape into the vision he desires. Surely he will not allow those who contribute their loyalty to suffer perpetually. Smoker found himself momentarily speechless. A wave of shame washing over him. Had his unwavering sense of justice been too narrow? While he grappled with the meaning of being a naval officer, Do-hwan had already forged a resolute determination to change the world. Approaching 30, Smoker felt as though he had wasted his life. In an instant, Smoker's demeanor transformed. A newfound resolve surging within him. I will follow you and pursue the path you envision, he declared, his conviction unprecedented, reminiscent of the fervor he had felt upon joining the Navy. Together, we shall strive, Do-hwan affirmed, patting Smoker's shoulder. Count me in, Jinai interjected, having approached the two with utmost seriousness. Indeed, this man radiates brilliance. However, why not engage in conversation with her instead of seeking out Smog's unpleasant visage? Welcome to join us. Do-hwan offered a faint smile. Chapter 43, A fortuitous encounter with the journalist in the square. The trial continued. Yet Do-hwan was no longer present, leaving Smog and his men to maintain order. The subsequent days mirrored the proceedings of today, marked only by the relentless procession of heads rolling, devoid of any particular distinction. As the evildoers faced judgment, their culpability was incessantly highlighted, reinforcing Do-hwan's pivotal role in the minds of the citizens of the German kingdom. He aspired to extend the impact of this trial to the entirety of the North Sea, thus enlisting a reporter from the World Economic Journal to capture photographs for promotion. This strategy not only served to bolster his image, but also instilled a formidable sense of deterrence in the hearts of those criminals still perpetrating atrocities, a twofold triumph. To ascend swiftly, one must deftly juggle both action and publicity. Neglecting either would render the endeavor precarious. Furthermore, this endeavor would undoubtedly aid in his subsequent acquisition of loyalty points. At this moment, Do-hwan was accompanied by Hanai as they made their way to meet the journalist who had finished taking photographs. He was uncertain of the reporter's intentions, but should it involve any threats regarding compromising photographs, he would not hesitate to act ruthlessly. Although he considered his own strength modest, he had extensively perused various forms of torture online, possessing ample means and vigor for inflicting torment. Compared to the strength of the reserve admiral, such methods of punishment were evidently rare in this world. Greetings, Colonel Do-hwan. I am Mager, the bespectacled, balding middle-aged man said, extending a newspaper towards Do-hwan, his face etched with the marks of time. This is the news release for this event. Please review it. He was a journalist from the North Sea branch of the World Economic Journal, invited to document this grand occasion. Do-hwan was currently basking in the limelight, especially following the German kingdom's recent declaration of war against the 141st branch, which had caused quite a stir. Now, this unprecedented spectacle was undoubtedly significant news. Hello, Mr. Mager. I have heard that the reports from the World Economic Journal are the most authentic, unwavering even in the face of external pressures, not even swayed by the world government. Do-hwan remarked with surprise as he took the draft. Today's encounter seems to diverge from what I had anticipated. He was aware of Morgan's from the World Economic Journal, known for pursuing the most genuine news. Morgan's commanded the largest intelligence network in the world and was a sovereign of the underground realm. He had often exposed scandals that the world government sought to suppress, leading them to attempt to capture him to restore their tarnished reputation and control the narrative. Nevertheless, Morgan's had always been prudent and slippery, evading capture. The world government, exasperated, found it impossible to compel him to amend any information in his reports. Thus, it was indeed peculiar for a reporter from the World Economic Journal to allow him a preview of the draft. Colonel, you may not be aware. Mager wiped the sweat from his forehead, smiling as he spoke. I am a local of the North Sea and have long disapproved of the actions of the German kingdom and those pirates. Your efforts in purging pirates and administering justice have earned my utmost admiration. While the president strives for factual reporting, I am willing to make a slight concession regarding your matters. After all, your actions are inherently just. I will report truthfully but will omit certain details that may affect your reputation. He genuinely admired Do-hwan as a naval officer. Unlike other naval personnel he had encountered, Do-hwan possessed a distinctive style that evoked his sympathy. He could not bear to tarnish the reputation of such a righteous naval officer. A minor convenience within his authority was inconsequential. You are indeed a man of integrity, Do-hwan casually remarked while perusing the draft. In truth, I am not as virtuous as you envision. My actions are merely driven by the pursuit of fame and fortune, at best, not devoid of conscience. He did not portray himself as a saint, fully aware of his nature, a somewhat conscientious opportunist, with conscience being a mere fraction. Were he an unyielding paragon of virtue, the entire family of Kaji would have met their demise or been dispatched to impel down. Therefore, he cautioned against allowing his subordinates to harbor unrealistic expectations, as disappointment could be troublesome. You are remarkably forthright, Mega remarked, slightly taken aback, before expressing admiration. In this world, many pursue fame and fortune, and numerous individuals join the Navy for such reasons. Yet none have accomplished as much as you. What is wrong with seeking fame and fortune? The citizens of the German kingdom would undoubtedly prefer to see you enjoy it. His perspective shifted in response to Do-hwan's words, which elevated his impression even further. Countless individuals adorned themselves with a facade of brilliance, unwilling to bear a single blemish, much like the world government, which relentlessly pressured their president to amend headlines. Approaching 40, if he truly believed in the existence of flawless individuals, it would be exceedingly naive. Simply articulating one's truth surpassed the efforts of many. I have reviewed the draft. It poses no issues, Do-hwan responded with a faint smile as he returned the news release. Publish it as is. As long as the report adheres to the facts without incorporating baseless conjectures, I will have no objections. The draft was straightforward, focusing on the reactions of the citizens of the German kingdom during the trial, along with his collaborative declaration with Reiju. It adhered strictly to the events of the day, devoid of any insinuations regarding his nocturnal escapades with the Queen. Scandals should not be speculated upon lightly, for unfounded conjectures could easily become truth. You are refreshingly candid. Mager accepted the draft, tucking it into his briefcase. To be honest, I previously interviewed Colonel Donald, the former commander of the 141st Branch, and his demeanor starkly contrasts yours. When I inquired about the rampant arms trade in the North Sea, Colonel Donald professed ignorance. Subsequently, you sent him to a military tribunal. The disparity between the two commanders is staggering, one embroiled in corruption and facilitating arms smuggling amidst rampant piracy, while the other upholds discipline and integrity, shocking the North Sea with numerous significant actions in just half a month. A smirk graced Do-hwan's lips as he recalled something he had seen. The newspapers reported, I am unaware. Vince Mock has pursued other avenues. It was during his journey that he stumbled upon that article, which fostered a bias against Donald, convincing him that the man was not clean. Of course, subsequent events validated that suspicion. It was indeed a twist of fate to encounter this journalist who penned those words. Who would have thought we share this connection? Mager mused, extending a hand. I hope our collaboration moving forward will be equally pleasant. Pleasant collaboration, Do-hwan shook his hand, giving it a firm shake. Farewell. By tomorrow, you shall see your news featured prominently in the North Sea, at the pace of the president. Mager explained before turning to depart. Although the trial would continue for several more days, the most crucial elements had already been captured, and the newspaper would be ready for print imminently. Future visits would involve capturing additional scenes and interviewing citizens for follow-up. Meanwhile, Hanai, who had accompanied Do-hwan throughout, shifted her gaze and shyly inquired, Colonel Do-hwan, do you have time this afternoon? I wish to consult you regarding the armament hockey you previously mentioned. Do-hwan's expression softened as he smiled. Let us discuss it in a few days. I have some matters to confirm with Vince Mock Reiju. Oh. Hanai's expression faltered slightly. She had specifically broached the topic because of Do-hwan's discussions with Reiju. Why, after all that time, did she choose to bring it up today? A promising talent at 27 should not be allowed to slip away due to a mere captive. Chapter 44. Marketplace refresh in the serene night, with the moon illuminating the sparse stars within the royal palace of the German kingdom. Do-hwan lay on a grand bed beside the recently slumbering Legio. Their discussion had initially revolved around serious matters concerning the establishment of a temporary branch for the German kingdom, including the handling of previous ministers and similar affairs. Given the unique situation of the German kingdom, it necessitated the creation of a temporary outpost, which Doo-hwan intended to oversee personally to ensure that no unforeseen events would disrupt their control before fully consolidating power over the realm. Since this branch was established at his behest, it could only be temporary. Once he relinquished his role as the base commander, the position would cease to exist. Doo-hwan had no desire to leave behind a legacy for another. Having captured the German kingdom, he had made numerous arrangements here, which he regarded as his stronghold. The conversation had been productive, fervently discussing where to allocate land and the most suitable locations for military deployment. However, as the night progressed, circumstances shifted. Legio became increasingly proactive, leading to the current situation. Doo-hwan understood her mindset. At this moment, she was gripped by a fear of losing her worth and was eager to appease him to gain greater trust and a sense of security. After all, just hours earlier, they had witnessed a large-scale execution, which included several members of the Vinsmoke family. Despite previous assurances, her trepidation was inevitable, considering Legio and Apos' usefulness and her appealing appearance. Doo-hwan acquiesced to her advances. After all, compared to his robust physique, this minor exertion was inconsequential, merely a fleeting indulgence. As the clock edged toward midnight, Legio had succumbed to deep slumber, her face etched with lingering worry and fear. Doo-hwan gently embraced her shoulders, yet sleep eluded him. This night marked exactly 1 month since he turned 18, and it was also the 1-month anniversary of receiving the loyalty value system. In just a few minutes, the system marketplace would refresh. With a mere thought, the system marketplace materialized before him. The attribute panel was unremarkable, progressing steadily with his daily training, particularly in swordsmanship, which had accelerated significantly due to his diligent efforts. However, the skill tiers in the system were merely rudimentary divisions. Only upon breaking through a certain tier would there be notable changes, rendering it unremarkable. The system marketplace appeared in an instant. Monthly marketplace, refresh time, 0 days 0 hours 03 minutes. Doo-hwan absent-mindedly played with Legio's pink hair, silently awaiting the system's countdown. This month's items had already been entirely purchased by him, including the nature-type union fruit and the antidote for the side effects of the devil fruit, all totaling less than 2 million loyalty points. For him, this was a sum he could afford to squander. His gaze shifted to his remaining loyalty points. Loyalty points, 17, 583, 349, with nearly 6 million loyalty points. This was an astonishing fortune. Before he conquered the German kingdom, this figure had dwindled to just over 1 million and had nearly ceased to grow. However, following the surprise takeover of the German kingdom and the various actions he undertook, his loyalty points surged to over 17 million in a remarkably short time. An astonishing feat. This remarkable increase peaked on the day the Judgment Conference commenced, with an increase of over 10 million in just 1 day. Even now, in the dead of night, the numbers on the system panel continued to fluctuate, growing at an astonishing rate. It was evident how correct his actions had been. By avenging the citizens, he not only garnered their praise and trust, but also amassed a significant amount of this invaluable system currency. Moreover, this was only due to the fact that the impact had not yet spread widely. The German kingdom spanned 4 nations, and even its own citizens were not fully aware of his remarkable achievements. The few thousand who gathered at the Judgment Conference were just a fraction of the populace. Once the news of his deeds was published in the World Economic Journal and circulated throughout the German kingdom and the North Sea, his loyalty points would truly skyrocket. At that juncture, they would likely soar into the hundreds of millions. With 700,000 loyalty points, one could procure a top-tier nature-type fruit. 120,000 loyalty points could secure an ordinary animal-type fruit, and with 1 billion loyalty points, he could establish a legion of devil fruit users. In contrast, the Beast King Kaido's dream of establishing a zoo merely amounted to 300 artificial fruit users alongside a few ancient species. Naturally, he had no interest in running a zoo. Furthermore, the system marketplace refreshes randomly, making it improbable to suddenly unveil numerous devil fruits. Moreover, he needed to first meet his own requirements before supplying his subordinates. With the infinite possibilities of the marketplace, it remained uncertain what enticing treasures might be unveiled. Additionally, enhancing his subordinate strength need not solely rely on loyalty points. Devil fruits existed in reality, as did advanced combat suits from Germa, providing him with a plethora of options. As Doo-hwan contemplated these matters, the The clock struck midnight, signaling the system marketplace's refresh. His eyes flickered with anticipation as he gazed at the panel. Monthly marketplace, refresh countdown, 30 days, iron balloon, a formidable physique possessed by the Emperor Charlotte Linlin, characterized by invulnerability, immense strength, and remarkable recovery. Price, 1,000,000 points. 100 cubic space ring. Contains an expansive space of 100 cubic units, capable of holding any non-living object. Convenient for travel and a household essential. Price, 100,000 points. Large caliber anti-material sniper rifle, designed to counter lightweight armored targets at a distance, featuring a 20 mm caliber with powerful kinetic energy and penetration. Price, 500 points. 12 sets of nano-micro-controlled bombs. Each nanobomb is equivalent to 1 kilogram of TNT, designed for injection and remote control. Price, 20,000 points. Endless energy. Legend tells of a planet that exhausted its energy, sending robots into the cosmos to seek infinite energy to save it. Price, 1,000,000 points. Micro submachine gun. Delicious small cake. Sanitary tissue. 100 assorted items were neatly arranged, each varying in price, showcasing a myriad of peculiarities from various worlds. Chapter 45. Clearing the mall. Though it was the dead of night, Do-hwan was brimming with vitality. He gazed at the freshly updated system mall, a smile of delight gracing his features. What could be more exhilarating than having the necessary funds at hand and encountering coveted items? The system mall refreshed randomly, but it did not guarantee the appearance of useful goods. This time, however, several items captured Do-hwan's fancy. The steel balloon priced at 1 million instantly seized his attention. The grotesque, portly figure atop it, reminiscent of the fearsome Big Mom, hinted at its formidable attributes. The steel balloon represented the terrifying physical prowess of Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, endowed with extreme strength, defense, and regenerative abilities, and extraordinary monstrous talent. At the tender age of 6, Charlotte Linlin annihilated an entire village of giants, including their elders. Considering the average strength of the giant race, with individuals towering several meters, it was not uncommon for such a village to harbor a mid-ranking general. Do-hwan recalled the life story of Charlotte Linlin. Abducted to the land of giants as a child, her exceptional talent drew the attention of a human trafficker nun, who intended to cultivate her for a lucrative sale. On her 6th birthday, driven by an insatiable hunger stemming from her eating disorder, Linlin devoured the nun, who possessed the soul fruit ability, thus acquiring her powers. At such a young age, she rampaged through a giant village, exhibiting unparalleled ferocity. Subsequently expelled from the kingdom of giants, she roamed the seas, evolving into one of the emperors of piracy. Her innate talent, the steel balloon, was her greatest asset, making her one of the most gifted among the 4 emperors. Remarkably, she seldom exercised, indulging in copious amounts of sweets daily while continuously bearing children, practically embodying a queen bee among humans. Yet, she was not a true queen bee. Such prolific reproduction wreaked havoc on her body. Nevertheless, even with such self-indulgence, her physique retained the power of an emperor, a testament to divine favor. Despite any cognitive shortcomings, few could inflict harm upon her. The mere existence of the steel balloon talent justified her claim to royalty. Seizing the opportunity to acquire this legendary ability, Do-hwan wasted no time, spending 1 million loyalty points to purchase it. He inherited the extraordinary potential of the Monkey D lineage, ensuring a baseline competency of an elite rear admiral. Yet, this potential paled in comparison to the monstrous attributes of Big Mom. With the expenditure of 1 million loyalty points, the steel balloon seamlessly integrated into Do-hwan's being. A surge of immense power forcibly transformed his physique, while vibrant life force coursed through his veins. This warm energy enveloped him, initiating a comprehensive metamorphosis. His muscles became sinewy, his flesh robust, and his bones extraordinarily resilient. His entire body underwent rapid refinement, evolving at an astonishing pace. Once the warm current subsided, Do-hwan emerged rejuvenated. He threw aside the covers, revealing a physique sculpted with pronounced muscles, exuding vigor. Though his appearance remained largely unchanged, the latent power and vitality within him had escalated dramatically. Where once his constitution resembled a flickering candle, it now blazed like a roaring torch, radiating exponentially greater energy. Do-hwan activated his attribute panel, and, as anticipated, changes manifested. His constitution soared from S to S, while his strength advanced from S to S. Although his speed improved, it remained confined within the S threshold. The steel balloon, after all, was not primarily focused on speed, but rather emphasized power, defense, and vitality. The distinctions among the three S-level rankings delineate various stages within the realm of the four emperors and admirals, with S being a weakness, S denoting normalcy, and S representing excellence. The enhancement bestowed by the steel balloon's talent was monumental. Perhaps in future confrontations, he could withstand Akainu's meteor volcano without significant harm. If pitted against Akainu for the position of admiral after a grueling battle lasting 10 days and nights, it was likely that Akainu would emerge the worse for wear. Do-hwan's strength had surged dramatically, filling him with elation. He turned his gaze toward the monthly mall, where several enticing items awaited his selection. After casually perusing the product names, he made a decisive choice. He selected the Endless Energy, priced at 1 billion loyalty points, while purchasing all other items, totaling 217,300 loyalty points. The 100 cubic meter spatial ring constituted a significant portion of the expenditure, priced at 100,000 points. However, this item was well worth it, as his system space allowed only for the storage of purchased goods, with no possibility of reintegration once withdrawn. With a spatial ring, he could carry numerous essential items from reality, such as the sword Moonlight, a large-caliber anti-material sniper rifle, assorted odds and ends, and some sensitive documents best kept out of sight. Given his current financial stability, acquiring this ring posed no issue. Other attractive items included the large-caliber anti-material sniper rifle, capable of penetrating tank armor, ideal for ambushing pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Do-hwan found the sniper rifle particularly appealing. Moreover, he acquired 10 sets of nanomicro-controlled bombs, administered via injection. Each nanobomb equated to 1 kilogram of TNT, and a single set comprised over 1 billion microbombs. Detonating within a blood vessel, even a four-emperor would struggle to endure, capable of breaching the sturdiest fortifications from within. However, the three admirals could withstand it, provided they could promptly elementalize. Nevertheless, attempting to introduce such devices into a four-emperor's body would render the need for such bombs moot. To Do-hwan, the nanomicro-controlled bombs served primarily as a means of controlling treacherous yet valuable captives, akin to the likes of Vinsmoke Sanji. Thus, the system mall was left with a solitary item, the Endless Energy, priced at 10 billion loyalty points. Do-hwan deemed it unworthy of purchase, especially in light of his current financial constraints. One could only surmise that Vegapunk's worth continued to rise, as the miraculous Holy Flame, refined over a decade, could spare the Celestial Dragon's countless missteps in the future, while the Endless Energy likely surpassed the Holy Flame in value. The latter was already adequate for the world of pirates. This item also held some utility for Do-hwan, as it unveiled the lofty limits of the system, far beyond his current understanding. The second month had already introduced a product priced at 10 billion loyalty points, signifying the impressive value of the monthly mall. Although this particular item held little significance for him, the next one might prove invaluable. Before becoming the sun of the world, one could not afford to slacken their efforts for even a moment. Do-hwan cast one last glance at the system panel, the balance of over 16 million loyalty points warming his heart. And when the newspapers were published, it would herald a surge of loyalty points once again. He turned over, embracing the shapely Lei Jio as he drifted into slumber. It is rather shameful to admit that despite holding Lei Jio close, his thoughts wandered to other women. He pondered the little junior sister from Donghai Xuanyue village, uncertain of her progress in swordsmanship. Then there was the petite girl from Cocoa West village. He hoped she had not turned into a little thief. And how could he forget the tavern mistress from Windmill Town, a testament to his rivalry with the crimson-haired one? At such a tender age, having bested the four emperors, he felt quite impressive indeed. Chapter 46, Newspapers sent to the world in the early hours of the morning. While most people are lost in slumber, the headquarters of the World Economic News in the Sabaody Archipelago is bustling with activity. This issue's special feature on the North Sea demands relentless effort. A sufficient quantity must be published by dawn. Morgan, resembling a birdman, is personally overseeing the printing line, issuing crucial directives. Despite being the king of underground news, possessing unparalleled intelligence capabilities and a significant position, he remains steadfast in his commitment to managing every edition of the World Economic News with diligence. We're working swiftly. I assure you the numbers will be met by tomorrow. The printing supervisor, following closely behind Morgan, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, remarks, "Indeed, keep up the good work, and your salary will see a rise next year." Morgan encourages, patting the supervisor's shoulder with a look of optimism. The printing supervisor, momentarily distracted by the promise of a raise, inquires with curiosity, President, all the materials we receive this time are overwhelmingly positive. Could it be somewhat unreliable? Photographs cannot be fabricated, and the throngs of people in the squares are indeed real. Even if that fellow Maggle holds a particular admiration, it can fundamentally be regarded as truth, Morgan replies, shaking his head as he recalls the extensive dossier relayed by the news bird from Maggle. The documents are meticulously detailed, chronicling the actions of the North Sea's 141st Division since the appointment of a certain Major Do-hwan. From the annihilation of the Tiger Shark pirates to the purging of the 141st Division's jurisdiction, culminating in the declaration of war against Germa. And finally, the inexplicable reconciliation and reckoning with the Germa Kingdom's military officials. With his keen insight, Morgan perceives a hidden agenda behind this sudden reconciliation. Sensing a power struggle in the reckoning involving military personnel and the Vinsmoke family. The naval officer, Do-hwan, is undoubtedly a man of considerable cunning. Nevertheless, the eradication of North Sea pirates and the enactment of a national judgment upon their sins represents, in his view, the most formidable justice upheld by the Navy at present. Morgan shakes his head, lamenting, in an era rampant with monstrous pirates, does the Navy also require its own iconic figures to emerge? Since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, countless souls have aspired to seize Gold, Roger's legendary treasure, forging their paths as notorious pirates across the seas. The so-called pirate supernovas, these audacious youths, are a testament to such ambition. In stark contrast, the Navy seems devoid of youthful vigor, with the older generation, like Zephyr, facing grim tidings and Carp gradually retreating, leaving a palpable void. Most renowned naval figures are relics from a decade or two ago, such as the 3 admirals and 2 vice-admirals. Do-hwan stands as the first and only young naval officer to captivate his attention. Do you hold such high hopes for him? The printing supervisor queries incredulously, gazing at his illustrious employer, the king of news, a figure of vast experience. Having encountered innumerable pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million, even the emperors and the world government extend numerous privileges to the news king. How could a mere 18-year-old elicit such admiration? The feat of pacifying the North Sea hardly qualifies as iconic. It is well known that the 4 seas are weak, with true monstrosities congregating in the New World. You underestimate the Vinsmoke family, Morgan counters, shaking his head with a smile. Moreover, his full name is Monkey D. Do-hwan. He belongs to that family. He commands the world's largest intelligence organization and possesses insights into the Vinsmoke family's capabilities. Even within the Great Rout, the Vinsmoke family ranks just below the warlords of the sea. In comparison to Morgan, the news king, the Vinsmoke family wields even greater power. To subdue the Vinsmoke family at the tender age of 18 is nothing short of remarkable. Are you implying that the naval hero Monkey D. Carp will protect him? With such a legendary vice-admiral backing him, he truly becomes the figurehead of the next generation of the Navy, the printing supervisor muses. A glimmer of aspiration lighting his eyes. With such connections, even modest abilities can propel one to great heights. The naval hero Carp, renowned for chasing the pirate king Roger across the globe, is regarded as a source of pride for the Navy, wielding tremendous influence within its ranks. With such a relative shielding him, achieving any measure of success becomes effortless. At 18, Do-hwan's ascent from a junior officer to a lieutenant colonel in less than a month is nothing short of meteoric. I cannot even begin to fathom such prospects. The supervisor exclaims, even if one and Oppo's abilities are lacking, securing a position as a chief of staff at the naval headquarters is still within reach. Morgan chuckles softly, his gaze profound. He does not merely refer to Do-hwan's connection to a legendary vice-admiral, but rather to the legendary and free-spirited in his name. The world is in turmoil. Yet the figure of remains at the center of the stage. 20 years ago, it was the pirate king Roger who ignited the grand age of piracy, leaving an indelible mark of chaos upon the world. The world government trembles at the name, which is why Gold. Roger is consistently referred to as Gold. Roger in the bounty notices. Moreover, Carp, who pursued Roger, is also a member of the lineage, both figures embodying the focus of their respective eras. Following Roger's departure, Monkey D. Dragon emerged to seize the spotlight, establishing the Revolutionary Army in opposition to the world government. Now, Monkey D. Dragon is deemed the world and Oppo's most notorious criminal, regarded as even more perilous than Roger. In the eye of the world's storm, many figures bearing dar akin to brilliant stars. Interestingly, Monkey D. Do-hwan is beginning to shine within the Navy, displaying a sense of justice and formidable prowess distinct from his peers. Morgan senses that Do-hwan may well become the third figure to dominate the era. Roger among pirates, Dragon within the Revolutionary Army, each has had a profound impact on the world. While the Navy has remained a violent apparatus of the world government for 8 centuries without change, perhaps Do-hwan has emerged to guide the Navy toward a new direction. Morgan eagerly anticipates the unfolding drama. What will transpire when the feared lineage converges with the formidable naval force? How might the world transform? Regardless, monumental news is undoubtedly on the horizon. Humming a tune, Morgan surveys the printing line and Appos' operations. News regarding Do-hwan will not only grace the front page of the North Sea Special but will also occupy a prominent section in the globally circulated world economic news. His faith in Do-hwan extends beyond mere optimism. The recent news has lacked substance, with only Do-hwan radiating brilliance. As dawn breaks, a thick mist envelopes the sea. A flock of albatrosses takes flight from the Sabaody archipelago, each carrying a hefty stack of newspapers. They disperse, soaring toward every corner of the globe. This is the ingenuity of Morgan, the news king. He is a Zoan-type user of the bird fruit, albatross form, harnessing birds to serve his purpose. These birds gather intelligence from various locales and disseminate newspapers worldwide. This is a key reason for Morgan and Appos' esteemed title. At this moment, these birds, laden with freshly printed newspapers, embark on their journey across the globe, north, south, east, and west, traversing the Grand Line and the New World, reaching every destination imaginable. Chapter 47, The Dragon and Appos' assistants at the North Sea Revolutionary Army branch. A sinister man with a beaked mask ushered a middle-aged man and a young girl into a secret chamber, offering each a cup of fine hot water. Such was the humble and austere nature of the Revolutionary Army. Hot water was both inexpensive and healthful. Once the three were seated, the masked man eagerly inquired, "I wonder what task the leader has brought to me today?" The Northern Army currently possesses ample strength and is fully capable of mobilization. Should there be any areas requiring reform, I shall arrange them immediately. He was the commander of the Northern Revolutionary Army, Crow, a user of the moku fruit, overseeing revolutionary activities in the North Sea. The guests he welcomed were none other than the revolutionary leader, Monkey D. Dragon, and his disciple, the revolutionary Kurla. Dragon had been traversing the globe, tirelessly guiding the revolutionary efforts, with little time for respite. His arrival at the North Sea must surely signify an important purpose. There is no rush regarding the tasks at hand. The North Sea operations are progressing exceptionally well, so we shall continue on this path. I wish to hear your thoughts on the base commander of North Sea Branch 141, Monkey D Doo-hwan. Dragon produced a freshly printed newspaper and placed it before Crow. Shocking. The 141st Branch Navy has committed such acts against the German kingdom. Some weep, others shed tears, and some collapse to the ground. This headline from the latest World Economic Journal was indeed attention-grabbing, though it belied the content within. Crow, a staunchly righteous Navy officer, began to peruse the newspaper. Even before delving into the details, he had already formed a judgment upon his arrival in the North Sea. Do-hwan had eradicated a significant number of pirates and dealt with numerous underworld organizations. Though merely a branch, his influence far surpassed that of all other branches in the North Sea combined, striking fear into the hearts of criminal elements. The entire North Sea felt rejuvenated since his arrival. Moreover, the situation with the German kingdom was intricate. It appeared to have fallen under control following a surprise attack. With Vinsmoke Judge ousted and his eldest daughter assuming power, this Navy officer possessed formidable personal strength. In a brief span, Crow had skimmed through the newspaper, noting the laudatory coverage of Do-hwan's vengeful assembly. He was aware of this and was preparing to draft a report for the revolutionary headquarters in Baldigo. In his view, such a trial assembly was worthy of high commendation and should be replicated within the Revolutionary Army. Such high praise for him. Dragon, bearing a somber expression, uncharacteristically revealed a smile. Indeed, I dare say it may even be understated. Crow shook his head slightly and remarked, "I feel he is even more suited than you, leader, to guide the development of the Revolutionary Army. To subdue the German kingdom with merely a naval branch speaks volumes of his capabilities. His vengeful assembly and public trial is a stroke of genius. Had he been within the world government, uttering such sentiments would have endangered his life." Yet among the idealistic ranks of the Revolutionary Army, candidness was the norm. After all, who among them would join the Revolutionary Army without noble aspirations? Not to mention, pursuing personal justice within the Navy was far preferable to the conditions within the revolutionary ranks. Haha. Dragon was in no way offended, chuckling. I too wish for him to join the Revolutionary Army, yet that lad steadfastly refuses. With the cabbage ripe at home, he surely yearns to harvest it. Regrettably, despite my repeated invitations, Doo-hwan remains resolute in his refusal. What good is the Navy? Crow exclaimed, suddenly realizing. Are you related to that Navy officer? Understanding dawned upon him. It was no wonder Dragon had come to the North Sea, likely prioritizing his relative's affairs above all else. Ahem, indeed, he is a rather notable relation. Dragon coughed awkwardly. It is all due to my unreliable father, who introduced me to a brother. Now, at 48, I must call an 18-year-old my brother. What a pity. Had you two joined forces, the future of the Revolutionary Army would undoubtedly be brighter, Crow lamented, shaking his head, his face etched with regret. Given the naval officer's approach to matters, he would have been exceptionally well suited to the revolutionary cause. Were it not for Dragon's explicit disavowal, Crow might have suspected him as a young undercover agent within the Navy. Perhaps not, Dragon replied calmly. I too spent a period within the Navy before establishing the Revolutionary Army. He was merely feeling a bit nostalgic about Doo-hwan. Old man Garp had always favored Doo-hwan. Now, he likely regarded this naval successor even more highly. Should Doo-hwan be swayed to the Revolutionary Army, Garp might very well lose his composure. Indeed, Crow nodded in agreement. Perhaps once he witnesses the darkness of the world government, his ideals will begin to awaken. He set aside that topic and turned serious, asking, So, leader, what brings you here this time? I have come regarding the munitions of the Vinsmoke family. Dragon's expression turned grave as he continued. The Vinsmoke family stands among the world's foremost arms dealers, with both the quality and quantity of their weapons being exceptional. Now that the German kingdom is under the control of my relative, we cannot simply allow it to remain unmonitored. The Revolutionary Army is currently in dire need of weapons. In many areas, our members are still wielding kitchen knives. If we could procure some arms from Doo-hwan, the revolution would surely gain momentum. Crow appeared puzzled. But didn't you mention that Colonel Doo-hwan is unwilling to join the Revolutionary Army? Separate issues. Dragon confidently waved his hand, smiling. Though he may refuse to join the Revolutionary Army, he cannot deny our familial connection. His swordsmanship instructor is someone I introduced to him. Our relationship is quite amicable. However, he is still young and harbors naive illusions about the world government. Nevertheless, given our rapport, acquiring some weapons should pose no difficulty. Years ago, he and Doo-hwan often fished together, frequently battling pirates in the East Sea. Each time, he would instill revolutionary ideals within Doo-hwan, hoping to bring him into the fold. Regrettably, Old Man Garp forbade him from doing so. Otherwise, it was uncertain where Doo-hwan would be now. Given the strength of their bond, acquiring weapons would certainly not be an issue. Now I see, Crow said, enlightened. Since you share such a connection, I needn't worry. He shifted the conversation back to the North Sea Revolutionary Army, his expression turning serious once more. Leader, we are currently facing difficulties in our development in the North Sea. As you know, we primarily gather the strength of the oppressed lower-class citizens from the kingdoms besieged by pirates and nobility to resist. However, now that Colonel Doo-hwan holds immense prestige in the North Sea, those lower-class citizens are less inclined to join our ranks. Many even aspire to join the Navy. This was also the crucial reason he had requested Dragon to assign other tasks earlier. The revolutionary branch here had an excess of personnel, remaining idle, which could lead to ideological issues. This is indeed a problem. Dragon furrowed his brow before relaxing it again. However, our Revolutionary Army's purpose is to achieve justice. If the lives of the lower-class citizens improve, we should rejoice. Let the Northern Army branch covertly cooperate with the 141st Branch Navy to stabilize the North Sea situation without pressuring for more members. Should Doo-hwan one day become disillusioned with the Navy and choose to join us, the North Sea will become our strongest stronghold. At the same time, we must inform those wavering soldiers that the Navy is not solely composed of good officers like Doo-hwan. There are also corrupt individuals like the former base commander, Donald, from the 141st Branch. Additionally, one must act accordingly. When the river at Lonko appears perilous, several solutions are promptly articulated. Similar occurrences have transpired elsewhere in the world with revolutionary armies. An idealistic navy may arrive in a locality, only for public opinion to shift unfavorably, leading to challenges in the revolutionary army's development. However, this time, Doo-hwan's influence on the North Sea is particularly significant. In light of this situation, he has devised a comprehensive set of countermeasures. The leader possesses remarkable insight. The Crow listens intently, filled with admiration. Chapter 48. The overambitious seven warlords meanwhile. In the New World, the kingdom of Dressrosa serves as the stronghold of one of the Shichibukai, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and the headquarters of the Don Quixote family. This uniquely positioned Shichibukai also reigns as a king in the underworld. His rise began in the North Sea, where he has maintained a notably stable partnership with the Vinsmoke family. Hiki, da Flamingo, clad in pink fur, emitted a peculiar laugh. That old fool Vinsmoke Gaji has fallen to the hands of a mere youth. How utterly useless. Before him lay a freshly printed newspaper. The so-called revenge conference was quite amusing. Such events were absolutely intolerable in Dressrosa. He held no belief in the notion of old kings being overthrown by internal strife within the kingdom. The offspring of Vinsmoke Gaji were nothing but pitiful puppets. The audacity of that navy is remarkable. Young master, a portion of our arms supply relies on the Vinsmoke family. Now that they have been defeated, where shall we replenish these arms orders? Furthermore, we had previously made partial payments to the Vinsmoke family, and we are now out of contact with them. Our various industries in the North Sea are also significantly affected, with revenues plummeting. Diamante, one of the 4 highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family and commander of the Block Army, held a report, his expression grim. He was acutely aware of the family's revenue situation in the North Sea. After the infamous 141st Division, profits had drastically declined. Did he not realize that this was our Don Quixote territory? Doflamingo's countenance darkened, a terrifying aura emanating from him. Since ascending to the position of Shichibukai, he had faced little adversity, setting his sights on the monstrous emperors of the New World. Few dared to bring him surprises of this nature. He was indeed aware. Yet the North Sea Navy currently treated all forces equally, having disrupted several of their slave trades. Diamante shook his head, suppressing a swell of anger within him. When did the Don Quixote family become just another force to be treated equally? They were Shichibukai, a balancing power between the navy and the emperors. One of the triad of the world. A mere small navy that had yet to step into the Grand Line was overestimating itself. Equal treatment? I rather like that term. The navy is indeed efficient. I find myself somewhat admiring them, Doflamingo said, his eyes narrowing dangerously. However, the contracts I have signed have no records of unilateral breaches. The interests of the Don Quixote family remain unshakable. Do you wish to take action personally? Diamante was taken aback, then resolutely replied. It is merely a small navy in the North Sea. There is no need to trouble the young master. I shall resolve this matter myself. Hiki. Doflamingo laughed heartily, his eyes radiating a fierce ambition. Though the Vinsmoke family may not be our equal, they are still a formidable force. Defeating their navy will not be a simple task for you. He acknowledged the strength of the Vinsmoke family. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to cooperate with them, but would have simply absorbed them. I understand, young master. Diamante bowed his head in shame. Had he been a bit stronger, there would be no need for the young master to venture to the North Sea. Doflamingo rose from his grand chair, striding arrogantly toward the palace exit. Outside, the sky was blue and the clouds white, perfect weather for travel. Utilizing the powers of the Ito no Mi, he unleashed thin, almost transparent threads from his back, wrapping them around the clouds above. A figure soared from Dressrosa, hastening toward the North Sea. He was eager to meet Doo-hwan, the man who had seized control of the German kingdom. Such monumental acts of usurpation were typically within his domain. He had no intention of allowing anyone else to tread the same path to success. Moreover, the arms orders that Vinsmoke Gaji could not fulfill could be compensated by the German kingdom. Should he possess that arms-rich nation and seize the advanced technology from Vinsmoke Gaji, it would significantly bolster his power, drawing him ever closer to the emperors. The thought sent a thrill through him. Hee. Doflamingo laughed heartily in the sky, his immense ambition swelling within him. Simultaneously, the day after the revenge conference, the assembly of 2,000 awaiting judgment continued. This figure would persist for 6 days, dwindling to just over 1,000 on the 7th day, marking its end. However, the populace responsible for the judgment had seen a significant turnover. Naturally, the more citizens involved, the better for such an assembly. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as individuals rushed forward to identify the criminals who had committed past transgressions. Doo-hwan stood on the central dais of the square, arms crossed, calmly observing the scene. Loyalty 30, Loyalty 35, Loyalty 27, Loyalty 23, Loyalty 33. A cascade of numbers danced upon the panel. The 1,000,000 points of loyalty spent yesterday had been recouped. One could foresee that at this rate of accumulating loyalty points, in the foreseeable future, he would empty the system's monthly shop refreshes, barring the emergence of excessively costly items. Life, indeed, felt as lonely as snow. As the conference thrived, an audience member who had just seized one of the 10 reporting rights stood up, his face etched with sorrow. He gazed at those awaiting judgment. At the blood-soaked ground, radiating an aura of compassion. These were all living souls. Chapter 49. The Virgin Squad Stop. Do not kill anymore. The young man, clad in tattered rags, shouted hoarsely into a megaphone at the center of the square. His face was etched with anguish, as if the act of slaying those criminals was akin to murdering his own parents. What is wrong with him? The gathered crowd stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend his words. Is this even human discourse? The lives of criminals hold value too. Does killing them not render you the same as them? Damn it. What about my family's lives? Are they not worth anything? Have you committed wrongs yourself, which is why you are so eager to defend them? You must have lost your parents early on to speak such nonsense. The citizens, whose families had suffered greatly, were incensed, itching to drag him down and trample him to death. They had finally secured a chance for vengeance, only for this person to emerge and repulse them. They suspected he was mentally unwell, his thoughts running contrary to the general populace. If killing criminals makes one a criminal, then surely the executioner bears the heaviest guilt? His reasoning was utterly incomprehensible. The crowd, filled with rage, yearned to tear him apart. This fool has lost his mind. How dare he? I am thinking of you. Do their lives not count? The young man remained resolute, perplexed as to why no one shared his perspective. Even among the awaiting trials, the criminals looked on in shock. As if witnessing a new world, they perceived him as a fool. Despite their desire to survive, they could not fathom such abstract notions. The world is vast, filled with peculiarities. Do-hwan felt astonished. Yet this scenario was hardly unexpected. After all, in a world of such magnitude, who else could occupy the void of foolishness? Any argument about insufficient evidence or wrongful convictions was far more logical than the notion that a criminal and Apos' life holds equal value. In this chaotic world, such idealism merely serves as a testament to the diversity of humanity. It is precisely individuals like him who affirm the necessity and advancement of educational programs. Colonel Do-hwan, what shall we do? Should we detain him first and interrogate him later? And I listened, her head pounding, uncertain of how to manage the situation. In principle, she wished to execute him immediately, yet the Navy seemed to lack such precedents. I will handle this. Do-hwan strode confidently to the forefront. Reaching the center of the square, all eyes turned to him in astonishment that he, of all people, would be startled by such a matter. Colonel, you have already taken enough lives. Please, do not harm any more. The young man gazed at Do-hwan, bowing deeply. Those unaware might have thought this was a case of the Navy violating military regulations while a brave civilian stood against them. Do-hwan's expression remained calm as he inquired, what is your relationship with them? I have no connection. We are all living beings in this world. The young man shook his head, his demeanor reverent. Every life has the right to survive. Do-hwan narrowed his eyes. So, you derive joy from assisting other lives? The young man contemplated before earnestly replying, indeed. Each time I witness a life being saved, I feel genuine joy within. Very well, you possess admirable qualities. Do-hwan's lips curled into a smile. Thank you for the compliment, the young man said, a hint of pride in his voice. Will you then release these individuals? That cannot happen, Colonel. The citizens' faces contorted with fear, as if they had seen a ghost. These criminals were undeniably malevolent, responsible for robbery and murder. If they were released today, the citizens would fear returning home only to be avenged. Calm down. Do-hwan raised a hand, silencing the crowd. He turned to the young man, smiling as he said, with such empathy, I presume you selflessly assist all living beings? Indeed, the young man nodded proudly. Do-hwan addressed the citizens below, raising his voice. Are there others who share his sentiments? I require your assistance. Step forward and demonstrate your resolve to save lives. Letting even one of these miscreants free would be perilous. They must all be detained. Individuals like this fool must be gathered for thorough education. I share his views. The lives of criminals also matter. We cannot kill any further. A mere 17 individuals stepped forward, emboldened by Do-hwan's sincerity. Initially timid, they now found courage under Do-hwan's support. Excellent. I commend your noble intentions, Do-hwan proclaimed. Lieutenant Carl, take note. He marveled at the absurdity 18 such fools existed. The pirate world was far too lenient, allowing them to survive. Yes, Carl promptly obeyed. Ensure they are well monitored and form a small team. Provide them with 2 meals daily. And send them across the nation to assist villagers with their problems, be it farming or responding to natural disasters. Let these warriors lead the charge in saving lives. Furthermore, they shall receive no compensation. lest it tarnish their altruism. Do-hwan's expression remained placid, his intentions finally clear. He patted the young man's shoulder, speaking kindly. I offer you this opportunity to aid others. I hope you cherish it. For one who admires the Virgin and seeks to help lives, he generously extends this chance. He would form a team dedicated to disaster relief. Should they prove truly valiant, he would not object to erecting a monument in their honor. After all, good deeds deserve recognition, irrespective of intent. What? The 18 visibly panicked. How could this be? They wished to help others, yet still had their own lives to lead. Let those capable take action. Those without means should simply express goodwill. 2 meals a day, devoid of any wages, while aiding others nationwide. Were they being sent to their deaths? If they perished, how could they continue doing good? Colonel, please reconsider. This is not what I meant. Colonel, I have an elderly mother, a beautiful wife, and a 4-year-old son. I cannot go. Some highlighted their attractive wives in their pleas. Colonel, let us find another way to help. We could promote good deeds instead. The 18 grew frantic, imploring Do-hwan for mercy. Each wore a face as pale as a bitter gourd, wishing to slap themselves in despair. The risks of such a life were evident. They wanted no part in it. After all, peace had finally returned to the German kingdom, and they were on the cusp of a brighter future. How could they endure suffering now? Do-hwan waved his hand, coolly stating, take them away and ensure they are well cared for. We cannot dishearten these future heroes. Moving forward, let this serve as precedent. Any such idealist shall be granted similar opportunities. How ironic it was. Only moments ago, they had championed the lives of criminals, appearing so virtuous. Yet when faced with their own predicament, they conveniently forgot their own rhetoric. In truth, had they possessed any genuine love for justice, they would have long since joined the Navy or revolutionary forces to offer their lives. Yes, Colonel, with a sharp glint in his eyes. Karl immediately charged forward with several clone soldiers. In a swift and decisive manner, amidst a cacophony of cries and wails, they apprehended the team responsible for the disturbances. Excellent. Well done. Colonel Do-hwan's brilliance shines through. This strategy is truly remarkable. As the foolish team was taken away, the citizens erupted in cheers. They gazed at Do-hwan, feeling an increasing sense of warmth towards this commanding officer. Chapter 50, Future Plans Kingdom of Germa, has its square. Following a rather comical incident, the trial assembly for retributive justice resumed with an air of normalcy. Do-hwan, having chosen not to linger at the scene, leisurely made his way outside the palace to the former high-ranking residential district of the Kingdom of Germa. Once a bastion of opulent mansions, this area was now being repurposed into the temporary branch of the 141st Division of the Kingdom of Germa, undergoing urgent renovations. Thousands of local citizens were diligently at work amidst the swirling dust and the constant comings and goings of construction materials. Most of them had participated in the inaugural trial assembly the previous day and were now reinvigorated, laboring with fervor. Do-hwan surveyed the bustling atmosphere of renovation with a satisfied nod. In approximately 10 days, this place would likely be transformed successfully. After all, it was merely a minor undertaking. Removing the superfluous decorative items and making slight adjustments to convert the spacious villas into naval dormitories was not a daunting task. Although it was designated as a branch, it would, during his tenure, function much like the headquarters. With the Kingdom of Germa under his control, he could subsequently launch extensive crackdowns on organized crime, making large-scale arms smuggling through the 141st Division South Thoroughfare exceedingly challenging. Consequently, there would be no need to station heavy troops there. Moreover, the significance of the Kingdom of Germa as the cornerstone of Do-hwan's ambitions was indisputable. He had resolved to establish deep roots in the North Sea, meticulously cultivating his influence. With wealth, manpower, and arms at his disposal, it was a veritable paradise for insurrection. The original location of the 141st Division would still require personnel rotation, as it could not be entirely forsaken. The next step would also involve thoughtful development in the North Sea. Recruitment was essential, as his current troop numbers were insufficient. As a prerequisite for his ascendancy, the more soldiers he possessed, the better. Fortunately, due to his efforts, he had garnered considerable popularity in the North Sea, alleviating concerns about recruitment. However, he could not enlist under the guise of the Navy. As the commander of the 141st Division, his position was precarious. Advancement within the Navy was limited to the role of governor in the North Sea, lest he be reassigned elsewhere. The greater the ability, the heavier the burden. In time, he might find himself sent to the New World to quell unrest. Thus, if his forces grew too numerous, he would not be able to take them all with him. Therefore, recruiting under the banner of the German kingdom would alleviate such concerns. Regardless of his whereabouts, Germa's soldiers would be his, unbound by the Navy's jurisdiction. Naturally, the training and missions of these soldiers would align completely with the Navy's protocols, ensuring no visible differences. Newly recruited soldiers and officers would adhere to Germa's organizational structure. This arrangement would render them entirely under his command, impervious to the influence of even the most formidable warlords. Furthermore, being within the Navy's framework allowed him to freely scout for talent. He aimed for a high-caliber approach, attracting and nurturing military officers from within the Navy, including 100 elite personnel from the Navy headquarters and individuals like Smoker and G-Bay. No matter where he ventured, this cadre of officers would undoubtedly accompany him, alleviating any worries. With a steady supply of troops secured, the next step would be to equip them adequately. Conveniently, the Kingdom of Germa was a major arms manufacturing nation, capable of supplying in abundance as long as the funding was sufficient. He possessed modern weaponry acquired through commerce, which he could provide to Kaji for tracing blueprints, contingent upon successfully managing Kaji. However, he had no intention of producing clones. The 5-year cultivation cycle was excessively lengthy, and clone soldiers could not offer him loyalty. While they boasted physical prowess devoid of fear, their rigid thinking necessitated command delegation at the 100-man level to execute effective operations. Moreover, the notion of absolute loyalty was a mere farce. Clone soldiers, wholly devoted to Vince Smoke Judge, were currently laboring diligently under his command. Their lack of initiative rendered them vulnerable to even the slightest schemes for control. Furthermore, the 5-year cultivation cycle was not a swift endeavor. With dominion over the Kingdom of Germa and the entire North Sea, it could be said bluntly that human resources were relatively inexpensive. With a population base exceeding 2 billion in the North Sea, even with elevated recruitment standards, he could still muster several 100,000 elite soldiers. The sole investment required was cultivating their loyalty. Human hearts are unpredictable, and loyalty was an area Vince Smoke Judge was unwilling to invest effort into. However, for Do-hwan, who had access to a monthly marketplace, loyalty was an aspect he would undoubtedly allocate substantial resources toward. Thus, his future development plans were established. Long-term routine tasks to eradicate all pirates in the North Sea, thoroughly pacifying the region. Despite having recently eliminated a significant number of high-ranking pirates, this only constituted a small fraction of the overall pirate population in the North Sea. A considerable number of pirates remained active, necessitating ongoing efforts for clearance. Primary Task 1. To recruit troops under the banner of the Kingdom of Germa and provide training on par with that of the Navy. Primary Task 2. To enhance the capabilities of his subordinates or to absorb more powerful new personnel. As it stood, his current officers would struggle against the former warlords of the sea without his guidance. Primary Task 3. To develop the internal economy of Germa, providing a robust support system for his grand ambitions. High welfare for his subordinates would require financial backing. Primary Task 4. To achieve merit and elevate his military rank, swiftly gaining control over the Navy's vast power. Do-hwan pondered silently, methodically calculating his future plans. At that moment, his pocket phone bug began to ring. Ring. Do-hwan extracted the phone bug, seeking a quiet, secluded spot before answering. The voice of Monkey D. Dragon burst forth from the device, brimming with exuberance. Do-hwan, I congratulate you on your newfound fortune. You ought to address me as elder brother. Do-hwan sighed. It seemed the opportunists were drawing near. Chapter 51. Standing to ask for food in a concealed alley outside the palace, Do-hwan held a phone bug, cautiously activating his observation hotkey. Lao D. Just tell me what you need. There and Oppos. No need for pleasantries. Though the German kingdom had few individuals capable of discerning through two voices that he was conversing with the most notorious criminal in the world. Discretion in matters of conspiracy is always prudent. In truth, there was little to discuss. Long coughed awkwardly, his expression a blend of embarrassment and nostalgia. For reasons unknown, Do-hwan had affectionately dubbed him Lao D during his childhood. Watching the tiny infant call out in a babyish voice had been amusing. Yet now it was a burden he could hardly bear. The figure leaning against the wall, Crow, wore a peculiar expression. This was the first time he had witnessed Long display such emotions. Typically, Long was consumed by the world's troubles, his face a mask of deep concern. It seemed Long's relationship with Colonel Do-hwan was far closer than he had anticipated. A smirk played on Do-hwan's lips as he teased, if there's nothing else. I and Oppos, LL hang up. I and Oppos. V been quite busy in the North Sea lately. Getting through to me 1T be easy next time. Aside from the endearing title, he seldom found himself in a position to tease Long, but today was an exception. Long sighed. It's just that I haven't and Oppos. Seen you in a long time. I truly wish to meet you. I long to see your arms manufacturing line and your fine weaponry. Just the thought of it made him envious. Outwardly, Do-hwan was the most striking armory he had ever encountered. Farewell then. Focus on your revolutionary army, Do-hwan replied dismissively. In the past few years, you had no time, and now that I've made a stir in the North Sea, you come running. You don't truly wish to see me. You have ulterior motives. He recalled the times Long had passed by without visiting, while others, like Shanks, had casually ventured into Windmill Village. He knew that Long had simply been avoiding him back then. Now, the flattery was too evident. Not to say I have ulterior motives, rather. I wish for a mutually beneficial collaboration, Long stated calmly, his voice steady. Given our relationship, you cannot refuse to meet me. Do-hwan gazed at the ongoing trial in the distance and casually replied, very well, let us arrange a discreet location. Our identities make public meetings impractical. His flourishing career today was owed not only to his innate talent and modest efforts, but also to the considerable influence of the Karp family. Whether it was his formidable martial prowess or the exceptional treatment he received in the Navy, he owed a significant debt to Karp. Without Karp's guidance, he might have perished at the hands of pirates in his infancy. And although Long was affectionately called Lao Di, he had played a crucial role in Do-hwan's development. If there were ever a need, he would certainly assist. For instance, Ace and Luffy would never be able to annoy Karp as pirates, and Long could purchase arms from him at a discount. Long could not suppress a smile as he said earnestly, I'll be at the bell tower in Harsquide Square. I expect to remain here for the day. Your trial assembly is quite impressive. You shouldn't have joined the Navy. Thanks, but I feel quite content where I am. Do-hwan replied, leaping onto the rooftop and adjusting his gaze toward the northern direction of Harsquide Square. 200 meters away stood a 30-meter-tall conical bell tower, where a cloaked figure peered down from a small window. It was unclear how Long had been there, but he had likely spent some time observing. All right. I'll be there shortly, Do-hwan said, ending the call and turning toward the palace. He needed to change into more casual attire to avoid drawing attention. Soon, Do-hwan donned a simple gray uniform and entered the bell tower. In the small room at the top, he encountered 3 individuals, a short-haired girl, a cloaked figure, and a Mediterranean man in a beaked mask. Keela regarded Do-hwan with curiosity, perplexed. She had once been by Long's side and had met Do-hwan a few times. However, back then, Do-hwan had only been 3 years her senior, seemingly unremarkable aside from his dedication to training. The transformation over the years was so profound that she barely recognized him. Do-hwan, it's been a while. You've changed significantly, Long remarked. His gaze filled with reflection. After 5 or 6 years, Do-hwan had grown from a 1'5" boy into a nearly 2-meter tall young man. He had evolved from an innocent child devoted solely to training into a cunning Navy colonel. You haven't changed much. It seems you still bear the weight of hard work, Do-hwan observed, glancing at the dust on Long's cloak and shaking his head slightly. Although he often jested about Long's stoicism as the world's hardest worker, the Revolutionary Army had indeed accomplished much over the years, liberating nations across 4 seas and effecting the tax payments to the Celestial Dragons. Without such efforts, the world government would not have hastily labeled Long as the world's most notorious criminal to elevate his notoriety. This hardship is nothing, Long replied, shaking his head. He turned to Do-hwan, introducing, this is the commander of our Northern Revolutionary Army, a formidable ability user. Hello, Crow greeted, his voice raspy and tinged with an electronic quality. His naturally quiet speech was amplified by the beaked mask he wore. Hello, Do-hwan nodded, offering a warm smile. Since Long had brought him here, it was evident that this was a trustworthy individual. Crow stepped aside, allowing space for the two. He had not engaged in face-to-face discussions with the Navy for quite some time, especially not with someone like Do-hwan, who was known as a ruthless machine of slaughter against pirates. Perhaps due to the leader's influence, Do-hwan did not exhibit the typical Navy hostility toward the Revolutionary Army. My visit to the North Sea is solely to see you, Long said earnestly. I must ask once more, do you have any desire to join the Revolutionary Army? Do-hwan promptly declined. I'm afraid not, at least not for now. As long as you wish to come, there will always be a place for you here. Long replied, his expression one of resigned expectation. He had repeated this sentiment countless times, essentially every time they met. Do-hwan had consistently shown no animosity toward the Revolutionary Army, indicating potential for persuasion. Yet, he had been rejected once more, leaving Long devoid of hope. Adjusting his mindset, Long stated seriously, I am here to propose a collaboration. The German kingdom possesses a vast number of arms production lines, and we are in dire need of such resources. If possible, I hope you can support us with some, along with a portion of provisions. To request something for free, relying solely on their relationship, was rather audacious. He had alternative plans, but if he could acquire supplies without spending a single coin, it would surely conserve the Revolutionary Army's already strained finances. How shameless! Keela and Crow stared at Long in disbelief. Was this truly their serious and earnest leader? The image of a tireless leader, tirelessly traversing the seas, had completely shattered. Do-hwan rolled his eyes, exasperated. Stop dreaming and speak of something practical. Your struggles do not equate to the value of my workers. Well then, Long replied. His composure unshaken, let us engage in a transaction. When it comes to practicality, appearances hold no significance. Unfortunately, those appearances truly are of no use. The Revolutionary Army will purchase your arms. You can decide the discount. If I receive less, it will surely sadden me. He has also grown resolute in the past. He often had to humble himself when negotiating with those partners. It is only because of his close familiarity with Do-hwan today that he can stand tall and ask for alms with dignity. Chapter 52. Negotiation in the Small. Secluded space atop the bell tower. Do-hwan scrutinized the serious demeanor of Long and could not help but exclaim, "It has been years, and you have grown increasingly impervious to gossip and slander. You have become bolder and more audacious. Were it not for the presence of the other two individuals, he would undoubtedly have shown Long no mercy." The Revolutionary Army was in dire need of revitalization. What fear was there in mere rumors? Long had completely liberated himself. Would you kindly calculate the extent of the discounts available to me? He had cast aside any semblance of shame, intent solely on procuring arms. His desire for weaponry was overwhelming. He yearned for it desperately. Countless revolutionary forces were unable to even wield a kitchen knife in their battles. A kitchen knife, after all, was made of fine steel and iron. After a brief mental calculation, Do-hwan arrived at a figure. I can offer you a 50% discount off the market price. That is my limit. The profit margins on arms were unfathomable. Even at half the market price, the gains would still be substantial. If he manufactured a firearm for Long, he would merely possess one more firearm himself. He sought not profit from arms, but rather a means to ensure that he had a share for himself. Considering his future dealings, selling arms to pirates was out of the question. He needed to cultivate steady and stable clientele. Supplying the Revolutionary Army was feasible, and he was willing to accept a smaller profit. As for the Navy, they had their own military factories, likely constructed under the guidance of Vegapunk, and had no need to purchase from elsewhere. The disparity in equipment between the Navy and the German kingdom was not a matter of technology, but of policy. The Navy, in a delicate balance of power with the four emperors, was unlikely to be permitted access to high-tech weaponry by the world government, which sought to maintain equilibrium through the warlords of the sea. It was a case of needing to quell piracy without annihilating it entirely. If piracy were left unchecked, it would undermine the collection of heavenly gold from allied nations. Conversely, if all were eradicated, which allied nation would continue to pay the heavenly gold? In truth, with the might of the world government's god knights and the five elders, along with the Navy, it would be a simple matter to suppress the four emperors. Even those who once stood at the zenith of power, with 3 future emperors among their ranks, found themselves brought low upon transgressing the world government's boundaries. A 50% discount is quite generous. Raven thought inwardly, astonished that Do-hwan and Appo's initial offer was so remarkable. Such a discount was unparalleled in the market. While selling at 50% was feasible, the notion of doing so was improbable, given the unscrupulous nature of arms dealers. The leader was indeed shrewd. Only 50%? Long expressed his dissatisfaction, stating in a low voice, "Given our relationship, surely you can offer more." Truth be told, he wished to boost Do-hwan's performance. If the Revolutionary Army had the funds, he would gladly pay 150 of the price to deplete Do-hwan's arms production capacity. Unfortunately, the Revolutionary Army was impoverished. Even at 50%, he could scarcely afford it. Very well. Do-hwan gritted his teeth and reluctantly replied, "For our relationship, I shall concede to 6/10." Long quickly clarified, "What I meant was a 4/10 or even 3/10 discount. That was not out of the question." Do-hwan stroked his chin, his eyes glinting as he suggested, "Let us sign an 8-year contract, with full payment up front, and I shall calculate your rate at 3/10. With his ambition to ascend to the rank of a great admiral within 5 years, by the 8th year, he might find himself basking in the sun at Mariawa. At that point, he could easily placate Long with a 1/10 offer. The funds Long invested now would be seen as a premature investment in Do-hwan and Oppo's future. Leader, you must agree to this. At 3/10, we stand to gain significantly. Raven's eyes nearly bulged with excitement, eager to compel Long to sign the contract immediately. Obtaining a large quantity of arms for less than one-third of the price was an extraordinary opportunity. To miss this chance would be to lose a rare store. Long, it ultimately depends on your decision, Do-hwan said, arms crossed, a faint smile adorning his face. Those without strategic foresight might mistakenly believe that an 8-year contract at 3/10 was a lucrative deal. An average annual yield of merely 41 was a considerable loss for a capital of billions, especially in a developmental phase. Forces typically exchanged unfair betting agreements for funds to grow. Such gambles often yielded profits in the tens of multiples. A 41 return might be ideal for a small business, but it was insignificant in the eyes of a large power, particularly now, on the precipice of a transformative era. Even without his influence, Nika Luffy would ignite a world-altering conflict. This was hardly the time for long-term investments. Ah, you seek to ensnare my capital. Long shook his head, smiling wryly, taken aback by Do-hwan's astuteness. For any developing force, it was always a matter of burning money for time. There was never a trade of time for money. To sign an 8-year contract with full payment up front, even at 3/10, equated to nearly 2.5 years of arms production sold at market price, a staggering figure, surely surpassing his bounty of 5 billion berries, not to mention the potential for Do-hwan to abscond with the funds. The concept of 5 billion berries today was vastly different from that of 8 years hence. The bounties for minor pirates had inflated considerably. With those tens of billions of berries, the Revolutionary Army's value over 8 years could very well double. From a strategic perspective, an 8-year contract at 3/10 for arms was more advantageous than immediate delivery at 5/10. Raven found himself bewildered. Why did it appear profitable to him, while both the leader and Do-hwan deemed the 8-year 3/10 deal unfavorable? If the total arms quota over 8 years amounted to 10 billion, acquiring it at 3/10 would save 7 billion. Moreover, the more they purchased, the greater their profits would become. Do-hwan extended his hands to Long, casually stating, the total production for 8 years at 3/10, or immediate sales at 5/10. Choose between these two options. I am inclined to sell arms to you, which entails risk on my part. Should you decline, I would find it just as agreeable to be unburdened. This was the final outcome. There would be no further concessions. Should he establish a self-sufficient operation over time? Without Long's close relationship, he might not have sold arms at all. Chapter 53, a modest reward high above in the clock tower. Long scrutinized Do-hwan's countenance, observing his unwavering resolve, and decided to refrain from further discussion. I shall opt for the 50% discount, he declared. It was already exceedingly audacious to request Do-hwan, a rising star of the Navy, to supply arms to the Revolutionary Army. Prolonging the conversation might provoke the ire of Old Man Carp. A 50% market price was exceptionally generous. Such a deal was rare elsewhere. Moreover, the arms produced by the German kingdom were renowned globally, establishing their quality at the pinnacle of the arms trade. Very well then, Do-hwan replied with a slight nod, not particularly surprised. I happen to have a stockpile available. You may purchase at your convenience once you have the funds. The German kingdom consistently maintained a reserve of goods, and coupled with the smuggled arms he had previously intercepted, these supplies would sufficiently sustain Long for some time. I will arrange for the funds, and at that time, I shall have Crow contact you, Long stated. A smile gracing his features, his spirits lifted. It was evident that this 50% arms line would become a vital source of weaponry for the Revolutionary Army, and it promised to be the most stable channel available. Prior to this, few arms dealers were willing to engage in long-term partnerships with the financially strapped and troublesome Revolutionary Army. While they could tolerate one aspect, facing both simultaneously was truly overwhelming. At that moment, a glimmer flickered in Do-hwan's eyes as he considered the Revolutionary Army's actual needs. Indeed, the range of arms extends beyond just firearms. I can also offer swords, daggers, and polearms at the same 50% discount. These are likely in high demand among the Revolutionary Army, are they not? The German kingdom was capable of manufacturing relatively advanced weaponry, undoubtedly possessing the technology for seamless steel pipes, making it trivial to produce iron sheets as byproducts. Selling these raw iron sheets at a 50% discount would yield even higher profit margins than the firearms themselves. Given the current situation, many in the Revolutionary Army lacked even basic kitchen knives. You truly are considerate. Thank you, Long replied, his expression darkening slightly. Despite the favorable circumstances, he felt a twinge of condescension. His revolutionary army was far from inferior, boasting millions of formal troops and a vast reserve of potential recruits, capable of mobilizing a fully equipped force of 300,000. Though this level of armament did not match that of the Four Seas Branch Navy. And despite the dispersal of his forces across the globe being merely a ripple in the vast ocean, he was confident that with further development, his revolutionary army would astonish the world. Is there anything else? Do-hwan inquired, brushing off the dust from his attire. As you know, my current status renders it inconvenient for me to engage in prolonged meetings with you. Long felt that selling arms to the revolutionary army was not a task befitting a naval officer, yet he spoke earnestly, 3 days hence, at Rook Island. There are matters I wish for you to witness. Do-hwan's curiosity was piqued. What could possibly require my attention in the North Sea? You shall see in due time. Long replied, managing a stiff smile. I trust that after witnessing it, you will align more closely with the ideals of the revolutionary army. Very well. I hope it is not something alarming, Do-hwan conceded, a smirk playing on his lips, though he would be quite busy in the coming days. It was merely a matter of accumulating tasks. Finding time to accompany Long was not a significant burden. He hoped Long would not disappoint him. Simple acts of kindness towards the weak would not sway him. He was also intrigued to learn of Long's recent achievements. Long spoke enigmatically, rest assured. You shall be left utterly astonished when you see the true face of the world. He had received secret intelligence through embedded slaves that a celestial dragon would be visiting the North Sea in 3 days, with Rook Island being a mandatory stop. Perhaps if Do-hwan were to witness the vile nature of the celestial dragons, he might be swayed to Long's side. Just a glance at those repugnant beings could ignite fury within anyone. Then we shall meet in 3 days. Do-hwan nodded to Crow and Kurla before descending from the clock tower. Sighing, Kurla observed Do-hwan's retreating figure, recalling a time when he was merely an older brother, diligently training. Now, it seemed even the leader sought to collaborate with him. Despite being only 3 years his junior, she felt as though decades had separated them. An insurmountable barrier now existed between them. This gathering of vengeful kin was, indeed, orchestrated splendidly. Long had shifted his gaze from Do-hwan, returning to the fervent assembly in the square. He witnessed the fervent passion of the people, far more intense than his painstaking efforts to stir their emotions. It was a primal exchange of blood for blood, tooth for tooth, an amalgamation of humanity and savagery, wielding greater power. Do-hwan had always possessed a knack for surprising him. From his terrifying growth and strength as a child to his current strategic brilliance. If only they could collaborate within the revolutionary army, it would surely be a time of great fervor. A smile crept upon Long's face. Do-hwan and Appos' visit today and his willingness to offer arms at a 50% discount signified a positive shift in attitude. He bore no malice towards the revolutionary army and was willing to extend a helping hand. His efforts to care for Do-hwan in their youth had not been in vain. Meanwhile, Do-hwan returned to the royal palace, retrieving 22 million berries from the Vince Moke family's private treasury, filling a suitcase to the brim. He made his way to the temporary office of the branch located nearby, where his trusted subordinate, Roman, was diligently handling paperwork. The accomplishments of Branch 141 were substantial, leading to an influx of tasks far exceeding those of typical branches, primarily involving the documentation of various merits and the aftermath of pirate eradication. This was a fortunate burden, as other branches often lacked opportunities to achieve recognition. The accumulated tasks were managed by Roman, Carl, Gina, and Dasky, who alternated in their efforts, presenting only the significant matters and outcomes for Do-hwan's review. As for Smoker, the brute, he was of no help in this regard. Commander, Roman was the first to notice Do-hwan's arrival, promptly setting aside his documents to salute. Dasky and a few clerks were a moment slower, hastily rising to greet him. Colonel, there's no need for such formality, Do-hwan replied with a gentle smile, placing the suitcase on the largest desk. Roman's expression turned serious as he inquired, do you have any directives for us? I shall exert every effort to fulfill them. Though weary, he felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Observing the grateful gazes of the citizens at the assembly, he recognized that his quest for justice was genuinely materializing. Moreover, his capacity for handling affairs was steadily improving, a true testament to his growth. No pressing matters, Do-hwan stated, opening the suitcase to reveal it brimming with berries. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Those who toiled alongside me that night and have worked tirelessly to maintain order deserve recognition. Without our collective unity, the peace of the German kingdom would not have been possible. Here are 22 million berries, with each person receiving 200,000 berries as a token of appreciation. As others remained at their posts, it was impractical to hold a formal assembly, so he requested Roman to distribute the bonuses among the accommodations of the personnel. Any shortfall could be covered by the bounties from previously apprehended pirates, while any excess could be used for an additional late-night meal for the brothers. Chapter 54. A desire for greater loyalty within the public office. Several individuals looked at Do-hwan in astonishment, momentarily taken aback by his recent remarks. Roman gazed at the pile of berries before him and swallowed hard. Colonel, could this be a tad excessive? The average salary for a naval officer is merely between 30,000 to 50,000 berries per month, while a captain like myself earns approximately 60,000 to 90,000 berries. Major Hanai receives a top salary of 150,000 berries. And Major Smoker earns 100,000 berries, with the distinction between the two stemming from their differing temperaments in handling affairs. Distributing 200,000 berries to each of us is 4 to 6 times the salary of ordinary soldiers, and nearly 3 times that of captains like us. It seems rather extravagant. Do-hwan smiled subtly, responding calmly. The contributions of each individual vary significantly. However, to maintain balance, I must allocate the same bonus to you all. Rest assured. I have duly noted your merits and have specially marked them in your records. The next promotion to officer ranks should undoubtedly favor you and Carl. He held these two subordinates in high regard, one being a protege of Karp and the other chosen by him. Their performance during their time in his command had been exceptional, only second to Smoker and Hanai, both of whom were future commanders. Yet, the future remained uncertain. Perhaps with Do-hwan's guidance, these two could aspire towards the rank of Rear Admiral. Upon realizing the possibility of his promotion, Roman's face flushed with excitement. That is not what I meant. I simply thought the amount might be too generous. He exclaimed. Colonel, have you forgotten? We are already receiving double salaries, far exceeding those of other naval officers. Nearly a month had passed since their arrival in the North Sea. And Do-hwan had fulfilled his promise made when he was still a major, during their return from defeating the tiger shark, Barry. They had been granted double salaries, with their provisions surpassing even those of the naval headquarters. Is it too much? Do-hwan chuckled lightly, replying nonchalantly, in comparison to everyone's contributions, these bonuses are hardly excessive. When I announced the double salary, I also mentioned that bonuses would be calculated separately. It is now time to fulfill that promise. Without your efforts, the peace of the German kingdom would not have been achieved, nor would I have attained such accomplishments. Without these subordinates managing the middle command of the German kingdom, there would have been rivers of blood, making it impossible to acquire the kingdom intact. It should be noted, however, that this allocation of 200,000 berries per person did not extend to the soldiers in the branches. Here, remuneration was based on merit. The 1,000-branch soldiers, having made no significant contributions, could only enjoy a 1.3 times salary increase. In contrast, the 100 elite from the headquarters who had accompanied him during the night raid on Germa had displayed great courage and merit. They were now also responsible for commanding the 100-man units, a demanding task. In the past month, the North Sea had undergone a remarkable transformation, an undeniable honor for the Navy. Do-hwan's demeanor turned serious as he stated, "This glory shall not be mine alone." Indeed, Colonel, Roman's spirit soared, inspired by that resolute determination. To serve under Do-hwan was an immense stroke of luck. The leader showed no signs of withholding from his subordinates, instead generously distributing rewards. Such a compassionate and considerate commander was a rare find within the Navy. More remarkably, this officer possessed formidable capabilities, consistently leading them to victories. Do-hwan nodded slightly, then turned to the dazed Dasky, saying, "Roman is unable to assist at the female soldiers' quarters. You shall help him instead." "Yes, sir," Dasky replied, somewhat flustered. She felt as though she had done little but follow orders. That night was rather uneventful, with minimal resistance, akin to a standard pirate capture mission. The fun seemed excessive to her. Do-hwan placed a reassuring hand on both Dasky and Roman's shoulders. "Relax, there will be even more bonuses in the future." With that, he exited the office. Dasky watched his departing figure and nodded gently. Her resolve solidified as she approached Do-hwan's subordinates. The monthly salaries and benefits were substantial, allowing her to acquire more swords. Additionally, the officer and Oppo's operational style facilitated the recovery of weapons from pirates and criminals alike. Her aspiration to reclaim all the swords from the hands of evildoers was gradually coming to fruition. Perhaps, when Colonel Do-hwan ascended to the rank of admiral, the world would be rid of all criminals, and those swords would no longer be wielded by malefactors. She was determined to assist Do-hwan, giving her utmost effort. Roman procured a bag and allocated 2.6 million berries to Dasky, corresponding to the 13 female soldiers under Major Hanai. Let us proceed. We must accomplish Colonel Do-hwan's task before they clock out. He felt invigorated by the strength he derived from Do-hwan's supportive gesture and was eager to make a significant contribution. Once he distributed the funds, he resolved to return and work overtime, determined to alleviate Do-hwan's burdens. Rest assured, I shall not betray Colonel Do-hwan's trust. Dasky solemnly accepted the bag of berries. As if entrusted with a vital mission, Roman withdrew his share of 200,000 berries, feeling the substantial weight of the thick bundles as he stuffed them into the largest pocket of his attire. Oh my, this invigorates my spirit. I shall work an extra 10 hours. As the clock struck midnight, the public retribution assembly at Haskett Square concluded at 7 o'clock, slightly later than the previous day. The delay was largely attributed to the team of Holy Mother Squad members whom Do-hwan had summoned earlier. Although they had been dealt with, their actions had intensified the gravity of the charges being reviewed, consequently increasing the workload. At 7 o'clock, the crowd began to disperse, marking the end of the public assembly rather than the end of their shifts. They were tasked with assisting in crowd control, detaining unexecuted prisoners for reclassification, and clearing the bodies of those already executed. By the time they completed their duties, it was well past midnight. Hanai and Smoker led their respective teams of naval officers on their way home. Thank you for your hard work. Please return and rest early. Do-hwan greeted those finishing their shifts with a warm smile. A leader's presence, whether on-site or absent, undoubtedly fosters greater unity among the team. Working together alleviates grievances, and the prospect of generous rewards further boosts morale. You have worked hard as well. The naval officers behind Hanai and Smoker responded in unison, albeit wearily. Their fatigue stemmed not from discontent with Do-hwan, but rather from the exhausting day. Do-hwan watched the departing figures, shaking his head slightly. It seems I must enhance the provisions? He too had been active throughout the day, running about and attending to various matters, including the establishment of the temporary branch, the Germa Kingdom's military factory issues, and the management gaps in the Germa Kingdom due to the commander's trials. He had also engaged in business discussions with Long, among other responsibilities. The day had been fulfilling, and he did not feel excessively tired. However, considering his inherently robust physique coupled with the strength of the iron balloon, he could not be compared to these soldiers. Hopefully, the sight of the bonuses awaiting them would bring them some joy. Do-hwan shook his head and departed, intending to spend the night at the palace. Chapter 55. He gave too much. Nightfall enveloped the weary Navy soldiers as they trudged back to the dormitory after a long day. Though temporary, the dormitory consisted of no more than 4-person rooms, complete with all necessary amenities, far superior to the naval accommodations of the 141st Division. What exhaustion! Despite the meaningful nature of their tasks, the day had left them utterly drained. The public and Oppo's fervor was overwhelming, with citizens constantly eager to unleash their wrath upon the criminals. These elite soldiers had to maintain order, often single-handedly thwarting the onrush of hundreds while carefully controlling their strength. The Day and Oppo's exertions rivaled the notorious Devil and Oppo's training back at headquarters. Their bodies felt as if they were at war with their minds. You're tired. I'm tired. Blocking the crowd takes strength, and restraining the criminals is no less exhausting, remarked Soldier Barrow, twisting his neck to relieve the tension. Soldier Roll executed a single-arm spin, his muscles straining as he held down the criminals. Among them were squad leaders from the Germa army, imbued with a stubborn strength that made restraint a formidable challenge. Dawn and Oppos, to even get me started. You may have it easier, but I'm the one administering the punishment. Roll lamented, his shirt stained with the dark, dried blood of the day's work. The cloying scent of blood clung to him, turning his stomach. Barrow surveyed his comrades and jested. I bet the soldiers back at the division couldn't endure what we've taken on. Indeed, we are the elite. Roll replied, forcing a smile. Being elite means shouldering the heaviest burdens. Ha. Just 5 more days, and we'll survive. Lodrin inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with fresh air as a self-encouragement. The trio exchanged weary glances, their smiles tinged with fatigue. Such intensity was beginning to wear them down, and they suspected their fellow soldiers were faring no better. At that moment, a large contingent of returning Navy personnel arrived at the dormitory entrance. As they entered, waves of astonished gasps echoed through the air. 20,000 berries. They exclaimed in disbelief. What has happened? Curiosity piqued, Barrow, Roll, and Lodrin rushed into their dormitory. Upon entering, they were greeted by a sight that left them speechless. 2 stacks of berries, bound with string, lay beside each of their pillows, exuding a distinct ink scent. Barrow stepped forward, snatching the money and flipping through the bills in astonishment. All 1,000 denominations. This is real. Who could have given this? Surely, it cannot be a trick. Roll, though voicing suspicion, found his gaze firmly fixed on the bounty. This must be the scent of berries. He mused, inhaling deeply. The stench of blood seemed to dissipate, and his damp clothing felt suddenly dry. Who sent this? Barrow pondered aloud, shaking the bundles in confusion. Could it be Colonel D-hwan? Roll suggested. Unlikely, Barrow replied thoughtfully. This month's salary has already been disbursed, and D-hwan's additional stipend has also arrived. The benefits of working under him are substantial, but there must be limits. Lodrin, examining the berries, speculated, could it be the nobles from the German kingdom attempting to bribe us after witnessing the fate of the condemned? If that is the case, we cannot accept this money, Barrow asserted resolutely. We are the Navy. We cannot shield criminals. Roll nodded in agreement. Indeed. While it has been exhausting to deal with these individuals, they deserve their fate. We must report this to the superior officer. Just then, Roman arrived with a megaphone, shouting throughout the dormitory area, "Everyone, do not panic. This is a reward from Colonel D-hwan, 20,000 berries for each of you. He has recognized your hard work and urges you to persevere, for the future holds great promise." His voice resonated from north to south, reaching every corner of the dormitory. The astonished sailors, who had just contemplated reporting the situation, were left in disbelief. Receiving double pay each month, they were now presented with substantial bonuses. Having been at the division for nearly a month, they had already received double salaries from the previous month, and now, with the addition of 20,000 berries, they were set to receive tenfold their usual earnings. An overwhelming wave of joy surged through them, quickening their pulses and igniting their spirits. A powerful cheer erupted. Hooray! Long live the colonel! Long live the base commander! The echoes of their jubilation washed over the dormitory like crashing waves. The fatigue of the day was instantly washed away, as if they had been reborn. Colonel D-hwan is truly generous, Barrow exclaimed, pressing the 20,000 berries to his lips. This was no bribe. It was a reward from their commanding officer. Do you know how much I have saved now? Roll asked, cradling his stacks of berries as if they were treasures. Barrow, counting the bills repeatedly, casually inquired, how much? 32,000 berries. Roll exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement. With the double salary from the last 2 months, plus this 20,000 berries, I am thriving. Before coming here, I had no savings at all, spending every berry I earned while dining with Vice Admiral Karp. Yet here, under Colonel D-hwan's command, I am enjoying all expenses covered, with a top chef from the North Sea, and I am receiving double pay along with substantial bonuses. It feels as though I am not serving in the Navy, but rather as a co-owner of a grand merchant vessel. D-hwan is too good to us, Barrow remarked, carefully placing the berries into his bag, which now seemed to struggle under the weight. I truly feel undeserving of such treatment. In comparison to the modest tasks we undertake, the risks faced by the forces on the Grand Line are far greater, yet their benefits and remuneration pale in comparison to ours. He recalled the sight of Colonel D-hwan bidding them farewell at the end of the day. After a long day of toil, Colonel D-hwan still radiated vitality, greeting them warmly and waiting for them to finish their shifts together. In contrast, his own response was subdued, betraying his weariness, almost as if he were lamenting. Ultimately, Colonel D-hwan had generously distributed bonuses amounting to a staggering 200,000 baileys. With a sudden slap to his own face, Rohr exclaimed in remorse, I am utterly wretched. To feel exhausted over such trivial tasks is absurd. I am entirely unworthy of the treatment Colonel D-hwan has bestowed upon us. I must work overtime. I must work overtime. Barrow was similarly inspired, his heart racing with fervor. No, tomorrow, I shall be more diligent. From now on, I must be more dedicated, for I cannot disappoint Colonel D-hwan. Lorind, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up, his face flushed and his gaze resolute. I vow to obey Colonel D-hwan's commands to the death, completing every task with unwavering effort. Loyalty to our commander remains steadfast, and we shall not falter in our support. Loyalty, loyalty, loyalty. One voice ignited the entire dormitory, reverberating like a roaring tide. Though it was the early hours of the morning, the atmosphere was as vibrant as the dawn. The weariness of the day seemed to dissipate like mist, as the sailors eagerly anticipated working around the clock. 3 loyalty points, 5 loyalty points. Meanwhile, D-hwan was engaged in his evening exercises within the Queen's chamber. Invigorated by the unexpected efficacy of the situation, it was evident that the prospect of the bonuses had indeed brought immense joy to all. Chapter 56. The roll-up the following morning. At 6 o'clock, there remained an hour until the official wake-up time. At this moment, 100 elite naval soldiers from headquarters had already risen with exuberance, preparing diligently for the day's tasks. The naval personnel from the original branch of Division 141 looked on with envy, their own enthusiasm ignited. They were acutely aware that the drive of these elite soldiers stemmed from the substantial bonuses awarded by Colonel Do-hwan the previous day. While their own pay had already increased by 1.3 times, it paled in comparison to the substantial sums received by these individuals, equivalent to several months and Oppos wages. Yet, their envy did not breed jealousy. They understood that these elite soldiers had earned their rewards through valorous service on the most perilous battlefields, capturing the entire kingdom of Germa under the command of Colonel Do-hwan. It was only just that those who had labored so hard should receive greater compensation than those who had merely benefited from the spoils. However, this disparity would not persist for long. They realized they could never become formidable figures like Colonel Do-hwan or Major Smog, as such strength was dictated by innate talent. Yet, they firmly believed that with effort, they too could ascend to the ranks of the 100 elite sailors. Colonel Do-hwan had proclaimed that he valued ability and merit over lineage. Those who contributed would certainly be rewarded. The original personnel of Division 141 took a deep breath. Determined to grow rapidly and earn treatment equal to, if not surpassing, that of the elite, becoming the most trusted subordinates of Colonel Do-hwan. With fervent loyalty, the branch sailors rallied with absolute passion, immersing themselves in their duties. They patrolled the streets with military precision, exuding an impressive aura. Standing guard, they maintained a proud posture, their eyes sharp and vigilant. The personnel from the branch were now more invigorated than ever. The 100 elite soldiers from headquarters observed this transformation with quiet competition, vowing not to disappoint Colonel Do-hwan and to live up to the expectations set by their bonuses. Having just received a substantial reward, they were resolute in their commitment to not fall behind. They understood that only through greater achievements could they repay Colonel Do-hwan's generosity. The rivalry between the two factions of sailors intensified, each striving to be the most outstanding soldier under Colonel Do-hwan's command. The entire Division 141, having experienced the evolution of the Kingdom of Germa, was thoroughly awakened. On this bright morning, while the Yellow Monkey had spent the previous day lounging about, he was inexplicably drawn to Colonel Do-hwan's side, witnessing firsthand the newfound zeal of the Navy personnel. It was indeed a sight to behold. The Yellow Monkey observed the excessively energetic sailors and remarked to his companion, "These soldiers under your command seem to have transformed into ravenous wolves." Their unyielding ambition was palpable, their eyes sharpening at the slightest detail. He could perceive their fervent desire for accolades, eager to apprehend every pirate and criminal, their morale soaring to an almost intimidating height. Is this not a good thing? This world is in dire need of such passionate sailors. Colonel Do-hwan folded his arms, a faint smile gracing his lips. Compared to the previous day's demeanor, the atmosphere had ascended to an entirely new level. The intensity in his gaze had become even more fervent. Interestingly, even the branch sailors who had not received bonuses were fully mobilized, seemingly spurred into action. Everyone was eager for the best rewards. This was precisely what he wished to see. A team lacking ambition and cohesion could never accomplish formidable tasks such as a coup. Yet, the Yellow Monkey felt a twinge of discomfort, furrowing his brow and muttering, "However, in the presence of such zealous naval soldiers, I feel somewhat out of place." Here he was, amidst the equally passionate elite of the naval headquarters, yet he found himself feeling inadequate, surrounded by these fervent sailors. It felt as if his thick skin was being singed. Could it be that Admiral Yellow Monkey harbors aspirations for a resurgence of vigor? Colonel Do-hwan cast a surprised glance at his elder companion, chuckling as he replied, "If Admiral Yellow Monkey ignites his passion, the entire New World may tremble." The Yellow Monkey felt a wave of comfort wash over him, though he humbly retorted, "How could I possibly compare to those beings of the New World? They are all monsters." Accustomed to flattery, he had developed immunity to such praise. However, Colonel Do-hwan's words were like a refreshing spring breeze to his heart, elevating him to a different realm of comfort. It was no wonder that Fleet Admiral Sangoku favored Colonel Do-hwan. His capabilities combined with his eloquence were simply delightful. The Yellow Monkey turned to Colonel Do-hwan, his eyes alight with curiosity. "By the way, I heard you granted your subordinates double their monthly salary, along with substantial bonuses?" To be candid, he had been drawn to Colonel Do-hwan early that morning after hearing the commotion from the naval dormitories the previous night. His sole intention was to discuss the matter of the doubled wages that had so excited him. Chapter 57. A pact sealed with a high five indeed. There is truth to this matter. They have performed exceptionally well, and their double monthly salary along with additional bonuses are well-deserved. Admiral Kizaru, do you not partake in such rewards? Do-hwan inquired, slightly astonished. I had assumed that with your prowess and accomplishments, your bonuses would be substantial. Quite the contrary. Kizaru waved his hand dismissively, a hint of lament in his tone. Aside from my fixed monthly salary of several million berries and holiday allowances, I possess no other income. How noble of you. Do-hwan clapped in admiration, chuckling. Such a salary is evidently not the reason you remain in the Navy. Your sense of justice is clearly commendable. With Kizaru's formidable rank, he could easily become one of the 7 warlords in the New World, amassing fortunes in the billions with a mere flick of his wrist. Remaining in the Navy truly reflects a dedication driven by passion and faith. You certainly know how to flatter, Kizaru chuckled, opening up. While I have an affinity for wealth, I do not wish to engage in wrongdoing. I have no desire for the bounties of those pirates. I suppose I will just have to settle for my meager salary and live a simple life. Upon retirement, I wonder how much pension I shall receive. Calculating the time, he realized he had a decade or so left before retirement. By then, he wouldn't need to leave the Navy. He could simply enjoy a peaceful life in a logistics department. If only the salary and pension could be a tad higher, life would be even more comfortable. Do-hwan nodded at the saluting sailors around them and casually remarked, a distinguished leader like yourself surely would not be overlooked by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Even so, he could never be as generous as you, Kizaru replied, glancing at the cheerful sailors. With double salaries paid at the beginning of the month and various bonuses. How wonderful it would be if Fleet Admiral Sengoku were as magnanimous as you. Should you become Fleet Admiral, I would undoubtedly support you. He couldn't help but envision the joyous life of receiving double salaries each month. Under such circumstances, he might even be inclined to refrain from slacking during work hours. Do-hwan returned to the moment, smiling. Rest assured, when I ascend to the position of Fleet Admiral, I will certainly arrange that for you. Huh. Let us hope that I have not yet retired by then, Kizaru smirked, somewhat speechless. He did not truly believe Do-hwan had a chance at becoming Fleet Admiral, especially considering his current standing as the strongest among the younger generation of the Navy. This younger generation included the next in line, candidates such as Tontata and Peach Rabbit, who were backed by the legendary Navy hero, Garp, and were viewed as the future hope of the Navy by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. When the time came for the next generation to vie for the position of Fleet Admiral, Do-hwan would likely be a popular candidate, potentially surpassing those two. However, the thought of granting him a double salary was far-fetched. In a few years, when Fleet Admiral Sengoku retired, it would likely be a contest between Akainu and Kazan, 2 seasoned veterans. By the time Do-hwan contended for Fleet Admiral, Kizaru would have long since retired and would not partake in the joys of a double salary. You never know, I might just take down Germa in a month, and the entire North Sea would be at peace, Do-hwan mused. Becoming a general in 3 years and a Fleet Admiral in 5 is not impossible. At that point, I shall increase your salary threefold, Admiral Kizaru. Do-hwan wore a confident smile. A decade is far too long. I strive for the immediate. To compete for the next Fleet Admiral? How unlikely. Kizaru chuckled. The next Fleet Admiral was destined to be Akainu, who, according to trajectory, would assume command after defeating Akiji in 5 years. The subsequent candidate for Fleet Admiral was still uncertain, likely falling to that fledgling, Kobe, the so-called fugitive king. To suggest a competition with Kobe? Do-hwan felt embarrassed even to entertain such a notion. How amusing, Kizaru observed, gazing down at Do-hwan with a sly smile. Given Do-hwan and Apos as credentials, he paled in comparison to the 3 admirals. In this era, their reputations were just a notch below that of Garp, a true icon of the Navy. Do-hwan raised an eyebrow, countering, "What is it? Do you not believe me?" "I merely find it astonishing," Kizaru replied, crossing his arms casually. "You must understand that the 3 current admirals are the face of the Navy and the world government. Each, besides myself, has extraordinary accomplishments. To compete with Akainu and Kazan for the position of Fleet Admiral, your age is a significant barrier. You must achieve tenfold the merits. Perhaps by eliminating a couple of Yonko. The Yonko are monsters even we must avoid. A single admiral is no match for them. Furthermore, with their vast influence, eradicating a Yonko is 100-fold more challenging than pacifying the North Sea. To vie for the next Fleet Admiral, one would require a miraculous achievement. In a world where strength reigns supreme amidst rampant piracy, every elevation within the Navy necessitates sufficient military merit and power. One might secure the rank of Rear Admiral through connections, but ascending to higher ranks solely on goodwill is utterly impossible. To become Fleet Admiral demands a balance of leadership, prestige, strength, and accomplishments. Even with Do-hwan's complete pacification of the North Sea, he might only meet the power requirement. The other criteria would fall short. Unfazed, Do-hwan declared with fervor, "Then I shall create a miraculous achievement. This world is filled with wonders. Why can I not be one of them? Is it not simply a matter of amassing merit? Watch me create a magnificent spectacle. If pacifying the North Sea in a month is insufficient, then I shall conquer the New World in 3 years." Such ambition. Kazara raised his thumb in approval, grinning. "If you truly aspire to compete for the next Fleet Admiral, I will certainly cast my vote for you." Do-hwan replied earnestly, "Admiral Kazara, remember my words. I take this seriously." "Of course, I am serious too." Kazara laughed heartily, never having felt such exhilaration before. If Do-hwan truly possessed such capability, casting a vote for him would be no burden. Should that day arrive, it would surely be quite amusing. He could only imagine the expressions on Kazan and Akainu's faces at that time. Both believed they were destined to win. Only to be overshadowed by a junior, such a scenario would surely be delightful to witness. Though he held no ambition for the position of Fleet Admiral, his interest in the spectacle was both genuine and immense. Moreover, should Do-hwan fulfill his promise of a threefold salary increase, it would be a delightful prospect. Do-hwan extended his palm, a pact sealed. Kizaru promptly slapped his hand against Do-hwan's, a pact sealed. On a bustling street in the Germa kingdom, the two sealed their alliance, unaware of how long it would take for this promise to come to fruition. Meanwhile, at that very moment, a figure descended upon the shores of the Germa kingdom. Clad in a flamboyant pink feathered coat, unmistakably belonging to Don Quixote da Flamingo, who was on a journey to claim the legacy of the Vinsmoke family. It seems to have become quite lively here. Chapter 58. Offering loyalty in the Kingdom of Germa, a pair of sharply pointed Chelsea boots echoed against the hard floor. The footsteps leisurely yet unrestrained. A shock of golden hair adorned his head, while a perpetual, arrogant grin graced his face. Beneath a flamboyant pink feather coat lay a tall, muscular physique, each muscle radiating an aura of strength. He resembled a lion surveying its territory, towering over all mere mortals. Although the common folk may have been unaware of his notorious reputation, they instinctively recoiled at his flamboyant appearance, intimidated by his haughty and imposing presence. They understood a simple truth. To flaunt individuality in such a chaotic world invariably indicated that one was a formidable force not to be trifled with. Fortunately, with Colonel Do-hwan and his men standing guard, they felt a semblance of security. In the North Sea, none dared act brazenly before Colonel Do-hwan. The plaza was a site of ongoing executions, serving not only as a form of redemption for the populace but also as a significant deterrent against malevolent forces. Don Quixote da Flamingo frowned slightly, displeased by the gaze of the onlookers. They ought to tremble, akin to insects cowering before a flamingo. He chuckled darkly, noting how they dared to confront his authority. Evidently, Colonel Do-hwan had instilled a considerable amount of confidence in them. Although Da Flamingo wore a smile, an unsettling chill radiated from him. How exhilarating this was. He was keen to witness whether the Navy, whom these civilians regarded as their bastion, truly possessed such formidable strength. He hoped that the pleas for mercy from those beneath his heel would echo even louder. Disregarding the fleeing civilians, Da Flamingo strode purposefully towards the unmistakable Germa palace. Along the way, he observed former soldiers of Germa 66 maintaining order under the Navy's command, alongside those civilians who regarded the Navy with utmost reverence. It appeared that within a mere few days, the Kingdom of Germa had largely fallen under the Navy's influence. This was unacceptable. He intended to reclaim the assets of his good ally for his personal stewardship. It was common knowledge that the Don Quixote family was the finest of business partners. Before long, Da Flamingo arrived at the palace gates. Who goes there? Two vigilant Navy soldiers scrutinized the formidable man, raising their pristine rifles, their bodies taut with tension. The intimidating aura he exuded sent shivers down their spines. Moreover, this individual bore a striking resemblance to someone they had seen before. Their instincts kicked in. Da Flamingo, reveling in the soldiers' fear, spoke with a twisted smile. "I am Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. You are in no position to converse with me." He raised a hand, pointing at the 2 Navy men. With the slightest movement, he could extinguish their lives. Yet, he refrained from acting immediately, relishing the time he granted his adversaries to experience sheer terror. The recognition dawned on the soldiers. The name resonated from the papers they had read. Cold sweat trickled down their brows as they bore the weight of immense pressure. The 7 warlords of the sea, a third force balancing the four emperors and the navy. Each one a formidable pirate, their might was such that even the world government deemed it necessary to overlook their transgressions in favor of an alliance with the navy. Such a villain, entrenched in the depths of the New World, should not have ventured into the North Sea. Doflamingo savored the fear emanating from the two men, eager to assert his dominance. Offering 2 lives as a greeting would surely be a fitting tribute for the Navy's esteemed colonel. Quickly, inform Admiral Kizaru and Colonel Do-hwan that I shall hold my ground here. One Navy soldier shouted to his companion, steeling himself for sacrifice. Come now. Let him witness the so-called valor of the 7 warlords. You misunderstand. I bear no malice, Doflamingo declared, lowering his hand, retracting his intent to activate his string fruit powers. His expression is tranquil as still waters. Yet within him, a tempest brewed. The notion of Admiral Kizaru's presence here was absurd. An admiral of the Navy, a genuine monster, capable of standing toe-to-toe with even the 4 emperors he collaborated with. The Navy sentry, initially taken aback, maintained his vigilance. Then please wait here. I shall notify them immediately. Do hurry. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes, a hint of menace lacing his tone. These soldiers recognized him yet showed no inclination to retreat. Both the unanticipated arrival of Kizaru and the current demeanor of the Navy left him feeling out of control, deeply vexed. Colonel Do-hwan was evidently more formidable than he had surmised. Standing at the palace entrance, Doflamingo watched as a Navy soldier dashed off to relay the news, lost in contemplation. His original plan of violent acquisition was no longer viable. He would need to devise an alternative strategy. While the reason for Kizaru and Apos' presence remained unclear, he understood the headquarters was burdened with tasks, and Kizaru could not linger indefinitely. Whether the spoils of the Kingdom of Germa could be retained hinged upon Do-hwan's capabilities. Soon, on the streets approaching the Haskide Grand Plaza, Colonel Do-hwan and Admiral Kizaru observed the spectacle of the retribution gathering from a distance. Kizaru, arms crossed, gazed on with interest. He appreciated this method of resolution. The principle of evil begets evil was commendable. Although somewhat peculiar, he sensed that such gatherings could undermine the world government and Apos' rule. After all, should retribution truly befall the wicked, the celestial dragons would suffer most grievously. However, he dismissed such thoughts, content to simply enjoy the show. A Navy soldier sprinted towards them. Halting breathlessly before the two, Colonel Do-hwan, Admiral Kizaru. It's an emergency. Calm down, take your time, Do-hwan reassured, patting the soldier's back. With both Kizaru and myself present, there is no cause for concern. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, the soldier replied, the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo, has inexplicably arrived in the Kingdom of Germa and is currently waiting at the palace. I encountered Major Smoker and Lieutenant Hina on my way. They have already proceeded there. Indeed, with Colonel Do-hwan and Admiral Kizaru present, we shall face no issues, Do-hwan affirmed, nodding. He then turned to Kizaru, the 7 warlords, within our grasp. Kizaru stifled a yawn, arching an eyebrow at Do-hwan. Would you like me to assist? He is quite terrifying. Terrifying? You yawn. Do-hwan replied, somewhat bemused, then confidently declared. No need for your help. If I cannot handle him, I hardly deserve your vote. Kizaru chuckled lightly, walking alongside Do-hwan towards the palace. I have faith in you. The soldier, astounded, thought to himself, Colonel Do-hwan is so self-assured? But that is the 7 warlords, a top-tier pirate. Even the vice-admirals would struggle against him. Yet, observing Do-hwan and Apos' retreating figure, an inexplicable confidence blossomed within him. Colonel Do-hwan never failed to impress. Moreover, it seemed that Colonel Do-hwan had just called him by name. He was aware of the name of a mere private. Chapter 59. Infuriating beyond the palace gates, Smoker and Hina stood as if facing an insurmountable threat. Their gazes fixed upon the flamboyant figure draped in pink. Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, exuded an overwhelming aura of power. He was the kind of formidable adversary whose strength surpassed that of a vice-admiral and was esteemed and courted by the world government, though both were devil fruit users. Smoker and Hina were acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated them from Doflamingo, beyond the mastery of their respective fruits. His command of hockey alone rendered him a nearly impossible foe. What could such a figure possibly want in the Germa kingdom? Marines, Doflamingo remarked flippantly, twirling his fingers. Your stares lack a certain reverence. As a warlord of the sea, affiliated with the very naval headquarters, I would expect a salute from a pair of mere commodores. Doflamingo and Apos' initial scheme had envisioned him running amok, deposing the kingdom's pseudo-queen and replacing her with a more amenable ruler, or perhaps even seizing the throne for himself, thus becoming a dual monarch. The Marines who had dared to apprehend the Vinsmokes were meant to grovel at his feet, their eyes brimming with terror and resentment. However, fate had intervened in the form of Admiral Kazuru, rendering his original plans untenable. Now, a more subtle display of power was required. These two dauntless Marine officers presented an ideal opportunity. "There is no such protocol," Hina retorted, her brow furrowed. "The warlords of the sea hold no authority over the Marines. We answer only to our superiors." As a disciple of Zephyr, she harbored deep resentment towards pirates and felt acutely the pain of her teacher's fate. Smoker exhaled a plume of dense smoke, his voice a low rumble. "Doflamingo, this is the North Blue, a region under naval jurisdiction. Do not overstep your bounds." Fufufu. Such spirited soldiers, Doflamingo chuckled, his sunglasses glinting with cold amusement. "Perhaps your prolonged sojourn in this backwater has eroded your respect for true power. Today, I shall provide a lesson. Weaklings such as yourselves should gaze upon me with abject fear." Doflamingo's grin twisted into a malevolent sneer, his facial muscles contorting into a mask of cruel arrogance. He raised his arm, and dozens of slender threads emanated from his fingertips, lashing out at Smoker and Hina with devastating force. Swish! The threads coalesced into two white garrotes, cleaving through the air with ear-splitting cracks. Two marble statues flanking the palace entrance were instantly pulverized by the garrotes, their shattered remains scattering across the ground. Hina invoked her cage fruit ability, her arms sprouting black iron bars to parry the attack. Clang! The resounding clang of metal echoed through the air as sparks erupted before Hina. The force of the blow sent her hurtling backward over 30 meters, her boots carving twin black streaks into the ground. Only when she collided with the palace wall did she manage to halt her retreat. Smoker fared slightly better, his Logia intangibility allowing him to evade the initial onslaught. "He's strong," Hina thought, adjusting herself and casting a grave look at Doflamingo. "He is far too strong. And he's holding back." The garrote formation increased the surface area, making the attack easier to deflect. Yet, a single, razor-sharp thread, nearly imperceptible, would be far more lethal. Huff. Smoker inhaled deeply from his cigar, his muscles coiling tautly. This was the first time he had faced a pirate of such caliber. Despite his reputation for brute strength, he knew he could not withstand a direct confrontation. Is this the power of a warlord of the sea? A veritable monster. Two devil fruit users, one of them a rare Logia, Doflamingo mused, his grin widening into an extravagant sneer. "Now, I can apply a bit more force, just a little. Try not to die too quickly now." Fufufu. The stronger the Marines, the greater his delight. Subjugating two rare devil fruit users would make an even more impactful demonstration. He braced himself, his powerful calves tensing, and the ground beneath him fracturing. With an explosive burst of energy, Doflamingo vanished from sight. Where? Smoker's pupils contracted, his senses heightened to their utmost. He strained to detect Doflamingo's movements, but he was nowhere to be seen. He glanced towards Hina, wondering if she was the target. Suddenly, a shadow fell over Smoker. Looking elsewhere? Doflamingo and Oppo's voice boomed. Doflamingo materialized in the air above him, his foot descending like a spear. The immense force generated a deafening roar as it tore through the air. "What?" Smoker cried out in alarm. Instinctively, he activated his Logia ability, transforming into a cloud of gray smoke. Doflamingo's raw power was too overwhelming to face head-on. "How naive," Doflamingo sneered, his descending foot coated in a layer of black armament hockey. Boom. Smoker was forcibly ejected from his smoke form, his shoulders shattering as blood splattered. He crumpled to the ground, the excruciating pain numbing half of his body. Doflamingo landed with a light thud, pivoting on his right leg and lashing out with his left. Thud. Smoker's head snapped back, blood gushing from every orifice. He was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into the corner of the palace roof before landing in a heap. With bitter resignation, he gazed at Doflamingo, a profound sense of helplessness washing over him. Just as Lieutenant Commander Doo-hwan had warned, his hockey was far too underdeveloped. His armament hockey had barely scratched the surface, and his observation hockey was virtually non-existent. He seethed with self-loathing, despising his own inadequacy. What was the so-called White Hunter of the East Blue against such a formidable pirate? How could he possibly uphold justice with such paltry strength? Smoker staggered, struggling to rise. His vision swam, but he pressed on, clinging to the will to fight. He was a Marine, and he would not be defeated by a pirate. But his body refused to obey, and he collapsed, his eyes blurring as he looked at his enemy. "I relish that blend of impotence and defiance," Doflamingo breathed, his face contorting with a perverse delight. He yearned to plunge the world into chaos, to revel in the agony and despair that had once consumed him. Smoker, Hina gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. Smoker had been defeated in a single blow. Her heart sank, realizing the overwhelming power of the warlords of the sea. Hina glared at Doflamingo, her hands forming black iron bars. She charged forward, resigned to her fate. Even against such an opponent, she would not allow the Marines to be disgraced. Patience. Your turn is coming, Doflamingo hissed, licking his lips as he lunged forward. He swung his leg in a horizontal arc, coated in black armament hockey. Boom. Hina's iron bars buckled under the force of the blow, the impact sending her flying backward like a cannonball. A long, powerful arm reached out, gently cushioning Hina's fall. The force of the blow dissipated, and Tuin gripped Hina by the collar, his face as serene as it was terrifying. He surveyed the carnage before the palace, his gaze lingering on the prone form of Smoker and the flamboyant, pink-clad figure standing nearby. Tuin sighed. I was in such a pleasant mood. How infuriating. Chapter 60. The trash of the 7 warlords before the royal palace, chaos reigned. Do-hwan gently set down the injured Jinai and adjusted her disheveled attire. I apologize. Colonel Do-hwan, Admiral Kizaru, we have proven ourselves inadequate. Jinai, suppressing the pain in her abdomen and pale in visage, felt a deep sense of shame. It was as if they were utterly powerless, unable to withstand even a few moves from Don Quixote Doflamingo, rendering them akin to mere refuse. It's not your fault. Do-hwan reassured her with a pat on the shoulder. You have done your utmost. Allow me to take over from here. Their opponent was one of the Shichibukai, not a mere crocodile devoid of hockey. In terms of physicality, devil fruit abilities, and hockey, Doflamingo far surpassed the two of them. At present, Smoker and Jinai could barely match the rank of a rear admiral, falling 2 tiers short of Doflamingo's prowess. Indeed, Jinai replied, sensing the confidence emanating from Do-hwan, as she clutched her abdomen and positioned herself behind him. Meanwhile, Smoker struggled to rise with the aid of Navy soldiers, bowing his head to conceal his disheveled appearance, too humiliating to bear. Long time no see, Admiral Kizaru, Doflamingo remarked casually, hands tucked into his pockets, as if nothing had transpired. His gaze flickered towards the young Navy officer beside Kizaru, nonchalantly catching a glimpse of her. She was formidable despite her modest height, exuding an air of quiet strength. Though merely a junior colonel, her profound and enigmatic presence reminded him of a slumbering giant. Quite remarkable. No wonder she could handle Vinsmoke Judge, that ambitious rogue, Kizaru said, narrowing his eyes. Are you attempting to sever ties with the Shichibukai by targeting the Navy? If that is the case, I feel compelled to leave a rather arrogant pirate here. Kizaru detested trouble, loathed taking action, and yearned for tranquility and peace. Yet, there were always those who sought to force his hand, leading him to join the Navy and ascend to the rank of admiral. Doflamingo's brazen behavior had now prompted Kizaru to consider resolving some disturbances. You misunderstand, Doflamingo replied with a polite smile. I take great pleasure in my status as a Shichibukai. I have always been an ally of the Navy. What transpired earlier was merely an impromptu practical lesson for these young officers. I trust that this experience will prevent them from perishing like mere insects when they venture into the Grand Line. His expression was light and jovial, twisting the recent events into a farce. The Shichibukai were appointed by the world government, and the Navy held no authority to dismiss them at will. As long as he did not voluntarily resign, the Navy could not lay a finger on him. The surrounding Navy personnel wore expressions of indignation, casting hostile glances at Doflamingo. They had no need for a pirate to teach them, even one so-called as a Shichibukai. This was a blatant affront to their honor, and they yearned to report Doflamingo to Kizaru but found themselves at a loss for words. To utter such a disgrace aloud would only deepen their humiliation. Smoker glared darkly at Doflamingo, his eyes ablaze with fury. It was clear that this man had instigated the conflict, initiating the attack, and then dismissing it as a lesson. Indeed, it was a lesson in humiliation. Smoker turned to Doflamingo, growling, I will undoubtedly cleanse the shame of today. Despite knowing the vast disparity in their strengths and the superiority of Doflamingo's talents, a fire burned within him. He was determined to redeem this disgrace, even if it required tenfold or 100-fold of his effort. Doflamingo shrugged, grinning at Kizaru as he pointed at Smoker. Look, after my little lesson, they are quite spirited. Crack. Smoker clenched his teeth, the sound of grinding bone echoing in the air. His declaration of war had been entirely ignored. The profound humiliation bore down upon him like a brand, searing into his very soul. Since you do not wish to relinquish your status as a Shichibukai, you would do well to tread carefully, Kizaru said languidly, his demeanor relaxed. Unless, Of course, you wish to experience the sensation of being struck by a lightspeed kick. As a Navy admiral, he could not act against Doflamingo unless the latter chose to step down from his position. Kizaru cast a sidelong glance at Do-hwan, who was not bound by such constraints. Humph. Doflamingo chuckled nonchalantly, reveling in the discomfort he caused others. He thrived on the notion of being despised yet untouchable. Now, let us discuss serious matters, he said, turning his attention to Do-hwan with a light laugh. The former king of the German kingdom, Vinsmoke Judge, was my friend. His sudden abdication raises suspicions. I trust the Navy is not meddling in the internal affairs of allied nations. I wish to see Vinsmoke Judge to confirm my suspicions. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, he looked down upon others with an air of superiority. Vinsmoke Judge, aged and frail, had naturally chosen to step aside for the younger generation. In his retirement, he refused to meet with any unrelated parties. You are exuding a great deal of hostility. I cannot permit you to meet anyone here, Do-hwan stated. Locking eyes with Doflamingo, his sharp aura surging forth. Interesting, Doflamingo mused, narrowing his eyes. He despised that look. Though merely a junior colonel, Do-hwan's gaze bore a condescension that made him feel preyed upon, as if he were the ant. But he was Don Quixote Doflamingo. A surge of animosity welled within him, and he sought to treat this Navy colonel with the same disdain he reserved for his subordinates. Do-hwan stepped forward. So, it seems that injuring my subordinate has brought you great joy? You appear to believe yourself formidable, under the impression that you have intimidated me. He crossed his arms, flexing his wrists as a crisp sound echoed. Why not truly test that belief? I shall impart a lesson to you as well. My subordinates are adorned with the medals of justice. No pirate, even one as contemptible as a Shichibukai, shall dare to insult them. Come. Let me witness your strength and see if it can bear the weight of your arrogance. Chapter 61. The Awakening of the Fruit. Colonel Do-hwan. Smoker and Hanai gazed at Do-hwan's silhouette, feeling a surge of emotion. In a bid to reclaim their dignity, Colonel Do-hwan was prepared to confront Don Quixote Doflamingo. Concern flickered in their eyes. After all, the warlord of the sea was a formidable foe, far more dangerous than their previous adversaries. And the power he had just exhibited was nothing short of despairing. Needless to say, leave everything to me, Do-hwan declared, dismissively waving his hand as he cast a cold gaze upon Doflamingo. You wish to intimidate me? You have chosen the wrong opponent. Trash warlord? A glint of cold light flashed in Doflamingo's eyes, revealing a sinister smile. The Navy of today is indeed audacious, daring to question the might of the warlords of the sea. The title of warlord was one that matched his strength and was a source of pride. But to be belittled as trash was a bold affront indeed. Indeed, the young man had a notable reputation, proclaimed the strongest in the North Sea, having subdued its greatest power in a mere month. But what of it? The strongest of the North Sea often met their demise in the New World by the dozens each year. Doflamingo turned to the side, addressing Admiral Kizaru. Admiral, he has provoked me. You wouldn't dare stop me from teaching him a lesson, would you? Kizaru shrugged lazily, responding, it's merely a sparring match. Those who wager must accept the terms. He had witnessed Do-hwan's prowess as a swordsman and had heard Fleet Admiral Sengoku speak of his mastery in armament hockey. With such abilities, Do-hwan would not be at a disadvantage against Doflamingo. Very well. Doflamingo nodded fiercely, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face as he fixed his fierce gaze on Do-hwan. Navy, let me witness whether your power can match your arrogance. Come forth. Do-hwan tore away his justice cloak, carelessly tossing it behind him, where it was swiftly caught by a keen-eyed Navy elite. Suddenly, Kizaru noticed something peculiar at Do-hwan's waist and asked curiously, Do-hwan, have you not brought your sword today? You should retrieve it first. He understood Do-hwan's swordsmanship was of the highest caliber, but without a sword, even a master swordsman could not unleash their full potential. No need, my fist shall suffice. Do-hwan replied with a radiant smile as he stomped the ground, propelling himself towards Doflamingo like an arrow. His incredible speed created multiple afterimages in the air. What a reckless youth, Doflamingo thought disdainfully. To charge into battle without understanding the situation was a dangerously foolish habit. His string fruit had sliced open the bellies of countless unwary foes. Piercing string, eightfold net. Hundreds of transparent threads extended from Doflamingo's fingertips, shooting towards Do-hwan like lethal arrows. Initially a mere point in his hand, the threads blossomed into a vast, explosive flower just half a meter away, encompassing all directions. Each thread's kinetic energy rivaled that of a high-caliber bullet, with its minuscule cross-section amplifying its destructive power manifold. Boom! Do-hwan stomped the air, creating a shockwave. 6 styles, shave, empty rotation. His body abruptly changed direction mid-air, doubling his speed, and he vanished from Doflamingo's sight. The white threads lost their target, scattering into the surrounding structures. Stone walls crumbled like tofu, punctured by hundreds of holes. Some threads plunged into the ground, embedding themselves several meters deep. Impossible! Doflamingo's pupils constricted sharply. Such speed, he could not react in time. A flash of red light sparked in his eyes, and his observation hockey screamed a warning. Do-hwan's figure suddenly appeared behind him, delivering a fierce kick that shattered the air as it struck his torso. Boom! Doflamingo was violently propelled back, crashing through 2 massive decorative statues. Even with a hasty application of armament hockey, he felt a searing pain radiating from his spine. Do-hwan and Appo's speed was astonishing, but his strength was equally terrifying, akin to that of a beast. The powerful warlord was left utterly humiliated. Do-hwan stood triumphantly where Doflamingo had just been, casting a mocking glance his way. "You have awakened my ire, Navy." Doflamingo staggered to his feet, suppressing his disdain, his teeth grinding audibly. "You possess some skill, but it is far from sufficient." 1,000 thread, net of death. Thousands of white threads shot forth from his back, forming a colossal web that enveloped Do-hwan. Each thread possessed the ability to sever stone, as sharp as the finest blades. Enemies ensnared within this web would often be reduced to mere chunks, their blood spilling forth like rich wine. As this technique was unleashed, Doflamingo wore a cunning smile. Awakened fruit, raging white waves. From beneath his feet, the entire ground transformed into a white ocean. Waves surged and rolled, composed of countless white threads sharper than before. The pale, deathly hue of the waves cascaded from the ground towards Do-hwan, engulfing him as the spider's web loomed overhead. Awakened fruit. Kizaru's earlier nonchalance vanished, his expression turning grave as he regarded Do-hwan, now caught in a perilous predicament. The awakening of a devil fruit was an advanced manifestation of its power, fully unleashing its potential. Having similarly awakened the glint fruit, he understood the terrifying implications of such enhancement all too well. Do-hwan, unarmed, might be in serious jeopardy. He needed to intervene swiftly. And I gritted her teeth, bloodshot eyes revealing her anxiety. Is this truly Doflamingo's genuine strength? Smoker was overwhelmed with frustration, humiliation flooding his heart. Just now, Doflamingo treated us like mere toys. This is his real strength. Those earlier threads were child's play in comparison. The battlefield had been transformed under Doflamingo's control into a treacherous sea of razor-sharp threads. The dozens of threads that had previously struck them were now a mere prelude to the chaos that ensued. Simultaneously, Smoker and Hanai cast worried glances towards Do-hwan, fearing whether he could withstand such a terrifying assault. Swish! With the sharp net above and the white waves below, Do-hwan wore a cold, determined smile. He did not flinch or evade. Instead, he completely disregarded the threads, charging straight towards their source. Doflamingo, are you seeking death? Doflamingo was initially stunned, then erupted into a sinister laugh. How audacious! Faced with a sea of threads capable of slicing metal, you dared to launch an assault instead of fleeing. Very well. Dawn and Amp, Appo's, blame me for claiming your life. Chapter 62. Great weakness. Endless white threads coiled around Do-hwan, tightening, compressing, slicing, and splitting. As Doflamingo exerted all his strength in an instant, he recognized the threat posed by Do-hwan, a potential monster from the Navy, capable of eliminating risks worth taking. Do-hwan remained unfazed until the white threads first fell upon his white shirt. His expression altered slightly, and he quickly enveloped his lower body in a dense layer of armament hockey. While the small bird was part of the steel balloon, his trousers and underwear were not. He intended to test the strength of the steel balloon, but only with his upper body. A monstrous boy. Kizaru's brow relaxed, abandoning his intention to assist. He observed the white threads entwined around Do-hwan's hands, sharp as blades yet failing to draw even a hint of blood. Doflamingo's smile froze on his face, as if confronted with something utterly unbelievable. Do-hwan, ensnared by the white threads, suffered no injuries whatsoever. His neatly tailored white shirt was shredded, revealing his perfectly sculpted upper body. The threads barely penetrated, merely causing a slight indentation in his skin, leaving no marks of white or red. Remarkably, he hadn't even covered his upper body with armament hockey. What kind of infernal physique is this? Doflamingo's expression shifted to one of horror as he recalled a time when Kaido had taught him a lesson. Due to an uneven split in their business dealings, Kaido had forced him into a fight. That had been a body of terrifying proportions, but no, Do-hwan's physique was even more formidable than Kaido's. How could a mere Navy lieutenant possess such a monstrous strength? So weak, so weak, draped in a coat woven from the ocean of white threads. Do-hwan charged at Doflamingo like a raging dragon. The white threads, sprouting from the ground, were yanked and pulled, causing the ocean of white beneath to roll and churn. Reminiscent of a dragon and Apos' tumultuous movements, stirring up clouds of dust. With a single sweep of his strength, he lifted a portion of the earth, embodying monstrous power. Doflamingo gazed at the figure resembling a raging beast, his heart racing, as waves of white threads coiled before him, intertwining to form a colossal shield. The threads, possessing a metallic strength, also exhibited flexibility that absorbed impact, rendering it remarkably resilient. In the blink of an eye, Do-hwan was upon Doflamingo, his fist, entangled with countless white threads, descended with ferocity. Boom! The fist, imbued with immense force, struck the shield, continuing its descent and dragging the shield down with it. In the face of such overwhelming power, the shield was insignificant. Doflamingo and Apos' body was struck by the fist through the shield, crashing violently into the ground. His head buzzed, bewildered by how a mere lieutenant could wield such terrifying strength. Yet, in the next moment, Do-hwan forcefully tore through the ocean of white threads, yanking Doflamingo from beneath. He observed the bewildered expression on Doflamingo's face and smiled, remarking, "It seems your arrogance is unmatched by your strength." Doflamingo swore it was the most terrifying smile he had ever seen, even on a handsome face. He felt utterly humiliated and perplexed. Why was such a monster merely a lieutenant in the North Sea? Or rather, how could such a young monster even exist? In the next instant, Do-hwan grasped one of Doflamingo's hands and slammed it into the ground. In a panic, Doflamingo enveloped himself in white threads, forming a cocoon to protect himself from harm. For the first time, he met the ground, but the surface was merely a sea of white threads, which caused him no injury. Do-hwan frowned, delivering a fierce kick to Doflamingo's white cocoon. Boom! The cocoon soared into the air, leaving the realm of the white ocean. Do-hwan flickered and appeared atop the airborne cocoon, delivering a powerful downward kick. Boom! The cocoon hit the ground with a dull thud. Doflamingo and Apos' head spun. And despite the cocoon's barrier, his internal organs quaked violently. Do-hwan expressionlessly seized one end of the cocoon and swung it around in the air, slamming it repeatedly against the ground. Boom! 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 The entire ground trembled as the cocoon rhythmically collided with the earth. In no time, two massive craters appeared. Boom! Doflamingo, disoriented and battered, suffered grievously from internal bleeding. He wished to urge Do-hwan to stop, but each time he attempted to speak, he was met with another crushing blow that silenced him. Encountering a gifted monster in the North Sea, endowed with an overwhelming physique, he found himself utterly powerless to prevail. Do-hwan sneered, seemingly tireless as he continued to slam Doflamingo. Truly, he was a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, even in such dire straits. He refused to beg for mercy, and Do-hwan honored Doflamingo's persistence. Smoker exhaled a thick plume of cigar smoke, feeling both elated and conflicted. Jinbei quietly received Do-hwan's jacket from a fellow Navy officer, silently observing the imposing figure that relentlessly pounded the warlord. Lieutenant Do-hwan was extraordinary. His strength surpassed that of giants. He had just uprooted an entire plot of land. That was the 7 warlords of the sea, now reduced to a mere punching bag. Who could blame him? Do-hwan was avenging their earlier humiliation. The surrounding Navy personnel were invigorated, their eyes fixed on Do-hwan as he violently subdued Doflamingo. It was simply unfathomable. When had the renowned warlord, who roamed the seas under the world government and Apos' banner, been so decisively defeated, utterly crushed by their Lieutenant Do-hwan? Were they not present to witness the catastrophic battlefield? They might have thought Doflamingo to be a mere fraud. Yet, it was, in fact, Lieutenant Do-hwan's strength that far exceeded his rank. He was the hope of the Navy, one of the next generation's monsters. Watching Doflamingo being ruthlessly beaten, the Navy personnel felt immense satisfaction. Just moments ago, Doflamingo had been arrogant and haughty, injuring 2 of their esteemed lieutenants, and now he lay battered like a defeated dog. Lieutenant Do-hwan was avenging them. This was his mercy. Which commander in the 4 seas would dare to strike a warlord to appease his subordinates? Probably only Lieutenant Do-hwan possessed the audacity and strength to do so. How utterly bizarre. Kizaru shook his head, disregarding Doflamingo's plight, merely finding it incomprehensible. How could Do-hwan, at such a young age, possess such terrifying power? Was it possible that the most skilled mentor was not Zephyr, but rather Vice Admiral Garp? Meanwhile, After being tossed around hundreds of times, Doflamingo finally lost consciousness. This demonstrated his formidable strength. An ordinary pirate with a bounty in the millions could now be reduced to a mere pulp. The white thread cocoon that had shielded Doflamingo vanished, revealing his swollen body. Boom. With the final strike against the ground, he sank deep into a 3-meter-deep pit. Doo-hwan dusted off his hands, shaking off non-existent debris as his anger subsided. It would not be wise to eliminate Doflamingo here. His status as a warlord and former celestial dragon provided him a protective shield, and with so many witnesses, killing him would pose a risk. However, letting him go would leave a bitter taste. He decided to detain him for a couple of days to assess the situation. At the very least, he would strip away some of his pride before releasing him. Chapter 63. He seems to be asleep at the palace gate. Jinai briskly approached and handed her coat to Colonel Doo-hwan with admiration, saying, "Colonel Doo-hwan, you have worked hard." She felt immense gratitude. Deeply moved by Doo-hwan and Appo's act of bravely confronting Doflamingo. The recent blows from Doflamingo to her and Smoker were not merely physical. They had inflicted profound humiliation. As a member of the Navy, being humiliated at the hands of a pirate left her with a sense of powerlessness that nearly drove her nails into her palms. "This is something I should do as a naval officer, as your superior," Doo-hwan replied, shaking his head as he donned the coat. His exposed muscles were robust and unblemished, resembling a flawless marble sculpture. Scars are the medals of warriors, yet none so far have earned the right to adorn him with one. Jinai, feeling a swell of emotion, said with a hint of guilt, "I'm sorry, we were too incompetent." If not for their inadequacies, Doo-hwan would not have had to personally deal with Doflamingo. As Doo-hwan's subordinates, they had contributed no positive efforts this time, only serving as a burden. Smoker silently moved to Doo-hwan's side, clearly sharing Jinai's sentiments. He had been too weak this time, treated like a mere plaything by Doflamingo. His once proud Logia abilities had been rendered utterly ineffective. Do not blame yourselves. There are always stronger individuals in this world. Train diligently to become stronger without fixating on others. Focus instead on your own progress. It is not essential to be the best in the world, but rather to be the best version of yourselves, Doo-hwan encouraged, patting Jinai and Smoker on the shoulders, showing no sign of disdain for their feelings. The disparity in innate talent among individuals cannot often be bridged by mere effort. Even a pirate who trains for a century may not surpass a 6-year-old Big Mom. It is not a matter of their strength when facing the warlords of the sea. It is Doo-hwan's choice of how to utilize his personnel. A warm current surged through Jinai's heart as she resolutely declared, "I will train hard and prepare to confront any enemy." Smoker extinguished his cigar, fire igniting in his eyes as he spoke earnestly, "Colonel, I wish to seek your guidance and train alongside you." After this defeat, they had witnessed the strength of the powerful in the New World. The arrogance they had cultivated in the East Blue and the first half of the Grand Line had been shattered by Doflamingo. Although they had previously felt the impact of Doo-hwan's strength, the blow from an ally was far gentler. It was only in the face of a fierce pirate that they truly felt their inadequacy. They understood deeply that if they did not improve, they would be unable to keep pace with Doo-hwan. Currently, they served as his lieutenants, but in the future, they might find themselves several ranks below him. Doo-hwan was extraordinarily powerful. The mighty warlords of the sea were like mere toys in his hands. And his political achievements had brought about a significant shift in the North Sea situation within just a month. Meanwhile, they had aged considerably yet had been utterly outclassed by Doflamingo, unable even to retaliate. Their past minor accomplishments in the East Blue paled in comparison to Doo-hwan's achievements in the North Sea. Yet, they longed to follow Doo-hwan, to accompany this officer, who was many years their junior, to the very end. Their humiliation became a lesson against the warlords of the sea. Doo-hwan's unwavering sense of justice shone brightly. Such a leader was one they would pledge their lives to serve, devoted to him for all eternity. Loyalty points 17, loyalty points 21. These were the new contributions to loyalty from Smoker and Jinai, while the loyalty of other naval officers had also increased significantly. Albeit that detail can be set aside for now. Doo-hwan smiled, giving both of them a hearty pat on the shoulder. "From now on, let us all strive together. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me." In his heart, he quietly reviewed the contribution records of Smoker and Jinai, making a slight adjustment. Smoker and Appo's loyalty had surged to 95 points, while Jinai and Appo's had reached an impressive 97 points. Presently, only the somewhat naive and easily deceived Dasky surpassed them. This was yet another remarkable function of the loyalty point system. Beyond serving as a means to access the system's store, it also acted as a loyalty detector. A loyalty score of 100 indicates blind following, while 95 suggests a moment of contemplation before blind allegiance. It was likely that even if he were to betray them at this moment, they would still believe that Colonel Dou-hwan had profound intentions. At this moment, both were ready to undertake significant responsibilities alongside him, capable of contending with the Goryeo. Of course, should he venture forth to commit atrocities against civilians, their loyalty would undoubtedly wane. After all, he was gathering subordinates, not puppets. Is this small faction beginning to take shape? Khazar mused silently, glancing at the three individuals lost in their moment of camaraderie. The two majors, both possessing the powers of devil fruits, were already exhibiting the strength of standard brigadiers and could potentially become the backbone of the Navy, with the rank of Rear Admiral well within reach. Although their defeat at the hands of Doflamingo might appear somewhat pathetic, the reality was that the vast majority of their headquarters personnel would also fall victim to Doflamingo. With the addition of these two capable allies, a small faction centered around Dou-hwan had begun to take form, laying the groundwork for a future power struggle for the position of Fleet Admiral. To aspire to be Fleet Admiral requires not only strength, but also a substantial base of supporters within the Navy, just as Kazan currently leads the Dove faction, and Sakazuki heads the Hawk faction. Given that the Dove faction's influence far exceeds that of the Hawk faction, Sakazuki could barely contend with Kazan thanks to the support of the Goryeo. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the next Fleet Admiral position is likely to fall to Kazan. For Dou-hwan to contend with these two factions, his current small faction is far from sufficient. However, given that Fleet Admiral Sengoku could still hold the position for another decade or so before retirement, now may be an opportune time for Dou-hwan to develop his faction. Truly remarkable. Kizaru, momentarily lost in thought, noticed Doflamingo and Appo's body twitch slightly, which brought him back to the present. He turned to Dou-hwan and the others, lazily remarking, "Dou-hwan, I believe we can continue to inspire our subordinates later tonight. For now, let us observe Doflamingo. It appears he may be catching a chill lying there on the ground." The warlords of the sea are the world government's creation, functioning in cooperation with the Navy. Although Doflamingo instigated this provocation, how to deal with him remains a conundrum, especially since Doflamingo possesses celestial dragon blood, granting him privileges that set him apart from ordinary pirates, despite having lost his title. Chapter 64. All Brothers Smoker gazed at the lifeless form of Don Quixote Doflamingo, a complex expression crossing his face as he spoke. "Colonel, let him go. He is a pirate who has humiliated himself, a damned scoundrel. Yet, even so, I cannot act against him. He is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, holding a status equal to that of the Navy headquarters. Despite Doflamingo's current inability to resist, I cannot lay a hand on him. The veneer of being a warlord does not alter his piratical essence, yet it renders the Navy powerless to act." A rare moment of doubt crept into Smoker regarding the Navy's sense of justice. Jinai bit her lip, feeling powerless against Doflamingo despite her reluctance. "Let him go? Don't you see he is unconscious?" Dou-hwan furrowed his brow and stated earnestly, "Take him down for proper treatment, and secure him with sea stone shackles to prevent any sudden outbursts that could harm others. Let him recuperate for a few days and experience our unique stick massage service before we formulate any further plans." He could surmise why Doflamingo would abandon the New World to act recklessly in the Germa Kingdom. It was undoubtedly due to the resources and manpower available there. A far more formidable base for insurrection than the dismal Dressrosa he governed. Apart from Doflamingo and his crew, Dressrosa was little more than a barely functioning factory for artificial devil fruits. In contrast, the Germa Kingdom, aside from the Navy, was the world's largest arms manufacturer, boasting a population of 400 million and various advanced technologies invented by Judge. In terms of military potential, it eclipsed Dressrosa by a significant margin. Doflamingo, this ambitious pirate, was merely seeking to pluck the fruits of Dou-hwan's labor. To allow Doflamingo to escape unscathed would diminish Dou-hwan's stature. One must remember, before his journey across worlds, the fat son would retaliate fiercely at even the slightest insult. This was hardly appropriate, was it? Kazara slightly lowered his glasses, revealing a pair of astonished eyes. His audacity knows no bounds. His methods are far too wild. The 7 warlords of the sea represent a portion of the world government's prestige, while the Navy serves as its subordinate unit. Even we, as admirals, find it challenging to act against Doflamingo. There and Appo's nothing inappropriate about it, Dou-hwan replied, a subtle smile playing on his lips. After all, he sustained significant injuries in our sparring match. I am merely adhering to the Navy's humanitarian principles by allowing him to remain for treatment. Kizaru stroked his chin, implying that may be true. But it would be best to avoid any foolish actions. It could lead to complications for Admiral Sengoku. He resolved to keep a close watch, lest Do-hwan act impulsively and eliminate Doflamingo. Given Do-hwan and Appo's concern for his subordinates and his boldness, it would not be surprising if he dared to retaliate against the German kingdom, a member state of the world government, should Doflamingo instigate trouble. Rest assured, I shall exercise discretion, Do-hwan assured him, nodding earnestly. Admiral Sengoku is my guiding light. I will not cause him trouble. That and Appo's, that's good to hear. Kizaru felt a degree of trust, but remained vigilant. Actually, you need not worry so much, Admiral. Do-hwan observed the motionless Doflamingo on the ground, resembling a lifeless dog, his body riddled with fractures and blood seeping from his 7 orifices due to a concussion. Such severe injuries would prevent even the most resilient of pirates from recovering swiftly in this world. Oh, Kizaru expressed his surprise, curious about Do-hwan's insights. Can a Doflamingo, who has fallen to a mere colonel, truly assist headquarters in balancing the world's situation? How many of the 7 warlords have genuinely subdued other pirates? Do-hwan scoffed, watching as Navy soldiers shackled Doflamingo with seastone cuffs. I will report to Admiral Sengoku and re-evaluate the necessity of the 7 warlords of the sea. In this world, there is no place for such a system that sullies the Navy's justice. The original intent behind establishing the 7 warlords was to aid the Navy in managing the increasingly rampant pirates, addressing the awkward situation of insufficient manpower. However, as it stands, the warlords merely conspire while others lie idle, failing to maintain any balance over the seas. Do the 4 emperors refrain from causing chaos because of the warlords and Appo's existence? They regard the warlords as no more than a dog, and their stability is merely a matter of timing. At present, the 7 warlords offer no positive contributions to the Navy whatsoever. Kizaru's eyes brightened as he remarked thoughtfully, that is an intriguing perspective, though it may prove challenging to realize. He concurred with Do-hwan's sentiments, recognizing that dealing with the warlords was akin to subduing supernovas, devoid of any balancing effect. Moreover, his mentor, Zephyr, harbored a deep-seated disdain for the warlord system, choosing instead to roam the seas, hunting pirates. If Zephyr were to meet Do-hwan, it might be a case of late regret. I understand the challenges, yet where there is a will, there is a way. Do-hwan maintained his unwavering confidence, fully aware of the underlying intricacies. The current significance of the 7 warlords was not to aid the Navy in countering pirates, but rather to assist pirates in countering the Navy. It was the 5 elders, those idle bureaucrats who, witnessing the Navy and Appo's growing insubordination, devised this clever scheme. Due to the existence of the 7 warlords, countless Navy personnel felt discontent, and many who had initially aspired to join the Navy abandoned their ambitions. Such ambition, I eagerly await that day, Kizaru remarked, nodding in admiration at Do-hwan's demeanor. This spirited confidence, this resolute and valorous appearance, this steadfast commitment to justice, he could not help but reflect on his own youthful days, finding Do-hwan to be a mirror of his former self. Alas, age had dulled his fervor. Now, let Do-hwan rekindle that vigor on his behalf. He held great expectations for him. To eliminate the warlords? Jinai pursed her lips, watching Do-hwan with a sense of astonishment. The colonel, who had only recently attained his rank, was preparing to confront the 7 warlords, something even her mentor, Zephyr, had been unable to accomplish, relegated to haunting the seas, hunting pirates. Was Do-hwan not perhaps too premature in his ambitions, given that even former admirals had failed to achieve this? Jinai's gaze hardened with resolve. She would follow Colonel Do-hwan and strive to fulfill this objective. Though this endeavor seemed improbable, had not a small branch once executed a surprise attack on the German kingdom? An act that had appeared utterly unfathomable? What a grand ambition! Smoker felt a surge of passion as he looked at Do-hwan, his eyes ablaze. He envisioned a new world, having previously engaged only in minor skirmishes in the East Blue. Upon arriving in the North Blue, he had followed Colonel Do-hwan in a resounding victory against the German kingdom. And now his sights were set on the entire cadre of 7 warlords. It was as if he had ascended from the perspective of an ant to that of an elephant, standing behind Do-hwan and witnessing a broader horizon. A wave of ambition surged within him, expanding his heart. A true man should confront the 7 warlords. Yet, to assist Do-hwan in realizing this goal, his current strength was woefully inadequate. A single Doflamingo could easily obliterate him. Facing 7 warlords would be an overwhelming burden. I must train diligently, train fervently, and ensure I remain at Colonel Do-hwan's side. Do-hwan surveyed the surrounding Navy soldiers, smiling as he proclaimed, "You all performed admirably today. Each of you shall receive a bonus of 50,000 berries." The Navy's unwavering stance against Doflamingo warranted recognition. "Yes, Colonel." The sailors responded with excitement, saluting. Kizaru envied them, his teeth gritting in admiration. Must it be so extravagant? Is there always a bonus to be earned? Do-hwan raised his chin, gesturing to Kizaru, Smoker, and Jinai. "Come. Today has been a bit startling. Let us share a lunch together and relax." The four formed a united front, swaying as they made their way to the dining hall. Although their physiques may differ, they walk along the same path, exuding an unexpected harmony. Chapter 65, The Appointment Within the Private Room of an Upscale Restaurant. The table lay in disarray, remnants of a lavish feast scattered about. Only remnants of succulent beef fat and the delicate tentacles of rare seafood remained, a testament to the opulence of the meal that had been savored. A transparent glass decanter sat to one side, containing only a shallow layer of a rich, aromatic crimson wine. After indulging in a hearty repast, the frustrations of Jinai and Smoker had evaporated, leaving only fervent zeal and ardent loyalty in their hearts. "Ahem, Do-hwan. Do take heed next time," remarked Kizaru, swirling the wine in his mouth. "The standards of hospitality here are rather extravagant." His intention was not to criticize, but rather to caution Do-hwan against drawing too much attention to himself. Such a sumptuous meal and wine were indeed a mark of world-class hospitality, and to flaunt it in Do-hwan's current situation could be unwise. "Is it not because you are my dear friend?" Do-hwan replied comfortably, leaning back in his chair. "This meal is on me personally. Not everyone is afforded such privilege." He gestured toward Jinai and Smoker with a laugh. Had they not been on the receiving end of a beating, they wouldn't have been able to bask in your glory. Smoker, slightly embarrassed, responded awkwardly, "Colonel Do-hwan, please refrain from teasing me. I shall strive diligently in my training." Even devoid of social graces, he understood the significance of dining with a high-ranking officer like Do-hwan, who treated him with utmost consideration. Jinai and Appo's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she struggled to meet his gaze. The sting of being kicked by Doflamingo was unpleasant, but the greater discomfort lay in Do-hwan witnessing it. Her youthful heart, caught between adolescence and maturity, felt utterly shattered. Indeed, there was nothing amiss in friends enjoying a good meal together. Kizaru smiled as he nudged Do-hwan. "However, those two need not rely on my influence. One is a friend of Kazan, and the other is close to Guion. Both hold considerable standing." As a seasoned officer of the Navy headquarters, Kizaru was well-versed in the intricacies of relationships. Kazan held Smoker in high regard, and their bond was strong due to their shared background. Jinai and Guion referred to each other as sisters, their friendship deeply rooted. "I was already aware of this," Do-hwan chuckled, shaking his head. "You needn't inform me." On the night of the ambush on the German kingdom, Jinai and Smoker even sought to enlist the aid of Admiral Akiji and Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit on his behalf. "It seems you've all developed quite a rapport." A glimmer of understanding crossed Kizaru's eyes. Trusting relationships were forming behind the scenes, indicating that Do-hwan had genuinely won over these two. If his memory served correctly, Jinai and Smoker had only been in the North Sea for a little over half a month. The speed at which they forged alliances was indeed remarkable. "Of course, we are all destined to walk the same path," Do-hwan remarked, reclining comfortably in his chair alongside Smoker and Jinai, relishing the post-meal tranquility. Having dealt with various matters concerning the German kingdom in recent days, such moments of relaxation were few and far between, and it seemed they would remain busy for quite some time. Kizaru procured a cigar from Smoker, igniting it and placing it in his mouth. Suddenly recalling something, he cautioned, "Do-hwan, Doflamingo is not to be trifled with. Exercise caution." Presently, Doflamingo was the only source of concern for him. Given Do-hwan's audacity to confront the German kingdom, it was quite feasible that he might cross paths with one of the warlords of the sea. He had already offered this warning multiple times, but felt compelled to reiterate it. Do-hwan waved his hand dismissively, assuring, "Rest easy, I know my limits." Without a valid justification for Doflamingo's demise, he would not eliminate someone of such complicated status. Lacking a compelling reason, he would only seek to seize Doflamingo and extort a substantial fortune from him. Kizaru remained unconvinced, revealing a secret. He was once a celestial dragon. Though his father renounced that identity, the blood of the celestial dragon still courses through his veins. Despite the complex history between Doflamingo and the celestial dragons, the Gorosei still afford him considerable leniency. Doflamingo had once robbed the celestial gold, and any pirate daring to infringe upon the contributions owed to the celestial dragons faced dire consequences. Yet, he had leveraged this incident to become one of the warlords of the sea, highlighting his unique status. Celestial gold, a portion of which was allocated for the expenditures of the celestial dragons, with an even smaller fraction designated by the world government for the Navy's military funding, primarily served as a reserve for the world government. The celestial dragons generally isolated themselves on the red line, with the circulating berries eventually returning to the world government. It was rare for the celestial dragons to venture beyond the red line for consumption. Even a single expenditure of several billion berries represented a mere drop in the ocean compared to the centuries of accumulated celestial gold. The majority of this gold operated as a form of monetary hegemony, forcibly controlling the economic lifeblood of the entire world. Are the four emperors formidable? They too seize berries and spend them, never escaping the economic hegemony of the world government. Thus, robbing celestial gold constituted the greatest affront to the authority of the world government, tantamount to declaring war. To rob celestial gold and subsequently attain the official title of Warlord of the Sea under the world government illustrated Doflamingo's extraordinary position. I understand, I comprehend, Do-hwan declared, patting his chest and offering an absolute assurance. Rest assured, Admiral Kazuru, I will act with prudence. Any course of action regarding Doflamingo will be discussed with you before implementation. Could there not be a touch more trust between individuals? Was he truly the kind of person to charge headlong into danger? I believe in you, Kizaru encouraged, patting Do-hwan's shoulder. Your future in the Navy is bright. Do not rush into impulsive actions. Fleet Admiral Sengoku is eager to see your performance. Do-hwan nodded in agreement. Indeed, the ability to inspire hope is an essential skill for all leaders, and even the laid-back Kizaru possessed remarkable acumen in this regard. The following day marked Do-hwan's anticipated rendezvous with Dragon. He was curious to learn what truth the revolutionary leader wished to unveil about the world. Was it chaos wrought by pirates, corruption among the nobility, or rampant crime syndicates? Regardless of the answer, none of these revelations would sway his determination to shine as a beacon within the Navy. At 7 in the morning, Do-hwan prepared himself for departure, boarding an unmarked sailing vessel. Accompanying him were the inquisitive Smoker, Jinai, Carl, and Roman. Given that Do-hwan sought to establish an arms collaboration with the Revolutionary Army, it was evidently impractical to bypass his core subordinates. To avoid potential misunderstandings later, it was prudent for him to clarify the situation in advance. With their loyalty ratings exceeding 95, revealing a bit of information now would pose no issues. Chapter 66. Loyalty. On a summer morning, the dawn broke early, casting a gentle golden hue upon the mist that lingered over the sea. A small sailboat glided silently across the water, coming to anchor at an unremarkable deserted island. Do-hwan was the first to disembark, turning back to gesture to the others. Come on, we have arrived. Yes, Colonel, they replied in unison. The four of them followed suit, their curiosity piqued as they surveyed their surroundings. It was merely a bland, desolate island, largely shrouded in lush forest, devoid of any signs of habitation. Do-hwan strode towards the heart of the island, casually remarking, Are you curious as to why I have brought you here? Indeed, they nodded, casting glances at Do-hwan. With numerous offenders awaiting judgment at the trial assembly, which was set to last for 7 days, today marked only the 3rd day. They should have been presiding over the assembly in the kingdom of Jamar, ensuring that no significant issues arose there. Instead, they found themselves on a deserted island, accompanied solely by Do-hwan's trusted subordinates, now clad in ordinary attire. I have brought you to meet a relative of mine, whose position makes it inconvenient for him to meet us openly. Additionally, I have reached an understanding with him, and your cooperation will be essential moving forward. As Do-hwan sensed several presences in the woods, he immediately made his way towards them. Do-hwan and Appo's relative, Smoker, Jinai, and Roman exchanged puzzled looks. The only relative they were aware of was Vice Admiral Karp, yet a meeting with Karp would require no such discretion. Could it be that Karp was on a secret mission, rendering him unable to appear directly? As Karl observed Do-hwan's retreating figure, a startling hypothesis emerged in his mind. Having followed Vice Admiral Karp for 8 years, he had a fair understanding of certain matters. For instance, Karp had 2 grandsons residing in the East Blue and Appo's Windmill Village, constantly clamoring to become the Pirate King. He also had a son named Monkey D, Dragon, labeled by the world government as the most notorious criminal. The only relative whose presence would necessitate such secrecy was none other than the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. Such a meeting would not only be inconvenient, but could very well be perilous. At that moment, three figures emerged from the dense forest. Who were they? Smoker, Roman, and Genai squinted, momentarily unable to recognize the newcomers. Adorned in black cloaks, their true appearances remained obscured, yet their attire suggested they were no weaklings. Carl swallowed hard, almost certain that these figures belonged to the Revolutionary Army, particularly given the distinctive mark on the half-visible face, identical to the bounties he had seen featuring Vice Admiral Karp. Do-hwan, you have arrived. The hooded dragon revealed half of his face, discreetly scanning the four individuals behind Do-hwan. Do-hwan nodded slightly, unreservedly stating, "Yes. I have brought a few trusted subordinates to introduce to you. The collaborations we previously discussed will likely involve them liaising with you." "I see." Dragon furrowed his brow slightly. He intended to show Do-hwan the heinous acts of the celestial dragons today. The more people present, the more opinions there would be, which could lead to complications. Do-hwan casually remarked, "If it is inconvenient today, I can have them wait here for a while." "No, it is quite convenient." Dragon's mind shifted abruptly. These were Do-hwan's trusted subordinates, and he expected no issues to arise. Moreover, he believed that allowing these naval elites to witness the vile acts of the celestial dragons would be beneficial. "Very well." Do-hwan nodded, gesturing to the others as he introduced them. "This is Smoker, Genai, a major with commendable abilities. And that is Roman, along with Carl, the core of my team. Carl has served on Uncle Karp's ship previously." Dragon took note of the introductions, particularly scrutinizing Smoker and Carl. He was somewhat familiar with Smoker. Known as the White Hunter in the East Blue, given his frequent visits to the region, Smoker was a man of unwavering justice. The fact that Carl was part of Do-hwan's inner circle added a layer of familiarity. Do-hwan then pointed at Dragon, introducing him to Genai and Smoker. "This is Monkey D. Dragon, a close relative of mine, and currently the leader of the Revolutionary Army." Smoker's muscles tensed instantly as he regarded the cloaked figure with heightened vigilance. "The leader of the Revolutionary Army?" Genai gasped, doubting the accuracy of her own hearing. "The most notorious man in the world." Roman widened his eyes in disbelief. Turning to Do-hwan, "Colonel, you must be joking." Carl, already harboring suspicions, could not suppress his astonishment. "It truly is him." They regarded Dragon with trepidation. Akin to wary rabbits sensing a looming threat, their bodies instinctively primed for action. He was the most notorious criminal in the world, a figure of immense concern for the world government, whose actions had stirred upheaval across the globe. If yesterday's arrival of Doflamingo could be likened to a shark, then the figure before them, Monkey D, Dragon, was a terrifying sea king, even without news of the Revolutionary Army leader clashing with the Seven Warlords. They could be certain that Dragon's might far surpass that of Doflamingo. Dubbed the most heinous criminal by the world government, he was undoubtedly a figure of emperor-like dominance. "Do not be alarmed," Do-hwan reassured them, patting their shoulders. "He is merely portrayed as more fearsome than he truly is. He is not as intimidating as he seems. But he is the #1 enemy of the world government." The four exchanged apprehensive glances. As members of the Navy, the foremost violent organization under the world government, they stood in stark opposition to the Revolutionary Army. Do-hwan maintained his composure, stating, however, "The Revolutionary Army consists merely of common citizens who have taken up arms. They are not malevolent, they merely seek to resist oppression. Just as the Navy upholds its own sense of justice, the Revolutionary Army is steadfast in its beliefs. In the North Sea, I wish to see no conflict between the Navy and the Revolutionary Army. Such strife serves no purpose. I also hope that the Revolutionary Army can assist more ordinary people in other regions, which is why I have sought a minor collaboration with Dragon." Do-hwan turned to the four, speaking earnestly. "Even if you harbor doubts about the Revolutionary Army, you should place your faith in my judgment." "I understand, Colonel. I trust you." "Colonel Do-hwan, we will follow your lead." They all voiced their support. Though still wary of Dragon, they had firmly aligned themselves behind Do-hwan. How could Smoker and Genai not trust Do-hwan? He had been their ally, fiercely confronting the warlord Doflamingo on their behalf just the day before. Even Admiral Kazuru had shown caution regarding Doflamingo and Appo's reputation, while Colonel Do-hwan had acted without hesitation. From the moment Doflamingo had been knocked unconscious, they realized that they could never have another commander like him. As for Carl and Roman, their trust in Do-hwan was unwavering. He treated them like brothers, sharing meals and generously rewarding them, imparting his skills with diligence. He was both a mentor and a brother, making him the most trustworthy figure in their eyes. Loyalty. Chapter 67. Hope on the horizon. In the forest of the deserted island, Smoker and his companions wore expressions of complexity, as if caught in a dream. Just yesterday, They had dined and laughed with a Marine admiral, and today they found themselves unexpectedly entangled with the Revolutionary Army. This stark contrast was indeed challenging to accept. The promising new star of the Navy found it hard to fathom a collaborative relationship with the archenemy of the world government. This is but a means to realize justice. I believe you have witnessed some of my earlier achievements, Do-hwan said with an unchanging demeanor, speaking calmly. If my vision comes to fruition, the world will align with our desires. We are merely a bit taken aback. Roman took a deep breath, gradually regaining his composure. Smoker, Gina, and Carl nodded in agreement, their hearts still unsettled. It was unrealistic to expect immediate acceptance after such a shocking revelation, yet coming to terms with this reality seemed not so dire. Do-hwan's ability to bring them here clearly indicated he considered them trusted allies that could not afford to disappoint Colonel Do-hwan. After all, their current collaboration with the German kingdom already contradicted Navy discipline, so treating the Revolutionary Army as another German kingdom was simply a matter of perspective. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Long's eyes as he remarked, "Your subordinates trust you greatly. In just over a month of joining the Navy, it is impressive that you have garnered such loyal followers." Having arrived in the North Sea for merely a month, Do-hwan had amassed a significant force and a dedicated group of followers. This pace of development far surpassed that of the Revolutionary Army. When he had left the Navy, he had not managed to sway many. Winning people's hearts is not dictated by the duration of time, but rather by the effectiveness of one's actions and the essence of one's character. Do-hwan smiled slightly, a hint of pride in his voice. Fortunately, the individuals I have encountered are discerning and loyal, grateful for the opportunities presented to them. Long nodded in agreement, recalling his own experiences with like-minded individuals, such as Bartholomew Kuma from the Seven Warlords of the Sea and his earlier companions, Ginny and Ivankov. Bonds had formed swiftly, leading them to join the cause of the Revolutionary Army together. He chose not to dwell on this further and gestured towards the cloaked figure, Crow, introducing him to Smoker and the others. "This is Crow, the commander of our northern forces. He will be stationed in the North Sea and will serve as our liaison for future collaborations." Crow stepped forward, revealing half of his face from beneath the cloak, and offered a gentle smile. "I am Crow, and I hope our future collaboration will be fruitful." Smoker, Gina, and the others responded with complex expressions. They were still uncertain about the nature of this collaboration, though it seemed clear they were drifting further from the conventional Navy. At that moment, Long took out his pocket watch and remarked to Do-hwan, "We shall discuss collaboration at a later time. It is time for us to depart and show you and your subordinates the true nature of the world government." He handed over 5 cloaks, clearly intending for them to conceal their identities. Fortunately, he had brought several spare outfits. Otherwise, there would not have been enough for Do-hwan's group. "Oh, how mysterious." Do-hwan raised an eyebrow with a smile and said, "Now that I am here, there is no need for further intrigue. Time is of the essence. Let us speak aboard the ship." Long nodded and led the way. Soon, Do-hwan and his companions followed Long's lead and boarded a rather ordinary canopy boat, operated by the silent Keela. Inside the swaying boat, Do-hwan and his 4 subordinates sat on one side, while Long and Crow occupied the opposite side. The distinction between the two groups clear. Long, with an unwavering demeanor, addressed Do-hwan, "Your desire to achieve justice through joining the Navy is commendable. However, within the Navy, true justice remains elusive. The so-called just Navy is not absolutely just." His words were resolute, reflecting unshakable conviction. Smoker glared at Long, anger evident in his gaze. Gina immediately countered, "The Navy is undeniably just. It protects this world." Carl and Roman expressed their dissatisfaction, sneering, "If the Navy is not just, does that mean pirates are just? Or is it that the Revolutionary Army is somehow more just, having dealt with more pirates?" As members of the Navy, they would not permit an outsider to undermine their profession. The justice of the Navy was their honor as soldiers. "Ah, how familiar this feels," Long mused, observing the steadfast belief in the faces before him. "In the past, I too was resolute in my faith in the Navy's justice. However, I gradually came to understand the truth, which ultimately led to the formation of the Revolutionary Army. The Navy has its merits, but the world government that controls it does not. If we solely rely on the Navy's justice, this world will continue to suffer for countless more years. The Navy may capture pirates, yet pirates will always exist. Such actions are ultimately meaningless." He had seen through the world government. As long as it continued to oppress the world, suffering would persist and intensify. The charade of the Navy capturing pirates would continue, maintaining a superficial and illusory sense of justice. The scope of the Navy's justice was too narrow. Perhaps some had recognized this issue, but could not effect change. Smoker felt a stirring within, while Gina and Carl fell into silence. They were seasoned Navy veterans and could appreciate Long's insights more deeply. Despite the ongoing efforts to eradicate pirates, the lives of people had not improved. They still struggled to survive. "You're mistaken," Roman furrowed his brow, attempting to retort. At 22, he had grown up within the Navy and, influenced by his father, held an unwavering belief in its justice. Long countered, "What exactly is incorrect?" Roman's expression displayed inner turmoil, his words failing him. "Enough, Long, stop trying to deceive my subordinates." Doo-hwan, maintaining a calm demeanor, interjected. "Such words should be directed at Admiral Sengoku. Smoker and the others have done their utmost. While the Navy undoubtedly has its flaws, it remains the most formidable force in the world, contributing more than the current Revolutionary Army. Moreover, the Navy is evolving and moving towards the right path. What do you, a revolutionary, understand about the Navy?" Having witnessed the diversity of nations in his past life, Doo-hwan comprehended the shortcomings of both the Navy and the world government better than Long. Yet it was precisely these flaws that provided him with an opportunity. The time had come for heroes to emerge. Indeed, the Navy has its shortcomings, but it is on the path to improvement. Smoker, Gina, and the others appeared to have gained clarity. No one is perfect, and neither is any force. Good and bad are discerned through comparison. Furthermore, the Navy is imbued with fresh ideas from generation to generation, featuring new blood like Colonel Doo-hwan, which bodes well for its future. Chapter 68. The Navy is prey you still fail to understand, Long remarked, shaking his head as he gazed at Doo-hwan. Some things cannot be changed. Observing the current state of Doo-hwan and the four hopeful Navy officers, he was reminded of his former self. Did they truly believe that ascending the ranks of the Navy could alter everything? How naive. He had once harbored the ambition of becoming a Navy Marshal to effect change. And there was indeed a significant possibility of that. Yet, he ultimately relinquished that dream, for under the control of the world government, he saw no hope for transformation. "You do not comprehend me," Doo-hwan retorted confidently, disregarding Long's words. His vision for reforming the Navy diverged greatly from Long's. He intended to harness the internal power of the Navy for rapid advancement, maintaining economic independence while operating within its framework. He firmly believed in the adage that power originates from the barrel of a gun, and he was currently leveraging the Navy's facade to initiate a coup, or, perhaps, a reform. By exploiting the situation from both inside and out, he aimed to present the world government with a formidable challenge. "You are overly confident," Long countered, shaking his head as he turned his gaze toward the sea outside. "We are nearing our destination. Once you witness the atrocities of the celestial dragons, you will understand that there is no hope for the Navy under the world government." Doo-hwan expressed surprise. "Are you truly taking me to see the celestial dragons today?" Smoker, Gina, Carl, and Roman all frowned at the mere mention of the term, instinctively feeling a sense of revulsion. They were infamous, the scourge of the world. Indeed. Celestial Dragon Marcus Silvers has arrived in the North Sea today. He has a penchant for the underground casinos here, Long said, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. "According to my intelligence, he revels in the sight of bloodthirsty beasts kneeling before him and relishes the despair reflected in the eyes of the powerless." If you were to confront the extreme depravity of the world government's royalty, you would grasp how unrealistic it is to expect the Navy to change. During his time in the Navy, Long had witnessed the loathsome nature of the celestial dragons on multiple occasions, awakening him to the dark essence of the world government. After departing the Navy, he gradually cultivated the Revolutionary Army, encountering even more atrocities. He understood well that the world government, which viewed the celestial dragons as its throne, had no potential for change, and neither did the Navy beneath its command. Perhaps, Doo-hwan conceded, his curiosity piqued. "Which island will the celestial dragon be visiting in the North Sea?" A crow suddenly spoke up, explaining, "He will be at Pond's Island in the Bonner Kingdom, a stronghold of the North Sea's underworld blood gang, which boasts one of the leading casinos in the region. This gang is among the most powerful in the North Sea and is rumored to have connections to the slave trade and gambling with the Don Quixote family of the seven warlords of the sea. Silvers enjoys the games there, where commoners wager their lives. The gang also knows how to curry favor with the celestial dragon each time Silvers visits. A village's population mysteriously disappears. Many soldiers within the North Sea Revolutionary Army had joined due to the gang's brutalities. It was not that they lacked the desire to act. Rather, their strength was limited, and their actions constrained. Each visit resulted in the disappearance of an entire village. Smoker and the others exchanged somber glances, their imaginations painting a grim picture of the celestial dragon's cruelty. They derived amusement from the lives of innocent people, laughing amidst pain and fear. Such individuals were nothing short of demonic, devoid of humanity, even more detestable than pirates. Do-hwan sighed softly, compelled to express, "This world is indeed brutal. The common folk seem to exist in a hellish reality, constantly oppressed by pirates, the world government, and local aristocrats. Yet, therein lies my opportunity. A colossal ambition stirs within me. The hearts of the righteous grow cold, while the suffering masses yearn for salvation. This is the very chance to achieve greatness. And I have already laid the groundwork. With Silver's arrival in the North Sea, perhaps another opportunity arises. I shall not sever my ties with the Navy. But I cannot remain indifferent to the celestial dragon's presence here. I must ensure that this place does not become a playground for him." Long observed Do-hwan's expression and said calmly, "Witness firsthand the malevolence of the world government that the Navy serves." Was he truly swayed by his words? Do-hwan appeared to be a man of wisdom. It seemed that once he witnessed the celestial dragon's depravity, there was a possibility he might abandon the Navy to join Long. At that moment, their boat docked at the harbor. They had arrived at Pond's Island. They did not approach the main port, which was currently surrounded by gang members who prevented anyone from coming near. The group, cloaked in black, found a rooftop vantage point to observe the main port, each lost in their own complex thoughts. At 10 o'clock in the morning, a grand vessel with platinum coloring sliced through the waves, slowly making its way toward the harbor. This luxurious ship, displacing 70,000 tons, was adorned opulently with a sleek and graceful design that could only be described as art. Yet, this colossal cruise liner served but one individual. As the ship docked, a silver steel gangway descended to the port, followed by a bright red velvet carpet that perfectly covered the gangway in the utmost display of extravagance. 2 rows of sharply dressed agents in black suits swiftly disembarked, standing stoically on either side of the carpet, scanning the surroundings with expressionless faces. At the port, an elderly gang leader donned in a suit, flanked by his subordinates, formed 2 lines, kneeling beside the red carpet while calling out, "Welcome, Lord Silvers, to Pond's Island." They resembled lapdogs, exuding obsequiousness mixed with a hint of fear. A figure clad in a white silk robe, with a ludicrous glass helmet atop his head, descended the gangway Silvers. His corpulent figure suggested he weighed nearly 300 pounds, embodying a grotesque image of gluttony. In his left hand, he held a rope that branched into 13 strands connecting to slaves, each devoid of fabric, their supple bodies exposed. Gulping, several young gang members knelt, captivated by the sight of such purity. The slaves chosen by the celestial dragon were indeed rare beauties. Bang! The heads of a few exploded, crimson matter scattering. The gang leader remained unfazed. These were merely pitiful offerings. Silvers, puffing away the smoke from his golden pistol, revealed a look of satisfaction. He relished parading his slaves, ensuring that anyone who dared to gaze upon them would meet a gruesome end. "Hey, old man," Silvers said, mounting a pure white horse, using its golden mane as a reins, as he approached the elderly gang leader with an air of superiority. "Are the games prepared?" The elder, without glancing aside, respectfully replied, "We have prepared 200 individuals, all freshly captured, full of spirit and vigor." "Why only 200? Silvers and Oppos' eyes glinted with menace as he swung his whip down with force. Crack! A gruesome gash appeared on the elder and Oppos' face, yet he dared not show any signs of dissatisfaction, loudly proclaiming, "The Navy of the 141st Division has been exceedingly arrogant. Many of the playthings we captured were released by them." "Oh," Silvers licked his lips, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face. "Since they have diminished my toys, let them replenish the lost ones." He trembled with excitement. The Navy was a rare quarry. Upon reflection, he realized he had not eliminated many Navy officers. The elder secretly rejoiced. "Yes, I will immediately take my men to demand their return." Recently, the Navy had inflicted substantial losses on them, leaving them nearly unmanageable. But now that the Navy's master had arrived, they would see if the 141st Division could maintain their arrogance. Chapter 69. The dragons passed. Meanwhile, 8 telescopes extended from the rooftop's edge, deftly tracking the movements of Sir Silphus. The crowd gazed upon the figure riding a pristine white steed, their expressions darkening with dismay. Humanity had been reduced to mere beasts in the eyes of the celestial dragons, their minds extinguished. Casual gunfire claimed the lives of several members of the Blood Gang, individuals whom one could hardly mourn. Yet it was evident that Sir Silphus had indiscriminately taken many lives, far beyond just those of the underworld. The grotesque figure, with its bulbous form and sniveling face, resembled a goblin atop a human, utterly repulsive, like a different species altogether. This was the celestial dragon, foolish and vile. A swine clad in noble garb, a demon masquerading as a deity. Dragon's expression was grave, suppressing his fury. Today, hundreds would fall victim to his mockery. These individuals were meant to lead joyful lives. They were wives, husbands, sons, and parents, having committed no wrong. As he witnessed the transgressions of a celestial dragon, he envisioned a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with the shadow of the celestial dragon laughing atop the hill. Almost every celestial dragon exhibited similar, if not worse, depravity. They were living embodiments of evil. Do-hwan nodded slightly, regarding Sir Sylphus with a detached gaze. The celestial dragons possessed whatever they desired without offering anything in return, a breeding ground for arrogance and sin. Indeed, they were a cadre of elevated fiends. He had witnessed considerable malevolence in this world, yet the actions of Sir Sylphus evoked a profound revulsion within him. Regardless of any sanctimonious facade, it was an uncanny valley effect. Humanity and Appos, innate disdain for the pretentious. They were unworthy of life in this world. Hinai and Keela's faces darkened as they muttered curses under their breath. As women, they felt a deeper sympathy for those women treated as mere mounts by the celestial dragons. Exposed and stripped of dignity, their lives could be taken at any moment without regard. Smoker, Roman, and Carl wore grim expressions, their steadfast sense of justice igniting their fury. Yet, a sense of helplessness lingered. The celestial dragons were revered as a divine lineage. Under the orders of the world government, the Navy was forbidden from taking action against them and was compelled to obey their every command. Many years ago, at the tender age of 15, I joined the Navy and quickly distinguished myself. Dragon glanced at Do-hwan and spoke softly. To speak candidly, I was a monster among the young naval officers of my generation, with only a handful of naval officers able to compare with me, those who are now the 3 admirals. What? Smoker, Hinai, and the others stared at Dragon in disbelief. The world's most notorious criminal had once been a member of the Navy? Dragon scoffed derisively, saying, "For the world government, this is not a matter worth publicizing. It is entirely normal for you not to know." Indeed, he had once been a naval officer. Do-hwan suddenly interjected, casually validating Dragon's claim. He focused on the celestial dragons at the port, contemplating a strategy to eliminate them without bearing the blame, or perhaps shifting the responsibility onto more suitable individuals. The celestial dragons must be eradicated. At the very least, those who had come to the North Sea must be eliminated. They were not only repulsive to behold, but also impeded his gathering of loyalty points. Just as before his arrival in this world, no one would offer loyalty to the puppet soldiers of the enemy. The North Sea could not be sullied by the celestial dragons. It was not only the world's North Sea but also his own. Do-hwan cast a meaningful glance at Dragon, sensing he might be a fitting candidate. Now was the time to weave a tale to sway him and his subordinates. Boldness would be required. Hinai, Smoker, and the others held their breath, aware that the forthcoming words would unveil significant secrets. Why had a monster of the Navy now formed the Revolutionary Army? They instinctively glanced at the grand ship of the celestial dragons, perhaps sensing that Dragon had perceived something. Dragon smiled, assuming Do-hwan's resolve had wavered, and continued. At the age of 15, I trained diligently each day, believing I would become an admiral and achieve absolute justice. It was not until 2 years later, during the God Valley incident, that the celestial dragons treated the slaughter of an entire nation as a game. They were unexpectedly discovered and attacked by the Rocks pirates, prompting an urgent recall of most naval personnel. I was among that contingent, having reached the rank of brigadier general at just 17, an even higher rank than the current Admiral Kazuru and Akainu, yet at a younger age. A promising future ahead of me. However, I witnessed the atrocities of the celestial dragons in God Valley, where one celestial dragon could kill hundreds, even thousands, of innocent civilians, competing to see who could kill the most, with the prize being a prized devil fruit. Even now, recalling those events sends a chill through me. How could one human be so malevolent? Their disregard for life and brutal treatment was indistinguishable from the most nefarious pirates. This is impossible. Smoker and the others instinctively objected. What we know is that the pirate overlord Rocks initiated the war, and all who perished in God Valley did so because of him. The narrative of the God Valley incident was not widely circulated. They merely knew it as a glorious victory for the Navy, having eradicated the pirate overlord of the previous era, Rocks. Rocks was indeed no saint. Upon learning of God Valley, he sought to eliminate the celestial dragons and seize their countless treasures as spoils. Dragon chuckled bitterly, his voice heavy with solemnity. Yet it was thanks to Rocks that I glimpsed the truth behind the Navy. Many witnesses remain, of the 4 emperors today. Apart from red-haired Shanks, the other 3 once sailed under rocks. You might have the chance to inquire with my father. As Do-hwan's subordinates, you should have that opportunity. During that time, he too suffered greatly. He was lost, as were Garp and Sengoku. However, the rampant pirates that followed led these veterans to become enamored with maintaining a compromised peace, choosing to remain in the Navy to protect the majority of civilians. Smoker and I, and the others fell silent. Given Dragon and Appo's earnestness and conviction, it was likely that he spoke the truth. I wish I were lying. At least the world would not be so dark. Dragon chuckled bitterly, his expression tinged with pain as he continued. I witnessed the malevolence of the celestial dragons. Yet I was still compelled to protect them. After several more years, I ultimately resigned from the Navy. Now, I am more certain than ever that my decision was right. The Navy under the world government knows no justice. He turned his gaze toward Do-hwan, who remained nearly silent. He hoped his experiences might serve a purpose, awakening this talented young man just as the events of God Valley had once stirred him. Chapter 70. The Celestial Dragon's Demise. How could this be? Smoker, Hina, and the others were shaken to their core, their eyes clouded with disbelief. The atrocity perpetrated by Charlos sank before their very eyes, coupled with the arcane secrets of the God Valley era, rendered the Navy's justice a mere facade. Were they truly upholding justice, or were they abetting the celestial dragon's heinous acts? Do-hwan, awaken, Dragon implored, his voice intensifying as he observed Do-hwan's reticence. You must have overheard the celestial dragon's discourse with the Blood Party, mustn't you? He intends to make the entirety of the G-141 branch a target for his sadistic amusement. Your endeavors are being trampled upon, despite the distance. Charlos Saint and Appo's conversation with the Blood Party resonated clearly in his ears. It should have been equally audible to Do-hwan, given their similar constitutions. What? Smoker, Hina, and the others snapped out of their daze, their countenances immediately darkening. The celestial dragon intended to hunt them, the Navy as well. What were they then? Less than dogs. And so? Do-hwan inquired, a subtle curve forming on his lips as he met Dragon's gaze. Having learned of the celestial dragon's brutality, knowing he is about to commit another atrocity, what course of action do you propose? To liberate the villagers marked for slaughter, Dragon stated unequivocally. Then added in a somber tone, however, I am powerless to intervene when the celestial dragon targets the Navy. You are bound by a hierarchical relationship. Do-hwan's expression shifted to one of surprise as he retorted, you wouldn't slay him? Dragon hesitated, a hint of awkwardness in his voice. The celestial dragons are the world government's inviolable line. To kill one would invite immense repercussions. The Revolutionary Army is not yet in a position to confront the world government head-on. Do-hwan shook his head, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Then how are you different from the Navy that has disappointed you? You dare not kill while within the Navy, and you still dare not kill after leaving it. It's not a matter of daring, but of timing, Dragon countered, launching into an explanation of the world government's formidable power amassed over 8 centuries, and the Revolutionary Army's relative weakness. Smoker and the others listened to Dragon's cost-benefit analysis, a sense of disillusionment creeping into their hearts. They had hoped that the world and Appo's most wanted criminal would possess some extraordinary means, that Dragon had gleaned some profound truth upon leaving the Navy. Yet, despite the elaborate justifications, he still dared not lay a hand on a celestial dragon. Dragon, spare your words, Do-hwan interrupted, his tone even and resolute. If he manages to kill even one person today, I will concede his supremacy. If I allow him to live, then I shall embrace the mantle of cowardice. With a swift motion, he touched a ring on his finger, and a matte black, high-caliber sniper rifle materialized in his hands. The alloy frame, encased in carbon fiber polymer, was a study in understated elegance, each component meticulously crafted. The 20mm muzzle, a black abyss, resembled the eye of death itself, revealing intricate rifling within. Weighing nearly 45 pounds, it was akin to a portable mortar, an anti-material rifle, capable of piercing armor plating 5 centimeters thick, a terrifying weapon designed for armored targets. The onlookers were stunned, unable to fathom where Do-hwan had conjured such a formidable instrument. Though unfamiliar with the weapon, its sleek, menacing form spoke volumes of its destructive potential. But what truly astounded them was the implication. Do-hwan intended to assassinate a celestial dragon. He was about to strike against one of the untouchables. Dragon's face was etched with alarm as he spoke in rapid-fire succession. Don't be impulsive. The celestial dragons are the world government's sacred trust. No one has ever dared to strike against them, not even Rox, who met his end at God Valley. The time is not right. You cannot harm him. To kill him would unleash a global manhunt, with admirals dispatched immediately, and the Buster Call, 10 super battleships and legions of elite soldiers converging to annihilate you. He had never imagined Do-hwan to be so impetuous, so willing to kill a celestial dragon in the present moment, though still a marine. He was proving more decisive than Dragon himself, a revolutionary. He was beginning to regret bringing Do-hwan along. He was simply too rash. Do-hwan ignored Dragon's pleas. Turning to his subordinates with a calm directive, Smoker, prepare for a swift departure. Obey my commands. Yes. Smoker, Hina, Carl, and Roman responded instinctively, bracing themselves for flight. As their muscles tensed, the gravity of the situation dawned on them. Commander Do-hwan was truly going to assassinate a celestial dragon? No one shall act with impunity in my jurisdiction. I mean no one, Do-hwan murmured. A faint smile gracing his lips as he peered through the scope at the corpulent figure. With a metallic click, he chambered around. First came the distinct sound of the trigger being pulled, followed by a thunderous roar. Bang! A 20mm armor-piercing projectile, traveling at a blistering 1,200 meters per second, hurtled from the barrel. At that very moment, Charlos Saint was riding his human mount, proceeding slowly toward the casino. He continued to clutch his revolver, his eyes scanning the crowd with a predatory gleam. Anyone who dared to react to his human mount would receive a leaden reward. Charlos Saint wore a faint smile. Reveling in the divine power he wielded over the lives of commoners. Boom! The obese torso beneath the resplendent robes exploded in a shower of gore. Flesh and viscera pulverized into fragments, raining down like macabre confetti. A plump head, encased in its bubble helmet, soared through the air. A look of bewildered terror spreading across its features as it realized it was dead. Charlos Saint Sama. The CP0 agents accompanying him cried out in horror. Splattered with the celestial dragon and Apos' blood. Someone had dared to attack Charlos Saint. Charlos Saint had actually been killed. Save me, you wretches. Save me. The severed head croaked from the ground, blood bubbling from its mouth. The head itself was unharmed, save for the impact of landing. But it was all that remained of him, along with the lower half of his body. His upper torso had been obliterated, limbs, organs, and bones all detonated, leaving only the head and lower body intact. The lead CP0 agent cradled Charlos Saint and Apos' head, a sense of utter despair washing over him. How could he possibly save him? He was beyond salvation. He roared, "Find the culprit. Avenge Charlos Saint." Charlos Saint felt despair engulf him as his eyes glazed over. His brain, deprived of oxygen, could only suffer the agony of suffocation as he died. It must be said, the celestial dragon lineage did possess a certain resilience. Even a pig-like degenerate exhibited an extraordinary tenacity for life. Meanwhile, as the CP0 agents converged on the source of the explosion, they found nothing but the faint scent of gunpowder. On another shore of Ponce Island, a small boat sped away from the coast, propelled by 8 cloaked figures rowing frantically. Do-hwan sat within the boat's shelter, his eyes closed in contemplation. With the celestial dragon now dead, it was time for him to avenge the celestial dragon. This presented an excellent opportunity to bring order to the North Sea and reap the rewards of loyalty. Perhaps, through this act, he could rightfully seize control of the North Sea. Chapter 71. A chance for you at 10 past noon. The azure sea shimmered under the sun, with waves reflecting golden light. A flock of seabirds formed a formation in the sky, soaring leisurely while emitting a few languid calls. At that moment, a small sailing boat disrupted this tranquility. The 6-meter-long vessel rose its bow at a 45-degree angle, slicing through the deep blue waters and creating waves that soared over 10 meters high, akin to an arrow shooting into the distance. 16 oars extended from the boat, resembling a colossal octopus. Long, Crow, Smoker, Genii, and 4 others each wielded 2 oars, their arms swinging with fervor, yearning to double their power. In a mere 7 or 8 minutes since Do-hwan eliminated St. Silvers, they had already traversed 100,000 meters away from Punk Hazard Island. With human strength surpassing that of fuel engines, Do-hwan acknowledged this extraordinary speed. A profound sense of tension and exhilaration surged within the 8, their hearts pounding louder than drums, more violently than thunder. The celestial dragon was dead. The so-called divine race promoted by the world government had met its demise. They had witnessed with their own eyes as Do-hwan's bullets struck St. Silvers, obliterating his upper body into fragments, leaving no room for survival. The death was alarmingly easy. As if he were an ordinary person, yet the celestial dragon bore countless sins. The events replayed in their minds, surreal and haunting. The body of the celestial dragon exploded effortlessly. As mere observers, they felt a thrill coursing through them. Would the world government trace their involvement? Would they send admirals or even a full demon-slaying decree after them? They only wished to row faster, distancing themselves from the scene of the crime, shedding any potential blame. Smoker, Genai, Carl, and Roman felt particularly anxious. They were Navy officers, serving the world government, bound to heed the commands of the celestial dragons, tasked with their protection unconditionally. Yet now, alongside Commander Do-hwan, they had directly executed one of them. Although they did not pull the trigger themselves, they were still associated with Do-hwan. Watching him act, they felt as though they were complicit in the act. The thrill surged through them like electricity, leaving their scalps tingling with excitement, a mix of exhilaration in their daring. The thrill of a desperate escape, and the satisfaction of punishing the corrupt elite. Yet, they felt no fear, even with the prospect of the world government pursuing them. Dread eluded them. It was peculiar. Despite their power being insignificant compared to the world government, they remained unfazed. The connection between the celestial dragons and the world government was apparent, each enhancing the other's authority. The more sacred the celestial dragons appeared, the more unassailable the world government seemed. Conversely, the greater the power of the world government, the more exalted the status of the celestial dragons. After 800 years of relentless propaganda, the might of the world government and the divine authority of the celestial dragons had seeped into the very fabric of society, crafting a false deity of a race. When someone dared to slay a celestial dragon, that sanctity was inevitably transferred to the slayer. Thus, the slayer became the most likely candidate to topple the world government, while the world government could assert its authority by punishing the slayer. This was a crucial reason why the world government revered the celestial dragons as divine. It was an act of delegating power to showcase their dominion. As Smoker, Genai, Carl, and Roman bore witness to Do-hwan slaying the celestial dragon, they felt honored, their fear overshadowed by a profound sense of glory. They gazed at the composed Do-hwan, filled with immense admiration and loyalty. Having shared this monumental event, they felt as if they were bound together on a singular vessel. This situation was troublesome. Long felt a pang of frustration, furrowing his brow as he rowed. He wished to distance himself from this incident. The Revolutionary Army was at a crucial stage of development. They could not afford to confront the world government now. The Navy's numerous admirals, the CP organization, and the hidden powers of the celestial dragons in Mariehua posed a formidable threat. The Revolutionary Army required more time to cultivate their strength before engaging in direct confrontations. Carla gazed at Do-hwan with a complex expression, a mix of admiration and shock. As a child, she had been abducted and enslaved by the celestial dragons. Although she had been fortunate to escape, a deep-rooted fear and disdain for them lingered. Throughout her years in the Revolutionary Army, everyone emphasized the might of the world government. Their eyes filled with fear when discussing vengeance against the celestial dragons. She had never seen anyone act as decisively as Do-hwan did. With a pull of the trigger, a celestial dragon fell, his resolve unwavering, his will unshaken. She had joined the Revolutionary Army believing herself a vanguard of awakened ideals. Yet the Revolutionary Army hesitated to act against the celestial dragons, while Do-hwan, in her eyes, embodied a freedom of thought that surpassed all. The diligent youth she had met in her childhood had transformed into a true warrior she now looked up to. Despite their similar ages, she felt she had fallen far behind. In contrast, Sabo, who had trained under Long, remained a naive boy. Carla's feelings were tumultuous, shame, admiration, and respect echoed within her. In comparison, it seemed that Do-hwan had surpassed the Revolutionary Army on the path they sought to take. Perhaps having someone like him lead the Revolutionary Army would yield better results. The celestial dragon was dead. What a relief. Crow, the leader of the Northern Army, could not help but exclaim, his hands trembling slightly as he rowed. It felt as if a heavy stone weighing on his heart had shattered, and the world expanded before him. He had witnessed the vile nature of the celestial dragons too many times and harbored a deep-seated hatred for them. Previously, even when encountering a celestial dragon, he could only save the oppressed. He could never act against the celestial dragons themselves. The suffering of those he rescued resonated within him, fueling his desire for vengeance against those despicable creatures. Yet, for various reasons, he had to suppress his rage, waiting for the Revolutionary Army to grow stronger. Holding the power of an awakened natural-type ability, he felt stifled for not being able to strike down the wicked celestial dragons. But today, witnessing Do-hwan and Apos' decisive action against one of them, the pent-up frustration dissipated, leaving him feeling liberated. This young man was audacious beyond measure. Long and Apos' heart skipped a beat. He had noticed something amiss with Carla and Crow. Their admiration for Do-hwan had intensified excessively. This was not good. It could backfire. He had intended for Do-hwan to become disillusioned with the Navy and join the Revolutionary Army, yet now his subordinates seemed to have developed feelings for Do-hwan. Crow was a formidable officer under him, a natural type awakened, and he could not afford any complications. Carla was also a promising junior whom he envisioned as a future advisor. Meanwhile, Do-hwan, seated comfortably in the boat, smirked as he turned to Long and said, "Long, should we let the Revolutionary Army take responsibility for this incident?" He already had plans in mind, intending to leverage the death of the Celestial Dragon for a major purge in the North Sea, thereby establishing complete control over the region. However, offering Long a favor in this matter would not conflict with his own ambitions. Having the Revolutionary Army take the blame would actually yield significant benefits for them. Chapter 72. Struggling to comprehend, Long's expression darkened, and without a moment's hesitation, he declared in a deep voice, "Do not expect me to allow the Revolutionary Army to bear the blame. It is not yet ready for such turmoil." The death of the Celestial Dragons would undoubtedly incite the wrath of the world government, leading to global unrest that would disrupt his developmental plans. If he were to assume this heavy burden, the Revolutionary Army would surely find no peace in the future. "Have you truly considered not trying?" Do-hwan raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. The infamy of killing the Celestial Dragons would resound throughout the world, garnering immense support for the Revolutionary Army. A bit of publicity could yield a vast influx of recruits. Everyone is aware of the Celestial Dragons' wickedness and their overwhelming power. The first to pull the trigger will emerge as a figurehead of the era. For any ambitious faction, establishing a clear agenda and steadfastly executing it from the outset is crucial. The ultimate goal of the Revolutionary Army is to overthrow the world government, and the Celestial Dragons represent an insurmountable obstacle. Firing the first shot would signify a transformative moment for the Revolutionary Army. "No, absolutely not," Long resolutely refused. "The Revolutionary Army is not yet prepared for war. Yet, I perceive the Revolutionary Army's power as sufficiently formidable," Do-hwan replied, his expression calm. "If they continue to prepare and avoid confrontation, how can they be assured of conquering their fears when the time for battle truly arrives? You may thrive in small nations now, but once faced with the world government and its authority deeply ingrained in the populace, does the Revolutionary Army truly possess the courage to resist? Take the example of Castro, the Cuban superhero, who began as a mere guerrilla leader with a handful of followers but managed to fire the first shot. At that time, his strength seemed insignificant against the invading superpowers. Yet he roared defiantly, opposing the greatest authority. Castro raised a banner, and his ranks swelled, ultimately leading him to become a great leader. Having witnessed too much history, Do-hwan deemed the current Revolutionary Army too timid. Long, with a strong hand, ought to execute a more spectacular play. After decades of development, he should have amassed the equivalent of multiple Yonko crews. Long had numerous allies, including the 3 admirals of the Navy, the foremost scientist Vegapunk, and formidable supporters like Bartholomew Kuma. Yet, despite holding a strong hand, he had squandered it. The once noble army captain Jinny was captured by the Celestial Dragons and perished giving birth, while Kuma was coerced into becoming a warlord of the sea to save Jinny's child. Even the formidable Ivankov had settled in impelled down. To this day, Do-hwan had yet to see any possibility of Long overthrowing the world government through the Revolutionary Army. According to the narrative, hope for such an endeavor rested on the ridiculous figure of Nico Luffy. Was this truly revolution? "You are too young and impulsive. You do not comprehend the might of the world government." Long shook his head, speaking calmly. "Without sufficient power accumulation, sheer recklessness will not defeat the world government." He had experienced the battle at God Valley and conducted covert investigations. A powerful, mysterious organization had begun to unveil itself to him. Figureland Garling, the king active at God Valley, had battled the pirate overlord Rox, possessing strength on par with the current Yonko. Such individuals were not isolated cases within Mary Geos. The strength of the world government surpassed common understanding. When all forces are considered, even the combined might of the Yonko could be easily vanquished by the world government. The Navy is merely a fraction of the world government's strength, hardly its majority. You fail to grasp this. Do-hwan chuckled coldly, seemingly unfazed. In his youth, he had offered Long advice, but alas, Long had been as obstinate then as now, with the Revolutionary Army's progression mirroring the original plot. He did not claim to be more intelligent than Long. Rather, he had observed too many instances where ambitious individuals raised their banners and undertook audacious acts to attract talent. The Revolutionary Army and Apos' petty squabbles with allied nations were inconsequential to the world government. The title of the world and Apos' most notorious criminal was in comparison to other threats, trivial. An awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere, only the sight of everyone rowing with all their might breaking the stillness. Smoker and the others were rendered speechless. Do-hwan, a Navy officer, was advising the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, on how to instigate action. Wasn't that somewhat peculiar? Yet considering that he was a Navy officer who would not hesitate to kill a celestial dragon, it seemed rather normal. Long inhaled deeply, calming himself as he inquired, "What do you intend to do about the matter of Celestial Saint Silvers? Are you afraid?" Do-hwan raised an eyebrow, his tone flat. "Rest assured. Since you refuse my goodwill, I shall not place the blame on the Revolutionary Army. That is not my intention," Long replied, his expression slightly awkward. Clearly caught off guard by Do-hwan and Appo's insight. "I am merely concerned for you. The death of a celestial dragon in the North Sea will significantly impact you. I have my own plans. I assure you it will be a resounding victory," Do-hwan responded with a confident smile. "What you do not wish to claim. Simply observe how I handle it, and see how advantageous the death of a celestial dragon can be." His intentions were indeed for Long's benefit. But should Long refuse due to familial ties, he would not force him to accept. The Revolutionary Army would not shoulder this burden. There were others who could. Curiously, the German kingdom housed an individual with sufficient strength, motive, and status to bear the blame. As a warlord of the sea, he could easily consume the Don Quixote family. Simultaneously, he could purge the North Sea, seizing control of all its navy. By implicating one warlord of the sea for the sins of many, he could instigate a thorough cleansing of the warlords, gathering the subordinates he desired. Of course, this plan was a bit far-fetched. For all these schemes to unfold, concrete evidence was not a necessity. From history, he learned not only the art of struggle, but also the myriad instances of fabricated charges. Long and Appo's expression subtly shifted, a tinge of regret creeping into his heart. Perhaps Do-hwan's words held merit. The Revolutionary Army indeed needed to raise a prominent banner. As he observed Do-hwan seize the narrative surrounding the death of the celestial dragon, he felt as though he had missed out on a monumental opportunity. Yet, he quickly shook his head, resolved to continue on his chosen path. He would endure the disdain of the masses, but one day he would prove himself right. Chapter 73. The Conqueror's Color of Supreme. While on a deserted island, a small boat darted like an arrow from the sea to the shore, stirring up countless grains of yellow sand. The moment it reached the beach, the vessel disintegrated with a thunderous crash, splinters of wood scattering in all directions. 9 figures emerged from the thick sand mist, appearing somewhat disheveled. A mere skiff could hardly withstand the combined force of 8 human engines. It gloriously fulfilled its mission before falling apart. They returned to this desolate island, where a small boat awaited to ferry Do-hwan and his companions. Ah, this is the essence of speed and exhilaration. Do-hwan brushed the sand off his body and laughed heartily. The journey had exceeded his expectations. The 8 individuals rowing felt as if they were flying. Such a scene of revolutionaries in the Navy rowing together in haste might only occur this once, albeit in a rather chaotic escape. Monkey D. Dragon sighed in resignation, lacking Do-hwan's optimistic disposition. The death of a celestial dragon, while not necessitating their scapegoating, would undoubtedly influence the Revolutionary Army's progress. Do-hwan stretched his arms, cracking his bones like a beast awakening. "I am heading to the battlefield, ready to ignite a grand war. Let's go." Smoker, Jinai, prepared to return to Branch 141 for a major undertaking. The previous plans crystallized in his mind, filling him with confidence. The celestial dragons had met their end at a most opportune time, just when he needed achievements for a swift promotion to admiral, just when he required benefactors for rapid elevation, and just when he had a scapegoat to offer. "Yes, Colonel, we are ready." Smoker, Jinai, Carl, and Roman felt a surge of spirit, their hands clenched in determination. They were unaware of Do-hwan's specific plans. Yet they understood that this would undoubtedly be a challenging and resolute battle. Today's experiences had thoroughly prepared them to follow Colonel Do-hwan with unwavering loyalty. They were valiant warriors. Kila was inspired by the imposing aura, her eyes filled with envy and longing. To decisively eliminate a celestial dragon and willingly shoulder the impending storm from the world government. Perhaps this was the true essence of struggle. To dare challenge the mighty and navigate the tempestuous waves at the forefront of revolution. The pioneering valiant had an undeniable charisma. What a mad navy! It astonished him somewhat. "Chief, he is entirely different from you." Ka's face was filled with admiration. What would Do-hwan face upon his return? The wrath of the world government. He appreciated the young man's spirit and actions, which embodied a fearless approach to adversity. Dragon, with a hint of a bitter smile, murmured, "Perhaps I was truly mistaken." He had once left the Navy in indignation, much like Do-hwan, filled with ambition and courage. Yet, after years of witnessing the world government's terror, he felt himself becoming overly weak. "Dragon, pull yourself together," a voice called from afar across the beach. Dragon paused, raising his head to see a young man smiling at him. "Do what you believe is right and develop the Revolutionary Army." Do-hwan stood at the bow of the small boat, speaking earnestly. "We are on the same path, merely attempting different approaches. Neither of us is in the wrong." Dragon's expression shifted, a bitter smile forming. When did he find himself relying on a youth to bolster his resolve? "Nevertheless, remember this, Dragon, I will surpass you." Do-hwan waved his hand with grandiosity. "Nurture the Revolutionary Army well, and when you witness my achievements, you will join me with a sense of inferiority." Despite his various shortcomings, Dragon's commitment as a fighter against the world government remained steadfast, and he possessed formidable strength. If he could be won over, it would be an opportunity not to be missed. Moreover, Dragon had shown him considerable care. He couldn't afford to succumb to despair. Dragon gazed at Do-hwan, and a carefree smile suddenly graced his previously somber face. "Do-hwan, perhaps you should join my Revolutionary Army instead. It will surely be you who finds my achievements lacking." Do-hwan smiled slightly, turning to board the small boat, drifting toward the sea. "If you can achieve that, why not?" Hearty laughter echoed as Dragon watched Do-hwan depart. His spirits uplifted. Their ideals resonated with one another, differing only in their methods of realization. Yet, with the world government standing firm for 8 centuries, neither had any experience to rely upon in the endeavor to overthrow it. Who could assert that either was wrong? It was merely 2 attempts along the same path, and success could belong to either. Perhaps he should be pleased for having an additional powerful ally. If one method failed, one could simply pivot to another correct path. "Teacher, why are you suddenly so happy?" Keela asked, puzzled. She had followed Dragon for years and had never seen him smile so sincerely. It felt as if he had unraveled some inner turmoil. Yet, moments ago, he had been furious about Do-hwan's choices. What had caused this shift? Ka turned to Dragon, a hint of concern in his gaze. "He hasn't lost his mind, has he?" Over the years in the Revolutionary Army, he had recognized Dragon and Appo's contributions as the most suitable leader. Yet if Dragon were to falter, he would have to join that audacious young man to continue the revolutionary cause. The thought stirred a sense of excitement within him. "I'm fine. I've merely come to a realization." Dragon shook his head slightly, a look of relief crossing his face. "I should be happy for Do-hwan's choices. One cannot place all their eggs in one basket. His endeavors are invaluable. If in the future Do-hwan proves his ideas correct, I will entrust the Revolutionary Army to him and take to the front lines as a soldier." His departure from the Navy and establishment of the Revolutionary Army had never been about seeking power or status. It was solely to achieve the overthrow of the world government and attain true justice. He had previously believed Do-hwan joined the Navy out of a misguided faith in justice. But Do-hwan's unhesitating actions against the celestial dragons awakened him, and his subsequent words revealed his aspirations. He had been blinded by the shock of the celestial dragon's death. But now he saw clearly. Do-hwan knew precisely who the enemy was, rather than naively believing the Navy represented justice. And he possessed a resolute determination to topple the world government. Their goals aligned. Do-hwan merely employed his own methods. If Do-hwan is right, he would wholeheartedly support him. So it was, he had thought something was amiss. Keela patted her chest, feeling a sense of joy. According to her teacher's perspective, regardless of whether Do-hwan or he was more correct, the revolutionary cause would achieve great progress. Whether Do-hwan joined the Revolutionary Army or vice versa, they would gain a powerful ally. The image of Do-hwan, who had unhesitatingly eliminated a celestial dragon, stirred her heart. Was this the breadth of a leader in Appo's vision? Ka murmured, feeling a twinge of guilt. Moments ago, he had worried that Dragon might have gone mad and would seek refuge elsewhere. Yet, Dragon and Appo's demeanor was nothing short of inspiring. Perhaps it was precisely because of such a leader that he had joined the frail Revolutionary Army and fought for it. Success for either would be success for all. Dragon's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. His mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Years of repression were suddenly released as he recalled the resolute self who had once left the Navy. He has undergone significant transformation, yet one thing remains unchanged. Even when shrouded in dust, once wiped away, he shines even brighter. He is unafraid of conflict, unafraid of death. Boom. A surge of violet-black lightning erupted from the dragon's body, mirroring the fervent fire of his will. The sky, the earth, The entire desolate island along with the surrounding seas were enveloped by the ferocious and majestic violet-black lightning, trembling violently. The stacked clouds above instantaneously unfurled, allowing the blazing sunlight to pour down. Thud. Hila and Apos' eyes rolled back, falling unconscious like all the small creatures on the island. Leader, your conqueror and Apos' haki. The crow gazed at the dragon in shock, incredulous. The conqueror's haki is a direct manifestation of one's character, and as the leader of the revolutionary army, the dragon, determined to overthrow the world government, undoubtedly possesses the most exceptional character in this world. However, at this moment, this aura is even purer, more formidable than ever, radiating an indomitable fighting spirit. Do-hwan, awaken me. The dragon retracted his burgeoning conqueror's haki, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. Although today was unexpected, it was still immensely rewarding. Let us return and develop the revolutionary army. We cannot allow Do-hwan to underestimate us. He resolved to hasten the growth of the revolutionary army, accelerating its expansion to welcome the arrival of victory sooner. The dragon grasped Kila by the nape of her neck and, with a swift kick, severed a 5-meter-wide giant tree. The colossal timber was dragged into the sea to serve as a vessel, and the three of them set off on their journey home, following Do-hwan. Chapter 74. The storm approaches. The tremendous commotion on the deserted island reverberated far and wide. Even the earlier departing Do-hwan and his companions could perceive the changes occurring there. It felt as though the very heavens and earth were quaking. With numerous fish floating belly up in the surrounding sea, their consciousness lost, along with colossal sea creatures surfacing. What could it be? Smoker, while rowing, could not help but glance back. The overwhelming aura was palpable, instilling a sense of dread and submission even from a distance. Rena, Carl, and Roman exchanged puzzled looks, speculating. Could it be that the leader of the revolutionary army is enraged? The man known as the World and Apos' most notorious criminal, Dragon, was certainly no weakling. He could undoubtedly stand toe-to-toe with the 4 emperors or admirals. There on that deserted island, only Dragon could possess such formidable power. Yet, wasn't it a bit petty to unleash such fury upon an uninhabited isle? The conqueror's haki was a testament to strength, a rare and exceptional quality in the world. Do-hwan's gaze was serene as he smiled and remarked, "He is not angry. Rather, he has merely sensed something and achieved a minor breakthrough." He was certain that in a world where might was influenced by presence, Dragon and Apos' mastery of the conqueror and Apos' haki had undoubtedly elevated him to the ranks of the 4 emperors. This revelation was a pleasant surprise for him. The stronger Dragon became, the greater the assistance he could offer in the future. In a game of strength, he was determined not to be the one to bend the knee. The notion of conqueror and Apos' haki? Smoker and Rena gasped, while Carl and Roman appeared somewhat bewildered. The conqueror's haki felt distant from them. It was an extraordinary quality found only in the New World, where monstrous beings congregated. In the first half of the Grand Line and the 4 Seas, conqueror's haki was but a legend, attainable only by those of royal caliber. It was only today that they truly glimpsed a fragment of true strength. The realization that mere presence could cause such widespread tremors was awe-inspiring, revealing the might of a true monster. Do-hwan, unperturbed, stated, "Simply focus on your training. If one is too weak, they cannot even stand in the presence of conqueror's haki, let alone capture such pirates. We understand. We shall not bring shame upon you." Smoker and the others exchanged glances, silently speculating. Observing Do-hwan's calm demeanor, they wondered if he too possessed the conqueror's haki. Do-hwan retracted his gaze from the island and instructed them, "Upon our return, change your clothes first. If Admiral Kizaru inquires, inform him you were out training. As for the training content, just mention our previous methods." The celestial dragon had been slain in the North Sea, and the Navy headquarters would undoubtedly dispatch a significant figure for investigation. With Kizaru currently in the North Sea, he was the likely candidate. Smoker, Rena, and the others felt a chill run down their spines and promptly agreed, "We will not reveal any flaws." As they rowed, they conferred, aligning their testimonies. Under Do-hwan's careful guidance, they chose to leave certain minor discrepancies, for perfection itself could be a flaw, appearing contrived. It was unreasonable for 4 individuals training together to share identical sentiments about the scenery. 10:20 a.m. Nearly 20 minutes had passed since the assassination of celestial dragon silvers on Pond's Island. Yet the CP0 agents had yet to uncover any clues. They arrived at Do-hwan's former hideout, a rooftop where Dragon had once concealed himself. However, aside from a faint hint of gunpowder, there was nothing to be found. This place was merely an abandoned warehouse, devoid of any occupants. Reluctantly, they expanded their search around the vicinity, only to be met with despair as their efforts yielded no results. The CP-0 team leader, Atlas, clenched a deformed black metal shell in his hand. Standing atop the warehouse with a grim expression, the shell, unearthed from 5 meters deep in the soil, was their sole lead. Gazing towards the site of the celestial dragon's assassination, the ground was stained with blood and remnants of flesh, yet the perpetrator remained elusive. It felt like a resounding slap to their faces, mocking their ineptitude. Atlas pocketed the shell, his demeanor serious as he picked up the Din Din Mushi. His voice trembling slightly, Lord Satan, Silvers was assassinated on Pond's Island in the North Sea, and the assailant is still at large. He had hoped to make this call after apprehending the culprit, believing that doing so would lessen their impending punishment, but alas, they had come up empty-handed. What? Roared the elderly man, leisurely sipping red wine on the sofa, crushing his exquisite goblet in his hand. Chapter 75. Do you have any clue? Saint Saturn. One of the 5 elders, the supreme authority of the world government, held a pivotal position in scientific defense. He grasped the disconnected transponder with a countenance that fluctuated between fury and despair. It had been ages since he had heard news of a celestial dragon being assassinated. The celestial dragons, revered as gods, had long established themselves as the world's authority, instilling profound reverence among the common folk. Even the emperors of the sea had refrained from attacking them. Yet now a celestial dragon had met their demise in the North Sea. CP-0, the elite force, had not only failed to apprehend the assailant, but had not even discerned their identity. Their excuse of the bullet's swiftness was nothing short of pathetic. Despite CP-0's considerable might, with their leader Atlas possessing strength akin to a Navy vice admiral, it was evident that this was a meticulously orchestrated and targeted assault. Who were these audacious individuals daring to challenge the world government's authority, or did they harbor a grudge against Saint Sirius? This was a blatant violation of the world government's bottom line, undermining its supremacy. Regardless of the motives, the perpetrator must face the most severe punishment as a declaration to the world that the celestial dragons are sacrosanct and inviolable. Saint Saturn retrieved another transponder and directly connected to the Navy headquarters. Beep. The call was answered by Sengoku, who immediately stiffened, his voice grave. Your Excellency, the 5 elders. This is Sengoku. The 5 elders, who typically remained aloof from mundane matters, would not contact him without cause. A multitude of thoughts raced through his mind as he recalled the situation in the German kingdom. Did the 5 elders take issue with how Doo-hwan was handled? The world government allocated substantial funding to the Navy each year. How could they fail to maintain order in the North Sea? The assassination of a celestial dragon without a single lead was unacceptable. Saint Saturn's eyes blazed with fury as he growled. I want you to deploy all admirals for a thorough investigation. We must find the murderer and bring them to justice. Even if it means turning the North Sea upside down. The death of a celestial dragon was inconceivable. Sengoku felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His shock immeasurable. He realized the gravity of the situation. The celestial dragons were the face of the world government, and their assassination threatened the very foundation of its rule. Years ago, when rocks had attacked God Valley, endangering the celestial dragons, the Navy had mobilized all its forces, and the entire world had rallied to protect them. Though only one had been killed this time, the North Sea was likely to be engulfed in chaos. I understand, Saint Saturn, Sengoku replied solemnly. I will dispatch Pallusolino to investigate this matter thoroughly. I assure you we will find the assailant and ensure they are punished severely. Saint Saturn and Apos' tone darkened. Did you not grasp my meaning? I said all admirals. He demanded that the Navy demonstrate its utmost resolve. The killing of a celestial dragon warranted a response from the highest echelon of power. Sengoku gritted his teeth. Currently, Sakazuki is occupied with the beast pirates in the New World, and Kazan has pressing military duties. It is impractical to divert them at such a critical moment. Pallusolino's swift capabilities should suffice for the investigation in the North Sea. Each of the 3 admirals had their respective tasks, apart from one maintaining mobility. The others could not be easily reassigned, for such a move would destabilize the seas and lead to significant civilian casualties. Deploying 3 admirals recklessly would be an utterly foolish endeavor. Saint Saturn's eyes narrowed as he coldly stated, what if I insist on having all 3 admirals involved? Sengoku's expression was one of turmoil. The headquarters cannot comply. Very well, let it be Pallusolino, but all Navy forces in the North Sea must cooperate fully. Furthermore, if the outcome is unsatisfactory, we must reevaluate whether the Navy deserves its funding. Saint Saturn and Apos' voice was calm yet ominous, his inner fury palpable. The Navy was growing increasingly insubordinate. The safety of the world was of little consequence. The commands of the world government were paramount. Yet, with Sengoku, Garp, and Aokiji's faction so prevalent, even he had to concede some respect. It was imperative to appoint a compliant admiral to reign in the increasingly unruly navy. Ensuring the five elders were not disappointed, Sengoku bowed his head, speaking gravely. The call finally ended, and Sengoku let out a heavy sigh. The threat of funding was a chokehold on the navy. If this matter was mishandled, the navy would soon be tightening its belt. His expression grim. He picked up another transponder. Meanwhile, at the temporary naval encampment in the Jerma Kingdom, Do-hwan and Smoker had returned successfully, now clad in pristine white navy uniforms. Their expressions were unremarkable, as though nothing had transpired. Where did you all go so early in the morning? Poliusolino lounged lazily on the rooftop, blending seamlessly with the golden sunlight. He was indulging in a leisurely day at work, far more enjoyable than a paid vacation. Although the actions were similar, the feelings they evoked were entirely different. Do-hwan, maintaining a natural demeanor, smiled. Yesterday, Smoker and the others were somewhat defeated by Doflamingo. So today, I took them out to practice hockey. They are eager to improve. Smoker's expression bore the weight of sorrow as he addressed Poliusolino. We must strive harder. If we do not become stronger, we will only hinder Lieutenant Colonel Do-hwan. Oh, Poliusolino replied, flipping over to sunbathe on the other side. He had deliberately positioned himself here to prevent Do-hwan from impulsively confronting Doflamingo. Yet, the group had only gone out to train in hockey together, displaying commendable diligence. Beep. Poliusolino casually answered a call, but his expression quickly turned serious. Marshal Sengoku, I am currently investigating the Jerma Kingdom incident and have made considerable progress. I expect to return to headquarters for a report in 2 days. He had unknowingly developed the ability to fabricate tales with ease. However, the voice on the transponder continued to relay information. Poliusolino's face, resembling an orange peel, transformed from relaxed to tense, truly adopting a serious demeanor. Smoker and the others felt a jolt of apprehension. It seemed that the headquarters was instructing Poliusolino to investigate the death of the celestial dragon. 3 minutes later. Yes, I understand. Poliusolino hung up the phone, a profound weariness descending upon him. Why was he in the North Sea? He would rather forego these days of leave than delve into the investigation of a celestial dragon and Apos' death. Such troublesome matters were exceedingly vexatious. Do-hwan feigned curiosity, inquiring, Admiral Poliusolino, what has transpired? A celestial dragon has been killed in the North Sea, and I am to lead the investigation. Poliusolino leaped from the rooftop, landing beside Do-hwan. That is truly shocking. Do-hwan's expression reflected disbelief. A celestial dragon, one of the divine beings of the world, who could possibly have the audacity to strike against them? Mihai and Smoker echoed similar sentiments, astonished. Who would dare to kill a celestial dragon? Do they not fear the world government? Indeed, Poliusolino grimaced. Turning to Do-hwan, you have been engaged in considerable battles against pirates in the North Sea recently. You must have encountered various factions. Do you have any inkling of who might be responsible? Chapter 76. The Detective and Do-hwan apologies, but I possess no information on this matter at all. Do-hwan spread his hands, speaking candidly. Most of the criminal elements I encountered in the North Sea have been eradicated. I am not well acquainted with other factions. Huang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, attempting to find humor in the situation. That certainly narrows down the suspects for me. He nearly forgot that very few local powers dared to confront this harbinger of death in the North Sea. General Huang Yuan, do not be too distressed. I will exert every effort to assist you in uncovering the true culprit, Do-hwan assured earnestly. If we combine our strengths, we shall accomplish this task splendidly. Why are you so enthusiastic today? Huang Yuan inquired with a hint of confusion, casting a scrutinizing glance at Do-hwan. His demeanor did not seem akin to one who would befriend the celestial dragons. Do-hwan flashed a sunny smile. We are friends, and I take great pleasure in helping friends resolve their troubles. Thank you, Huang Yuan replied, feeling somewhat touched. In the future, should you require assistance, I will surely help you. Such a warm-hearted individual, despite their brief acquaintance, his attitude was indeed commendable. Do-hwan's abilities were evident. With his help, the investigation would undoubtedly proceed with greater ease. Do not mention it. We are friends, Do-hwan said, patting his chest with a generous air. Smoker and the others could not help but admire his performance. He was so convincing, weaving tall tales without a hint of inconsistency. Huang Yuan nodded, a smile gracing his features. Admiral Sengoku has entrusted me with this incident, allowing me to mobilize all branches in the North Sea. I shall rely on you as my aide to assist in this investigation. Do-hwan felt a surge of excitement. Affirming, I will ensure that General Huang Yuan is not disappointed. As Huang Yuan's aide, he now held the authority to command all forces in the North Sea. Once this endeavor commenced and was executed flawlessly, controlling the military in the North Sea would become a natural progression. At that moment, a naval soldier hurried over, appearing somewhat troubled as he regarded the gathered officers. Do-hwan, maintaining a cordial demeanor, calmly said, "Feel free to speak. There are no outsiders here." "Yes, Major." The soldier saluted, his expression grim. "An elderly man claims to be from the Blood Party. He demands that we provide soldiers to the Celestial Dragon, Sir Silvers, for a game." This matter was something he wished to report solely to Major Do-hwan, as General Huang Yuan was not a permanent officer and might mishandle a situation involving the Celestial Dragons. "Lead us to him," Do-hwan smiled. Turning to Huang Yuan, "Our breakthrough has arrived." "Oh?" Huang Yuan was slightly taken aback. An unknown criminal faction, unaware of the Celestial Dragon's demise. What kind of breakthrough was this? Do-hwan's expression grew colder. The North Sea's underworld is notoriously ruthless, and the Celestial Dragons were harmed within the Blood Party's territory. They are highly suspicious. He intended to exploit the Celestial Dragon's death to unleash a massacre in the North Sea, with the gang forces from Ponsai Island serving as the igniter. The audacity of using his men to entertain the Celestial Dragons was an affront to the local gangsters. Indeed. Huang Yuan smiled, understanding the implication. After years of navigating the naval ranks, he had garnered insights into his work. It was essential to demonstrate initiative, especially as Admiral Sengoku faced considerable pressure to produce results, which would help pacify the 5 Elder Stars. The group proceeded toward the port, soon spotting the Blood Party's vessels. An elderly man, bearing scars from whips, stood with a dozen men in old-fashioned suits, facing off against a squad of armed soldiers with an air of indifference. He had come on the Celestial Dragon's orders. Who dared to harm him? Everyone knew the Navy was merely a lapdog of the Celestial Dragons. Upon seeing Do-hwan and the others approach, particularly the tallest among them, Huang Yuan, the old man felt a jolt of apprehension. The Navy general's reputation resonated globally. He had seen much about him in newspapers. Yet, he puffed out his chest, for he represented the Celestial Dragons. However, all the Navy had to obey the Celestial Dragon's commands. "Are you Major Do-hwan?" The old man squinted, his demeanor haughty. Do-hwan regarded the scarred visage with a neutral expression. "That is I. Sir Silvers has sent me to convey a message." The old man sneered, angered by Do-hwan's gaze. "You let Sir Silver's prey escape. You must make amends yourself." Quite irritated and powerless, he derided the self-righteous Navy for their supposed noble deeds, only to endanger their own lives. The ones seeking their demise were the Celestial Dragons, the most esteemed race in the world, to whom the Navy could not refuse. When you disrupted the slave ships and sabotaged their business, how brazen you were. Now you find yourself so beleaguered. Truly repugnant, Huang Yuan mused, furrowing his brow, uncertain whether he was rebuking the old man of the Blood Party or lamenting the deceased Sir Silvers. The old man adjusted his cravat, a smug expression on his face. "General, you would do well to be reprimanding me. Otherwise, the divine Celestial Dragons may take issue with you. Sir Silvers is currently on Ponsai Island, hosted by our Blood Party. He was accustomed to looking up to such formidable figures, yet with the Celestial Dragon and Appo's command, he could rise above the general. The sanctity of this power was intoxicating, and he scrutinized the naval officers' faces, seeking traces of fear and anger. Meanwhile, Do-hwan wore a bloodthirsty smile, addressing the old man. "You may be unaware, but Sir Silvers has just been ambushed on Ponsai Island. You mentioned that your Blood Party was hosting Sir Silvers. Your suspicion is quite significant. Arriving in the Germa's kingdom at this juncture, are you attempting to create an alibi?" He fixed his gaze on the old man, as if he had already identified him as one of the culprits. As for the other perpetrators, they were undoubtedly all the criminal factions in the North Sea. What? The old man's complexion shifted dramatically, shock overtaking him. "Impossible. When I departed, Sir Silvers was perfectly fine. If Sir Silvers truly fell victim to an ambush by the Blood Party, then No, it cannot be. The Navy is merely trying to frighten us." With a commendable composure, he continued to argue. Do-hwan shouted fiercely, "I have long known the North Sea's underworld to be merciless, but I never anticipated such audacity to conspire against a sacred Celestial Dragon. What is your intention? Speak. Who are your accomplices? Besides the Razor Party, the Skull Party, the Poly Party, who else?" The old man, visibly flustered, waved his hands repeatedly. I am not I have done nothing. You must not speak such nonsense. This Navy officer rattled off an array of factions, attempting to lay blame upon their heads. Do not attempt to shift the blame. This is a grave matter. Do-hwan commanded. Seize this criminal who plotted against the celestial dragon and confine him for rigorous interrogation. Extract every piece of information he possesses about the factions. He emphasized the words rigorous interrogation, underscoring their importance. This was indeed the moment to test his subordinates' swiftness in action. He believed they would uncover a vast network. Yes, Major. We shall ensure clarity. Smoker lunged at the old man, his expression fierce. General Huang Yuan, we have grasped a critical lead. I believe tracing it will swiftly yield results. Do-hwan remarked, looking at Huang Yuan with a smile. Let us proceed to Ponsai Island and apprehend the remaining suspects. A true detective, Huang Yuan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, utterly astonished by the unfolding events. Chapter 77. Full authority assumed on Ponce Island. A colossal cruise ship anchored at the port. A pool of crimson stains, reminiscent of exploded tomatoes, smeared across the main thoroughfare of the dock. Several CP0 agents, clad in gloves, diligently leaned over the bloodied marks, meticulously gathering remnants of St. Silver's. Fragments of flesh and blood-soaked soil were not to be overlooked. The sacred celestial dragon could not remain in the North Sea. A return to the holy land of Mariahua for burial was imperative. Every single drop of sacred blood must belong to the holy land. One CP0 agent picked up a viscous, mud-smeared piece of intestine, his face twisting in disgust. Even with their professional training and steadfast hearts, the task of collecting the shattered remains of the celestial dragon was profoundly challenging. The damn bullet's power was unprecedented, entirely unlike modern mechanical models, causing the surface area of St. Silver's to expand to over 10 square meters. Another team of CP0 agents patrolled the vicinity, occasionally darting through various casinos in the territories of criminal syndicates. They possessed only a bullet casing as a clue to the identity of St. Silver's killer. To identify the perpetrator based solely on a shell was nothing short of a delusion. Their erratic movements resembled that of headless chickens. At that moment, a naval warship surged forth, cutting through the waves at full throttle, racing towards the port from the distant sea. Even from afar, one could sense the urgency, as if it longed to teleport to the crime scene. For Do-hwan was fervently eager for progress. No. It was the desire for vengeance for the celestial dragon that fueled him. The distressed Atlas and the CP0 agents were unwittingly drawn to the site, curious to see which naval force could arrive with such haste. It was now 11:30, less than an hour and a half since the assassination of St. Silver's, and they had even delayed reporting for several minutes. The Navy's arrival was astonishingly swift. Boom. The warship crashed into the dock, the aged wooden structure splintering under the impact, sending yellowwood shavings flying. A figure leapt down, emerging against the backdrop of splintered wood, exuding an aura of menace as he shouted, "Everyone, follow me to investigate the truth and avenge St. Silver's." Understood, Colonel. Smoker and Genai each led a team of elite Navy personnel, leaping off the warship in rapid succession, charging towards the crime scene. Wait, who are you? Atlas questioned, bewildered, directing his gaze at the leading naval colonel. It was perplexing. The Navy's conduct this time was utterly unlike what he had previously encountered. Their earlier mobilization had not been characterized by such fervor. Do-hwan smirked slightly, responding with a calm demeanor. Base Commander of North Sea Branch 141, Monkey D. Doo-hwan, Deputy Leader of the Major Crime Investigation Team, assigned to thoroughly investigate the assassination of the Celestial Dragon. Before arriving, his close friend Borsalino had promised him that the credit for this operation would belong solely to him. He gladly accepted, for the Admiral, Kizaru, had no need for accolades. And Do-hwan was at the age where ambition burned bright. There was no room for hesitation. Action was imperative. Atlas frowned slightly, annoyance creeping in. In that case, cooperate fully with us. Seal off the surrounding islands of Ponce Island, and take your men to investigate the area. We have already searched Ponce Island, and the assailant is not here. There is no need to flaunt your names here. This felt like a slap in the face, a constant reminder of his failure to protect the celestial dragon. Atlas glared at Do-hwan, unceremoniously stating, "Also, have a higher-ranking naval officer come to see me. You're unworthy of speaking with me." A mere naval colonel was far beneath his level. As the leader of a CP0 team, even naval admirals had to treat him with respect. "You dare speak such nonsense, you waste." Do-hwan raised his left leg and executed a powerful side kick. The straightened leg sliced through the air with a fierce whoosh, unleashing speed and force in an instant. Atlas, taken aback, had not anticipated that a mere naval colonel would dare to strike him. He was a high-ranking CP-0 agent, a figure who could easily be a rear admiral within the Navy. A sinister grin crept onto his face as he lifted his leg, preparing to counterattack. The esteemed St. Silvers had fallen before him, and he was brimming with pent-up rage. A simple naval colonel was nothing compared to the standing of CP-0 within the world government. However, before Atlas could lift his leg, the sole of Doo-hwan's military boot had already imprinted upon his knee. Crack! A tremendous force surged into his knee, shattering the kneecap in an instant. Atlas fell backward, his leg extending at an unnatural angle, the fracture catastrophic. The residual momentum sent him tumbling, causing him to lose balance and collapse uncontrollably. How could this be? Such overwhelming strength. He was merely a naval officer. How could he surpass a CP-0 elite by such a margin? The power and speed were monstrous. Agonizing pain shot through his knee, flooding his mind with shock and suffering as he crashed to the ground, dust and debris clinging to his face. Struggling to raise his head, he caught sight of a pair of polished black military boots. "So weak, you worthless fool." A voice dripped with cold disdain echoed from above. Even though Atlas could not see, he knew that the handsome face bore an expression of utter contempt. Infuriating, just a mere naval colonel. His anger flared, his face flushed with pain and fury. "You dare lay a hand on CP-0? Are you rebelling? It's precisely worthless scum like you that I'm targeting." Doo-hwan showed no mercy, his foot pressing down on Atlas's head, forcing him into the dirt. His voice seething with rage. "It is a rare occasion for the great celestial dragon to visit the North Sea, and before I could pay my respects, he tragically perished. It is because of you weaklings that St. Silvers could not be protected. You lack even a shred of intelligence, failing to identify the murderer. As a member of the Navy, I hold you worthless fools in the utmost contempt." As if not yet satisfied, he ground his foot against the back of the CP-0 agent's head. "Stop. Navy, release Lord Atlas." Several CP-0 agents, who were collecting the fragments of St. Silvers, stood up and menacingly encircled Doo-hwan. Doo-hwan shifted his left leg, maintaining an indifferent expression as he said, "Remember this, I am here under the direct command of Admiral Kizaru, the appointed leader of the investigation team, to thoroughly investigate the assassination of the Celestial Dragon. I am not obliged to follow orders from you worthless fools. Merely provide me with information." He was there to claim credit, substantial credit. To heed the directives of CP-0 would mean that the accolades would fall to these individuals. Absolutely not. It was utterly impossible. "I will report this to the Gorsi." Atlas, his leg limping and face smeared with dirt, stood up, his expression grim. Doo-hwan sneered derisively. "Are you reporting that you worthless fools allowed the murderer to escape, betraying the world government?" Chapter 78. Arrogance and domineering. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Atlas exclaimed, his face contorted with rage, unable to believe his ears. He had been diligently investigating the case. So how could this insolent brat claim he had let the culprit escape? "You want us to bypass Ponce Island and investigate elsewhere? This is tantamount to allowing the murderer to go free." Doo-hwan, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied coldly, "We have just uncovered crucial intelligence. Sir Silphus fell victim to a grand conspiracy, with the Blood Gang of Ponce Island as one of the leading forces behind it." Impossible. Atlas instantly rejected the notion. The Blood Gang as one of the culprits? Preposterous. Those cowardly scoundrels would never have the audacity. The Blood Gang has confessed. The evidence is irrefutable. Doo-hwan narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Atlas. "Your blatant protection of them. Could it be that you were colluding with those scoundrels in this conspiracy?" "You're speaking utter nonsense." Atlas erupted in fury, wishing he could confront Doo-hwan. "I am utterly loyal to the world government and fiercely devoted to Lord Silphus." "Then they are merely a bunch of inept fools?" Doo-hwan sneered. "Stand aside. This investigation is now under the full jurisdiction of the Navy. I intend to show the dignitaries of the world government who among us is truly the most competent subordinate." His eyes swept across the district, where numerous casinos and related illicit enterprises lay concealed. This locale was not solely the territory of the Blood Gang. Several other gangs thrived here as well, and these were glaringly visible accomplishments. "You." Atlas gritted his teeth, wishing nothing more than to devour this insolent naval officer alive. Yet this fellow continually referred to the celestial dragons with reverence, branding him as incapable of protecting them. It struck at his very core, making him wish to lodge a complaint. Did he truly have to relay such grievances to Saint Satan, only to be reprimanded once more for his incompetence? No. This was a conspiracy, a scheme devised by this sycophantic youth. Should he actually contact the elders to complain, this brat would undoubtedly perform just as he was now, securing a swift rise in rank and fortune. What a cunning navy, what duplicitous tactics. Why aren't you making the call? Do-hwan pressed, his brow slightly furrowed, unable to contain his impatience. Humph. Atlas gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain in his leg and the fury in his heart. I refuse. I want to see what you all can uncover regarding the real culprit. He would not be fooled into letting this despicable Navy officer use him as a stepping stone. He would endure. He would seize upon any misstep made by this Navy officer to criticize him harshly. Then keep your eyes peeled. Do-hwan motioned for his fellow naval officers, charging forward towards the Blood Gang's casino. He nearly forgot that these gangs not only represented achievements, but also constituted a substantial source of military funding. Smoker and Genai swiftly followed in Do-hwan and Amp, Oppo's wake, dividing their teams to act independently. They admired Do-hwan immensely, having seen him humiliate CP0 operatives with ease. When he broke one of their legs, even the illustrious CP0 dared not utter a word. His acting skills were exemplary, had they not witnessed it firsthand. They would scarcely believe he was the same officer who had previously shot a celestial dragon without hesitation. The thrill of this self-arresting misconduct was refreshingly exhilarating. Leader, are we just going to let this go? A CP0 agent approached Atlas, unable to contain his curiosity. They were CP0, and never before had the Navy dared to act so brazenly in their presence. Why didn't I see you speak up earlier? Atlas retorted, casting a sidelong glance. Because without your orders, we dared not act, the agent replied, his expression faltering, displaying utmost honesty. They were accustomed to the celestial dragons wielding their influence over the Navy. But today, for the first time, the tables had turned. Though they were specially trained and unafraid of formidable foes, matters concerning their masters, the celestial dragons, demanded utmost caution. Well, that settles it, Atlas grimaced, his face contorting with irritation. I can't beat him, nor can I out-argue him. This is utterly infuriating. Had Silphus not been reduced to mere fragments today, he would have looked down upon the Navy with disdain. Yet, under their protection, Silphus was slain by a weapon unworthy of the occasion. They, the CP0, were left with no dignity. Blood streamed from Atlas's knee as he glared darkly. But this fellow has raised the stakes so high. I shall see how he intends to conclude this affair. If he thinks to close the case on a mere petty gang, the elders will surely make him pay dearly for it. Even now, he could not believe that the Blood Gang could be behind the assassination of the celestial dragons. Any one of their agents could easily dismantle the Blood Gang. They were nothing more than an insignificant faction, merely hopping about the North Sea. They lacked both the capability and incentive to target the celestial dragons. What could they possibly gain? Suddenly, a fragment of bone shifted painfully in his knee, causing Atlas to draw a sharp breath. He clutched the shoulder of his subordinate, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Quick, assist me to the ship for treatment. That Navy officer is truly ruthless. Even now, he could not fathom how such a lowly naval lieutenant could possess such formidable strength. CP0 was heralded as the strongest shield of the celestial dragons, and he was among the elite ranks, subordinate only to a select few on par with naval admirals. Yet he had been unable to react in time to the kick from Do-hwan, left with a crippled leg. This officer's strength was akin to that of the monstrous admirals, yet he remained so young and lowly in rank. It was utterly perplexing. Yes, leader. The agents hastily assisted Atlas towards the opulent vessel. At that moment, a towering figure clad in a golden suit descended languidly from the naval warship, yawning lazily. Admiral Kizaru displayed a hint of surprise as he regarded Atlas. Oh dear. You're injured. Make sure to treat it properly. Admiral Kizaru, where were you just now? Atlas questioned, his incredulity palpable as he observed the lethargic figure. He had assumed Kizaru was absent, with only a junior officer present. Yet here was Kizaru, watching as an underling bested him. Kizaru flashed an innocent smile, spreading his hands. Apologies, but I only handle matters personally. Being a foreigner to the North Sea, I had to entrust this situation to my local subordinates. He feigned ignorance, inquiring. What seems to be the issue, agent? Have you perhaps been harmed by the very culprit who killed Sir Silphus? He had witnessed everything, but chose to feign oblivion. Humph. Atlas felt humiliated, being supported by his subordinates as he ascended the grand vessel for treatment. Being reprimanded by a mere lieutenant, especially a local one at that, was a disgrace he could hardly bear. Do-hwan sensei, you are truly formidable. Kizaru interlaced his fingers behind his head, resting comfortably. He mused quietly, admiring how even CP0 had suffered at Do-hwan's hands, unable to express their anger. This was a skill he could only envy. He relished the sight. remembering how troublesome these sycophants had been when he was assisting the celestial dragons. Now, with all the credit for this achievement going to Do-hwan, he wondered just how far it would elevate him. In Do-hwan's words, this was a grand conspiracy, implicating the entire underworld of the North Sea. The distinction between organized crime and individual initiative would yield vastly different accolades post-investigation. Chapter 79. The clearing begins on the island of Ponce, within the Blood Party Casino. The establishment spans 3 levels, 2 above ground and 1 below. The first floor serves as a playground for ordinary gamblers, where many risk their entire fortunes, wagering their lives in the process. The second floor, an opulent VIP area, caters exclusively to the affluent and nobility of the North Sea. Below, a vast beast-fighting arena houses hundreds of commoners. The 3 tiers are open to one another, allowing sunlight to flood through a colossal circular skylight, illuminating the arena with an almost blinding brilliance. Standing at the railing of the upper floors, one can observe the expressions of those trapped below, hearing their anguished cries. At this moment, the first floor is thick with the acrid smell of sweat, mingled with various body odors. Colorful chips are strewn across the floor, while tables and chairs lie overturned in disarray. What should have been a bustling casino is now occupied solely by a few members of the Blood Party, tidying up the aftermath of a significant event, the death of a celestial dragon on Ponce Island. Even amidst such turmoil, they cannot cease their lucrative business. They must show respect for the fallen celestial dragon. Regrettably, many habitual gamblers who should have faced bankruptcy today have narrowly escaped, unable to surrender their homes or families to settle debts, nor can they sell their worthless belongings into slavery. However, there is no need for concern. These gamblers will eventually gamble away their lives here. Please, let us go. We are mere black folk, worth little, implored the villagers, their faces etched with fear as they clung to the bars of the beast cage below. Men, women, and children from a coastal fishing village had been seized by the Blood Party, now crammed into the small confines of the cage, foreboding thoughts of death looming over them. Frank spat out a mouthful of phlegm stained by tobacco, his menacing visage reflecting disdain. Release these people? What a joke. This is the signature event of our casino. Villagers pitted against one another until only 3 survive, while patrons place their bets beforehand. This is a far more sophisticated gamble than mere dice, drawing countless wealthy individuals eager to indulge in the thrill of life and death. The spectacle of former fathers, children, and neighbors battling for survival dismantles all order, unleashing raw emotion. This, he mused, is pure artistry. It is this artistic gamble that attracts extravagant wealth. Frank, without exaggeration, is the king of the North Sea in this regard, having elevated the region's high-end casinos with such a captivating format. He has been imitated but never surpassed, even receiving praise from the celestial dragons themselves. Yet, managing such a spectacle is labor-intensive. Under the watch of the Navy, such events occur only once a year, especially since the new base commander of Division 141 has made capturing these events riskier than before. That fool. Frank, please let us go. We will do anything for you, and we will repay you for the rest of our lives. The villagers' faces were pale, their pleas growing weaker as despair consumed them. Save your breath, Frank sneered, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. At a time like this, you should be contemplating how to eliminate your kin, make the slaughter all the more exquisite. His laughter boomed, his mood buoyed by the anticipation of another blood-soaked game and the prospect of filling his pockets with vast sums. Yet, the death of the celestial dragon would diminish his profits, as his largest patron, Sir Sylphus, would no longer be present. Life is seldom as one wishes. He ought not to be greedy. Holding a life gamble once a year yields sufficient rewards. Must I really die this way? Why must it come to this? Am I to kill my 6-year-old daughter? Or watch her perish at the hands of those uncles and brothers? No. The villagers' pleas faded, their faces growing numb, trapped in profound despair. Among them were family and friends. How could they accept the slaughter of their own? Such beautiful wails. Frank narrowed his eyes, savoring the exquisite sound of despair. Even before the games began, the mere presence of these wretched souls in the cage would boost his casino and Appos' business. The cries were a symphony, akin to the delightful clinking of coins falling into his pocket. However, he hoped the death of the celestial dragon would not linger too long. Otherwise, the prolonged despair of his prey would diminish the excitement of their slaughter. Perhaps a bit of troublesome foreplay would reignite their fervor, such as a grueling round of rice. Suddenly, the casino's heavy doors burst open, crashing into several unfortunate members of the Blood Party. Who dares to disrupt this place? Frank spun around, his expression darkening. Doo-hwan led the charge, with Ji-nai following closely behind, accompanied by elite Navy soldiers wielding German rifles. With their observation hockey activated, they swiftly sensed the presence of over 200 individuals in the beast cage below. The North Sea's underworld was full of the wretched, perfect for his ambitions. This is splendid. They shall all contribute to my achievements, he thought. The ascent in the North Sea would begin with a decisive blow against the Blood Party. Navy, this is Ponce Island. You have no business here, Frank said warily, eyeing the approaching soldiers. Blood Party is not to be trifled with. I admire your confidence. It's no wonder you remain here, calm and collected, after assassinating a celestial dragon, Doo-hwan replied, raising his hand and coolly instructing, leave 10 alive. Eliminate the rest on the spot. What nonsense are you spouting? Frank exclaimed, bewildered. Me? Assassinate a celestial dragon? Impossible. But Ji-nai paid no heed to Frank and Apos, as protests. Rushing forward, follow the commander's orders. With a swift motion, he unleashed the power of the kank fruit. Several black iron stakes shot forth, exploding through the air with a piercing crack. What is this? Several members of the Blood Party gasped, witnessing a shadow dart past them. Boom. The iron stakes struck true, splattering red and white matter across the scene. Sensing danger, Frank turned to flee. He was an astute individual, aware of the formidable abilities granted by the devil fruit. He knew he stood no chance against such a Navy force. Swish, swish, swish. Ji-nai, quick as lightning, launched 3 more black stakes. Pain radiated through Frank's body, and he collapsed, helplessly pinned to the ground by the iron stakes. Crack, crack. Elite soldiers of the Navy readied their rifles, aiming at the remaining Blood Party members. Bang, bang, bang. A volley of gunfire rang out, taking down the muscular members adorned with curved blades, staining the ground crimson. Without pausing, they split into smaller groups, systematically searching the casino for gang members, leaving only those who appeared to be leaders for Doo-hwan to interrogate. In an instant, the vast casino had become a slaughterhouse, the Blood Party members falling one by one, utterly incapable of retaliation. This was Division 141's elite, each one a promising seed for future officers. To them, the ruthless gang members of the North Sea are merely novices. Soon, the leader of the Blood Party, Frank, found himself ensnared by Hina's black shackles, forced to kneel before Doo-hwan. The soldiers similarly brought back 9 Blood Party members, who appeared to hold some status, while executing the remaining captives. Doo-hwan slightly nodded, thoroughly pleased with the efficiency displayed by his subordinates. This is the advantage of having loyal followers. One need not involve oneself in every task. What transpired? The villagers awaiting their fate on the lower level were left bewildered, unable to suppress their urge to gaze upward. The barriers obstructed their view, revealing little. They could only witness several Blood Party corpses tumbling down, crashing heavily into the center of the beast fighting arena. Who would dare to confront the Blood Party? Chapter 80, Memory Restoration Technique. At that moment, a small squad of naval officers descended to the underground level, forcefully unlocking the door with gunfire. It was the Navy, come to rescue us. The desperate onlookers could hardly believe their eyes as they gazed at the disciplined troops before them. Just moments ago, horrific scenes had flashed through their minds, and now the Navy had miraculously appeared before them, recalling the screams of the Blood Gang members from the upper floor and the corpses that had fallen. The crowd began to accept the reality. They were truly saved. Many villagers embraced their loved ones, overwhelmed with tears of joy, gratitude surging within them. Commander, which division do you belong to? A middle-aged man mustered the courage to ask a naval soldier, his face flushed with emotion. I wish to know the identity of our saviors, so I may express my thanks. Division 141, under Colonel Monkey D Doo-hwan. The naval soldier adjusted his cap, a proud and confident smile adorning his face. But there is no need for thanks. It is our duty. So it was the famed Division 141 of the Navy. The villagers realized this and etched the name into their hearts, murmuring, "Thank you, thank you." It was the heroic unit that had recently gained renown in the North Sea. No wonder they had swiftly vanquished those formidable gangsters. Why had they not been born within the jurisdiction of Division 141? If they had basked in that great leader's brilliance, they would never have been plagued by pirates or the underworld again. Meanwhile, in the casino on the upper floor, a group of 10, led by Frank, was forcibly kneeling before Doo-hwan, feeling both humiliated and terrified. Speak. Who ordered you to assassinate the celestial dragons? Doo-hwan looked down at Frank with a calm demeanor. I didn't kill any celestial dragons. I swear. Frank shook his head fervently, fearing to admit the truth. Doo-hwan then turned his gaze to the other 9 gang members. What about you? Do you have any leads? They all shook their heads vigorously, urgently insisting. We don't know. How could we dare to lay a hand on the celestial dragons? Then you must be suffering from amnesia, Do-hwan remarked, as realization dawned upon him. He turned to Renai and said, help them recover their memories properly. Huh? Renai was puzzled. As a naval officer, she had no knowledge of memory restoration. Do-hwan slightly raised his eyelids and said nonchalantly, a measured application of massage strikes can aid in memory recovery. It's a practical technique. It appeared the Navy's enforcement methods were rather primitive and had yet to reach their zenith. In that case, he would take it upon himself to elevate the great technique of memory restoration. Oh, I understand now, Colonel Do-hwan. Renai quickly grasped the concept, a smile spreading across her face. After spending time with Do-hwan, her intuition had sharpened, and she was beginning to comprehend more. With each hand, she conjured a pair of dark iron rods, approaching Frank with a cold smirk. Having witnessed certain objects within the casino, she had been holding back her fury for far too long. Wait, what are you going to do? Frank exclaimed. His face filled with terror as he watched the woman with the iron rods approach. No, you can't do this. With every step she took, it felt as if she were treading upon his very heart, causing him to tremble involuntarily. It was precisely those iron rods that had pierced through his body. The mere sight of them intensified the ache of his wounds. How could the Navy resort to torture? This was clearly a method of the underworld. I'm here to help you recover your memories, Renai said, a smile gracing her lips as an inexplicable thrill surged within her. With a swift motion, she began to alternate her strikes, creating a flurry of shadows in the air. Each blow cut through the atmosphere with a resounding whoosh. The first strike landed solidly on Frank's bicep, followed by the second, third, and more, a whirlwind of rods obscuring their true nature. Each strike was filled with force, landing heavily on various parts of Frank's body. She recalled Do-hwan's words. It was a technique for memory restoration, not a method for murder. No. Frank shielded his head with his hands as the iron rods struck his waist. Instinctively, he covered his midsection, only to have the rods hit his shoulders. His hands flitted across his body, writhing on the ground like a worm, yet the relentless strikes continued unabated. Despite his regular training and muscular physique, he found himself at a disadvantage. Each iron rod collided with his flesh, lacking any cushioning from fat, as if his very bones were fracturing. A promising prospect. Do-hwan observed Renai's movements, his eyes alight with admiration. The fluidity of her strikes was akin to an art form. Each blow was executed with precision, inflicting pain without causing death, delivering a profound sense of agony. Moreover, the speed at which she wielded the rod surpassed 11 strikes per second, and with both hands working in tandem, her efficiency doubled. In this regard, Renai possessed an unexpected talent. Do-hwan, witnessing Frank's agony on the floor, raised a hand to halt Renai. He squatted down and asked calmly, "Tell me, does the Blood Gang have any plans to assassinate the celestial dragons?" "No," Frank replied, his face battered and contorted. Do-hwan waved his hand, continue the restoration. "Yes, sir." Renai immediately resumed her work, the shadows of the iron rods reappearing. Minutes later, Do-hwan inquired, "What about now?" "Still no," Frank gasped, seeking an end to his suffering. "Continue the treatment." Bam, bam, bam. Moments later, Do-hwan asked again, "And now? Does the Blood Gang have any involvement?" Yes. It was all the Blood Gang's doing. Frank gasped, his breath faint. He recognized that admitting guilt meant death, and denying it would lead to the same fate. He desired a swift end. Do-hwan furrowed his brow. Nonsense. Does a mere Blood Gang even possess the capability to orchestrate such an assassination? Or is it that Renai's previous strikes lacked sufficient intensity? Is there something you have yet to remember? All right. Frank cried out in terror, his eyes bloodshot, nearly popping from their sockets. This was no exaggeration. He had been so brutally beaten that his body was filled with blood, and his eyes felt as though they might burst. Do-hwan smiled gently and said, "Then let us speak candidly." Frank, his head spinning, began to rattle off names of various factions in rapid succession: the Mafia, the Blood Clothing Gang, the Skeleton Gang, the Don Quixote family, the Vinsmoke family. He knew not what to say and simply surrendered every name of which he was aware. Do-hwan's tone shifted to one of suspicion. Did the Vinsmoke family have any involvement? Frank, startled, immediately corrected himself. No, that one was a mistake. They had nothing to do with it. Chapter 81. Command Authority acquired Pox Island. Blood Party Casino. The captured villagers, escorted by naval soldiers, ascended from the underground arena to the ground floor. Upon their arrival, They were immediately struck by the sight of robust Blood Party members sprawled across the ground. The once ferocious leader, Frank, lay on the floor like a lifeless dog, his body marred with bruises and swollen wounds. 9 Blood Party officers knelt on the ground, trembling and displaying expressions of sheer terror, resembling frightened rabbits. Such formidable navy, such fierce navy. The villagers instinctively felt a surge of fear, recalling how powerful the Blood Party members had seemed before being violently subdued by this group of sailors in a matter of moments. However, this fear was swiftly overshadowed by a sense of relief. After all, it was the Navy that was there to protect them. And the more ruthless they were towards the Blood Party, the better. Indeed, if all naval forces were as competent as the ones present today, perhaps they would not have been captured in the first place. That officer must surely be Commander Do-hwan, the villagers thought, their gazes drawn to the handsome officer exuding an air of elite professionalism. His presence was as striking as the midday sun, standing out even among the ranks of extraordinary naval personnel. Do-hwan turned his head slightly, offering a subtle nod to the villagers. These poor souls were on the brink of annihilation, embroiled in a gruesome cycle of mutual slaughter. Yet, they are grateful. 200 individuals contributed 17,000 points of loyalty, an average of 85 points each, certainly worthy of salvation. It was not that he lacked the nearly 20,000 points of loyalty, rather. It was their commendable attitude that mattered. Of course, 17,000 points was no trifling sum. His supreme sword was valued at 20,000 points. The villagers flinched at Do-hwan's sudden gaze, a shiver running through them. However, they soon realized that this was the officer who had come to their rescue, and they were at a loss for words. A 6-year-old girl, her eyes sparkling with admiration, stepped forward to salute the naval lieutenant earnestly. "Thank you, big brother." Despite the frightening scene before her, she felt compelled to express her heartfelt gratitude to her savior. "You're welcome. It is my duty to serve." Do-hwan replied with a warm smile, brushing the dirt from her face. "Return home and live joyfully. Such events shall not occur in the North Sea again." From this moment on, his jurisdiction would be pristine. "Thank you, big brother." The little girl, slightly bashful, scampered back behind her father, feeling somewhat embarrassed to have appeared before the hero who had saved her entire village. She cautiously peeked out to steal glances at the tall figure. Nihai and the naval soldiers exchanged smiles. Indeed, Commander Do-hwan was well loved, and this was not the first instance of such affection. "Lieutenant Rob, prepare a naval vessel to relocate them to the German kingdom," Do-hwan instructed, aware that since the villagers had been forcibly taken, their original home would likely be uninhabitable. "Yes, sir." The lieutenant saluted and promptly led the villagers away from the casino. "We should also depart. Seal this casino completely and inventory its treasures later," Do-hwan stated, giving a casual kick to the lifeless Frank on the ground. "Then take these individuals to report our significant progress to Admiral Kizaru." "Yes, sir." Nihai and the naval soldiers affixed seals to the Blood Party's casino. They then escorted the remaining 10 Blood Party members, coincidentally encountering Smoker, who was leading a sweep of another casino. The two groups converged and proceeded towards the port together. Each gang was left with 10 members, not out of reluctance to execute them, but rather to utilize these factions to locate other gangs swiftly for a thorough cleansing operation. The underworld was akin to a web, with intricate interconnections of interests. Often, one gang could unravel a chain, and capturing one chain could dismantle nearly the entire network. Meanwhile, at the port of Ponks Island, Admiral Kazara leaned against a pillar, his expression pensive as if lost in thought. In truth, he was merely indulging in a habitual moment of idleness. Having delegated full authority to Do-hwan, confident in his ability to manage the situation. After all, the undertaking was grand, yet within Do-hwan's capabilities. It was not overly challenging. Unexpectedly, amidst the assassination attempt on a celestial dragon, he found himself in a state of repose, marveling at the splendid sunshine. Kazara mused that having a capable deputy made a world of difference. What is he contemplating? Several CP0 agents hovered nearby, observing Kazara's composed demeanor with intrigue. Could it be that the Navy had acquired some special intelligence, instilling confidence in their ability to identify the perpetrator behind the assassination of St. Silvers? They needed to ascertain this. They must play an active role in this incident, lest they appear entirely ineffectual. Returned? Kazara sensed something and straightened his posture slightly. Shortly thereafter, Do-hwan arrived with a group of suspects, addressing Kazara earnestly. "Report, Admiral. We have made significant progress." Kazara's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The CP0 agents perked up, eager to absorb every detail. According to confessions from the Blood Party, The death of St. Silvers was orchestrated by the Blood Party and various criminal associates. This is an enormous conspiracy with an unprecedented number of involved criminals, resulting in dire consequences. Do-hwan, filled with righteous indignation, fixed his burning gaze upon Kizaru. I request the mobilization of all forces in the North Sea to apprehend these individuals. We must not allow a single murderer of St. Silvers to escape. What? Kizaru feigned surprise, indignantly exclaiming, "The North Sea underworld dares to strike at a celestial dragon? This is no ordinary gang. We must respond with overwhelming force. Commander Do-hwan, grant me the authority to mobilize all branches in the North Sea. Can I trust you with this?" He scrutinized Do-hwan, his eyes glinting with inquiry. "Rest assured, I shall fulfill the mission." Do-hwan's voice rang with conviction. Kizaru clapped Do-hwan on the shoulder, visibly relieved. "Very well. From this moment until the case concludes, command will be entrusted to you over the North Sea's 800 branches and 600,000 naval personnel. 600,000 sailors seemed a considerable force. However, in the vast North Sea, it amounted to a mere fraction, with a population nearing 2 billion, predominantly dispersed across numerous islands. 600,000 sailors were often stretched thin patrolling, rendering it challenging to contain piracy effectively. "I shall not fail your expectations, Admiral." Do-hwan beamed, executing a precise salute. The North Sea's 800 branches and 600,000 combat-ready sailors constituted nearly one-fifth of the Navy's grassroots strength. Meanwhile, the Revolutionary Army boasted a so-called million-strong force. Though only 10,000 were equipped with subpar weaponry. While the Revolutionary Army appeared more formidable, in a true confrontation, the North Sea Navy would easily overpower that million. Now, this vast power was being entrusted to Do-hwan for the first time. If wielded effectively, it would soon be securely within his grasp. Who were the culprits? The Blood Party, and whom else? The CP0 agents, appearing bewildered, had not grasped the crux of the matter. After such a lengthy discourse, there was no mention of the true culprits. Mobilizing the entire North Sea 600,000 naval personnel seemed excessive, even to these loyal subordinates of the Celestial Dragons, who felt the situation had escalated beyond reason. To mobilize one-fifth of the Navy's forces for the demise of a Celestial Dragon, when has the Navy ever been so proactive? Chapter 82. Clearing the North Sea in the blink of an eye. Several days had passed. During this time, all branches in the North Sea were integrated under Do-hwan's command, initiating a grand and sweeping purge. The operation expanded outward in layers, centered around the Blood Party's connections. The Blood Party divulged information about the Skeleton Party, the Poly Party, the Razor Party, and the Bloodbat Gang. These factions, once apprehended, revealed even more organizations, creating a cascading effect. Utilizing this intelligence, Do-hwan dispatched various operational tasks to nearby branches, delegating personnel to resolve the issues. Do-hwan understood that even his elite 141st branch could not shoulder the entirety of this monumental cleansing effort alone, as their numbers were insufficient. Only by mobilizing the 600,000 strong North Sea Navy could they achieve maximum success in a short time frame. He instructed the 141 SD branch's naval forces to be divided into 20 units, randomly selecting branches for inspection and oversight each day. Each team was equipped with 200 elite clone soldiers from the German kingdom, fully armed to the teeth. While the North Sea Navy was commendable, it undoubtedly harbored its fair share of rogues. Individuals like Donald, engaged in corrupt dealings, and those who shirked their duties, were certainly present. Strict supervision was imperative to ensure efficient execution of commands. Simultaneously, these 20 naval units were tasked with documenting their seizures, which included substantial amounts of genuine gold and silver, sufficient to fund military expenditures for several years. The Blood Gang and Oppo's casino on Pongsai Island had been repurposed as a temporary command center. Dozens of naval officers were stationed, handling hundreds of telephone bugs, ready to receive inquiries and reports from various branches. Do-hwan stood before a massive map of the North Sea, contemplating the situation at hand, prepared to address any questions that arose. A report from Branch 732. Dasky suddenly stood, announcing loudly they are encountering fierce resistance from the Diamond Gang and the Houthi Nation. The enemy's firepower is overwhelming, and they request support, though the naval forces held an overall advantage. The decentralized nature of their operations meant that certain local gang factions could be stronger. This underscored the significance of the wartime command center in addressing unexpected circumstances. The Houthi Nation? Do-hwan swiftly located an island on the map and noted a nearby red line. He immediately instructed, "Have Smoker's inspection team, currently checking another branch nearby. Proceed there." Each inspection team consisted of 250 personnel, ensuring the presence of 5 elite officers from the headquarters, equipped with high-grade firearms from the German kingdom. Each squad possessed ample deterrent capability within the North Sea, sufficient to decisively affect battles against small to medium-sized gangs, while separating the inspection teams. They could also be mobilized for support, though the back and forth would be arduous. Understood. Dasky promptly sat down, quickly responding to the other end of the telephone buck. Major. Branch 351 encountered local nobility obstructing their efforts against the Black Hawk Party. Please issue your orders. Another naval officer stood, reporting urgently. They claim it's an internal matter of the Allied nations, and the Navy has no authority to intervene, threatening to report us to the world government. This was yet another reason the Navy often refrained from taking action against internal gangs, which were likely supported by local nobility, effectively rendering the Navy powerless. Do-hwan remained unfazed, calmly stating, "Inform them that the Navy is investigating the assassins of the Celestial Dragons. Any obstruction will be considered as collusion with the murderers, punishable by the same crime. If they remain obstinate, instruct Branch 351 to take immediate action. I will assume responsibility." In normal circumstances, he would have weighed the risks and benefits, making the process more cumbersome. However, with the Celestial Dragons deceased and holding the authority to investigate, he felt no trepidation towards anyone. It is good that the Celestial Dragons are dead. Understood. The Navy promptly settled in, awaiting the next call. A report from Lieutenant Carl's inspection team. Another naval officer rose, his expression tense. He has uncovered collusion between the colonel of Branch 137 and pirates, involving significant corruption. Execute the colonel on the spot, and have them report any issues. Detain any officers above the rank of ensign for trial. Have Carl retain 10 reliable comrades to temporarily oversee operations and continue the cleansing mission. Rest assured, I will consult with the warlord. Do-hwan's expression remained unchanged. This was not the first instance of such a situation. The inspection teams dispatched from his 141st branch had already taken control of over 100 branches. However, as time passed, this number dwindled, indicating that a majority of naval personnel were indeed honorable. Report. Commander Henai and Appos. S inspection team and Branch 453 still cannot overcome the Mafia. Commander Henai seeks your pardon. Another naval officer stood, his countenance grave. Tell her not to blame herself. The Mafia is one of the leading criminal organizations in the North Sea, and failing to bring them down is to be expected. Do-hwan furrowed his brow. Marking the Mafia as a priority target, assign them alternative objectives. We will reserve the Mafia for last, handling them personally when we have more time. In the vast expanse of the North Sea, it was entirely normal for a few formidable individuals to exist. However, he was eager to see just how long these powerful figures could withstand his approach. Standing nearby, Kizaru observed Do-hwan's various commands with great admiration. Despite the continuous stream of unexpected developments, Do-hwan managed to provide precise arrangements, handling each situation with remarkable orderliness. In certain matters, he displayed extraordinary courage and wisdom. Strategically leveraging the death of the Celestial Dragons to cleanse the North Sea, coupled with his adept tactical maneuvers, revealed his qualities befitting a warlord. What pleased him most was Do-hwan's ability to shoulder such immense responsibilities, allowing him, as the commanding officer, to remain at ease, a rare and invaluable trait. Kizaru could not help but step forward with a smile, saying, "You need not worry about the Mafia. Focus on your command here. I will handle it personally." After all, he was still the commanding officer, and excessive laziness could provoke the warlord and Appos' ire. He intended to lend Do-hwan a hand, but not to the point of overindulgence. Chapter 83. The Great Purge of the North Sea. Astonishingly, the Navy's monumental maneuvers reverberated across the North Sea like a bombshell, sending ripples of fear through every criminal organization, both large and small. The once arrogant underworld figures wished fervently to vanish without a trace, aspiring to become invisible amidst the chaos. The Navy, in a frenzied onslaught, indiscriminately targeted all dark forces, showing no regard for sustainable development. They accused these organizations of plotting the assassination of the Celestial Dragons, unleashing a barrage of gunfire without affording any opportunity for explanation. The Navy's firepower was formidable, bolstered by various reinforcements. Rumors even circulated of high-ranking officers rampaging through the area, leaving these criminals utterly helpless in their resistance. The sense of injustice was palpable. These underworld factions usually directed their malice towards innocent civilians. How could they possibly have the audacity to assassinate a Celestial Dragon? I did not kill the Celestial Dragon. We, the Black Tiger Gang, number merely 37. How could we have killed a celestial dragon? The celestial dragon perished on Ponce Island while we were on Capo Island, a vast distance away. You wretched Navy. You seek to claim my head for your accolades. You are trampling upon the lives of the innocent. May you meet a wretched fate. The bald, heavily tattooed leader of the Black Tiger Gang, flanked by his men, was escorted by the Navy towards the port, unable to contain his fury as he shouted his grievances to the surrounding crowd. In the past, he had wronged others, making them suffer for debts they could not repay. Now, he empathized deeply with those he once tormented. How could these commoners possibly owe him 100 billion berries? How could he have assassinated a celestial dragon? The Navy's actions were utterly corrupt. Onlookers witnessed the depths of the Navy's depravity. Silence. Smoker barked, striking the table with his hands. Have you lost your mind? Colonel Do-hwan has already uncovered the truth. Are you questioning the authority of the Navy? Initially, he struggled with the situation, having witnessed the death of a celestial dragon firsthand. However, as time passed, he hardened his resolve. These damned gangsters, notorious for their brutality, must indeed be part of the conspiracy to eliminate the celestial dragon. Whether they were guilty or not, they were certainly implicated. Unjust. Unjust. Come, everyone, witness the Navy's incompetence. The bald, muscular thug, bloodied and frenzied, shouted like a raging bull. Nonsense. Unjust my foot. The surrounding civilians erupted in derision, reveling in the spectacle. This Black Tiger Gang had treated them like subservient slaves, instilling fear even in their personal lives. Countless had suffered at their hands. Now, witnessing the Navy dismantle this menace brought immense satisfaction. Well done, Commander. Why not enjoy a meal before you leave? We've just caught some fresh seafood. The villagers smiled warmly at the Navy officers escorting the Black Tiger Gang members, waving in cheerful camaraderie. Initially, the civilians feared they might be caught in the crossfire. However, they quickly realized that the Navy was solely targeting the criminal elements, sparing them from harm, thus recognizing the Navy as their saviors, a band of heroes. No need for further assistance. We must be on our way to the next location. But we appreciate your goodwill. Smoker offered a strained smile, his weariness momentarily alleviated. A contingent of Navy personnel hastily transported the protesting members of the Black Tiger Gang to their ships, racing towards the next destination. This was but a fragment of the extensive purge sweeping across the North Sea, where similar events unfolded in various locales. Above the North Sea, a flock of newsbirds flitted about, relaying the latest developments of this monumental event back to the World Economic Journal headquarters. Soon, the next day's headlines would feature the latest updates on the Great Purge of the North Sea. 5 days after the assassination of the Celestial Dragon Silvers, Colonel Monkey D Doo-hwan, deputy leader of the temporary investigation team, expressed profound condolences once more. He pledged solemnly, I shall spare no effort to bring to justice any perpetrator involved in the assassination of the Celestial Dragons, regardless of their power or influence. He publicly reported on the progress of the North Sea Navy's operations, stating that they had already eliminated a substantial portion of the culprits and would soon enter the final stages of cleanup. At Navy headquarters in Marineford, several white doves perched atop the roof, leisurely preening their feathers. Suddenly, a loud shout startled them into flight, scattering a few feathers. Borsellino, look at what you've done. Sengoku slammed his hand on the table, spewing frustration into the den mushi. The North Sea has descended into utter chaos. You were tasked with the investigation. And where have you led us? The complaints from the allied nations could drown my office. Do you understand? Borsellino, have you lost your senses? I must ask, has the Buddha ever swatted you? The North Sea was in turmoil, and the entire Navy was mobilized to apprehend the culprits, forcefully intervening in the internal matters of various allied nations to eradicate gang violence. The nobles, frantic, sought every avenue to lodge their complaints, overwhelming the den mushi. He was aware that the complaints reaching the world government were even more numerous, all targeting the Navy's operations in the North Sea. And these too had found their way to him. He had entrusted the task to Kazuru, but never anticipated such an upheaval. He had lost hundreds of hairs in the past few days. Days ago, he could endure it, considering the need to show respect for the celestial dragon's demise. Yet, today, the uproar was incessant, and he could no longer contain himself. It was as he had predicted. Do-hwan regarded the den mushi with an expression of foreknowledge. He had anticipated that Sengoku would be quite agitated upon calling, deliberately maintaining a distance during the conversation. However, Sengoku exhibited a degree of decorum, refraining from any expletives. As the den mushi quieted, Do-hwan drew closer, speaking in a hushed tone. Marshal Sengoku, this is Do-hwan. Kazaro had ceded the credit for the entire North Sea operation to him, and thus he understood he must also shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. Otherwise, if he were to reap the benefits while Kizaru bore the burdens, it would be akin to treating Kizaru like a pirate. Greater responsibility begets greater power. Those who desire authority must not shy away from accountability. Chapter 84. The commander with prominent eyebrows and eyes. Doo-hwan Buddha Sengoku was momentarily taken aback, instinctively lowering his voice. This is Borsellino's Den Mushi. Where is he? He could not help but feel a bit awkward, having revealed a moment of frustration to his capable junior. Would this tarnish Doo-hwan and Appo's impression of him? Doo-hwan glanced at the spot where Admiral Kizaru often basked in the sun and, with utmost seriousness, declared, Admiral Kizaru is personally leading the operation to capture the assailant of the Celestial Dragons. I am currently overseeing the entire operation in the North Sea. After all, the Celestial Dragons were the aristocracy of the world, and their demise warranted a grand response. Do not harbor any resentment towards Admiral Kizaru. These days have been dictated by my plans. Ah, the great Sengoku is indeed commendable. Upon hearing it was him, the tone of voice had changed entirely. He certainly could not disappoint Sengoku's trust and must expedite his ascension to the rank of Fleet Admiral. Oh, I understand. On the surface, Sengoku appeared composed. Yet inwardly he berated Kizaru. It was clear to him that Kizaru was shirking his responsibilities, offloading his duties onto Doo-hwan. Not only was he outsourcing, but it seemed he was doing so full-time, providing no suggestions whatsoever. Such laziness, to the extent of relinquishing a direct line to the Admiral, was utterly outrageous. No wonder the North Sea and Appo's current aggressive demeanor felt familiar. It bore a striking resemblance to Doo-hwan and Appo's prior blitz against Germa. Both were characterized by bold ambition and swift action. This was frustrating. If it were Kizaru, he could merely scold him. But this was Doo-hwan. How could he express his discontent? Ahem. Sengoku cleared his throat and gently remarked, Doo-hwan, your approach this time is somewhat immature. The death of the Celestial Dragons is a grave matter. Yet mobilizing the entire North Sea Navy to root out criminal elements in various allied nations seems overly grandiose and somewhat superficial. From the situation in the North Sea over the past few days, he could discern some of Doo-hwan and Appo's intentions. Unable to locate the culprit behind the Celestial Dragon's death, one might attempt to fabricate a grand spectacle to appease the Gorosei while simultaneously eliminating the underworld forces in the North Sea, a practical and shrewd strategy. His appreciation for the results of this cleansing operation was evident. Otherwise, he would not have waited until now to make the call. However, it felt rather hollow. A figure of substantial weight was necessary to enliven the entire affair. Otherwise, even if the Gorosei accepted this resolution, they would undoubtedly harbor grievances. At present, the Gorosei remained silent, merely perceiving the North Sea Navy's actions as aligning with the world government's intent to establish deterrence. But that did not mean they were oblivious to the underlying intricacies. The current upheaval in the North Sea could also be interpreted differently, using the death of the Celestial Dragons to garner accolades, while lacking any genuine search efforts, might be seen as the Navy's contempt for the world government. How the Gorosei interpreted this would depend on their own perspectives. However, the fact that the world government had forwarded complaints from the North Sea's allied nations to the Navy headquarters without explicit mention signified a message in itself. Yet, if a formidable presence were to anchor the situation, unifying the entire event, the outcome would differ significantly. By identifying a sufficiently weighty culprit, the Navy could maximize the impact, which, regardless of interpretation, would signify their unwavering loyalty to the world government. These subtleties, however, he could not articulate directly. He merely hoped Doo-hwan would grasp his meaning. Sengoku, I understand your intentions, Doo-hwan replied, his understanding evident as he smiled. I have already uncovered numerous clues and will soon unearth the puppeteer behind the scenes. The small fry here are about to be dealt with. And the shadowy figure is becoming increasingly clear. It won't be long before they are apprehended. He understood the Gorosei's perspective well. It was best to identify the true culprit while expanding the influence, showcasing the world government's formidable power to deter any rebellious factions. Moreover, should the true perpetrator remain elusive and the case be hastily closed, what if the actual culprit emerged someday to mock them? The face of the world government would be irreparably tarnished. Of course, he was certain that this true culprit would not act in such a manner. Even if he needed to utilize the figure of a godslayer as a spectacle, he could simply eliminate a couple of them when the time came. Sengoku's heart raced. He inquired in a low voice, Can you divulge the potential identity of this hidden mastermind? He was unsure whether D Doo-hwan had genuinely identified the puppeteer or fabricated a false one. Regardless, he was eager to know who it was and whether they possessed the capability and motive for such a position. D Doo-hwan's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, "The warlord, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Is it him? That cannot be right." Sengoku frowned, struggling to conceive a way to implicate Doflamingo in the assassination of the celestial dragons. Although he harbored a deep disdain for Doflamingo, especially since his adopted son Rosinante had perished at Doflamingo's hands, he found it hard to devise a method for framing Doflamingo. "Are you certain of this?" Sengoku pondered briefly before tentatively suggesting, "Perhaps the Revolutionary Army is responsible, or maybe Jinbei, or the Empress from the warlords." The three factions he mentioned bore significant grudges against the celestial dragons. Compared to Doflamingo, who had exploited his former identity as a celestial dragon to rob the heavens and ascend as a warlord, the possibility of these three being responsible seemed more plausible. "Sengoku, I am not mistaken. The evidence is irrefutable." D Doo-hwan's tone grew firm, exuding confidence. He immediately recognized Sengoku's insinuation, albeit surprised by how smoothly the commander with prominent eyebrows and eyes sought a scapegoat. However, having already assured Dragon that he would not engage the Revolutionary Army, he could not consider the two warlords on his recruitment list, Jinbei and the Empress, who had become warlords to safeguard their nations from invasion, were among the few he and his faction could accept. He was resolute in pursuing the route of the Navy's son, intending to consolidate the Navy and the Revolutionary Army. Thus, pirates would inevitably become his adversaries. It was imperative to distinguish friends from foes. Otherwise, the Navy would end up like it was now, disappointing many like Zephyr. "Since you are certain, I shall not press further." Sengoku did not inquire further, but advised, "Just ensure you provide me with the complete dossier promptly. I need to scrutinize it thoroughly." Thus far, despite D Doo-hwan's somewhat radical methods, his capabilities were unquestionable. The previous surprise attack on Germa had not caused significant repercussions. Even the current tumult in the North Sea remained within a controllable range, with the Navy only targeting criminal elements. The Allied nations might vocally express their outrage, but they understood their culpability, resulting in no substantial action. As long as D Doo-hwan could offer a reasonable explanation, Doflamingo was not beyond consideration. "Thank you for your concern, Admiral." D Doo-hwan's expression was sincere. "Please take care of yourself. I shall not let you down." To this day, he had been able to develop so freely, thanks to Sengoku's trust and support. Even the phone call was more about care than accountability. It was a heartfelt wish from a senior for the Navy to thrive. "Well then, we shall be in touch." Sengoku's expression softened, but soon turned serious again. "When Kizaru returns, remember to return the Din Din Mushi to him. I have matters to discuss." Although he accepted the current situation and acknowledged that D Doo-hwan had handled things adequately, Kizaru's laziness in entrusting such a significant matter to someone who had joined the Navy for less than 2 months warranted a stern lesson. "Understood." D Doo-hwan hung up the phone, not allowing himself a moment of silence for Kizaru, and promptly prepared to return to the Germa kingdom. At this juncture, the North Sea and Apos' anti-piracy efforts were nearing conclusion, with the larger factions nearly eradicated, leaving only the smaller fry. Now, it was time to deal with Doflamingo and provide Admiral Sengoku with a satisfactory explanation. As for the method, he would have to impart to Doflamingo the fundamental principles of recording. Chapter 85. The Twin Black Room. In the subterranean depths of the Germa Kingdom's palace lies a dark and clandestine prison, forged entirely from steel. Apart from a small opening for food deliveries, there exists no other crevice. This prison was personally overseen by Vinsmoke Judge, crafted specifically for the most formidable adversaries. As a preeminent scientist of the world, he devised various methods to ensure complete isolation, employing numerous innovative materials to guarantee that escape was an impossibility. "Judge, have you truly left no back door?" Don Quixote Doflamingo lay upon the iron bed, gazing up at the shadowy steel dome. The sound of waves crashing against the iron walls reverberated within the confined space. This prison was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The only sounds emerged when naval soldiers arrived to deliver meals. "No," Judge replied, sitting cross-legged on the bed, his face pale and somewhat vacant in the darkness. "I utilized my finest metallic materials. The thickness of any section exceeds 2 meters. Even the most skilled swordsman wielding the sharpest blade would require months to carve out a path to freedom. Damn it. What kind of mindset drives you to construct such a cage?" Doflamingo cursed weakly, his limbs shackled with sea stone handcuffs. In his view, Vinsmoke Judge, guarding the feeble North Blue, was not particularly formidable himself. What kind of mentality could compel this man to design such a high-security prison? Judge cast a silent glance at Doflamingo, who was once his hypothetical enemy, the renowned warlord of the sea. Although they maintained a cooperative relationship, there was a saying, business partners are fools. In the underworld, who has not contemplated devouring their partners? If he could absorb Doflamingo and Apos' power, the German kingdom and Apos' ambition to dominate the North Blue would be substantially fulfilled. Doflamingo, keenly perceptive, sensed the shift in atmosphere and instantly deduced, "You don't intend to treat me as a hypothetical enemy, do you? We are partners." Judge nodded, countering, "Partners, indeed. But what brings you to the North Blue at this time? Don't tell me you came to rescue me. You know I would never believe such foolishness, infamous Don Quixote." Having been comfortably situated in the New World, Doflamingo's sudden arrival in the North Blue could only signify his desire for Judge's legacy. Feeling exposed, Doflamingo's embarrassment was palpable. Judge wished to imprison him, while he himself contemplated swallowing the German kingdom whole. Their shared confinement in this prison rendered the atmosphere exceedingly peculiar. Yet, Doflamingo soon reconciled the situation, chuckling softly, "Hee, we truly are in sync. Two underworld magnates, each secretly plotting the other's downfall. Was this not a reflection of great minds thinking alike?" Listening to Doflamingo's bold, carefree laughter, Judge could not help but inquire, "Doflamingo, with your prowess, are you not a match for the Navy?" He had to concede that Doflamingo's strength was several times his own. Mastery of the three forms of hockey and an awakened devil fruit ability made him an undeniable top-tier powerhouse. Even after simulating countless scenarios in his mind, Judge could not conceive a means to contend with Doflamingo's might. Why, then, had such a formidable warlord of the sea also found himself imprisoned? Well, Doflamingo's expression darkened, yet he could not refute. That Navy officer indeed possesses formidable skills. His physique and hockey are monstrous. He recalled that terrifying day when the beast-like young Marine, with a body that traversed the awakened sea of lines, had laid him low with mere strikes, leaving him battered and unconscious. The sheer force and mastery of hockey were staggering, a memory that still caused his internal organs to ache. Though he felt phantom pains, he spoke. "I engaged that Navy officer in a fierce battle but ultimately fell to his capture. Had it not been for Admiral Kizaru's presence, I would not have been defeated so swiftly. Indeed, if not for the pressure exerted by Kizaru, he might have endured a few precious seconds longer." Understanding dawned upon Judge, who nodded in agreement. That Navy officer is exceptionally formidable. If the strongest pirate is the Pirate King, he might very well become the future Navy King. Navy King? Doflamingo mused. It was an apt description. The image of that domineering Marine filled his mind, exuding an aura befitting a ruler of the Navy. Judge sighed. "Alas, I wonder when I will be able to leave this place." Regret and frustration welled within him. Had he known that Doflamingo was so formidable, he would have kept his distance. The losses from that arms deal were negligible compared to the current predicament. Now, the German kingdom had fallen into another's grasp, and the Vinsmoke family was reduced to but a single survivor, his decades of toil evaporating in an instant. He pondered what state the German kingdom was in now. Under the influence of that Marine, Doflamingo, overhearing Judge's melancholy, erupted into laughter. "Hee." Judge's expression stiffened, his annoyance flaring. "What are you laughing at? You are just as confined here as I am." No, I am not like you," Doflamingo retorted, shaking his left hand. The sea stone chains chiming. "You do not know when you will be released, but I shall be free soon. I am a warlord of the sea, a partner personally sought by the world government. The Navy has no authority to detain me. The noble blood of the celestial dragons flows through my veins. They dare not lay a hand on me. Keeping me here for a few days is the utmost limit of their power. Soon, I shall bask in the light once more." Though shackled by sea stone, he felt a sense of freedom, for this prison could not contain him. He would soon emerge. Still the ruler of Dressrosa. Perhaps that Navy officer who had bested him would even owe him an apology. His lineage and status were not to be trifled with by a mere Navy officer. Creak. Despite the darkness, Judge could vividly envision Doflamingo's triumphant visage, a wave of envy washing over him. The loss of his own freedom was painful, yet the thought of his cellmate's impending release was intolerable. Chapter 86. Unexpected Ease. Humph. Gaji scoffed, speaking with a hint of acidity. "That Navy officer doesn't play by the rules. He might either eliminate you outright or keep you here to accompany me for eternity." Even he found little solace in his own words. Yet they served as a form of comfort. The identity of the celestial dragon and the status of the warlord of the sea were both invaluable bargaining chips that could ensure his survival. Should the world government learn of Doflamingo and Apos' presence here, they would undoubtedly intervene. Unlike him, who possessed nothing but a clever mind. Hee, think whatever you like. A faint smile appeared on Doflamingo's weary face. However, if I were to escape, it might prove beneficial for you. The circumstances of a person's plight are often revealed through comparison, and he relished hearing the envy of his cellmate, which added a modicum of amusement to the otherwise dreary experience of imprisonment. What do you mean by that? Gaji's heart stirred, revealing a glimmer of surprise. Guess. Doflamingo smiled faintly, thinking to himself, to unlawfully detain a king from a member nation is hardly the Navy's prerogative. He pondered why Do-hwan was so foolish as to deliver such a damning leverage into his hands. Do-hwan and Apos' capture of him could be justified as a provocation, and the Navy would protect Do-hwan. Yet, holding a king captive while meddling in royal affairs would invite repercussions from the Navy that could not be easily dismissed. Striking him and imprisoning him were not matters that could be brushed aside lightly. Though Gaji received no explicit answer, he grasped some implications, his mind racing with possibilities, as if his previously desolate spirit had been rekindled. If Doflamingo were to leverage his situation against Do-hwan, there was a strong likelihood that he would be rescued by the world government and reinstated as the ruler of the German kingdom. Just the thought made his blood surge with excitement, awakening hope for the resurgence of the Vinsmoke family. In that moment, the two men in the cell harbored their own schemes. The dark and silent confines of the prison were suddenly suffused with a subtle sense of joy. Click! A key, approximately half a meter in length, began to turn, the complex mechanical lock clicking in succession, producing a series of sounds. Doflamingo and Gaji instinctively turned their gazes toward the source of the noise, the heavy door that led out of the cell, which was only open during mealtimes. However, they had already been served their solitary meal for the day. So, is it that Navy officer coming to see them? Click! The mechanical lock reached its final position, and the massive iron door swung open with a resounding crash. Blinding light flooded in, causing Doflamingo and Gaji to squint. Having been deprived of light for so long, their eyes had grown quite sensitive. Do-hwan stood at the threshold, a lamp in hand, smiling as he addressed them. Good afternoon, gentlemen. He then unlocked the door with another key, effortlessly pushing open the heavy gate and entering the cell with an air of ease. You've come. Doflamingo and Apos' expression turned serious as he gazed at the figure outlined by the brilliance. Even with the assurance of freedom brewing within him and thoughts of confronting Do-hwan already forming, the sight of this formidable figure made his heart tremble. Do-hwan's strength was overwhelming. Immediately, he felt a wave of embarrassment. He was a man destined to become a king. How could he bow to a mere Navy officer? Gaji instinctively recoiled, the memory of his previous state of vomiting and despair still fresh in his mind. Unlike Doflamingo, he lacked conviction. His life was entirely in Do-hwan's hands, especially since this man seemed to be an admirer of Vegapunk, rendering his own intelligence seemingly less valuable. Indeed, I have arrived, Do-hwan replied, directing the lamp's beam toward Gaji. Then to Doflamingo. While both men appeared pale and weakened from their prolonged absence from light, they had largely recovered. Their resilience was remarkable. Cannot withstand the Navy and Apos' pressure any longer? Doflamingo, enduring the discomfort of the harsh light, fixed his gaze on Do-hwan and grinned. He needed to assert himself. He was a sovereign and would not bow down. Perhaps, Do-hwan placed the lamp on the ground and approached Gaji's iron bed, speaking kindly. Mr. Gaji, please squat in the corner. I would like to sit and converse. Humph. Anger surged within Gaji, and resentment took hold. He sprang up abruptly, squatting forcefully in the corner. Squat if he must. He felt no fear. Do-hwan smiled, evidently pleased. It seemed Gaji had matured significantly over these past days, realizing that adaptability is a mark of wisdom. A little more intimidation today, followed by a few more strikes, and he would likely be ready to engage in scientific pursuits. Doflamingo, feeling his aura suppressed, retorted defiantly. Hee. The lieutenant colonel truly exudes authority. Internally, he seethed at Gaji's impotence. Why did he not dare confront Do-hwan? The latter's demeanor resembled that of the four emperors. Far too pretentious. You are the ones who imprisoned me. Naturally, I exude authority. Do-hwan nodded as if it were self-evident, smiling as he continued. Now, we must discuss your affairs, warlord of the sea. A recording snail, already activated, nestled in his grasp, prepared to capture crucial evidence. If you intend to release me, I suggest you do so promptly. Doflamingo and Apos' eyes brightened, There are numerous matters in Dressrosa that require my attention, as well as affairs pertaining to the world government that I must address as a warlord of the sea. These can wait. Do-hwan crossed his legs calmly, stating, I wish to pose a few inquiries. I hope you will respond truthfully. Why should I listen to you? Doflamingo perceived Do-hwan's apparent weakness. He was no longer the domineering figure who had once assaulted him. Clearly, the world government was exerting pressure on Do-hwan. Whoosh. Do-hwan extended his index finger. A white energy thrust forth. Ugh. A bloodied hole appeared in Doflamingo's right arm, causing him to grunt in pain. Do-hwan nonchalantly blew on his finger, saying matter-of-factly, because you are still in my grasp, if you wish to avoid becoming a warlord of the sea who succumbs to a sudden heart attack, you ought to satisfy my curiosity. Doflamingo and Apos' expression darkened, his teeth clenched as he demanded, what do you wish to know? Circumstances dictate actions. He could not afford to die now when freedom was within reach. He had no doubt that Do-hwan possessed the audacity to carry out his threat. A warlord of the sea dying of a heart attack would only result in minor repercussions for this Navy officer. Do-hwan nodded slightly and inquired, were you once a celestial dragon? Doflamingo's voice brimmed with fury. Yes. The key word, yes, tinged with rage, was recorded. Do-hwan continued, then why are you no longer one? Doflamingo clenched his fists. Because my foolish father renounced his celestial dragon status, dragging our family into the wretched world. It was his most humiliating past, one that he was now compelled to relive. Humiliation, an unbearable disgrace. Do-hwan pressed, is that all? Did you make no attempts to reclaim your status? Doflamingo knelt in disgrace at Mariehua, his nails digging into his flesh. Of course, I did. I intended to bring that fool's head to Mariehua, hoping to regain our celestial dragon identity. But they rejected me and humiliated me severely. I swear, I will not let them off the hook. His peripheral vision caught Do-hwan's stance, a tempest of fury swirling within him. He would not spare those scoundrels. Nor would he let this Navy officer escape unscathed. Oh, Do-hwan replied nonchalantly, his expression unperturbed. Relaxed, he mused that half the mission was already accomplished. Just a few more prompts, a couple more recording snails to edit, and the task would be securely in hand. Chapter 87. Interrogation expert, have all the celestial dragons been bullying you? That cannot be the case. Do-hwan revealed a skeptical expression, questioning. The 5 elders are currently paying great attention to you. They are the greatest obstacle to my desire to deal with you. It seems to me that as long as you kneel before them and acknowledge a wild father, it would be quite simple for you to regain your status as a celestial dragon. Furious at Doflamingo, he collected insults aimed at the 5 elders. Monkey D. Do-hwan. Doflamingo's internal wounds were torn open violently, akin to a frenzied beast thirsting for blood. You insult me. I am a born king. Those old fools only wish to witness my disgrace after I lose my identity as a celestial dragon. They are despicable bastards. How could I ever kneel before them? I will kill them. I will kill them. Did he kneel before the 5 elders back then? Of course, he did. Yet those 5 elders looked down upon him with disdain and contempt, expelling him from the Holy Land. He had long wished to forget that feeling of humiliation. But Do-hwan had now resurrected it within him. He had grown into a king, and the childhood humiliation felt even more intolerable in this moment. That weak self had seemingly vanished. Indeed, it was a time filled with embarrassment. Do-hwan, with a disingenuous smile, said, I almost feel sorry for you. Just collect another explosive moment, and the 5 elders will be quite pleased. I do not need your sympathy, nor do I want it. Doflamingo raged. His eyes filled with murderous intent. I will reclaim everything I have lost. I will make those fools pay. He was a king determined to ascend to the pinnacle. Sympathy was an insult to him. He would make everyone pay, including the wretched individual before him. Then do you know St. Silphus? Do-hwan smirked, asking. He is currently vacationing in the North Sea, indulging in a life of opulence. I wonder if he ever humiliated you back in the day. If I were to release you now, would you dare to take his life? Doflamingo and Apos' furious expression suddenly froze. To kill a celestial dragon? Was he insane? Despite the privileges he held as a former celestial dragon, should he take the life of one, he would immediately forfeit those privileges and face judgment from the 5 elders, leading to his death. In contrast, eliminating a Navy vice admiral would not pose any trouble at all. Gradually distancing himself from his rage, Doflamingo looked at Do-hwan with a cold sneer. You are employing a crude method of provocation. Do you think I am that foolish? He leaned against the iron wall, blood streaming from his pierced left arm. Despite being bound, he erupted into a near-manic laughter. Ha! I will not kill St. Silphus, even if he once humiliated me. I will not make any mistakes. You cannot do anything to me. Well, Do-hwan appeared astonished, as if he had stumbled upon a great secret. It seems you have uncovered my plot. My scheme has proven ineffective. Yet within, he felt an increasing sense of delight. I will not kill Saint Silphus. Even if he once insulted me, could easily be altered to I killed Saint Silphus. He once insulted me with just a slight interruption when recording on another transponder snail. In this interrogation, Doflamingo was more accommodating than he had anticipated. Moreover, the news of the celestial dragon's death had not reached Doflamingo, which was a crucial piece of information. Who would have thought that a Navy colonel would dare to kill a celestial dragon and, amidst a grand display of vengeance, frame a former celestial dragon for the crime? Give up on that thought. Doflamingo, now composed, felt the pain in his arm intensify, causing him to gasp slightly. Yet he smiled and said, I will not provide you with any leverage. I will be released under the protection of the world government. He hoped to witness Do-hwan's disappointment and anger. But his opponent remained calm and smiling, whether during his frenzy or now in tranquility. This fellow, had he been humiliated by the 5 elders and come to him seeking validation? Think whatever you wish. Do-hwan lightly shook his head, reclining against the iron wall with an air of relaxation and languor. Sometimes, I truly envy you. With such bloodlines, you enjoy a freedom on the sea that far surpasses others. Unlike me, even if I possess strength that eclipses yours by 100-fold, taking action against you would still pose significant trouble. His tone turned soft and airy, expressing dissatisfaction with the current situation and an admiration for Doflamingo's identity. Simultaneously, his relaxed demeanor was both a display of feigned weakness and a gesture of seeking a friendly rapport. Doflamingo's expression darkened, anger boiling within him. What did he mean by being stronger than him by 100-fold? What did he mean by his bloodline causing such trouble? Each word implied that he was a worthless individual, living solely on his status. What was most frustrating was that the current reality was precisely that. Yet this man's tone suggested something different. He sensed Do-hwan's dissatisfaction with the status quo and that ambiguous attitude of seeking a truce. Doflamingo suppressed his anger, gazing at Do-hwan with uncertainty. What do you mean by that? You are currently very dangerous to me. Do-hwan appeared relaxed, speaking with an implied meaning. You saw through my actions in Germa, witnessed Vinsmoke judge, and hold great animosity towards me. Your identity and lineage allow you to maximize these elements. Even under the pressure from the world government and the Navy, I do not wish to let you go easily. You should give me a reason. A compelling reason to make up my mind. Still in the process of manipulation. He needed to further ease Doflamingo's vigilance and obtain grounds that would allow him to eliminate Doflamingo instantly. He understood that for the recording evidence to be effective, the individual providing it would ideally become a corpse. Given Doflamingo and Apos' status, even if he were convicted, it would likely be the 5 elders who would send him to Mariehua for execution. If he were not a corpse, it would be easy to expose the truth. Simultaneously, the more substantial conditions Doflamingo presented, the more his refusal would showcase his steadfast position, leaving a favorable impression on his superiors. Haha, Doflamingo, listening to the obvious threat, instead burst into laughter. This was a request for a guarantee. After receiving it, he would be released without fear of betrayal. For individuals of their ilk, verbal promises were utterly untrustworthy. Only a stable bond of mutual interests would serve as the best assurance. Just like his relationship with Vinsmoke judge, both desired to devour the other, yet they remained united due to their interests. That monstrous Navy officer was extending an invitation for an alliance. I can join forces with you. Doflamingo's eyes glimmered intensely as he spoke to Do-hwan. I am the master of Dressrosa and one of the kings of the underground world. I possess vast resources and connections. My unique status allows me to accomplish many things you cannot. You control the entire North Sea, while I have considerable influence in the New World. Our collaboration could secure the vital pathways from the North Sea to the New World, generating immense wealth. I can also create numerous opportunities for you to earn merits, allowing you to rise swiftly within the Navy. You are the absolute future elite of the Navy, while I reign over the underground world. Together, we can dominate the world. The other party sought to join forces. Why should he refuse? It was evident to anyone with eyes that Do-hwan's future within the Navy was boundless. Despite his youth, his strength far surpassed that of Doflamingo, a warlord. Their cooperation would not only benefit Do-hwan, but also provide Doflamingo with a powerful ally within the Navy. In comparison, the slight grievance he endured was trivial. A true strongman knows when to take up and when to let go. Collaborating with Do-hwan served him significantly. Moreover, if he did not agree at this moment, he might not be able to leave at all. Any lingering grudges or schemes could be addressed later. Once he had secured his exit, Chapter 88. The flickering of the Death Star. Doo-hwan remained impassive, listening to Doflamingo and Amp Apos' grandiose plans. Despite the numerous conditions laid out, there was no mention of artificial devil fruits. Was Doflamingo deliberately concealing this? No, at this juncture, Doflamingo was still unaware of the existence of artificial devil fruits. The year was 1515 of the Sea Circle calendar, and at this time, Caesar, who would eventually collaborate with Doflamingo to create artificial devil fruits, was still serving the world government alongside Vegapunk and Apos' research team in Punk Hazard. It would not be until 3 years later that Caesar, after a fallout with Vegapunk, would detonate a gas bomb and escape, ultimately seeking out Doflamingo in 1519. This implies that at this moment, Vegapunk and Caesar were still at Punk Hazard. In this light, the prospect of acquiring a top-tier scientific team was indeed tantalizing. Doo-hwan, while feigning being moved, was inwardly preoccupied with the scientific team. It sounds quite appealing. But I am uncertain of your true intentions. Suppose, just suppose, there is someone in the Navy obstructing my advancement. Before Doo-hwan could finish, Doflamingo interjected without hesitation. I will eliminate your rival. As long as you collaborate with me, I will ensure your swift promotion within the Navy. The accolades shall be yours, and I will deal with your enemies. He had discerned Doo-hwan's interest and was intent on fanning the flames. Moreover, the matter of eliminating a colleague to secure a promotion was a lever he could use to manipulate Doo-hwan, and he was more than willing to act on it. Should Doo-hwan gain control of the North Sea Navy, Doflamingo would reign over the entire underworld. They would monopolize trade in the North Sea and beyond, possessing 1/5 of the world. I see your sincerity. Doo-hwan and Apos' expression softened, and he smiled. I accept this collaboration. His words, though polished, concealed a certain thrill. However, regrettably, he had already eliminated a celestial dragon and had leveraged that death to cleanse the North Sea, reaping billions in loyalty points. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Such gains require sacrifice. At this juncture, Doflamingo had become a liability that must be eliminated. Hearty laughter erupted from Doflamingo, as if the wounds in his arm were miraculously healing. Now that our cooperation is established, I may take my leave. Yes? Once I am free, I will assist you in becoming the king of the North Sea and help you achieve countless merits within the Navy. He longed to escape this iron prison, fearing that with each passing moment, Doo-hwan might reconsider. The man's demeanor was unpredictable, fluctuating between amiable and hostile, leaving him utterly perplexed. Doo-hwan nodded noncommittally, his gaze enigmatic. Hold on, I have one final question. Yes? Doflamingo regarded the man, sensing that this inquiry would be distinct, perhaps a veritable bombshell. Doo-hwan smirked, concerning the 3 ancient weapons. It is said they are formidable weapons from a bygone era, with Pluton possessing the strength to sink an island, and Poseidon rumored to be capable of overturning the seas. This was his final question, a deadly trap. Only by posing this query could he rightfully eliminate Doflamingo himself, rather than leaving it to the 5 elders to issue the order. In the original storyline, Doflamingo had been assassinated by CP0 agents dispatched by the 5 elders due to his disclosure of information regarding the celestial dragon's national treasure, the Uranus. Thankfully, the then Fleet Admiral Akainu had recognized Doflamingo's value, assigning Admiral Magellan to protect him, thus preserving his life. Uranus was a weapon capable of obliterating islands, a terrifying tool of the world government, whose secrets could not be revealed. Doflamingo's expression turned quizzical. The 3 ancient weapons seemed irrelevant to him, and he had never hinted at such information publicly. Why would Doo-hwan bring this up? Yet, his pupils dilated in disbelief as he stared at Doo-hwan. This man dared to mention ancient weapons before a former celestial dragon. It must pertain to that very subject. In his youth, while still a celestial dragon, he had stumbled upon the secret of the celestial dragon and Apos' national treasure, which was indeed one of the 3 ancient weapons, Uranus. He had even surmised that its usage required a sacrifice of life, leading him to devise a plan to achieve immortality through surgical fruits, only to have that plan thwarted by a young rogue. But now, what could this Navy lieutenant possibly mean? Doo-hwan interlocked his fingers, smiling. I have heard that Uranus resides within the hands of the celestial dragons, regarded as their national treasure. Might you share your insights? As a former celestial dragon, you should possess knowledge that eludes us. Doflamingo forced himself to appear composed. I do not know what you are speaking of. Yet, his demeanor betrayed him. Doo-hwan unabashedly asserted, this is the other piece of sincerity I seek from my partner. I have initiated the conversation. If you refuse to share even this, I shall ensure your immediate demise. The bonds of mutual benefit serve as the cornerstone of collaboration, and the preservation of a shared secret is equally vital. As for me, I have always favored dual assurances. He was confident that Doflamingo would divulge the information, as he had initiated the dialogue. He displayed a portion of the knowledge he possessed, willingly shouldering the majority of the risk. Furthermore, Doflamingo's understanding of Uranus was not particularly profound, consisting of uncertain information that held minimal value. You truly are a formidable adversary, Doflamingo inhaled deeply, perceiving Doo-hwan's inscrutable nature. The celestial dragon and Apo's national treasure was known only to a select few elite among the indulgent celestial dragons. He had only gained a modicum of understanding through a childhood encounter with family records. Yet how could this Navy lieutenant possess such knowledge of the celestial dragons? Doflamingo's mind was racing, but he ultimately chose to respond candidly. The celestial dragon and Apo's national treasure, Uranus, is one of the three ancient weapons wielding immense power. Throughout history, it has been unleashed on several occasions, each time resulting in the complete annihilation of a nation. However, this treasure comes at a tremendous cost. As Doo-hwan listened, a smile spread across his face. The final piece of the puzzle had fallen into place. Soon, he would resolve the matters surrounding the death of the celestial dragon, earning recognition from the five elders and Sangoku, paving his way to promotion and fortune. Chapter 89. Evidence finally formed within the confines of the prison. Doflamingo divulged portions of the secrets regarding the celestial dragon's treasures, scrutinizing Doo-hwan with an expression of contemplation, ultimately falling into silence. He found himself perplexed by this naval officer's profound interest in the treasures of the celestial dragons and questioned how this individual had come to possess such knowledge. A sense of unease enveloped him, as if he had inadvertently become ensnared in a vast conspiracy. Could it be that discontent brewed within the Navy regarding the world government, prompting them to probe into the secrets of the celestial dragons? Thank you, Doflamingo, Doo-hwan remarked with a courteous smile. Your intelligence is invaluable. When I return next, it should coincide with your release. As you are aware, the world government is quite displeased with my detainment of you. I must provide them with a thorough explanation. He was eager to finalize the recordings, anticipating the necessity of multiple transcriptions, which posed a certain inconvenience. Should anything be lacking, he could always return to extract further information from Doflamingo. Are you plotting to silence me? Doflamingo's back glistened with cold sweat as he firmly asserted. The information concerning the celestial dragon's treasures is certainly not for your ears. You and your associates intend to defy the world government. Do not overthink it, Doo-hwan replied. His expression one of surprise as he sought to reassure, I am unwaveringly loyal to the world government, and I hold the celestial dragons in the highest regard. My inquiries are merely to admire their formidable power. Doflamingo, though deprived of much information, discerned the underlying tension. Indeed, successful individuals are seldom foolish. Is that truly the case? He asked, skepticism evident in his gaze. Of course, Doo-hwan smiled. Do you recall when I mentioned the celestial Saint Seraphis? I contemplated presenting you as a toy to him. But alas, you lack the audacity to act against the celestial dragons. Otherwise, I might have garnered their favor. Doflamingo felt a chill run down his spine. He was acutely aware of the nature of his kind, who considered themselves above all and relentlessly pursued thrills. Such beings would not hesitate to enslave a former kin, as it presented a novel experience. The mere thought of being subjected to the whims of such a kin, led by a leash and humiliated, was enough to drive him to despair. Fortunately, he had no conflict with Seraphis, nor had he voiced any grievances. He gazed at Doo-hwan as one might regard a demon, outwardly righteous, yet inwardly vicious in pursuit of ascendance. Convinced that Doo-hwan was not an adversary of the world government, he recognized him as a power-hungry tyrant. His inquiry into the celestial dragon's treasures seemed to stem from a desire to gauge the limits of the world government, in order to select a more advantageous position for subservience. Doflamingo, shower me with praise. Doo-hwan's demeanor softened under the light. I have spared your life and dignity. You ought to commend me. Doflamingo stared at Doo-hwan in disbelief, his voice stiff as he replied, You are quite benevolent. Before this serpentine individual, he felt an unusual trepidation, not from a threat to his life, but from the horrifying notion of being offered to the celestial dragons for their amusement. A fate far worse than death. Doo-hwan furrowed his brow slightly, speaking with calmness, Be attentive, my future partner. Drawing a deep breath, Doflamingo's countenance transformed into one of sincerity. You are formidable. Your strength surpasses mine. You are merciful, my benefactor. I shall not pursue past grievances. Very well, until we meet again. Do-hwan lifted the lamp and turned to exit the prison, sealing the heavy iron doors once more. The final piece of the puzzle fell into place. Doflamingo's attempts to bribe the naval colonel had been decisively rejected, a most delightful turn of events. Soon after, in a tranquil chamber within the palace, Do-hwan tinkered with 3 recording din-din mushi, occasionally providing his own voiceovers. The recordings captured flawless audio, containing nearly all the content he desired. With a simple trimming of the beginnings and ends and his personal voiceovers, he could fabricate a nearly perfect piece of incriminating evidence. Doflamingo, why did you kill Celestial Saint Seraphus? Haha, I killed Seraphus. He once humiliated me. Humiliated? He is a celestial dragon, and you are a warlord. Your paths should never cross. Is it true what Admiral Kizaru claimed, that you were once a celestial dragon? Indeed. Then why are you no longer one? My foolish father renounced that identity, dragging us into the depths of the mundane world. Later, I returned to Mariewa, parading the head of that fool, hoping to reclaim my status as a celestial dragon. But they refused and humiliated me further. I swore I would not let them escape unpunished. Is that truly the reason you killed Seraphus? Losing your identity as a celestial dragon is indeed a profound loss, yet you should not have resorted to such measures. You will face the judgment of the Gorosei. Perhaps if you kneel before them, they might absolve your transgressions. Those old fools only wish to see me wallow in my disgrace after losing my celestial dragon identity. They are despicable scoundrels. How could I ever kneel before them? I will kill them all. How outrageous, Doflamingo. Do you dare insult the esteemed Gorosei? Ha ha, came the derisive laughter. You are indeed powerful, far surpassing me. We could join forces. I will help you eliminate your rivals. As long as you cooperate with me, I will ensure your swift ascension within the Navy. I will claim the credit for your merits, and I will assist in removing your enemies. Just allow me to escape, and you shall be the king of the North Sea. Preposterous, Doflamingo. Do you take me for a fool? I am wholly devoted to the Navy, unwaveringly loyal to the world government. Do not harbor such delusions. You have no idea what I know. The treasure of the celestial dragons, Uranus, is one of the 3 ancient weapons, possessing immense power. Throughout history, it has been unleashed multiple times, each occasion resulting in the complete annihilation of a nation. Yet, this treasure comes at a significant cost. I know, I do not wish to hear it. Die. As Do-hwan and Appo's final impassioned voiceover concluded, the incriminating recordings were finally solidified. He activated the completed din-din mushi to play back the recordings for review. Overall, the emotions were vibrant, the speech fluent, devoid of logical errors. He solemnly stored the din-din mushi and made his way back to the prison. With the evidence now complete, it was imperative to eliminate Doflamingo swiftly to prevent any prolonged complications. Chapter 90. The foolish Don Quixote in the pitch-black cell. Don Quixote lay on the iron bed, silently contemplating the figure of Do-hwan as he departed with the lamp, his heart swirling with humiliation and fury. At that moment, Vinsmoke Sanji, who had been quietly listening to the entire exchange, finally rose from the corner and returned to his own iron bed. Even though the man had left, he instinctively distanced himself from the spot where Do-hwan had previously sat. Their conversation had been profoundly unsettling, filled with secrets of the celestial dragons and the legendary treasures capable of annihilating islands with a single strike. The prospect of becoming the king of the North Sea seemed a mere child and Appo's dream in comparison. Don Quixote, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, possessed ambitions of grand proportions. In contrast, Do-hwan, as a naval officer, was even more fearsome. An unjust navy is far more terrifying than equally powerful pirates. Could he truly comprehend such matters? Sanji's expression was complex, and he suddenly directed a question towards Don Quixote. Don Quixote, do you truly intend to collaborate with him? In the darkness, Don Quixote's countenance twisted into a grimace as he spat out, yes, he is a worthy ally. Truth be told, he had no desire for this partnership. Do-hwan was too ruthless and powerful, resembling a shadow of himself. Nevertheless, he yearned to survive and avenge his grievances. I knew it. Sanji felt a wave of frustration. More so than Don Quixote, you will join forces with the German kingdom, your respective powers growing stronger, while the Vinsmoke family, my prison mates, are about to be released. Even collaborating with my enemy Do-hwan, the two will divide my wealth and thrive in the North Sea. Those were originally my plans for development. Don Quixote glanced in Sanji's direction, his mood lifting considerably. Hee. The happiness between individuals is often realized through comparison. Although he had been humiliated by Do-hwan, he was still far better off than Sanji. He enjoyed the protection of the world government, which would likely facilitate his release. But Sanji would probably lose his freedom for a lifetime, never to see the sun again. Don Quixote, do your previous words still hold weight? Sanji referred to Don Quixote's earlier claim of reporting Doo-hwan to the world government for his release. We were once partners. You cannot forget me. Witnessing Don Quixote's imminent release due to his connections stirred something within him. Don Quixote possessed such considerable influence that even the world government sought Doo-hwan to retrieve him. Despite the recent humiliations, would Doo-hwan not ultimately release Don Quixote? He believed that if Don Quixote were willing to intervene, his chances of liberation would significantly improve. Even Doo-hwan would have to consider Don Quixote's perspective. Guess what? Don Quixote revealed an inscrutable smile. He was acutely aware that his arrangements within the Germanic kingdom represented Doo-hwan's greatest vulnerability. Even he had managed to secure Dressrosa only through the celestial dragon lineage and his status as a former member of the royal family. For Doo-hwan, a naval officer, to control the Germanic kingdom would inevitably attract the world government's scrutiny. This was his bargaining chip, and he had no qualms about using it at a pivotal moment. Today's humiliation from Doo-hwan would not go unpunished. The scorn he suffered years ago in Mariewa had not defeated him. It had forged him into the formidable warlord of the sea he was now. Likewise, he would ensure that Doo-hwan would not emerge unscathed from today's affront. I suspect you will rescue me. Sanji's eyes sparkled with temptation as he said, I possess advanced combat suits and gene modification technology that can rapidly create powerful subordinates. There are also many formidable weapons that would be invaluable to someone like you, who aspires to dominate the world. He showcased his worth, hoping to regain his freedom. Even after enduring such a lengthy confinement in the dark prison, his ambitions remained unscathed, and Don Quixote's provocation only fueled his enthusiasm. If he could reclaim the Germanic kingdom, he could once again be the glorious king, with opportunities to assert his dominance over the North Sea. Then anticipated. Don Quixote listened to Sanji's proposal, appearing outwardly indifferent, but inwardly stirred. He had previously outmatched Sanji in strength, yet maintained their partnership because only Sanji could provide such technologies. With such enhancements, the Don Quixote family's power would substantially increase, and wealth would flow in abundantly. It was indeed necessary to extricate Sanji from Doo-hwan's grasp. Of course, this did not mean a direct confrontation with Doo-hwan, but rather a negotiation of interests. Once he freed himself from Doo-hwan's direct control, he would have ample room to maneuver. Hiki. Sanji, sensing a shift in Don Quixote's tone, felt a flicker of hope. At last, he glimpsed the prospect of resurgence. He still had a chance to lead the Germanic kingdom in conquering the entire North Sea. Within the depths of the prison, after a series of tentative exchanges, both men glimpsed a hopeful future. The dark, oppressive cell no longer seemed so terrifying. At that moment, the heavy iron door creaked open once more, and blinding white light flooded the cell. Both Don Quixote and Sanji turned their puzzled gazes toward the source of illumination. What was happening? Doo-hwan had only departed less than an hour ago. Who could possibly be arriving now? Doo-hwan hummed a cheerful tune as he opened another large door, appearing before them. For some inexplicable reason, both Don Quixote and Sanji felt an ominous premonition. Just an hour ago, Doo-hwan had seemed aggrieved by the world government. Yet now he appeared buoyant and triumphant, a stark contrast. As Doo-hwan entered, Sanji instinctively stepped away from the iron bed and crouched in the corner. Don Quixote forced his expression to remain composed and inquired with a smile, Lieutenant Doo-hwan, you seem quite pleased. Has my matter been resolved? Perhaps Doo-hwan had received confirmation regarding his promise and garnered the world government's forgiveness, explaining his cheerful demeanor. This outcome would only account for the significant shift in Doo-hwan's attitude after 2 brief visits. Indeed, your matter has been resolved. Doo-hwan's lips curled into a subtle smile, his countenance radiating joy. Now that Don Quixote's evidence has been handled, it is time to send him off to the afterlife. The demise of Silvers will herald the most fruitful stage ahead. With that, Don Quixote felt a wave of relief wash over him as he extended his arm, anticipating Doo-hwan to unlock the sea prism stone handcuffs. His heart soared with exhilaration. He was finally to be liberated. As a formidable warlord of the sea, he could leverage his various advantages in cooperation with Doo-hwan to secure immense benefits. The humiliation he endured today would ultimately be repaid. Sanji's gaze brimmed with envy. So soon. Don Quixote was to regain his freedom, while he remained confined for an indeterminate time. Yet this could be a blessing. With Don Quixote's release, his own chances of freedom would increase. Farewell, Don Quixote. Doo-hwan, with a sense of reflection, extended a finger towards Don Quixote. Finger gun, modified Barrett. Channeling his physical strength into a single finger, the force unleashed was sufficient to pierce gold and shatter stone. Boom. In the final moment of his life, Dong Quixote's face shifted from surprise to shock. Before his mind erupted into chaos, Sanji instinctively touched his face, splattered with blood, his mind blank. Chapter 91 The joy of sharing Don Quixote Doflamingo is dead. His skull has been shattered, and there is no doubt about his demise. A former celestial dragon, now a warlord of the sea, has met his end in such an effortless manner? Vinsmoke Gaji gazed in bewilderment at Doflamingo's lifeless body. The metallic scent of blood and the warmth of the corpse serving as constant reminders that this was no mere illusion. Why, just moments ago, they had agreed to let Doflamingo go, and now he had been extinguished with a mere flick of a finger? What transpired during the hour that Doo-hwan left the cell? By killing Doflamingo, a former celestial dragon and a warlord appointed by the world government, did Doo-hwan not fear retribution from the government? Gaji was perplexed, unable to comprehend Doo-hwan's motives. They had negotiated a mutually beneficial arrangement, promising a bright future ahead. Yet now, with Doflamingo dead, Gaji found himself alone with Doo-hwan in the prison, and he felt as if he too was nearing his end. After all, the German kingdom was now under the control of his daughter, Reiju, who served as a puppet queen, wielding the highest authority over the artificially created soldiers. As long as he remained imprisoned, Reiju would hold the ultimate power. To Doo-hwan, it seemed he had become obsolete. Was the life of Vinsmoke Gaji destined to end here? The German kingdom had yet to be restored, and his scientific prowess had not surpassed that of Vegapunk. He had numerous dreams yet to be fulfilled. To die like this was truly disheartening. Come, Gaji, sit here. Doo-hwan beckoned with a smile, resting on the pristine iron bed. Gaji hesitated for a moment, then felt a flicker of hope. Could it be that he would not meet his end after all? However, the mysterious circumstances surrounding Doflamingo's death made him wary of celebrating too soon. What if Doo-hwan intended to manipulate him just as he had with Doflamingo? Rising cautiously from the corner, he took a seat beside Doo-hwan, sensing the unpredictability of the man next to him. Seated side by side on the iron bed, the dim lantern cast two shadows of differing sizes. Though Gaji was robust and formidable, being next to the smaller Doo-hwan made him feel uncomfortable, as if pricked by thorns. Do you know why I eliminated Doflamingo? Doo-hwan's lips curled into a slight smirk, his mood evidently buoyed. The time spent in confinement, coupled with Doo-hwan's previous lessons, had rendered Gaji more obedient. Witnessing Doflamingo's death had further instilled a sense of compliance within him. The effectiveness of this intimidation was undeniable. With a little more coercion and a nanobomb, Doo-hwan could fully exploit this invaluable individual. As a scientist second only to Vegapunk, Gaji's worth surpassed that of half the German kingdom. Without the loyalty system, Vinsmoke Gaji's significance would far exceed that of the German kingdom. I do not know. Gaji replied honestly, shaking his head. He felt that Doflamingo had met an unjust fate. No matter how he viewed the situation, he could not fathom why Doflamingo had died. Doflamingo's identity as a former celestial dragon, his position as a warlord of the sea, and the promised collaboration with Doo-hwan all served as his lifelines. Yet, inexplicably, Doflamingo had perished, and the abruptness of it all was striking. Doo-hwan retrieved a din-din mushi from his pocket, spinning it in his hand, because he was driven by hatred to kill celestial dragon Saint Silvers. That is impossible, Gaji instinctively denied. The last time you were here, you said that Saint Silvers was still alive. How could he possibly be dead? Who would dare to kill a celestial dragon, even if one had died today? It could not be attributed to Doflamingo. He has been confined alongside me the entire time, without any opportunity to commit such a crime. Moreover, just an hour ago, he asserted that he would never kill Saint Silvers, fully aware of his own developmental plans, leaving him with no motive whatsoever. However, Saint Silvers had not met his end today. He had perished over 10 days prior, likely the day after Doflamingo was imprisoned. His death was gruesome, prompting the headquarters to dispatch Admiral Kazara to investigate, and I was fortunate enough to serve as his deputy. The entire underworld of the North Sea was undergoing a thorough cleansing, and today, I finally eliminated the perpetrator. As Doo-hwan spoke casually, he activated the din-din mushi. If he intended to use Gaji, this detail could not remain concealed. The death of Saint Silvers had been a major event in the North Sea, likely causing a stir across the globe. Subsequently, he would boldly solidify the accusation against Doflamingo for the assassination of a celestial dragon. If Gaji were to catch wind of any rumors and piece together what he had witnessed, the truth would soon become evident. Gaji was utterly bewildered. Saint Silvers had died a fortnight ago, after Doflamingo's incarceration. Why, then, had Doo-hwan repeatedly claimed that Saint Silvers was alive during his last visit? Just then, the din-din mushi began to play audio. The voices of Do-hwan and Doflamingo engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, rife with emotion. Gaji recognized Doflamingo's words distinctly, as if he had heard them before. This realization made Gaji's pupils dilate, and his body stiffened in shock as cold sweat trickled down his back. Something was amiss. As he connected the dots, the simple truth began to unfold in his mind, though he did not know how the recording had come to be. It was undeniably linked to their conversation from an hour prior. As the final words, "I do not listen, die," echoed, Gaji looked at Do-hwan as if he had seen a ghost. You. The celestial dragon was dead, and Do-hwan had framed Doflamingo for the crime. Their prior conversation had merely been a means to extract information. Once the recording was complete, Doflamingo's life would be forfeit, and he would be silenced forever. From this recording, along with Do-hwan's earlier statements, Gaji could already envision the extent of Do-hwan's impending accolades. Do-hwan would be the one to handle the aftermath of the celestial dragon's death, stirring chaos throughout the North Sea in vengeance for the celestial dragons, ultimately capturing the irrefutable evidence against Doflamingo while fiercely protecting the five elders and the world government. The brilliance of such accomplishments would not only propel Do-hwan's career to new heights, but would also pave a path of unimpeded advancement in the future. In the competition for a promotion, if Do-hwan ascended, others would have no chance. Yet behind this remarkable achievement lay the unjust demise of warlord Doflamingo. The very notion that a warlord could be falsely accused of murder by a mere Navy lieutenant was simply absurd. As he momentarily placed himself in Doflamingo's shoes, Gaji felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. It was excruciatingly unfair. Chapter 92. Testing power. It seems you have already guessed it. Do-hwan observed the astonished expression on Gaji's face and couldn't help but feel a sense of pleasure. Indeed, there is a reason why villains indulge in monologues at critical moments. The thrill of a scheme succeeding is best when shared. Though he had no intention of sharing it with someone destined to die. Rather, he preferred to converse with those who might survive. Are you going to kill me to silence me? Gaji's body tensed, his muscular form brimming with alertness. Yet, despite his readiness, a chilling dread enveloped him, as if death loomed just a moment away. When donned in high-tech battle attire, he had been easily subdued by Do-hwan. Now, clad in a simple prison garb, he felt even less capable of confronting this monster. Not at all, Gaji. Do-hwan shook his head slightly, as if oblivious to Gaji's anxious movements. He spoke casually. I place great value on your scientific expertise. As long as you diligently serve me, you shall live a long life. Since the moment you were imprisoned, this has been my foremost thought. However, if you choose death over compliance, then I can only send you to join Doflamingo. Perhaps Gaji's swift demise would allow him to catch up with Doflamingo and reveal the truth. Do-hwan found himself somewhat eager to witness the expression on Doflamingo's face in death. I am willing to work for you. With all my might, Gaji declared, his decision made almost instantaneously, sincerity radiating from him. His dreams remained unfulfilled. The German kingdom had yet to rise to greatness again, and his scientific achievements had not eclipsed those of Vegapunk. Numerous reasons occupied his mind. Yet the simplest prevailed. He wished to live. He did not wish to die. I believe in you. Do-hwan smiled, revealing a silver syringe in his hand. He squeezed out a minuscule droplet, barely visible even under the light, approximately the size of 10 grains of pollen. Subsequently, the syringe, seemingly devoid of any loss, was stored within a spatial ring. The syringe within the spatial ring was isolated from the external world, impervious to remote detonation signals. Only the 100 or 200 nanobombs in his hand would explode, which was well within his capacity to endure. Gaji silently observed Do-hwan's actions. This could be some form of toxin. His expertise in biological genetics was substantial, and he was well acquainted with numerous poisons. Perhaps Do-hwan intended to use the poison to control him, an odd tactic for a naval officer, yet it brought Gaji a sense of relief. He believed he could devise a means to counteract the poison. It was the confidence of a world-class scientist. However, what was the significance of such a tiny amount? What toxin necessitated demonstration in hand? Moreover, the quantity was far too scant, certainly less than a microgram. Step outside for a moment and take Doflamingo's body with you. Do-hwan gestured for Gaji to rise. Though it was merely a small amount, he had no desire for Gaji to be gravely harmed. Understood. Gaji sensed unease but complied, dragging Doflamingo's corpse as he exited the prison made of special metal. He stood cautiously at the door, peering inward. Watch closely. Do-hwan clenched his right fist, containing the minuscule cluster of nanobombs. I will demonstrate once, so you may witness the consequences of betrayal. At that moment, the small grouping of nanobombs in his hand, about the size of 10 grains of pollen, equated to 100 or 200 such devices. Each nanobomb possessed an explosive power comparable to 1 kilogram of TNT, making the total in his grasp equivalent to less than 200 kilograms of TNT. Gaji was perplexed. He watched as Do-hwan closed the heavy iron door behind him, leaving him alone in the enclosed prison. No longer could he see Do-hwan's figure, save for a small window at the bottom of the door connecting the two spaces. Just before the door sealed, Do-hwan was enveloped in a thick layer of black haki, particularly dense on his right hand. The sheen of the haki appeared to flow across his body. Such mastery of haki was a rarity, even among the elite of the New World's Yonko crews. Gaji could not suppress his astonishment, swiftly followed by an overwhelming curiosity. This cautious demeanor starkly contrasted with Do-hwan's established image of power. What could compel him to act with such trepidation? At that moment, Do-hwan extended his right arm, palm facing outward, while his left hand gently pressed the button on the remote control. Boom! In an instant, a violent eruption of light and heat erupted. The once pitch-black prison transformed as if a small sun had been born. The incandescent brilliance illuminated everything. The splattered remnants of Doflamingo's brain were instantly evaporated, reduced to ash. A tremendous shockwave surged through the reinforced metal prison, akin to the simultaneous detonation of over 100 artillery shells, powerful enough to level a small mountain. Yet, the prison remained remarkably intact. Its 2-meter-thick walls, like an impenetrable sigh of resignation, suffered only superficial scorching. The pressure within the prison soared thousands of times in an instant, with light and heat escaping solely through the singular exit. The small opening beneath the door spewed forth a torrent of flames, reminiscent of an enraged fire dragon unleashing its breath. Meanwhile, Gaji, dragging Doflamingo's lifeless form, had distanced himself from the door by several dozen meters the moment the explosion occurred. His expression one of horror as he gazed at the surging inferno. The deafening blast rendered his ears numb, and even from afar, he could feel the terrifying heat, causing his hair and eyebrows to curl. Doflamingo's body, once merely headless, had now been reduced to a charred, battle-damaged state. The sheer power of that minuscule droplet was astonishing. Gaji swallowed hard, grappling with disbelief. He was certain that the minute quantity Do-hwan held could not have weighed more than a milligram. Yet the explosive force unleashed was equivalent to that of hundreds of artillery shells. Such a conversion of energy seemed impossible. However, within the confined space of mere cubic meters, the impact of the explosion far exceeded that of detonation in an open area. Even with haki shielding him, it would be difficult to withstand fully. Was that naval officer still alive? Gaji couldn't help but wonder. Such a liquid explosive, with its terrifying energy conversion ratio, was beyond comprehension. The volume could not be measured by mere flesh. If Do-hwan miscalculated the quantity and extracted too much liquid, it was conceivable that he could perish in the blast as well. The explosive force of 100 shells detonating in a confined space created an environment akin to that of molten lava, an extreme condition where no human could survive. Yet, Gaji felt an inexplicable conviction that the naval officer would not meet such a ludicrous end. His gaze hardened as he stared at the prison door, anxiously holding his breath. Boom! The massive prison door was kicked open with tremendous force, embedding itself into the corridor wall, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Scorching air surged forth, filled with flying sparks, raising the temperature of the atmosphere by several degrees. A tall, resolute figure emerged steadily, embers swirling around him. The dark haki still enveloped him, gleaming with a sheen reminiscent of oil. He was entirely unscathed. Even his haki-covered clothing suffered no damage. I comprehend. Here's the refined version of the provided text. Chapter 93. Subjugating Judge. I knew it, Judge muttered, a palpable sense of suffocation washing over him. This monster. He beheld Do-hwan, unscathed by the cataclysmic explosion, an invulnerable behemoth. Do-hwan's mastery of haki and his physical prowess had been honed to an apex, surpassing even the formidable Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, the emperors renowned for their resilience. Do-hwan's evolution had propelled him to unprecedented heights. Even with genetic manipulation, Judge could never replicate such extraordinary physical potential. It was a truly unparalleled gift. Do-hwan approached Vinsmoke Judge, the crimson aura of his armament haki dissipating, revealing a pristine white naval officer and Appo's uniform, devoid of a single crease. He cast a cursory glance at Doflamingo and Appo's charred remains, betraying no particular interest. The battle-scarred corpse lent an air of authenticity to the scene. Lieutenant Commander Do-hwan, Judge began, attempting to alleviate the mounting tension. Thwack! A syringe materialized in Do-hwan's hand, and without hesitation, he plunged it into Judge's arm, injecting a carefully measured aliquot, 1/50th of the volatile fluid bomb. It wasn't an act of mercy, but a calculated precaution, An excessive dose would prove detrimental to both Judge and himself. A single cluster of nanobombs comprised 10 billion individual units, yielding an explosive force equivalent to 1 million tons of TNT. The notion of implanting over 60 such payloads within a living being was unfathomable. The sheer magnitude of destruction threatened to destabilize the very tectonic plates of the world. Saturating Judge's body with the full arsenal would only provide him with leverage. Hiss. A sharp pain shot through Judge's arm as an alien substance invaded his system. A chilling sensation spread rapidly through his veins, permeating his entire being. Judge, you are undoubtedly aware of the destructive potential of this concoction. Your subsequent actions should be carefully considered, Do-hwan stated, brandishing the nearly full syringe before Judge and Apos' eyes. That explosive was just introduced into my system? Judge finally grasped the situation, his expression morphing into one of stark terror. The thought of even a trace amount of the fluid explosive, with each drop packing the punch of a dozen artillery shells, coursing through his veins was horrifying. His keen intellect instantly calculated the staggering quantity of nanobombs within him, at least 5,000 times the initial dose. He was now a walking, talking doomsday device. Unlike biological toxins, these were instruments of pure physical devastation. The microscopic bombs, dispersed throughout his body, defied any conventional solution short of a complete body transplant. He was given no time to process this existential threat. Judge, from this day forward, you are liberated from your confinement, granted a modicum of freedom to pursue your research. Do-hwan announced, his smile unwavering, oblivious to the turmoil within Judge's mind. You are privy to many of my secrets and are free to denounce me to the world government, costing me my position. In truth, I would relish the spectacle of your impromptu detonation in Mary Geos. Even a mere 1/50th of the nanobombs equated to roughly 20 million individual explosives, or 3 little boys, poised to erupt within the hallowed grounds of Mary Geos. Would Emu surrender at the mere sight of such a spectacle? That day shall never come, Judge retorted, swallowing hard. His original intention of informing the 5 elders was to secure his freedom, guarantee his safety, and restore the glory of Germa. But now, with the unremovable bombs ticking within him, he had lost all incentive to betray Do-hwan. Why sacrifice his life to warn the world government about Do-hwan's potential threat? Even if the world government were his own kin, he would never make such a sacrifice. In retrospect, Do-hwan had merely seized his kingdom and eliminated a few of his less valued kin. As far as he was concerned, even his own children were merely emotionless tools of war. I believe you are an intelligent man, Do-hwan said, casually stowing away the remaining nanobombs. Henceforth, if you serve me diligently, you will be among the safest individuals in the world. I understand. I will perform my duties, Judge replied, a wry smile playing on his lips. He envisioned his future, toiling tirelessly in his laboratory, generating immeasurable value for Do-hwan. He'd be reduced to a mere beast of burden, a prospect that drained his life of meaning. Yet, he reasoned, being confined to a laboratory was preferable to languishing in a dark, desolate prison. The time spent in the subterranean jail had been devoid of purpose. Furthermore, he had always been immersed in his experiments. The only difference was that he had once pursued his own dreams, and now he would be working for Do-hwan. At least I and Apos, V survived, he thought. Then, a fruitful partnership to us, Do-hwan said, pleased with Judge and Apos, as compliance. I recall that your ambition is to restore the Germa kingdom to its former glory. The kingdom is trending in that direction, and the monarch remains a vent smoke. I am quite content with her performance. As long as she refrains from making mistakes, she will remain queen indefinitely. I can also be frank. My ambitions extend far beyond the confines of the Germa kingdom, and the North Sea will never be my ultimate destination. A carrot and stick approach was the way to go. Since he needed Judge and expected him to create immense value, he had to give Judge hope. Otherwise, what if Judge got tired of his work and wanted to die? He could send people to meet King Yama. But he didn't have the ability to bring people back from King Yama for the time being. Satisfied with Reiju, his ambitions extend beyond Germa and the North Sea. Judge repeated Do-hwan's words, his mind racing. Satisfied with Reiju suggested a romantic interest. His eldest daughter was indeed a talented administrator. His ambitions extend beyond Germa and the North Sea implied that Do-hwan's aspirations were vast, and that his territory would continue to expand. Such an expansive domain would require competent management. He was certain of Do-hwan's ambition, given his audacity in framing Doflamingo for the murder of a celestial dragon. If such a brazen individual were content to remain a mere naval officer, he would eat 30 tons of manure upside down. Combining these two factors, it was possible that Do-hwan would eventually entrust the Germa kingdom to Reiju. Do-hwan himself would assume a position analogous to the world government's relationship with its member states, albeit with a far greater degree of control. In that case, the German kingdom would return to the Vinsmoke family. Hope ignited within Judge's heart as he gazed at Do-hwan with fervent intensity. Are you suggesting that you might, in the future, entrust the German kingdom to Reiju? He now addressed Do-hwan with the honorific you. He had a dream beyond mere survival, and he harbored greater expectations for Do-hwan. At that moment, he understood that the fate of the German kingdom rested solely in Do-hwan and Appo's hands. Having effortlessly vanquished Doflamingo, Do-hwan was the undisputed king of the North Sea. Chapter 94. Is he truly the culprit? It is indeed a possibility. Do-hwan nodded gently, smiling as he remarked, she is an exceptional leader, currently assisting me in managing the German kingdom with remarkable competence. At this moment, she enjoys a considerable reputation within the German kingdom due to various circumstances. Should my territory expand several-fold, I can think of no one more suited than Reiju to oversee the German kingdom. His words were sincere. Reiju was not only charming but also highly capable. As he rose through the ranks by solving the mystery surrounding the celestial dragon's demise, his influence inevitably grew, necessitating someone to aid in governance. With her unique connections and substantial capability, Reiju indeed had a significant opportunity. In light of this, Kaji's breath quickened, as if he had made a monumental decision. I have but one choice. His gaze firmed as he declared, I shall pledge my loyalty to you. His life rested in Do-hwan's hands, and he had no desire to meet his end. Whether the German kingdom was to be managed by the bloodline of Vinsmoke was entirely at Do-hwan's discretion. His only option was to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to Do-hwan's cause. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise, Do-hwan exclaimed, a smile gracing his features. Kaji, you are truly astute. I can assure you. Reiju not only has the potential to become the ruler of the German kingdom, but may also ascend to lead the nations of the North Sea. However, all hinges on your performance. She is obedient, and I am pleased. As her father, you must also set an example. Every contribution you make will serve as a stepping stone for Reiju's advancement in my eyes. Do you understand? The dream of the German kingdom is to reclaim the pinnacle of glory it once held for 66 days over the North Sea. Hence, Do-hwan presented Kaji with an opportunity to realize this dream. Achieving such a feat is not insurmountable. Kaji merely needs to devise a super invention on par with the saint's holy flame. To envision Reiju managing the North Sea left Kaji astounded, akin to gazing upon a lion revealing its claws. The prospect of allowing Do-hwan's subordinates to govern the North Sea implied that Do-hwan's influence extended far beyond a singular region, with aspirations to seize a position within the world government. Yet, alongside this revelation came a surge of exhilaration. For Reiju to manage the North Sea would fulfill the Vinsmoke family's lifelong ambition of returning to their illustrious reign over the North Sea for 66 days. Even though he was aware that Do-hwan was perhaps indulging in fanciful dreams, he could not help but feel a stirring within. To him, Do-hwan indeed appeared to be a formidable figure destined to ascend to the rank of one of the four emperors. With the monumental accomplishment of unraveling the mystery behind the celestial dragon and Appo's death, the zenith of power over the North Sea seemed to hinge solely on a formal appointment. Unquestionably, even the grand ambition of world domination was now within Do-hwan's grasp, having made significant progress. His unconventional methods and willingness to empower Reiju were far from impossible. Kaji felt an overwhelming eagerness to labor diligently, hoping to elevate Reiju to heights previously unimaginable. He had once viewed Reiju merely as a tool, expendable at a moment's notice, even commanding her to take her own life should she surrender to Do-hwan. Yet, it was undeniable that Reiju represented the purest bloodline of the Vinsmoke family, and at this juncture, she embodied the sole flicker of hope in his political existence. Let us depart, embrace the light, and relish your newly regained limited freedom. As for me, I must conclude the investigation into the death of Saint Silvers. Do-hwan gestured to Kaji, cheerfully making his way outside. It appeared he possessed a certain flair for painting ambitious visions, establishing a seemingly attainable yet inherently distant goal, such as appointing Reiju to govern the North Sea, was indeed a masterstroke. Presently, he wielded only the authority of an acting admiral, enabling him to temporarily mobilize the entire naval force of the North Sea, a far cry from actually delegating its governance to another. By juxtaposing the distant and the immediate, the illusory and the tangible, he could artfully craft grand aspirations. Naturally, Kaji's rapid belief may also stem from his lack of experience with poorly conceived promises, leaving him more naive and susceptible to persuasion than those who came before him. Are we to leave? Kaji hastily gathered up Doflamingo's lifeless body, trailing after Do-hwan. Having been confined for such an extended period, he had languished in darkness. Before Doflamingo's arrival, he had been utterly alone, ensconced in a dim, cramped chamber, with even the soldier delivering his meals refraining from conversation. The sheer solitude had been maddening, and this was one of the pivotal reasons he agreed to work for Do-hwan. At last, were they to emerge? Soon, the trio, a man and a lifeless body, navigated the palace's shadowy, winding tunnels, finally stepping into the sunlit world above. Kaji exhaled a long sigh, feeling as though the shadows of despair within him dissipated under the sun's warm embrace. He had escaped the suffocating confines of imprisonment. Only those who have lost their freedom can truly appreciate its value. Even a limited freedom akin to that of a bomb is infinitely preferable to languishing in a darkened cell. Kaji glanced at Doflamingo and Appo's corpse, a torrent of emotions swirling within him. He had anticipated that Doflamingo would be the first to emerge, with him following in his wake. Just moments ago, he had envied Doflamingo for his impending liberation. Yet now, Doflamingo had indeed emerged, only to carry the burden of the celestial dragon's demise, reduced to a lifeless shell in Kaji's grasp. Meanwhile, Kaji had gained Do-hwan and Appo's forgiveness and basked in the warmth of the sun. Truly, life is unpredictable. No one can foretell what the next moment may bring. Before long, Do-hwan arranged temporary accommodations for Kaji. He then boarded a ship bound for Punkhazard, carrying Doflamingo's body with him. Eager to share the news of his vengeance against Saint Silvers with the Gorosei, he also recalled the fleet admiral's instructions to present the evidence condemning Doflamingo for their review. He dialed the direct line to the fleet admiral's office, narrating his fabricated account in vague terms before playing Doflamingo's confession recording. After a considerable time, Sengoku sat in the fleet admiral's office, his expression one of profound skepticism. Could it truly be that Doflamingo was responsible for the celestial dragon's demise? Chapter 95. The people on one ship, Ponce Island. Do-hwan, bearing the lifeless form of Don Quixote Doflamingo, prepared to claim the reward for his arduous labor. As he disembarked, he immediately spotted Kizaru, leaning against a coconut tree, sipping coconut water. At this moment, the circumstances surrounding the death of Saint Silphus remained unresolved. Even Kizaru, typically relaxed, had to temper his leisure. Under normal circumstances, he would be reclining on a beach chair. It seemed that Kizaru had completed his duties for the day, returning to enjoy life after a successful operation against the underworld, or perhaps he merely wished to present a fade before CP0. After all, outside the confines of Ponce Island, a Marine admiral enjoyed far greater freedom. However, it must be acknowledged that the powers bestowed by the Pika Pika no Mi were indeed formidable. The ability to advance and retreat with ease, to strike and defend seamlessly, rendered it of tremendous strategic value. Do-hwan felt a twinge of envy as he approached Kizaru, dragging Doflamingo's corpse behind him. Meanwhile, several CP0 agents, covertly observing, dispatched a messenger to their leader, Atlas. The investigation into the death of a celestial dragon was under his purview, and the arrival of a corpse from Do-hwan signified an extraordinary development. Such a credit was of utmost importance to them, as it pertained to their very survival. "Are you prepared?" Kizaru inquired lazily, adjusting his tinted glasses. Not long ago, Do-hwan had informed him of Doflamingo's assassination of Saint Silphus. He immediately grasped that Do-hwan intended to frame Doflamingo, thus resolving two issues in one fell swoop. After all, Kizaru had witnessed Doflamingo being imprisoned by Do-hwan merely a day before Saint Silphus's demise, leaving him with no opportunity to commit the crime. Although he felt Do-hwan's actions were somewhat audacious and exceedingly complex, he silently acquiesced to the notion that having a figure of Doflamingo's stature bear the brunt of the blame would be the most advantageous outcome. "Indeed, Admiral Kizaru," Do-hwan replied with a subtle smile, asserting, "Doflamingo has confessed, but he revealed certain information that he should not have, prompting my immediate execution of him." As he spoke, he activated the recording snail before Kizaru once more. As the recording played, Kizaru straightened, disbelief washing over him as he rubbed his ears, his expression shifting to one of shock. He turned to Do-hwan and the body of Doflamingo, unable to restrain himself from asking, "How did you accomplish this?" He understood that Doflamingo was undoubtedly innocent, thus the recording could only be a fabrication, a blatant falsehood, without question. Yet, even in his awareness of its falsity, he was compelled to accept it as truth. The tone of voice, the emotions conveyed, and the secrets of the celestial dragons that were disclosed seemed sincere. The audacity and nonchalance in admitting to the murder of a celestial dragon, the fury directed at the celestial dragons and the Gorosei, the ambition to disrupt the world, and the genuine invitation for an alliance with Do-hwan, each utterance felt heartfelt. Moreover, the revelation of the secrets surrounding the celestial dragon's national treasure was particularly alarming. Kizaru was only vaguely aware of such an artifact's existence. Yet, Doflamingo had explicitly stated its cost and even hinted at methods of resolution, only to be abruptly interrupted by Do-hwan. Could such secrets truly be divulged? This was information that the world government would go to great lengths to suppress. The mere thought of knowing too much sent a chill down his spine. Fortunately, Doflamingo's demise at Do-hwan's hands spared him from hearing anything further. No. If this recording is indeed a fabrication, then Do-hwan's interruption of Doflamingo might also be a ruse. Thus, it was entirely possible that Do-hwan had already uncovered the core secret of the celestial dragon's national treasure. Rest assured, Admiral Kizaru, no technological trickery was employed. These words were spoken directly by Doflamingo, Do-hwan emphasized, raising an eyebrow, his implication profound. He knew that Kizaru had deduced the recording's falsity, yet it mattered little. Regarding the death of Saint Silphus, they were inextricably linked, with Kizaru bearing a greater responsibility as the nominal lead investigator. Furthermore, the recording employed physical editing, essentially reordering Doflamingo's spoken words. The crux lay in the information disparity, which rendered the recording extraordinarily convincing. Having traversed this path, Do-hwan possessed extensive knowledge regarding the celestial dragon's national treasure, information that should only be known to the inner circle of the celestial dragons. The Gorosei would remain oblivious to his awareness of such details, mistakenly believing that Doflamingo had leaked this information. Therefore, when Doflamingo articulated the characteristics of the national treasure, the recording became irrefutable evidence. Doflamingo's very corpse served to render this recording impeccable. You have always been meticulous in your endeavors, instilling confidence, Kizaru remarked, gazing intently at Do-hwan. Genuinely impressed. Regardless of the methods Do-hwan employed, this recording, coupled with Doflamingo's corpse, could undoubtedly be presented to the Gorosei as conclusive evidence. Thank you for your endorsement, Admiral Kizaru, Do-hwan replied, a smile gracing his features. Now, I wish to report the findings directly to the Gorosei, bypassing the inept hands of CP0. He had already conferred with Admiral Sengoku, ensuring no additional complications would arise. In recent days, CP0 agents, who once safeguarded St. Silphus, had been frantically attempting to seize credit for his protection under Atlas's leadership. They were desperate to rectify their failings with the death of the celestial dragon. If they could not even exact vengeance, their role as the celestial dragon's strongest shield would be rendered moot, eliminating any future inclination for celestial dragons to employ their services. A mere demotion would be a mild consequence. The far more likely outcome was complete eradication. A mid-ranking CP0 unit held little value within the world government's hierarchy. Regrettably, a mere handful of CP0 agents, no matter their fervor, could not match the tidal wave created by the entire Navy's efforts in the North Sea. Indeed, in the matter of Doflamingo and Appo's death, those agents would find themselves utterly sidelined. However, it was evident that if the case were submitted to the Gorosei via CP0, a substantial portion of the credit would be siphoned away. A simple assertion of their pivotal role in the operation could easily allow them to reap the rewards of a ripe fruit. Do-hwan was all too familiar with such scenarios. Rapid advancement necessitated the perception of productivity, regardless of actual accomplishments. It seems you are eager to contribute further to the Navy, Kizaru remarked, visibly moved by Do-hwan's ambition. Direct communication with the Gorosei is a privilege granted to only a select few. He then grinned, adding, and fortuitously, I count myself among that number. He began to anticipate the outcome. A flawless resolution to the death of Saint Silphus would undoubtedly garner the Gorosei's favor, paving a smooth path for future promotions. With Do-hwan's South relentless drive, accolades would surely follow in rapid succession, especially with Admiral Sengoku's evident support for him. It was highly probable that before Admiral Sengoku's retirement, Do-hwan might well find himself contending for the position of Fleet Admiral alongside Kazan and Sakazuki. How delightful that prospect was. Moreover, with direct access to the Gorosei, any attempts by CP0 agents to claim credit for self-preservation would be utterly futile. He found himself rather looking forward to witnessing those CP0 agents face consequences for their arrogance. As he executed his mission to escort the celestial dragon, the sycophants had been insufferably haughty, as if they shared in the privileges of the celestial dragons. They had consistently aided the celestial dragons in their pillaging and atrocities, their sins no less than those of the celestial dragons themselves. He had long harbored resentment towards them. Hiki, heads will soon roll. Then I shall rely on you, Admiral Kizaru, Do-hwan replied with an understanding smile. I am contacting Saint Satan. Please remain attentive. Kizaru promptly retrieved the communication snail linked to the Gorosei, ready to relay the news of the perpetrator's demise. Before the call was even made, he casually inquired of Do-hwan, do you know how to resolve the cost of the celestial dragon's national treasures? The surgery fruit, the gift of immortality. Do-hwan replied with a slight smile, eagerly divulging the information. Stop. I do not wish to hear it. Huang Yuan promptly interrupted, breaking the spell and breaking into a cold sweat. Indeed, it was ultimately Doflamingo who revealed the entire truth. The surgery fruit and the immortality procedure aligned perfectly with Doflamingo's actions from years past. Furthermore, the power of immortality could easily compensate for the deficiencies of the celestial dragon's treasures. However, Do-hwan merely intended to test him, never anticipating such a direct revelation. He chuckled softly, gazing at Huang Yuan with a cryptic smile. Huang Yuan returned the smile, tinged with a hint of resignation. Very well, it seems we are now truly on the same boat. Chapter 96, The Art of Flattery. At this moment, Atlas, who had recently recovered from his leg injury, rushed in with a dozen CP0 agents, his expression fraught with urgency. Initially skeptical of Do-hwan, their perspective shifted dramatically as the entire North Sea buzzed with turmoil. It became clear to Atlas that the deranged Do-hwan was not merely using the blood party as a scapegoat. He was ruthlessly spilling blood across the North Sea, sacrificing countless lives in vengeance for the death of the celestial dragons. This unprecedented grand funeral would effectively erase the negative ramifications stemming from the murder of the celestial dragons, restoring the dignity of the world government. Even this alone was sufficient to satisfy the 5 Elder Stars. Driven to madness, they fervently pursued the eradication of the underworld, desperately seeking to accumulate enough merits for redemption. However, Do-hwan's insatiable greed prevented them from entering the command room. As he intended to monopolize all the credit, this was a matter of life and death for them. Although it was customary for the direct guards of the celestial dragons to report such cases, guaranteeing them a substantial share of the accolades, who could assure that the Navy would adhere to convention? Thus, they had to remain vigilant, ensuring their survival when the case was concluded. Colonel Do-hwan, has there been any new developments in the case? Whose corpse is this? Atlas shouted as he ran, his gaze fixed on the charred body with a blown-off head. The figure appeared to stand nearly 3 meters tall, its well-defined muscular contours suggesting it belonged to a formidable being. Could this be the very murderer of the St. Silvers? His eyes ignited with fervor, a sense of renewed life surging within him. If he could involve himself, even receiving a fraction of the credit, his life would be spared. Ah, seeking credit, are we? Do-hwan sneered, his disdain evident. He was resolute in his determination to claim all the glory for himself. Even Admiral Kizaru had relinquished his share of the merits to Do-hwan. How dare these insects presume to challenge him? Do-hwan planted his feet firmly on the ground, unleashing a fierce attack on the approaching CP0 agents. Wait, what do you intend to do? Atlas's expression shifted dramatically, his voice filled with rage as he bellowed. We are CP0, you cannot lay a hand on us. You worthless fools, the moment you fail to identify the murderer of the celestial dragons, you become as good as dead. Do-hwan grinned maliciously as he charged forward, showing no restraint. His punches and kicks unleashed a deafening wind, each strike executed with unparalleled precision. Boom, boom, boom. The dozen CP0 agents were sent sprawling like footballs, their bodies suffering grave injuries. Atlas, their leader, found himself directly under Do-hwan's foot. With just a few punches and kicks, the CP0 agents learned that some accolades were not to be trifled with. Impressive, Kizaru marveled, unable to resist giving Do-hwan a thumbs up. Not only was his combat prowess remarkable, but his decisiveness in engaging CP0 without a hint of hesitation was truly astonishing. He struck first, leaving Kizaru thoroughly entertained. Too kind, Do-hwan humbly replied with a smile, then turned serious. Admiral Kizaru, please contact the 5 Elder Stars. Understood. Kizaru nodded and began dialing the Den Mushi. No, you cannot do this. It should be us CP0 reporting to the esteemed 5 Elder Stars. You cannot bypass the hierarchy. Atlas cried out, desperately writhing beneath Do-hwan's foot, his eyes bloodshot with despair. Share some of the credit with us, or else we will perish. The thought of Do-hwan reporting to the 5 Elder Stars filled him with dread. This greedy individual would undoubtedly hoard all the accolades. relegating CP0 to mere uselessness. Only in this way could he secure the maximum advantage. But if that happened, their lives would be forfeit. Why should I care if you live or die? Do-hwan scoffed, casually pressing Atlas's head deeper into the sand. CP0 deserves to perish, the more that die. The easier it will be for me when the time comes to rebel. Ugh, ugh, Atlas gasped, muffled by the sand. How can you be so selfish? How can you be so selfish? At that moment, Kizaru handed the Den Mushi to Do-hwan, gesturing for him to proceed at will. The call connected. Vice Leader of the North Sea Investigation Team, Base Commander of Branch 141, Navy Colonel Monkey D Doo-hwan. Presenting, His Holiness, the Celestial Dragon, Supreme Guardian of Scientific Defense. The world's highest authority, Jagor Lucy Satan. Do-hwan's expression turned grave, his voice brimming with fervor. Even through the Den Mushi, Satan could sense the unparalleled respect emanating from Do-hwan. This manner of greeting was unprecedented, a sight to behold. Yet, inexplicably, a profound exhilaration surged from his toes to the crown of his head, compelling him to listen intently to this intriguing young man. Kizaru crossed his arms, once again impressed. Do-hwan's talent for flattery was astonishing, far surpassing expectations for someone merely 18 years old. His words were more melodious than his own. Atlas was left in utter shock. Realizing that this Navy officer held them in contempt while so expertly currying favor with the 5 Elder Stars, was such ambition even necessary? Chapter 97. The Call of Saint Satan. Pray tell, has there been any progress in the case concerning the North Sea? Saint Satan reclined comfortably on the sofa, inquiring with a sense of ease. At this juncture, the sacrifices of hundreds of thousands in the North Sea for the death of the Celestial Dragon had already created a significant spectacle. It could very well conclude here. However, capturing the true mastermind behind the heinous act would be far more desirable to prevent any potential backlash that could undermine the authority of the world government. Your Excellency, I must report that we have resolved the case, and the perpetrator has been apprehended, Do-hwan stated earnestly. The death of Saint Silvers was orchestrated by Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and we have irrefutable evidence. Atlas, who was present, was utterly astonished. How could this individual dare to fabricate such a tale? The 7 warlords of the sea would never conspire against the celestial dragons. Moreover, it was inconceivable that Doflamingo, situated in the New World, could be implicated in the events that transpired in the North Sea. He felt a surge of delight. This navy was woefully misguided. There was no way the elders would give credence to such nonsense. Perhaps, in the end, they would still have an opportunity to claim credit for their efforts. What? This is preposterous, Saint Satan exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Doflamingo is far too occupied ruling Dressrosa as a warlord of the sea to suddenly venture to the North Sea to eliminate Saint Silvers. His tone turned menacing. Are you attempting to deceive me? He could not fathom Doflamingo's motive for eliminating Saint Silvers at such a time. He was well aware of the young man's obsessive desire to upend the world and exact revenge on the celestial dragons for past humiliations. Such naive aspirations had always struck him as laughable. Allowing Doflamingo to remain free as a warlord of the sea was partly due to his lineage as a former celestial dragon and partly because they had dismissed the young man as insignificant. Yet, he was certain Doflamingo was not impulsive. He would bide his time until he possessed the necessary might to strike. Though they believed that day would never come, he was resolute in his conviction that Doflamingo had no reason to kill Saint Silvers at this moment. I would never dream of misleading Your Excellency, Do-hwan asserted confidently. Through meticulous investigation of the Blood Party and the entire underworld of the North Sea, I finally uncovered the identity of the shadowy figure. I have captured Doflamingo, who remains in the North Sea, and confronted him directly, securing decisive evidence. I shall present it to you. His voice radiated sincerity, as if he truly believed in the veracity of his claims. However, decisive evidence does not equate to authentic proof. Do-hwan activated the recording snail once more, perhaps for the final time. As Saint Satan listened to the dialogue between Doflamingo and Do-hwan, uncertainty clouded his expression. Doflamingo recounted past events, berating the celestial dragons and the elders, vowing to dismantle their world. His demeanor grew cold. Indeed, such words were characteristic of Doflamingo. When he heard Doflamingo express his intent to eliminate Saint Silvers due to past grievances, doubt crept in. He could not accept that Doflamingo was such a reckless individual. If he were, the young man would not have survived to this day. The moment Doflamingo proposed a collaboration with Do-hwan, straddling both the Navy and the underworld, Saint Satan felt a flicker of belief, admiring Do-hwan's resolute refusal. Finally, upon hearing Doflamingo disclose secrets relating to the Celestial Dragon's national treasures, a formidable aura erupted from Saint Satan, enveloped in a terrifying black mist, radiating murderous intent. He no longer doubted the authenticity of the recording. It was undoubtedly genuine. The secrets of the Celestial Dragon's treasures were known only to the most elite among them. Others lacked the means to fabricate such information. How could Doflamingo possess knowledge of these treasures? What classified documents had he perused from the Don Quixote family when he departed from the Holy Land? It was one thing to know, but the audacity of that young man to voice such information, attempting to leverage it as a bargaining chip for collaboration with the Navy, was unfathomable. He could scarcely contemplate the repercussions had this information fallen into the hands of Sengoku. The already rebellious Navy, upon learning of one of the Celestial Dragon's trump cards, would undoubtedly entertain insidious thoughts, with a significant likelihood of taking action. Saint Satan's expression shifted between dark and light as he abruptly rose from the sofa, intent on rallying his forces to the North Sea to eliminate any witnesses. The costs associated with Uranus, as well as the means to nullify them, must remain undisclosed. Yet, how could he eliminate a mere Navy lieutenant and Doflamingo? What of the yellow monkey who had entrusted Do-hwan with the recording snail? The thought of that lecherous, light-speed individual gave him a headache. In this world, if the yellow monkey wished to flee, it was nearly impossible to capture him. Furthermore, this Navy lieutenant was a relative of Garp, equally restless. In an instant, the man of the highest authority in the world felt utterly constrained. I am aware that the Celestial Dragon's national treasures come at a monumental cost. Saint Satan's gaze turned increasingly menacing as he seized another recording snail, preparing for a purge in the North Sea. I have no desire to hear it. Die. The Navy lieutenant's cold voice rang out, imbued with resolute malice. A moment later, the sound of a mind shattering and a body collapsing echoed. Saint Satan faltered, momentarily bewildered. What transpired? This Navy officer did not allow Doflamingo to continue, and he had directly eliminated him? Did this Navy officer not harbor any curiosity about the secrets of the Celestial Dragon's national treasures or the three ancient weapons? Yet, there was a silver lining. If the news of the Celestial Dragon's treasures had not leaked, he would not be burdened with the task of eliminating the yellow monkey. Chapter 98. Attitude is the mask of the heart at this point. Even the elite CP0 agent Atlas believed that Don Quixote Doflamingo had eliminated Sir Sylphus. They were accustomed to recording evidence during missions and were aware that some departments could fabricate recordings using the recording snail. However, Do-hwan's recording was tightly logical, with both parties' emotions vividly conveyed, making it utterly believable. Especially when Doflamingo mentioned the Celestial Dragon's national treasure, it solidified the recording as irrefutable evidence. For such knowledge was confined to the inner circle of the Celestial Dragons, rendering any inducement futile. I apologize, Your Excellency Satan, Do-hwan said, lowering his voice with a hint of remorse. I acted without your authorization and eliminated the Shichibukai Don Quixote Doflamingo. Satan replied noncommittally as he settled back onto the sofa. His expression turned impassive and his gaze flickered. Why did you not allow Doflamingo to continue speaking? A trace of inexplicable doubt lingered in his mind. The entire situation seemed too incredible. Even with a logical conclusion, it stirred instinctive skepticism, prompting a desire to uncover any possible angle. Because I wish to survive. Do-hwan replied without hesitation. That is not information I am meant to know. He had no need for Doflamingo to divulge any intel. He was well aware of the world government's numerous trump cards. Satan nodded slightly, approving of this line of thought. Do-hwan was astute, recognizing certain matters were best left untouched. And this reasoning resonated with him. His eyes flickered again as he inquired, if you did not report to me and instead collaborated with Doflamingo, dominating both the underworld and the surface, would that not be advantageous? If Do-hwan agreed to work with Doflamingo, they could easily deceive the world government, rapidly advancing through mutual support. Meanwhile, the Sylphus case could be conveniently attributed to the forces in the North Sea. I never considered such a possibility, Do-hwan asserted firmly. The world government has ruled the world for 800 years. It is an unshakable absolute power. Any petty criminal is akin to a rat in the gutter, incapable of influencing the grand scheme of the world government. I am loyal to the world government and shall never collaborate with a villain as ambitious as Doflamingo. Should he not ally with Doflamingo, he could potentially ally with the Revolutionary Army instead. Doflamingo, with his myriad schemes, would engage in countless intrigues, always plotting to bring ruin to the world and inflict suffering upon the Celestial Dragons. Do-hwan would be foolish to seek collaboration with Doflamingo. He preferred partnerships with individuals who were uncomplicated and vulnerable, or trustworthy allies like Dragon, or those like Katakuri who could be tamed. Excellent. Excellent. Satan clapped his hands in laughter, thoroughly satisfied with Do-hwan and Appo's response. Indeed, the world government is unassailable, even if the celestial dragon and Appo's national treasures come at a cost. We can still afford it. We possess the Knights of God, each one imbibed with the most potent devil fruits. Inheritors of the noble bloodlines of 19 kings, true elite celestial dragons, each possessing the strength of a general. This was the confidence that allowed them to overlook Doflamingo's activities, viewing him as merely a jester. However, coveting the national treasures was absolutely forbidden. Should one gain control of any of the three great weapons, it could threaten the very foundation of the world government. After all, while generals are formidable, if they do not flee swiftly enough, they could easily fall victim to the celestial dragons. The last question pertains to the navy, Satan remarked, filled with admiration for Do-hwan. He had expertly resolved the assassination of Sir Silphus, leading to the demise of 1,000,000 lives in the North Sea and exposing the true mastermind, Doflamingo. Moreover, he handled the situation with great tact, eliminating Doflamingo and safeguarding the secrets of the world government. Such talent was precisely what the world government required, a top-tier individual within the Navy inclined towards its interests. Perhaps through Do-hwan, the Navy's corrupt practices could be rectified. Please proceed. Do-hwan responded. Satan inquired solemnly, what is your opinion of the celestial dragons? The celestial dragons are a lineage of gods, descendants of the 20 kings who founded the world government, wielding supreme authority. Do-hwan gazed skyward, a serene smile gracing his lips. I revere the celestial dragons. Attitude serves as a mask for the heart. By donning this mask, no one can discern his true thoughts, making his deception all the more challenging to unravel. Kazara couldn't help but shake his head. It was absurd to think Do-hwan revered the celestial dragons, under the pretext of their demise. He was ruthlessly cleansing the underworld forces while framing Doflamingo as the murderer, carelessly assaulting the strongest shield of the celestial dragons, CP0. Anyone with even a modicum of respect for the celestial dragons would never dare to act in such a manner. Yet, Do-hwan's serious and earnest demeanor gave the impression that he genuinely admired the celestial dragons. This remarkable ability to speak such blatant falsehoods was truly eye-opening and awe-inspiring. Satan's eyes sparkled as he couldn't help but exclaim, "You are a remarkably thoughtful young man." The sincerity in his tone seemed heartfelt, tinged with a hint of envy, entirely expressing respect and yearning for the celestial dragons. Being acknowledged in such a light instilled in him a subtle sense of superiority. Your Excellency Satan, you flatter me. I merely speak from the heart, Do-hwan said with a slight smile, patiently awaiting Satan's next words. Hiki, Satan nodded slightly, grinning as he asked, Do-hwan, you have accomplished much this time, and I hold you in high regard. Is there anything you desire? In the matter of Sir Silphus's death, Do-hwan had performed impeccably and deserved commendation. His handling of Doflamingo further enhanced his standing, making him all the more valuable. This could be seen as an investment, far outweighing mere accolades. Here it comes. Do-hwan and Appo's spirits lifted as he replied, the situation in the North Sea is tumultuous. It is an opportune place for establishing merit. I wish to remain here. Other than that, I have no demands. Logically, a simple "I leave it to your discretion" would have been the most agreeable response for Satan, ensuring maximum support. However, Do-hwan's desire for the support of the 5 elders stemmed from the unique relationship between the Navy and the world government. He sought better prospects within the Navy. Yet, if Satan held him in too high regard and transferred him to another department of the world government, such as CP0, he would refuse even if offered a commanding position. Why did he seek to cultivate factions within the Navy? His ambition was to seize control of the entire Navy and then rebel against the world government, aspiring to become the son of this world. Joining CP or any other faction under the world government would serve no purpose. Those within were thoroughly brainwashed, largely serving the celestial dragons, with very few capable of being swayed. Desiring to remain in the North Sea? Satan furrowed his brow, instinctively pondering the implications. Given Do-hwan and Appo's significant contribution in quelling the celestial dragon and Appo's death, a promotion to rear admiral would be quite normal, and elevating him to the rank of vice admiral was also plausible. After all, to reflect the celestial dragon's nobility, rewards in this regard could not be meager. Moreover, the world government typically held nearly half of the authority and promotions within the Navy and could decisively dictate matters when necessary. His initial idea was to place Do-hwan in CP0 as a vice commander, assessing his strength and loyalty before promoting him to commander. Subsequently, he would transfer him back to the Navy headquarters to hold the position of vice admiral, representing the world government within the Navy. However, Do-hwan's desire to remain in the North Sea diverged from his plan. Such achievements would ensure Do-hwan's ascendance to the largely ceremonial position of governor of the North Sea, granting him command over the entire North Sea Navy. Entrusting the command of 600,000 naval personnel entirely to Do-hwan raised a subconscious alarm within him. However, soon, Satan Shung's furrowed brow relaxed, and with a smile, he said, "Very well, I hereby appoint you as the governor of the North Sea, overseeing the 600,000 naval forces of the North Sea. Considering your relatively limited experience, despite your considerable abilities, you will undoubtedly have some shortcomings. Thus, I shall also dispatch CP9 to the North Sea to assist you." Chapter 99. The Grief of CP0. The position of the North Sea Governor is merely a title. It has been granted, so be it. 600,000 naval troops may seem substantial, yet they do not constitute the true elite of the Navy. And on a global scale, they are hardly remarkable. This force is roughly equivalent to the elite soldiers of 2 million allied nations, amounting to the combat strength of perhaps 4 or 5 larger allied nations. For Satan, this strength is noteworthy but does not warrant excessive concern in its management. He views Do-hwan as a spokesperson supported by the Navy, and naturally, he must afford this spokesperson sufficient status and leverage. The entire North Sea Navy can only be considered a preliminary investment, compared to the position he envisions for Do-hwan as the CP0 chief. The governorship of the North Sea is rather trivial. Moreover, since he appointed Do-hwan personally, bypassing the Navy's promotion system, Do-hwan inevitably bears his mark. Coupled with CP9's monitoring and assistance, Do-hwan is firmly aligned with the world government, which naturally breeds estrangement from other factions within the Navy. As for CP9's original task of locating the Pluton blueprints, it has proven insignificant. After all these years, no progress has been made. If Pluton truly existed, they could continue their efforts, but the uncertainty surrounding those blueprints renders the pursuit futile. The overall strength of CP9 remains commendable, sufficient to monitor a mere naval commander like Do-hwan. However, this naval commander might have the potential to defeat Don Quixote da Flamingo, and despite the assistance of Kizaru, he should not be underestimated. It is essential to bolster CP9's personnel accordingly. Now, it remains to be seen what this astute naval officer intends. If he declines, his prospects for advancement will inevitably diminish. Not only will he be unable to rise, but he will also become a primary target of suspicion. How can he profess respect for the world government while simultaneously rejecting its insignia? Is this not the very essence of treachery? Do-hwan, without a moment's hesitation, resolutely accepted. "I am grateful for your generous endowment, Your Excellency Satan. I am willing to shoulder the heavy responsibility of the North Sea Governor and govern the North Sea alongside CP9. Adopting this identity poses no issue. Regardless of the labels affixed to him, he remains a member of the Navy, and as long as he continues to achieve merit, his promotions will be unhindered. Becoming the North Sea Governor not only grants him command over 600,000 naval personnel, but also allows him to legitimately command the countless loyalty points inherent in the North Sea. As for CP9's attempts to counterbalance him, they merely provide him with subordinates." "Excellent," Satan exclaimed, heartily laughing upon hearing Do-hwan's agreement. "Your appointment as North Sea Governor will be finalized in a few days, and you shall be the first Rear Admiral among the 4 seas. This is merely your first step. You have performed admirably in the matter of Sir Silvers Rayleigh's demise. As long as you maintain such commendable performance, greater support will follow. If you continue to execute your duties with excellence, you will be the most promising candidate for the next naval admiral." This is a seduction, binding this ambitious and clever naval officer to the world government with the lure of elevated power and status. They require a compliant naval admiral to steer the Navy back onto its rightful path. Of course, the next naval admiral following Sengoku will be Akainu, a figure not entirely unworthy. However, he is not without flaws. His ambition to ascend to the position of naval admiral has driven him closer to them. Elevating Akainu is more a matter of preventing the rise of Akiji, as the influence of Sengoku's faction continues to grow. Should Do-hwan maintain his exemplary performance, he will possess sufficient qualifications when the next naval admiral succession occurs, making him a commendable candidate. A smile involuntarily crept across Do-hwan and Appo's lips as he earnestly declared, "I understand, and in the days to come, I shall dedicate myself as I have this time. If he continues to operate in this manner, how many celestial dragons will perish? However, this is a command from the highest authority, and he dares not defy it. With this mandate, when the time comes for him to invite the 5 elders to their demise, they will likely accept their fate with open eyes. Very well, Satan nodded in satisfaction. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Your Excellency, Satan, I have one more matter to discuss, Do-hwan asserted, applying more pressure to immobilize Atlas. I strongly recommend enhancing the security measures for every celestial dragon during their travels and increasing the scrutiny of CP0 agents. Atlas immediately resisted fiercely, thrashing his limbs in distress. Do-hwan appeared oblivious. Continuing to voice his righteous grievances, the recent assassination of Lord Silver's Rayleigh by a single bullet is entirely attributable to the incompetence of those CP0 agents. They could not even defend against a mere bullet. With all due respect, even if confronted with 1,000 bullets, a Rear Admiral-level powerhouse would easily withstand them. Furthermore, during the investigation, they contributed nothing of value, remaining utterly confused throughout the proceedings. After finally being allowed to act, they merely targeted unrelated individuals in a misguided attempt to claim credit and deceive the 5 elders. This is not solely a matter of capability, but also an issue of attitude. Those CP0 agents have become increasingly reckless, taking advantage of the trust placed in them by the 5 elders. He aimed to eliminate any possibility of Atlas's CP0 agents claiming credit, asserting that all glory must belong to him. Moreover, the more he disparaged CP0's competence, the more capable he appeared. As for enhancing security for the celestial dragons, that hardly concerned him. He would still strike when he desired. Surely, not every celestial dragon could be accompanied by 2 admirals. Would their presence prevent him from eliminating a celestial dragon? Atlas, on the verge of tears, struggled valiantly, even as blood oozed from his face due to close contact with the ground. This wretched naval officer was speaking utter nonsense. That bullet's power surpassed that of ordinary firearms by hundreds of times. It was not something that could be easily withstood. They had been working diligently. Why were their eliminations of the gangsters deemed unrelated, while the Navy's actions against them were labeled as murder? This scoundrel hadn't even conducted an investigation. What right did he have to make such assertions? However, I realize now that CP0 has indeed become somewhat lax over the years and requires a thorough overhaul. Satan frowned, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Prompted by Do-hwan's words, he recalled the situation. Matters concerning the celestial dragons should be the utmost priority for CP0, as they have always been regarded as the strongest shield for the celestial dragons. Yet, this time, CP0 failed to provide him with any useful intelligence. He had learned of Doflamingo's culpability solely from Do-hwan's lips. This illustrates CP0's inadequacy, as they played no significant role in the entire case. After the world government invested such considerable effort in their training, this is the outcome? They must be dealt with severely. If CP0 were as astute and capable as this naval officer, he would no longer need to worry about issues within the Navy.